Dragon God Supreme Chapter 3426 to Chapter 3508. Great Emperor Yijun is right. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, Di Tian has reached such a level at such a young age. He can't be cultivated by an ordinary force. The fact that Great Emperor Yijun is afraid of him is enough to show how terrifying the force behind him is. Great Emperor Yijun alone can't do anything to him. Yijun continued, even two of me can't do anything to him. Senior brother, are you saying that they're not as simple as they seem? Do Hun understood the implication. Yes. When I fought with Di Tian's grandfather, I accidentally sensed that there was an ancient great emperor behind them. Yijun nodded with a solemn expression. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Lord Supreme, their force is so terrifying. Are we powerless against them? Kuei-ing asked respectfully. In other words, they were waiting for death. Bailey Yufeng sighed. How can the ancient immortal world compete with the Panga realm? They're two different worlds. They're probably the most difficult enemy to deal with. Luanshan frowned, feeling extremely uneasy. It's not necessarily a good thing to have great power. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. Because of their great power, they were constantly targeted by experts, and trouble kept coming. Husband, what should we do? Big brother Shan Tong also said just now that his revenge will be very fast. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly asked, she was extremely worried. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Since they're from the Panga realm, we'll use the Panga realm's experts to deal with them. Yes, that's a good idea. Yijun nodded in agreement. The ancient immortal world couldn't compete with the Panga realm, let alone a transcendent force. Lord Feng, what's your plan? Ancient immortal Master Yan Chen asked. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was their spiritual leader. Now, only Feng Wuchen had the ability to compete with the Panga realm. All their hopes were pinned on Feng Wuchen. Let's talk about it when they arrive. Feng Wuchen kept them in suspense. Husband, do you really have a way? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Don't worry, my wife. I'll take care of everything. Feng Wuchen smiled gently and gave Ling Xiaoxiao a reassuring look. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't care at all and seemed to have a card up his sleeve, Ling Xiaoxiao was filled with a sense of security, as if Feng Wuchen was omnipotent and could solve any problem. After that, Feng Wuchen told everyone to go back and cultivate. Feng Wuchen brought Yijun, Do Hun, and Knight to the main hall. Just as he sat down, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I know you have a lot of questions for me. Just ask whatever you want to know. I do have a lot of questions, but I just want to know, how did you get Master's bloodline power? Yijun asked seriously, looking at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and asked, the Sword Soul Emperor was an ancient great emperor of 10 directions. Do you think I can snatch the bloodline power from him? Impossible. Yijun shook her head with certainty. Her expression became solemn, and she immediately waved her hand to set up a boundary in the main hall. Yijun understood another meaning from Feng Wuchen's words. Feng Wuchen smiled. Yijun frowned deeply and said solemnly, Master died in a battle millions of years ago. In that battle, all the ancient great emperors of 10 directions fell and disappeared. No one knows where they were buried, and no corpses were found. Everyone guessed that they had turned into ashes. All the old monsters in the Panga realm know about this. Even the great emperors and titled ancient gods know about it. You're so young, but you're able to obtain Master's bloodline power. I can even sense other terrifying powers from your power. If I'm not wrong, these powers all come from the great emperor of 10 directions. Brother Feng, tell me honestly, is Master still alive? Senior brother, you're right. Master is still alive. This is why I summoned the experts. Do Hun said hurriedly. Brother Feng, I want you to tell me in person. Yijun became very excited, and her eyes were moist. This news was too important for her. I'm glad that the Sword Soul Emperor has disciples like you. The Sword Soul Emperor must be very proud. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Emperor Yijun, the Sword Soul Emperor is indeed alive. All the power I have now comes from the great emperors of 10 directions. The reason why my bloodline of the dragon gods is stronger than that of the demon emperor is that I have also obtained and merged with the demon emperor's bloodline. Emperor Yi Jun had been waiting for Feng Wuchen to say this. Tears were already falling down her cheeks. That's great. It's been millions of years. Finally, there's news about Master. I knew that Shizhuan was still alive. He's still alive. Yi Jun wept with joy. His excitement and ecstasy at this moment were indescribable. In that battle, the great emperors of 10 directions had all disappeared. There were no corpses or auras. Although it was said that they had turned into ashes, Yi Jun had always believed that the Sword Soul Emperor was still alive. However, there had been no news for millions of years. But when Yi Jun was suddenly summoned by the ancient god ring, a strong sense of hope surged in his heart. Until now, Yi Jun finally knew that the Sword Soul Emperor was still alive. Brother Feng, where is Master? Tell me quickly. Yi Jun hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen sighed softly. They're all sealed in the Reincarnation Pagoda. The Master of the Reincarnation Pagoda is being suppressed by demon soul supremacy. It's very difficult to save them. What? The Reincarnation Pagoda? Yi Jun, Do Hun, and Yimu turned pale with fright. Feng Wuchen nodded solemnly. The Reincarnation Pagoda has been damaged. I don't know how long the Master of the Reincarnation Pagoda can hold on. This was also what Feng Wuchen was most worried about. Once the Reincarnation Pagoda was seized by demon soul supremacy, the great emperors of 10 directions would definitely die. Then what should we do now? How can we save Master? Yi Jun asked anxiously. Only I can save them, but not now. I'm too weak. I need to ascend to Panga Realm as soon as possible and improve my strength as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Brother Feng, how long can Master and the others hold on? Yi Jun asked worriedly. After all, how many years would it take for Feng Wuchen to become stronger? I don't know either. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. The Reincarnation Pagoda was being suppressed by demon soul supremacy. Now, it was unable to unseal the 10 directions great emperors. Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything at all. If he could unseal the 10 directions great emperors, it would be much easier to deal with the problem in Panga Realm. Any 10 directions great emperor would be able to suppress everything behind young Master Di Tian. Emperor Yi Jun, I need your strength. Think of a way to save Jingyan and Hongji, but be careful. Di Tian might be waiting for you in Panga Realm. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Senior brother knows many experts in Panga Realm. Maybe you can save them, Do Hun said solemnly. 36th Heaven. In a majestic palace, young Master Di Tian appeared. His face was gloomy and filled with rage. What's wrong with young Master? He seems to be very angry. What happened? Who made young Master angry? Are you tired of living? I don't know. Few people in the Panga Realm dare to provoke you. Young Master seems to have broken through to the Great Emperor Realm. Am I seeing things? It really is the Great Emperor Realm. The young Master had broken through to the Emperor Realm. Quickly report this to the Great Emperor. Within the palace, all those who saw young Master Di Tian were able to sense and see the fury in his eyes. However, what shocked them even more was that Di Tian had actually broken through to the Great Emperor Realm. Although it was suspicious that young Master Di Tian was hiding his aura, they were still able to see through the weak aura that he was emitting. But wasn't breaking through to the Emperor Realm a good thing? Why was young Lord Di Tian so furious? Great Emperor Realm. What's wrong with the young lord? Dying didn't come back? The Grand Protector walked out from a palace and looked at young Lord Di Tian with astonishment. Great Guardian, come and see me immediately. Young Master Di Tian said angrily in a deep voice. Swish, just as young Lord Di Tian entered the palace, the Great Guardian appeared in a flash. Greetings, young Master. The Great Guardian knelt down on one knee respectfully. Young Master Di Tian said gloomily, immediately send people to the Holy World and capture Feng Wuchen's daughter. Send it to the dimensional space. Understood. The Great Guardian said respectfully, and immediately disappeared. Feng Wuchen, you will soon know the consequences of angering me. Young Master Di Tian's face was filled with viciousness as he clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile. Main Palace Hall. What? Tian'er has broken through to the Great Emperor realm? In the main hall, the man on the main seat was surprised and overjoyed. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. That's great. That's great. Tian'er has broken through to Great Emperor. Young Master, you are indeed a top genius of the Panga realm. I didn't expect you to break through the Great Emperor realm so quickly. You have surpassed us. An elder laughed happily. Young Master's talent is extraordinary, and with the guidance of the Great Emperor of Tianzong, it won't be a problem for him to break through to the Great Emperor realm, another elder said happily. Haha. The Great Emperor on the main seat smiled happily. In the main hall, the upper echelons were beaming with joy because they had another Great Emperor expert. At this moment, young Lord Di Tian arrived at the mountain behind the palace. In a natural cave, two old men were playing chess. The aura of a Great Emperor. Tian'er has broken through to the Great Emperor realm. A black-robed old man was overjoyed. He immediately dashed out of the cave. The black-robed old man was young Lord Di Tian's grandfather, Di Wuyun. Tian'er broke through to the Great Emperor realm so quickly? Great Emperor Tianzong was shocked. He quickly left the cave. Young Lord Di Tian stood outside the cave with a respectful expression. He didn't dare to step into the cave carelessly. Sensing the appearance of the two old men, young Lord Di Tian immediately cupped his fists respectfully and greeted, Grandfather, Master. Tian'er, you've broken through to Great Emperor? This is great. Haha. It's really the great monarch realm. Di Wuyun exclaimed excitedly. Joy was written all over his face. Tian'er, what happened to your injuries? Who hurt you? Tianzong asked with a frown. Young Lord Di Tian frowned slightly. He didn't know if he should say it or not. After all, it was Di Wuyun's scar. Di Wuyun was extremely prideful. Di Tian was worried that he would anger Di Wuyun. However, his purpose of coming here was to find out the truth. Tian'er, what's going on? Don't stutter, Di Wuyun scolded. A hint of displeasure appeared on his old face. Grandfather, did you lose to Great Emperor Yijun back then? Di Tian asked. Yijun? Di Wuyun frowned deeply. He tried hard to recall. His old face changed as he exclaimed, Blood Demon Lord. That's right. Blood Demon Lord is Yijun. After recalling, Di Wuyun continued, Grandfather did fight with him back then. This person is extremely powerful. He's the eldest disciple of the Sword Spirit Emperor. I did lose to him. Tian'er, why do you ask? Could it be that your injuries are? Great Emperor Tianzong guessed. His old face turned serious. He injured me. Young Lord Di Tian nodded and said, however, I didn't lose. Why did you fight with him? This person's attainment in the Sword Dao is from the Sword Spirit Emperor. He's very impressive, Di Wuyun asked. I met this person in the ancient immortal world. He helped the people of the ancient immortal world to deal with me. I didn't use my full strength back then. I was worried that I would alert those old monsters in the Pengu world, young Lord Di Tian said seriously. Alert those old monsters? Di Wuyun and Great Emperor Tianzong looked at each other in confusion. What was there to worry about? So what if those old monsters were alerted? Were they afraid of those old monsters? Of course not. Since they weren't afraid, why was young Lord Di Tian worried? The two old men quickly guessed that there was more to it. Tian'er, did you discover something? Di Wuyun asked. He knew his grandson too well. Young Lord Di Tian then told the two old men what happened. The two old men were shocked and terrified. They couldn't believe it. Tian'er, is there really such a terrifying power? Di Wuyun suppressed his shock and asked. He was very expectant. Young Lord Di Tian said seriously, Grandfather, Master, how could I lie to you? Otherwise, do you think I went to the ancient immortal world to be bullied? The refined bloodline power was taken back? Thinking back to when Feng Wuchen forcefully took back his bloodline power, young Lord Di Tian was furious. This mysterious energy is an existence that surpasses the 10 directions immortal emperor. It's extremely terrifying. The Grand Elder under the Demon Soul Sovereign is also investigating this mysterious energy. It should be the mysterious energy that angered the Demon Soul Sovereign back then. However, they have no idea where this mysterious energy is located. Right now, only I know. Young Master Tian added. No wonder I heard from your father that you sent the 9 protectors out. He even asked me about the bloodline power. Great Emperor Tianzong nodded. Dying was killed by Great Emperor Yijun. If I wasn't worried about alerting those old monsters in the Pengu world and the Great Elder of the 33 Heavens, I wouldn't have let it go, young Lord Tian said seriously. Di Wuyun frowned and said seriously, this Feng Wuchen has such terrifying power and a powerful bloodline. I'm afraid he's not simple. How can there be such a powerful bloodline power in the ancient immortal world? Great Emperor Tianzong couldn't figure it out. Young Lord Tian said, the dragon gods came from the sacred world. Feng Wuchen's origin is also clear. He's not from the Pengu world, but he can summon Yijun and other titled ancient gods. Maybe he got their ancient god rings by accident. I've already sent people to the sacred world to capture Feng Wuchen's daughter. I'm not afraid that Feng Wuchen won't submit and hand over the mysterious power. Grandfather, Master, this time I need you to do it personally. The sooner the better. We can't let the other great emperors know about the existence of the mysterious power. The bloodline of the dragon gods is also very terrifying. If they know, it will be difficult for us to get it. Hearing young Master Tian's words, the 2 elders fell silent. Firstly, they didn't believe that Feng Wuchen was just from the sacred world. His powerful bloodline power proved everything. Secondly, the mysterious power was so terrifying. Once they got their hands on it, it might bring about a disaster. After all, it could anger the Demon Soul Sovereign. It was obvious how terrifying this power was. Thirdly, the owner of this mysterious power, to be able to control this power meant that the owner of this power wasn't someone they could offend. Grandfather, Master, why aren't you saying anything? Young Master Tian asked in confusion. Weren't the 2 elders tempted by such a terrifying power? This was the best chance for them to dominate the Pengu world. Tian, you're oversimplifying things. Di Wuyun shook his head. Oversimplifying things, what was there to be afraid of someone from the sacred world? Wasn't it just the ability to summon emperors? They didn't need to be afraid of Emperor Yijun. Grandfather, Master, no matter how strong Yijun is, he might not be able to defeat me if I use all my strength. With the 2 of you, he has no chance of winning. The bloodlines of the dragon gods and Rakshasa gods are both very powerful. This is the best chance for us to dominate the Pengu world, young Master Tian said anxiously. The fat meat was right in front of him. How could he let someone else get it first? Tian, we still haven't found the mysterious power that angered the Demon Soul Sovereign. Even if you know that it's in Feng Wuchen's body, are you sure you can find it? Di Wuyun asked seriously. Young Master Tian was speechless. He had checked before and didn't find the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body. Even if we find this power, how do you know we can deal with it? What if it exceeds our expectations? Do you know what the consequences will be? Di Wuyun asked again. Disciple, I'm afraid you've already gotten yourself into big trouble. Feng Wuchen can summon the Blood Demon Lord, and the Blood Demon Lord is still willing to work for him. Haven't you thought of the reason? Emperor Tianzong asked again. Yes, since Feng Wuchen came from the sacred world, even if he obtained the ancient god ring and successfully summoned Yijun, why would Yijun work for Feng Wuchen? Yijun obviously didn't know Feng Wuchen, but he had taken action for Feng Wuchen without hesitation, even at the cost of becoming enemies with the force behind him. This could only mean one thing. Feng Wuchen also had the backing of an expert or a mysterious force. Does Feng Wuchen really have a terrifying expert behind him? Young Master Tian thought in his heart. He had guessed it before, but Gu Ying's investigation made him dispel this guess. If not for Tianzong's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed this detail at all. Tian, you are too impatient. I only hope that the owner of this mysterious power will not pursue this matter. I also hope that this powerful force will not leave us helpless, Di Wuyun said gravely. You absorbed the bloodline of 2 members of the dragon gods, and then Feng Wuchen forcefully took it back. Even with your Emperor Realm cultivation, you were powerless to resist. Do you think he is an ordinary person? Di Wuyun asked again. Young Master Di Tian was speechless. Tian, take back the order immediately. Before we find out Feng Wuchen's true identity and the strength of this mysterious force, don't go to the ancient immortal world, Di Wuyun instructed. Yes, grandfather. Young Master Di Tian replied, but he didn't take back the order. If he gave up just like that, wouldn't he be humiliated for nothing? How could young Master Di Tian be willing to do that? Alright, go back and cultivate first. You can consume the elixir that your master prepared for you, Di Wuyun said again. Yes. Young Master Di Tian cupped his fists and left. Feng Wuchen, who exactly are you? I must find out. Young Master Di Tian said fiercely in his heart. Guardian Yao, bring me to see them. Young Master Di Tian sent a voice transmission. In a palace. Guardian Yao brought young Master Di Tian and appeared in a flash. This was where Jing Yan and Hong Ji were locked up. Jing Yan and Hong Ji were locked up in the dungeon, and they were sealed by a terrifying barrier. An Emperor realm expert. Hong Ji stared coldly at young Master Di Tian, secretly shocked. Who are you? Seeing Guardian Yao bring people over, Jing Yan asked gloomily. He could also tell that Guardian Yao was an Emperor realm expert. This is young Master Di Tian, the son of Emperor Yan of the 36th heaven. Guardian Yao said proudly with a complacent expression. Young Master Di Tian. Jing Yan and Hong Ji's expressions changed drastically. Everyone in the Panga domain knew about young Master Di Tian's reputation. Moreover, they were titled ancient gods, so it was needless to say. You are the person behind this? Hong Ji asked coldly without a frown. That's right, it's me. Young Master Di Tian asked coldly, who exactly is Feng Wuchen? Answer me truthfully. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Jing Yan replied coldly, I don't know. I will give you one more chance. My patience is limited. Don't try to challenge my patience. Who exactly is Feng Wuchen? Young Master Di Tian's face turned malevolent as he roared in a low voice. Hurry up and speak. Guardian Yao shouted angrily. If you want to know so much, why don't you ask him yourself? Hong Ji said coldly. She wasn't afraid of young Master Di Tian's threat. Since you refuse a toast, then drink a forfeit. Young Master Di Tian squinted his eyes. Terrifying divine power gathered in his palm as he struck across the air. Boom. Puff, puff. Puff, the domineering divine power instantly broke the enchantment. At the same time, the two of them spat out blood. If you don't speak, I will destroy your cultivation. Young Master Di Tian shouted angrily. Come on then. Jing Yan sneered coldly without any fear on his face. Young Master, Hong Ji is one of the most beautiful women in the Panga domain. Many people in the Panga domain covet her. If you strip her naked and send her out, not only will she lose her reputation, but the reputation of the Ice Abyss Divine Luan will also be destroyed, Guardian Yao said with a cold smile. Shameless bastard. Hong Ji was furious. Her terrifying bloodline erupted as she was about to charge forward. Humph. Puff, young Master Di Tian snorted coldly. His domineering aura caused Hong Ji to spit out blood again. Guardian Yao, Hong Ji is yours. If she still doesn't speak, you can play with her as you wish. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. That's great. Thank you, young master. Guardian Yao rubbed his hands excitedly and revealed a perverted smile. He had been coveting Hong Ji for a long time and couldn't wait to sleep with her. You are worse than a pig or a dog. Bastard. Jing Yan scolded crazily. I'm going to kill you. Hong Ji was completely enraged, her cold killing intent exploding. Unfortunately, she was severely injured and couldn't resist at all. Even if she was at her peak, she wasn't a match for young Master Di Tian. Hee, if you don't speak honestly, then don't blame me. Little beauty, many people in the Panga domain covet your beauty. I didn't expect that the lucky person would be me. Guardian Yao said with a perverted smile. He immediately reached out and tore Hong Ji's clothes. Get lost. Don't come over. Hong Ji shouted angrily. She was extremely flustered. Guardian Yao. You bastard! Stop it! Jing Yan shouted angrily. He was furious when he saw Guardian Yao's lecherous eyes roaming around Hong Ji's body. Brat, what can you do to me? Guardian Yao sneered and kicked Jing Yan, causing him to vomit blood again. Young Master Di Tian's previous attack had already severely injured Jing Yan and Hong Ji. Now that Protector Yao had fallen asleep, Jing Yan couldn't even get up. Speak. I'll give you one last chance. Young Master Di Tian said with a gloomy face. He had already lost his patience. Young Master Di Tian needed to know Feng Wuchen's identity as soon as possible. If he had a powerful background, he would give up immediately. If he was just a small fry, he wouldn't hesitate to attack the ancient immortal world. Hong Ji was struggling in her heart. On one hand, it was someone her savior thought highly of. On the other hand, it was the reputation of her race. She couldn't choose. Speak. Young Master Di Tian shouted angrily. He activated his divine power and sucked Jing Yan over. If you don't speak, I'll kill him. Ancient God Hong Ji, I can't speak. Even if I die, I can't speak. Jing Yan said strenuously. Are you tired of living? Young Lord Di Tian glared at Jing Yan fiercely. Kill me if you have the guts. You've ruined the reputation of the great emperor. Jing Yan shouted angrily. His eyes were full of disdain. Brat! How dare you insult the young master? You're courting death. Guardian Yao shouted angrily and was about to kill Jing Yan. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying energy beam suddenly shot into the hall with an intense, ear-piercing sound. Boom! Young Master Di Tian's face turned cold. He waved his hand, and with a loud explosion, he forcefully sent the energy beam flying. Who's there? Guardian Yao shouted angrily. Great Emperor Yi Jun. Young Master Di Tian's expression turned sinister. Cold killing intent erupted. From the aura of that energy, young Master Di Tian could guess who it was. Yes, it was Great Emperor Yi Jun. Soon, Great Emperor Yi Jun, Do Hun, and Knight appeared in the hall. Emperor Yi Jun's terrifying aura scared the wits out of Guardian Yao's body. Great Emperor. Guardian Yao's face was filled with fear. He could feel that this terrifying aura was even more terrifying than young Master Di Tian's. Jing Yan and Hong Ji stared at Emperor Yi Jun's trio in astonishment. They had never seen Yi Jun and Knight before, except for the titled ancient god of fighting souls. Emperor Yi Jun? Guardian Yao was confused, but his expression soon changed as he exclaimed, Blood Demon Lord, the eldest disciple of the Sword Soul Emperor. What? Blood Demon Monarch? Hong Ji stared at Emperor Yi Jun. Hong Ji froze on the spot as if she was struck by lightning. She had nothing to do with Emperor Yi Jun. Why would Emperor Yi Jun bring people to save them? Jing Yan was also shocked and confused. What was going on, however, they soon thought of Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, they couldn't think of anyone else who would send people to save them. It was even more impossible for them to become enemies with young Lord Di Tian. All the major forces and experts in the Panga realm knew that becoming enemies with young Lord Di Tian was no different from courting death. The young lord of the Goody Shrine is such a shameless beast. You brought shame to Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong. Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong aren't as despicable and shameless as you. Yi Jun shook his head slightly and looked at young Lord Di Tian in disappointment. Young Lord Di Tian stared at Yi Jun viciously and said coldly, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. Emperor Yi Jun, do you really think that I'm no match for you? You're no match for me now. Don't forget that the bloodline you absorbed has been taken back. Yi Jun sneered. You. Young Lord Di Tian was furious, but he really didn't have the ability to fight Yi Jun now. After the power of the Dragon God's bloodline was taken back, young Lord Di Tian's cultivation dropped a lot. He was no match for Yi Jun at all. Young Lord Di Tian, let them go. Otherwise, all the major forces in the 36 heavens will know what the young lord of the Goody Shrine has done within 2 hours. I'm afraid the Goody Shrine can't afford to lose face like this. Du Hun grinned and sneered. Young Lord Di Tian's face twitched violently. He threw purifying flame out and growled, Get lost. Protector Yao wanted to say something, but when he saw young Lord Di Tian's terrifying expression, he was so scared that he swallowed his words. Senior brother, they're seriously injured. Du-hun frowned. Let's go, Yi-jun said indifferently. Before she left, she said, young Master Di-tian, you are far inferior to your father and grandfather. Shouldn't the young master of the ancient Emperor Immortal Palace be an open and above-board person? Why would you use such a despicable and shameless method? Yi-jun. Just wait and see. I'll definitely make you regret it. Young Lord Di-tian was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. As the young lord of the Goody Shrine, he was the center of attention wherever he went in the Pangu domain. When had he ever been humiliated like this? The more young Lord Di-tian thought about it, the angrier he became. A terrifying murderous aura burst out uncontrollably. Protector Yao was so scared that he wet his pants. This was the first time he saw young Lord Di-tian so angry. Young Lord, what should we do now? Should we report this to the Hall Master? Protector Yao asked carefully. He didn't dare to look at young Lord Di-tian. Protector Yao was even more anxious than young Lord Di-tian. How could he not be anxious when the cooked duck flew away? Protector Yao wasn't willing to let Hongji be rescued. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, he would have rushed forward. There wouldn't be a second chance like this. Shut up! Young Lord Di-tian shouted angrily. Young Lord Di-tian disdained to use such despicable methods, but he was forced to do so. Unfortunately, he still failed. However, young Lord Di-tian still had a hostage. Feng Wuchen's daughter, Xiaoxiao. Protector. Is the matter settled? Young Lord Di-tian asked with a voice transmission. His voice was filled with rage. Young Lord, the matter has been settled. She has been sent to the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen and the others don't know about it. Protector Yao replied respectfully. Protector Yao. Immediately bring a group of ancient gods to the ancient immortal world. Immediately nurture a group of experts. The faster the better. Also, get them to secretly capture Feng Wuchen's wife. Do it cleanly. Young Lord Di-tian ordered. Understood. Protector Yao replied respectfully. He immediately transformed and disappeared. Feng Wuchen, you forced me to do this. I want to see who you are. Young Lord Di-tian said fiercely. He clenched his fists. His fingernails dug into his flesh, but he didn't feel anything. Feng Wuchen's daughter was in his hands. Young Lord Di-tian didn't fear anyone behind Feng Wuchen. Xiaoxiao was Feng Wuchen's greatest weakness. Using this point, young Lord Di-tian wasn't afraid that he couldn't get the mysterious power he wanted. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't deal with Feng Wuchen. Xiaoxiao was forcefully taken away by a mysterious person, and the entire holy world was in an uproar. Mother Dragon and Xiaoqingqing were devastated, and they fainted on the spot. Long Tianqiu, Feng Jingxiong, and the others were about to go crazy. What should we do? What should we do? Think of something. Feng Jingxiong was so anxious that he could not calm down. Will something happen to Xiaoxiao? Long Tianqiu was extremely worried, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Little Xiaoxiao. Xiaoqingqing quickly regained her senses and cried bitterly. But because she was too emotional and sad, she fainted again. Madam. Feng Jingxiong was scared out of his wits. Xiaoxiao was taken away by a mysterious person, and Mother Dragon and Xiaoqingqing were unconscious. This made everyone even more anxious. That was Feng Wuchen's precious daughter. Who would not be afraid? Who would not be worried? However, they could only be anxious. There was nothing they could do. The Temple of Rakshasa and the Dragon God Temple were the two most powerful forces in the holy world. The mysterious person could forcefully take Xiaoxiao away from them and severely injure Long Tianqiu and many other top experts. He must be from the ancient immortal world or Pangu world. However, none of them had ascended, and no one from the ancient immortal world was in the holy world. They could not inform Feng Wuchen. They wanted to contact the emissary of order, but the emissary did not appear. Long Tianqiu and the others did not know that the Temple of Control had been controlled, and the emissary and the others were all imprisoned. In the end, when they ordered people to ascend, they almost died. This was because the situation was similar to Lu Qingyang's ascension. There was an even more terrifying force that bounced back. It completely cut off their way of contacting the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were completely unaware of Xiaoxia's capture. They also did not know that Xiaoxiao had been sent to the dimensional space. In the dimensional space, in the endless dark starry sky. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, where are you? Xiao Feng was wrapped in energy and was floating in the dimensional space. She was very afraid and kept crying. It was heartbreaking to hear. Xiao Feng was only 2 years old. If Ling Xiaoxiao knew about this, she would probably cry like crazy. For young Master Di Tian to be able to do such a thing, it could be seen how ruthless and heartless he was. Young Lord, why didn't you tell the Palace Lord about Emperor Yi Jun's interference? The head enforcer asked respectfully. This matter must be kept a secret. No one is allowed to speak of it. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. Understood. The Great Guardian replied respectfully. Swish. Swish. Right at this moment, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. Congratulations on breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, Big Brother. You will become the youngest Great Emperor in the Panga realm. The leading man laughed happily. Big Brother, you are so powerful. You have become a Great Emperor in such a short time. No wonder you are the top genius of the Panga realm. The Goody Divine Palace has another Great Emperor. Another man flattered. After knowing that Big Brother had become a Great Emperor, we rushed over immediately. Another man laughed happily. The 3 of them were Su Qing, Duan Zifeng, and Gu Qianshan. They were young Master Di Tian's best friends. 19th floor literature. The 3 of them, together with young Master Di Tian, could summon the wind and rain in the 36 heavens. Head enforcer, you may leave first. Young Master Di Tian waved his hand. Yes. The head enforcer disappeared. Sit. Young Master Di Tian smiled faintly and gestured for the 3 of them to sit. Big Brother, you didn't call us over immediately after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm to celebrate, right? Su Qing asked excitedly. He could already imagine the praises and envious gazes from the experts of the various factions under the luxurious banquet. How impressive would that be? Young Master Di Tian said indifferently, we will talk about the celebration later. I called you over because I have something important to discuss. Young Master Di Tian then told them about what had happened in the ancient immortal world. The cultivators of the ancient immortal world offended Big Brother? Duan Zifeng and the other 2 widened their eyes in shock. Were the cultivators of the ancient immortal world stupid? Were they kicked in the head by a donkey? Did they not know who they were? Did they not know how strong the Pangu world was? Did they not know how terrifying the great emperors were? Big Brother, did that Feng Wuchen eat the wrong medicine? Su Qing asked in a daze. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand where Feng Wuchen got his courage from. Under the 36 heavens of the Pangu world, no one dares to offend Big Brother. He is just a cultivator of the ancient immortal world, but he actually has the guts to do so. He is beyond powerful. Gu Qianshan couldn't believe it. Duan Zifeng glanced at young Master Di Tian and noticed that young Master Di Tian's expression was very ugly. With young Master Di Tian's personality, Duan Zifeng was very pure. If he could solve it with force, young Master Di Tian wouldn't have such a gloomy expression. Big Brother, someone who can make you angry and difficult to deal with, seems like this person is not simple. Duan Zifeng grinned. Second Brother is right. This person can summon titled ancient gods and great emperors. He has some background, but I can't find anything about it. Young Master Di Tian nodded slightly. Oh? Summon great emperors and titled ancient gods? No wonder he dared to offend Big Brother. Su Qing and Gu Qianshan finally understood. A cultivator of the ancient immortal world can summon great emperors? You can't find out his identity? Duan Zifeng frowned deeply, and his expression was very serious. Seeing Duan Zifeng's expression, young Master Di Tian said, Second Brother, you are smart and have many ideas. Tell me. Looking at young Master Di Tian, Duan Zifeng said seriously, I can see that Big Brother has decided to kill him. That's right. I definitely won't let him off. I have already captured his daughter and Great Emperor Yi. Great Emperor Yi Jun. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. His eyes narrowed, and ruthless killing intent flickered in them. If Great Emperor Yi Jun didn't make a move, young Master Di Tian wouldn't have to return in such a sorry state. Big brother, to be honest, this person isn't easy to deal with. I have never heard of any great emperor who is willing to work for a weakling, unless this weakling has the ability to make a great emperor fear him. Since Big Brother has decided to deal with this person, you have to be mentally prepared, Duan Zifeng said seriously. Second brother, is this Feng Wuchen so powerful? Su Qing didn't believe it at all. His bloodline power is extremely powerful, even stronger than my divine power. Grandfather and master said that before we find out his identity, I shouldn't provoke him. However, I can't take this lying down. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. The two great emperors said that? Su Qing and Gu Qianshan were stunned. Those were the true great emperors of the Panga world. They were actually afraid of the cultivators of the ancient immortal world. Of course, young Master Di Tian didn't mention the mysterious power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have revealed such a shocked expression. Duan Zifeng frowned, and his mind spun quickly. After a while, he said, Big brother, since we have already caught him, we should make good use of him. However, it's best that you don't show yourself. Why? Young Master Di Tian asked. Second brother is right. They don't have evidence. If they dare to slander us, we won't be easy to bully. Su Qing sneered. Haha. Second brother is smart. Gu Qianshan laughed. Young Master Di Tian frowned. If I don't show up, who will deal with Yi Jun? How will we take her power? Duan Zifeng smiled. Big brother, if the force behind Feng Wuchen can't threaten us, you can show up at any time and take the power. If they are stronger than us, we still have hostages. Big brother doesn't have to show up. Big brother, with second brother here, it will be solved. Don't worry. Su Qing smiled. Duan Zifeng was smart and good at strategizing. Young Master Di Tian nodded and said, I've already sent Guardian Yao to the ancient immortal world to train some experts and secretly capture Feng Wuchen's wife. Big brother, tell Guardian Yao not to alert the enemy. Come back as soon as possible and don't show up. Duan Zifeng said seriously. Okay. Young Master Di Tian nodded. Second brother, what should we do next? Gu Qianshan asked. Duan Zifeng grinned and said sinisterly, divert Feng Wuchen's attention and let him know that someone else is behind this. Let's get rid of Big Brother's suspicion. Second brother, is there a need to be so exaggerated? Get rid of Big Brother's suspicion? We are not weak. Is there a need to do this? Su Qing felt that Duan Zifeng was too serious. There was no need at all. As long as young Master Di Tian didn't interfere, there was no need to care about anything else. The Goody Divine Palace was terrifyingly powerful, and its forces were spread across the 36 levels of heaven. Even if Feng Wuchen had powerful experts or forces behind him, the Goody Divine Palace was not afraid. After all, it was the supreme existence of the 36 levels of heaven in the Panga realm. Third brother, the situation is different this time. If it is an ordinary opponent, we can take care of it at any time. Duan Zifeng frowned and said, if Great Emperor Di Wuyun and Great Emperor Tianzong are worried, we have to be careful. Young Master Di Tian said coldly, although it is not my intention to deal with Feng Wuchen in this way, I believe in second brother. Although young Lord Di Tian was very confident in his own strength, he wasn't someone who would do things his own way. Di Wuyun and Tianzong's words were still acceptable to young Master Di Tian. However, he didn't want to give up. He also didn't think that the expert behind Feng Wuchen was an undefeatable existence. Thank you for your trust, Big Brother. Duan Zifeng cupped his fists and smiled. Emperor Immortal Palace. Ling Xiaoxiao came out of the tenfold space and rushed to the main hall. Her face was full of anxiety and uneasiness. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao entered the main hall in a panic. Wife, what's wrong? Did you encounter any problems in your cultivation? Feng Wuchen asked. He could see that Ling Xiaoxiao was panicking. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was thinking of a way to deal with young Master Di Tian. No. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel very uneasy. I don't know what's going on either. It's very strong, and my heart hurts. Very uneasy? Heartache? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He immediately channeled the ancestor of soul power into Ling Xiaoxia's body to check. However, after checking, he didn't find anything wrong with Ling Xiaoxia's body. "Husband, I'm fine. I just feel very uneasy." "Something must have happened," Ling Xiaoxia said anxiously. She looked very helpless. "Wife, where is the uneasiness coming from?" Feng Wuchen frowned and asked. This was the first time Feng Wuchen saw Ling Xiaoxiao so panicked and uneasy. "Our daughter. Tell me directly that something happened to our daughter." "I can feel that our daughter is very scared," Ling Xiaoxiao said anxiously. Tears were flowing down her face. "Daughter?" Feng Wuchen's expression changed. "Husband, I also felt this uneasy before I ascended. It also happened to our daughter." "Husband, let's go back and take a look immediately. Otherwise, I won't be at ease," Ling Xiaoxiao said anxiously. She couldn't wait any longer. "Now that you mention it, I also have this feeling." "Let's go back immediately," Feng Wuchen said worriedly. Then, he disappeared with Ling Xiaoxiao in a flash. When Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao appeared again, they had already arrived at the temple of Rakshasa. "Father, mother, where's Xiaoxiao?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. Ling Xiaoxiao's voice instantly lit up the temple of Rakshasa. "Chen Xiaoxiao, you're finally back. Little Xiaoxiao has been taken away by a mysterious person," Xiao Qingqing shouted crazily and rushed out of the palace. "What?" Ling Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically. She said in a panic, "I knew something happened to Xiaoxiao." "Husband, what should we do?" "Young Master Di Tian?" Feng Wuchen's first guess was young Master Di Tian. Other than young Master Di Tian, no one in the sacred world and ancient immortal world dared to touch Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao has been captured. Your father and the others have been injured. The mysterious person is either from the ancient immortal world or Pangu world. It has been 4 hours. Quickly go and save her." Mother Dragon rushed out in a panic. When she saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, it was as if she saw her savior. "What? It has been 4 hours?" Ling Xiaoxiao almost fainted. Her heart was broken. "Chen quickly go and check. Quickly go and check." Feng Jingxiong said anxiously. He was angry and panicked. Everyone in the temple of Rakshasa came out of the palace. When they saw Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, they were relieved. Feng Wuchen's expression instantly became gloomy. Monstrous anger boiled in his heart. Someone actually dared to touch his daughter, damn it. Absolutely damn it. "Father, mother, don't worry. We will go back and check," Feng Wuchen quickly said and immediately left with Ling Xiaoxiao. In the spiritual space, the chaos blood eye has opened. The Chaos Xian fire beast opened his eyes and felt a terrifying power. What's going on? The Chaos Realm's power actually spread out. It is very violent. Feng Wuchen's anger is really terrifying. The power in his body is filled with monstrous anger. The Chaos Realm's power covered the power in his body. Is he going to be controlled by the Chaos Realm's power? The Chaos Xian fire beast said in shock. His eyes were filled with fear. My daughter has been captured. This kid is probably going to go crazy. At that time, I won't be able to block this mysterious power. The chaos blood eye can still suppress me. The Chaos Xian fire beast said in shock. The Chaos Xian fire beast could clearly feel Feng Wuchen's unimaginable anger. It was not as simple as being controlled by anger. It was even being controlled by the mysterious power of the Chaos Realm. After returning to the Emperor Immortal Palace in the ancient immortal world, Feng Wuchen immediately took out the ancient god ring and injected his bloodline into it. Ling Xiaoxiao was very anxious. Her tears kept falling. She kept muttering Xiaoxiao's name. She was extremely worried. Emperor Yijun, my daughter has been captured. Help me check on young Master Di Tian immediately. Feng Wuchen directly injected the information into the ancient god ring. Chaos Xian Fire Beast. Is young Master Di Tian in the ancient immortal world? Feng Wuchen asked again. His voice was filled with anger. No, no one from the Panga realm is in the ancient immortal world. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast replied. End of this chapter. Panga Realm's 36 Levels of Heaven. Emperor Yijun opened his eyes, and his face turned cold. Senior brother, what's wrong? Duhan asked in confusion. Feng Wuchen's daughter has been captured. He guessed that it has something to do with young Master Di Tian, so he asked us to investigate. I could tell that Feng Wuchen was furious. This young Master Di Tian is really shameless, Emperor Yijun said with a frown. Feng Wuchen's daughter? The titled ancient god turned pale with fright and said in shock, with Feng Wuchen's temper, if you touch his daughter, Feng Wuchen will definitely go crazy. Junior brother, do you know Feng Wuchen's temper well? Emperor Yijun asked. Not really. Duhan shook his head and said solemnly, Senior brother, what would you do if your daughter was captured? No matter who it is, they must die, even if they have to risk their lives, Emperor Yijun answered without hesitation. That's it, Duhan said solemnly. Feng Wuchen is ruthless when dealing with his enemies. If he doesn't eliminate them completely, he will burn their souls and torment them. Anyone who dares to touch his daughter will face consequences. I'm afraid that even young Master Di Tian won't be able to protect him. Feng Wuchen isn't afraid of young Master Di Tian at all. If he doesn't have a trump card, it's because no one has really angered him. His daughter is his reverse scale. If it's really young Master Di Tian, then he's dead. Duhan didn't know Feng Wuchen's temper, but he could guess that Xiaoxiao was Feng Wuchen's reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. I'll go take a look at the Goody Divine Palace, Emperor Yijun said solemnly and disappeared. Emperor Celestial Palace. Miao Qingqing and Lu Qingyang were furious when they heard that Xiaoxiao had been captured. Feng Wuchen immediately sent the Dragon Soul, Rakshasa, and all the members of the Thunder Shadow series to the ancient deity realm to investigate. At that very moment, Feng Wuchen was also mobilizing his longevity power to search for Xiaoxiao's life aura, but to no avail. The more fruitless it was, the more certain he was that someone from the Panga realm had captured Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen did not believe that anyone in the ancient immortal world would have the guts to touch his daughter. From the very beginning, Feng Wuchen had insisted that it was young Master Di Tian's doing. Husband, what should we do? If they are from the Panga realm, how can we save Xiaoxiao? Ling Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. After all, they could not go to the Panga realm. Don't worry, I've already asked Emperor Yijun and the others to investigate, Feng Wuchen comforted. If young Master Di Tian really captured Xiaoxiao, Emperor Yijun and the others will not be able to do anything to him, Jian Chou said angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, go to the Panga realm immediately and find out where my daughter is as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Okay. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast replied. It did not dare to offend the furious Feng Wuchen now. However, just as the chaotic Xian Fire Beast was about to head to the Panga realm, it suddenly sensed something and transmitted its voice. Feng Wuchen, your daughter is in the dimensional space. I just sensed the same bloodline aura as you. What? Dimensional space? Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned ferocious, and his monstrous anger completely erupted. Husband, what's wrong? Is there any news? Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying expression, Ling Xiaoxiao quickly asked. My daughter is in the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen said angrily, gritting his teeth. Blue veins popped out on his face, and a monstrous bloodthirsty killing intent erupted uncontrollably. Feng Wuchen was really angry. Feng Wuchen had been to the dimensional space before. It was a dark space that stretched as far as the eye could see. Feng Wuchen could imagine Xiaoxiao's fear and helplessness. Xiaoxiao was only 2 years old. To be caught in the dimensional space, it was simply torture for a child. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes flashed with bloody light. Must read room, take me there quickly. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and roared. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast did not dare to delay. It did not dare to provoke Feng Wuchen at this moment. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast immediately took Feng Wuchen and disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they were already in the dimensional space of the ancient immortal world. Woo woo woo, the first thing Feng Wuchen heard was a familiar cry. It was a cry of fear and helplessness. Feng Wuchen's heart was broken when he heard it. Tears rolled down his face, and his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Xiao! Feng Wuchen shouted and shot out. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao suddenly raised her head to look. Endless joy surged into her heart. To see her own father in this dark and deathly silent space was such a blissful thing. Xiao cried, "Father! Xiao, don't be afraid. Father is here. Father is here." Feng Wuchen said gently. Looking at Xiao's frightened and crying expression, Feng Wuchen's heart ached like never before. How cold-blooded and heartless was it to leave a 2-year-old child in this dark and deathly silent place? "Father!" Xiao is scared. Woo woo woo. Xiao hugged Feng Wuchen tightly and cried. "Xiao, don't be afraid. Father is here. Father is sorry for making you suffer. Father will bring you back to see mother now." Feng Wuchen comforted and gently stroked Xiao's head. "And, Xiao wants to see mother," Xiao said. Her fear had mostly disappeared. At this moment, Feng Wuchen would have completely lost control if it wasn't for family. The power of the chaotic world is getting more and more terrifying. The angrier Feng Wuchen is, the more terrifying this power is. The chaotic Xian fire beast is suppressing me. The chaotic Xian fire beast said in fear. "Feng Wuchen, the power on the surface of your daughter comes from the Pengu domain. Other than young Master Di Tian, no one should know about your daughter." The chaotic Xian fire beast transmitted its voice. "Feng Wuchen, you must control your anger and calm down. Otherwise, you will be devoured by this power." The chaotic Xian fire beast transmitted its voice again. Other than Xiao's voice, Feng Wuchen couldn't hear anything else. Swish! Feng Wuchen appeared with Xiao in a flash. "Little Xiao!" Ling Xiao cried out in joy and dashed over. "Mother!" Xiao cried. Ling Xiao hugged Xiao tightly in her arms and cried, "This is great. This is really great. You scared mother." Xiao. Miao Qingqing and Lu Qingyang were overjoyed and rushed forward one after another. However, the gazes of Long Shihun's group landed on Feng Wuchen. On the surface of Feng Wuchen's body, a faint white light actually appeared. No one knew what kind of posture that was. Jianqiu wanted to say something but was stopped by Shang Tong. Long Shihun and the others wore solemn expressions. They could tell that Feng Wuchen was extremely furious. "Chaotic Xian fire beast, I need your power." Feng Wuchen roared. Endless fury had already completely dominated Feng Wuchen. The Chaos Xian fire beast was very clear that if it went against Feng Wuchen now, the Chaos blood I would definitely suppress it and control it. Even the Chaos Xian fire beast was afraid of this terrifying mysterious power. Did Feng Wuchen not know? Did he not notice the existence of this power? Feng Wuchen, who had lost control, really did not notice the existence of this mysterious power, nor did he know that he was controlled by this mysterious power. Feng Wuchen only wanted to avenge his daughter. Feng Wuchen could not tolerate others sending Xiao into the dimensional space. He could not tolerate his daughter being bullied. Feng Wuchen's mind was filled with Xiao's fear and helplessness. Every time he saw it, Feng Wuchen felt a pain in his Dao heart. What kind of power is this? It actually completely covered my chaos divine power. The Chaos Xian fire beast was terrified. As the most terrifying beast in the chaos realm, it had never seen this kind of power. The mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body was very gentle. Even after obtaining the Chaos Xian fire beast's power, the mysterious aura did not fluctuate at all. "Father!" Xiao Feng called out in a childish voice. "Xiao good girl, father is going to catch the bad guy." Feng Wuchen grinned. At this moment, only Xiao Feng could let Feng Wuchen maintain a trace of rationality and sobriety when he lost control. "Husband." Ling Xiao saw Feng Wuchen's attitude for the first time. No one had seen this gentle white power before, nor could they sense how powerful this power was. However, they could feel that this gentle power was very terrifying. Feng Wuchen flew up lightly. Jianqiu frowned. "What is Lord doing? I haven't seen Brother Feng so angry in a long time. He is now completely controlled by a mysterious power, but he is still rational towards Xiao." Shan Tong frowned. The last time teacher was enraged was when Xiao was killed. However, teacher's rage is even more terrifying now, Zhang Junlan said. The Dragon Emperor frowned and said, after knowing Brother Feng for so long, this is the angriest I've ever seen him. High Lord is indeed very angry, he seems to have changed into a different person. Qiu Tian said in fear. This was the first time he saw Feng Wuchen so angry. Shan Tong and Zhang Junlan's words terrified Jian Chou and Qiu Tian. That was Feng Wuchen's daughter. How could Feng Wuchen not be angry? Can Feng Brat fight with the experts of Panga Realm? Long Shirtian's face was full of worry. Long Shirhan frowned deeply and said seriously, not necessarily. Feng Wuchen has never been afraid of Panga Realm. He might have a way. Boom, after Feng Wuchen floated into the sky, he suddenly stepped on the void. With a boom, his body turned into a bolt of white lightning and soared into the sky. What was Feng Wuchen trying to do? Crossing the tribulation? It didn't seem like it, and Feng Wuchen hadn't reached the realm of crossing the tribulation. Could it be that he wanted to force his way to Panga Realm? Just as everyone was puzzled, the next scene was unforgettable. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Feng Wuchen unleashed the terrifying power of the chaotic Xian fire beast and broke through the space of the ancient immortal world. A huge black hole appeared in the void. Feng Wuchen disappeared. Everyone in the Emperor Immortal Palace was so shocked and frightened that their mouths could be stuffed with a duck egg. How did Feng Wuchen do it? Even Qiu Tian, a true Immortal Realm expert, couldn't do it. Feng Wuchen was only a half-step Immortal Realm expert, yet he could break through the ancient Immortal World. How abnormal was this? What was Feng Wuchen doing by breaking through the space of the ancient Immortal World? Was he going to kill his way to Panga Realm? With such weak strength, wouldn't he be courting death? Maybe Emperor Yi Jun helped him. Long Shirhan guessed. Yes. That's right. Emperor Yi Jun must have helped him. Everyone also guessed that it had something to do with Emperor Yi Jun. That was the only explanation that made sense. After breaking through the ancient immortal world, Feng Wuchen came to the dimensional space. Without any hesitation, he charged forward. Rumble. In the first heaven of Panga Realm, a white lightning bolt suddenly shot up to the sky with a loud bang. It was Feng Wuchen. With the help of the chaotic Xian fire beast, Feng Wuchen rushed directly from the ancient immortal world to Panga Realm. The sudden explosion frightened many of the first stratum Xianxia. Because a huge black hole appeared in the space of Panga Realm. Feng Wuchen, this is the first heaven of Panga Realm, which is equivalent to a world. There are 35 worlds above it. The chaotic Xian fire beast's voice came. Boom. Feng Wuchen only stopped for a moment before he shot up to the sky again. Boom. A white lightning bolt broke through the second heaven under the shocked gazes of countless cultivators in the first heaven. The explosion resounded throughout the first heaven. Who is he? What kind of power is that? He actually broke through the second heaven. Isn't he a little too bold? The teleportation to the second heaven was directly destroyed. He seems to be from the lower world. How is this possible? Countless cultivators in the first heaven were shocked and terrified. That figure is Master. The emissary of order widened his eyes. How is this possible? The controller was dumbfounded. How dare you? How dare you break through the second heaven? Destroy the teleportation formation. A powerful ancient god shouted loudly as he chased after them at top speed. Ancient god Chu Shan. Someone is breaking through the second heaven. Stop this person. The pursuing ancient god immediately transmitted to the second heaven ancient god. Humph. Breaking through the second heaven? You're asking for death. Chu Shan said coldly. He had already sensed the commotion. A huge black hole appeared in the second heaven. How dare you? How dare you break through the second heaven? Chu Shan roared angrily. A terrifying aura erupted as his figure flashed out. Scram! Feng Wuchen roared. What? Chu Shan's expression changed. Boom, splat, white lightning shot into the sky. With a boom, Chu Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What kind of power is this? Chu Shan was terrified. In an instant, he, an ancient god, was heavily injured. An attack that could not be seen at all, a domineering and terrifying power that could not be felt at all. Boom, the next moment, Feng Wuchen broke through the second heaven and reached the third heaven. Boom. Boom. Boom, the enraged Feng Wuchen charged forward, breaking through every layer of heaven. No matter who tried to stop him, they were all swept away. Even titled ancient gods were powerless against him. Invincible. Invincible. The 33rd heaven. A majestic and imposing palace. Reporting to Great Elder, there is a person of unknown origin who has forcefully broken through every layer of heaven. Dozens of titled ancient gods and ancient gods have been severely injured. His strength is extremely terrifying, and he is currently heading towards the 33rd heaven. A person reported respectfully. Oh? Breaking through each heaven by force? The Grand Elder's face darkened as he coldly said, "This elder wants to see who dares be so impudent." Immediately pass down the order. Stop this person. Boom, in an instant, Feng Wuchen had broken through the 32nd heaven and reached the 33rd heaven. End of this chapter. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the huge impact caused the 33 levels of heaven to shake violently, and the sound of explosions reverberated throughout the space. Reporting to the Great Elder, "He's here." The person who made the report in the palace hall trembled. Humph. How dare he barge into the 33 levels of heaven? He doesn't take me seriously at all. The Great Elder frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Even the titled ancient gods and ancient gods can't stop him?" Another person appeared and reported in horror, reporting to Great Elder, "The titled ancient gods of the 30th, 31st, and 32nd heavens were all severely injured in an instant. Even the 3 red-colored titled ancient gods of the 32nd heavens can't stop him?" The Great Elder frowned again and disappeared. At that moment, Feng Wuchen was still soaring into the sky with an invincible attitude, intending to break through the 33 levels of heaven. Many experts were scared out of their wits. At the same time, many titled ancient gods chased after him. "How dare you?" An old and majestic voice shouted angrily. "Great Elder! Great! The Great Elder has made his move. This person barging into the 33 levels of heaven will definitely die." "That's right. The Great Elder has made his move. He is dead meat." The faces of the pursuing titled ancient gods were filled with excitement. The Great Elder of the 33 levels of heaven was a black-colored titled ancient god with terrifying strength. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. The Great Elder and more than 10 powerful titled ancient gods appeared at the same time, and a vast and majestic aura spread out. It was truly breathtaking. That kind of power could make countless cultivators in the 33 levels of heaven bow down and worship it. Just by standing there, it made people feel that they could not surpass it. "Those who block me will die." Feng Wuchen roared, and a domineering aura suddenly erupted. "Humph. I want to see what abilities you have to be able to enter the 33 levels of heaven," the Great Elder said coldly. He stretched out his palm and gathered a terrifying power. Swish, buzz. Buzz. A destructive azure palm print shot out, instantly expanding to hundreds of thousands of meters in size. It smashed towards Feng Wuchen with boundless suppressive force. Seeing this, many titled ancient gods became even more excited. It was as if they could see Feng Wuchen turning into ashes in an instant. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded once again. Boom. Buzz. A bolt of white lightning directly broke through the horrifying palm print and forcefully shattered the First Elder's palm print. What? The Great Elder and the others were shocked. What astonishing power! How is this possible? The Second Elder exclaimed in horror. His old face froze on the spot. He can actually break the Great Elder's palm. The other elders and experts were all dumbfounded. Even the black-colored titled ancient god was unable to deal with Feng Wuchen. Wasn't this too terrifying? "Great Elder, be careful!" The Second Elder shouted. However, Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. The Great Elder was only able to release one palm strike before he was too late to attack again. Furthermore, none of them had expected Feng Wuchen to have such terrifying power. "It's too late." The Great Elder's face was filled with shock. The Great Elder and the other terrifying titled ancient gods instinctively unleashed their full strength. At that moment, they all felt an extremely great threat. Boom! Puff, 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 in the next second there was a loud explosion. A bolt of white lightning flashed past, and the Great Elder and the others were sent flying while vomiting blood. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? The Great Elder was extremely terrified. He could not believe it. The black-colored titled ancient gods were unable to withstand a single blow. One black-colored titled ancient god, 3 white-colored titled ancient gods, and even the red-colored and gold-colored titled ancient gods were unable to withstand a single blow. How terrifying was this bolt of white lightning! The dozens of titled ancient gods who were watching the battle instantly became vegetative. A great emperor expert, everyone was aware of this. Only a great emperor-level expert could instantly injure so many powerful titled ancient gods. This elder actually dared to dream of contending against a great emperor. What a joke, the Great Elder said in fear. In front of a great emperor, no matter how strong a titled ancient god was, they were just ants. Even the Great Elder and the others couldn't withstand it? What kind of power is that? Why can't we see how strong it is? Ancient god Blood Cicada had arrived a step too late. He only saw that the Great Elder and the others were heavily injured and had no chance to act. Boom! A moment later, the white bolt of lightning broke through the 33rd heaven. The Great Elder and the others were all stupefied. What kind of monster was this? Who dares to break through the 34th heaven? Are they tired of living? Who is that brat? That white energy is extremely strange. I can't see how strong it is. Since he dares to break through the 34th heaven, he must be a great emperor expert. Not even the Great Elder can stop him. Let's not interfere. Is he trying to break through the 35th heaven? Feng Wuchen's appearance alarmed many of the peak experts of the 34th heaven. Under their shocked and incredulous gazes, Feng Wuchen fiercely broke through the 35th heaven. He really wanted to break through to the 35th heaven. Boom, a massive black hole appeared in the 34th heaven. The experts of the 34th heaven were all dumbfounded. That was a world where great emperors existed. Feng Wuchen had broken through from the first heaven to the 35th heaven. Did he really think that great emperors didn't exist? As expected, the moment Feng Wuchen stepped into the 35th heaven, he was targeted by 2 great emperors. This was because the loud collision had disturbed their cultivation. Who dares disturb this great emperor's cultivation? A cold and dignified roar echoed. How dare you? How dare you destroy this great emperor's cultivation ground? You must be tired of living, the other great emperor said coldly. The 2 great emperors gave chase. However, Feng Wuchen was extremely fast. What is he trying to do? Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't stop, one of the great emperors was stunned. Is he trying to break through the 36th heaven? The other great emperor was also dumbfounded, his expression incredulous. The 2 great emperors gave up on chasing. At the same time, many experts of the 35th heaven looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. They were all dumbfounded. Breaking through the 36th heaven was simply courting death. However, Feng Wuchen really did it. Boom, the white lightning instantly broke through the 35th heaven. He broke through the 36th heaven from the first heaven. This was a crazy feat that no one had ever done. However, Feng Wuchen really did it to avenge his daughter. Feng Wuchen, young Master Di Tian is at the 36th heaven. The Chaos Xian fire beast's voice sounded. After reaching the 36th heaven, Feng Wuchen's anger exploded, and his killing intent soared. Di Tian! Feng Wuchen roared crazily. The terrifying sound waves swept through the 36th heaven. This is Feng Wuchen's voice. How is this possible? Young Master Di Tian was stunned. Feng Wuchen had already sensed young Master Di Tian's life aura. Boom, Feng Wuchen stepped into the void, and with a loud boom, he shot towards the Goody Temple. End of chapter. This is Feng Wuchen's voice. That's right. It's Feng Wuchen's voice. He's furious. But why is he in Panga realm? This is the 36 levels of heaven. How could Feng Wuchen come to the 36 levels of heaven? In a palace, Do Hun, Yi Mu, Hong Ji, and the others all looked over in shock. How could a cultivator from the ancient immortal world come to the 36 levels of heaven, without undergoing the heavenly tribulation? one couldn't even step into the first level of Panga realm, let alone the 36 levels of heaven. Feng Wuchen? Emperor Yijun was shocked. He also heard Feng Wuchen's furious voice. At the same time, in the Goody Divine Palace, Di Wuyun, Tianzong, and everyone in the Divine Palace heard the furious voice. The palace master, elders, and many higher-ups came out of the palace. Everyone in the Goody Divine Palace appeared. He's coming for Tian'er. Di Wuyun frowned. The Tianzong Great Emperor sighed softly. Tian'er is in trouble again. This person's anger is very frightening. Although I can't feel his strength, his anger is extremely frightening. He has already lost his mind, but he still maintains a trace of rationality that is not under his control. This person's anger is terrifying. His strength is not simple, and his speed is terrifying. He'll be here soon. Di Wuyun nodded solemnly. All the forces and experts in the 36 levels of heaven heard Feng Wuchen's angry roar. Who is so arrogant? Everyone in the 36 levels of heaven heard his roar, right? He's got guts. Seems like he doesn't know how terrifying young Master Di Tian is. I heard that young Master Di Tian has reached the Great Emperor realm. He's one of the top geniuses in the 36 levels of heaven. How dare he offend young Master Di Tian? Unless he's Demon Soul Supreme's man, he'll definitely die. All the experts in the 36 levels of heaven thought that Feng Wuchen would definitely die. The Goody Divine Palace's strength was too terrifying. Young Master Di Tian's strength was too terrifying. Unless it was an emperor-level expert, no one would dare to offend young Lord Di Tian. All of them were great emperors, and they definitely wouldn't offend young Lord Di Tian easily. This person's strength is not simple. With such terrifying speed, he must be a great emperor. In a mysterious place, a great emperor said indifferently. The 36 heavenly layers have been peaceful for too many years. Young Master Di Tian seems to have gotten himself into a lot of trouble this time around. Another immortal emperor laughed. He's going for the Goody Shrine. He's got guts. We'll have a good show to watch, said another great emperor with a smile. Then, he disappeared. Only great emperor-level powerhouses could sense that Feng Wuchen was a great emperor. The Goody Divine Temple was a huge force. There were 60 to 70,000 people in the palace alone. For so many years, no one has dared to be presumptuous in front of the Goody Shrine. I'd like to see who it is. Come to the Goody Shrine and behave atrociously? Humph. He's courting death. He's coming for our young lord. Doesn't he know that our young lord has become a great emperor? No one in the Goody Shrine took Feng Wuchen seriously. Instead, they were gloating over his misfortune. Feng Wuchen was covered by a mysterious soft power. The chaotic Xian fire beast's terrifying power was also covered. They didn't know Feng Wuchen's cultivation level at all. He's here. The shrine master, Di Tianyan, frowned. He wasn't afraid at all. He was just curious about who it was. Di Wuyun and Tianzong, the two great emperors, appeared at this moment. Everyone could feel this terrifying rage. That kind of endless pressure almost made them suffocate. This surprised everyone in the Goody Shrine. Who could have such terrifying anger? Swoosh, a white lightning appeared. It was Feng Wuchen. Di Tian. Come out. Feng Wuchen roared crazily, ignoring everyone in the Goody Shrine. Di Wuyun, Tianzong, and the others were all sizing up Feng Wuchen. Which force's young lord was he? Hishu Network. No one had seen Feng Wuchen before. It was very strange. It's really Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? How could he come to the Panga realm? Emperor Yijun, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Feng Wuchen, dumbfounded. This was the 36th level of heaven. How did Feng Wuchen come here? Where did Feng Wuchen get the power to reach the 36th level of heaven? Emperor Yijun couldn't figure it out. I've never seen this person. Di Tianyan shook his head. An elder also shook his head and said, I don't know who he is. I can't tell his cultivation level. I've never seen such a soft power either. Di Wuyun shook his head slightly. He's not simple. Emperor Tianzong frowned. With their insight, they could naturally see that Feng Wuchen was extraordinary. However, they didn't expect that Feng Wuchen was the person that Di Tian had dealt with before. They didn't expect that Feng Wuchen was the master of that mysterious power. Di Tian. Come out. Feng Wuchen roared again. A person flashed over and said fiercely, Boy, how dare you? Don't you see that two of our great emperors are here? How dare you be so presumptuous? How dare you? Boom. Feng Wuchen blasted out a palm. With a boom, that person instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. His method was ruthless and merciless. Feng Wuchen killed someone. Feng Wuchen dared to kill someone from the Goody Shrine, and in front of two great emperors, the Shrine Master, and the elders. How arrogant was he? Did he not know the consequences of killing someone from the Goody Shrine? That was an insult to the two great emperors. Everyone from the ancient emperor shrine was stunned by what they had just witnessed. No one dared to believe that someone from the Panga realm would be so arrogant as to kill someone from the Goody Shrine in front of two great emperors. He dared to kill. Is he tired of living? How dare he kill someone in front of the two great emperors and the Shrine Master? Am I seeing things? He dared to kill our people. Everyone in the Goody Shrine was stunned at first. Then, like ants in a pot, they burst into an uproar. I'll say it again. Di Tian. Come out. Feng Wuchen roared crazily. His anger became more and more terrifying, and his murderous aura surged. Xiaxia's frightened and helpless expression in the dim space kept appearing in his mind. How dare you? How dare you kill someone from the Goody Shrine? A titled ancient god shouted angrily and was about to attack. Di Tianyan quickly stopped him. He looked at Feng Wuchen with a grave expression and asked, Who are you? What did Di Tian do wrong? What made you so angry? Didn't you hear what I said? Ask Di Tian to come out. Feng Wuchen roared angrily. Feng Wuchen dared to ignore Di Tianyan. Everyone in the Goody Shrine was furious. Di Tianyan's face darkened. He was the Shrine Master of the Goody Shrine, and Feng Wuchen did not show him any respect. Sir. Di Tianyan's face darkened. Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically. Tianyan. Di Wuyun and the great emperor of Tianzong were shocked. Feng Wuchen was too fast. They didn't even have time to react. Hall Master. Everyone in the Goody Divine Palace was terrified. Di Tianyan was a peak black titled ancient god. Even in the entire Pangu realm, this kind of terrifying strength was rare. However, none of them expected Feng Wuchen to capture Di Tianyan in an instant. Even a peak black titled ancient god could not dodge. This was AF * King Great Emperor level expert. Everyone in the Goody Divine Palace realized it. Brat. How dare you? The Goody Divine Palace will not forgive you, an elder shouted angrily. Let go of the Hall Master, another elder shouted angrily. The higher-ups of the Goody Divine Palace were furious. Di Wuyun signaled for everyone to be quiet. Provoking Feng Wuchen now would undoubtedly increase Di Tianyan's danger. Di Wuyun looked at Feng Wuchen and said seriously, Sir, please calm down. We can talk about it. Di Tian. Come out. Otherwise, I will kill everyone in the Goody Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. Even if Di Wuyun appeared, Feng Wuchen still ignored him. Arrogant. Very arrogant, even Di Wuyun dared to ignore him. How arrogant was he? Feng Wuchen was insulting Di Wuyun. The entire Goody Divine Palace was furious. But so what? The furious Feng Wuchen grabbed Di Tianyan's throat. Di Tianyan was almost suffocating. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. The peak black titled ancient god could not resist at all. However, young Master Di Tian still did not respond. He did not show up. Are you challenging my patience? Feng Wuchen said fiercely. He looked terrifying. Pfft. The overbearing attack made Di Tianyan spit out a mouthful of blood. Hall Master. The hearts of everyone in the Goody Divine Palace flew out. Stop. Di Wuyun turned pale with fright. His heart was burning with rage. As an Emperor Realm expert, not only did Feng Wuchen not give him face, he even injured his son in public. This was going too far. Aren't you looking down on the Goody Temple too much? The great Emperor of Tianzong finally spoke. His old face had turned extremely ugly. Originally, he had planned to turn the big issue into a small one, but Feng Wuchen did not give him any face, nor did he plan to turn the big issue into a small one. Boom. Pooh. Feng Wuchen punched Di Qianyan in the chest. The overbearing power once again made Di Qianyan spit out blood. His body turned into a black line and burst out. Qianyan. Di Wuyun and Tianzong's faces turned pale with fright. They did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so overbearing. Boom boom boom. Di Qianyan's body directly pierced through several towering palaces, and he was seriously injured on the spot. This was Feng Wuchen's answer. He was as arrogant as he wanted to be. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Goody Temple was dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen really dared to attack, too overbearing. He did not take Di Wuyun and Tianzong seriously at all. He did not even take them seriously. Feng Wuchen really did not take them seriously. He had been ignoring them since the beginning. Feng Wuchen only had one goal today, and that was to kill young Master Di Tian. Whoever tried to stop him would die. Rotten Book Network. It was that simple. Great Emperor, kill him quickly. That's right. Kill him. This brat did not take the two great emperors seriously at all. This is an insult to the two great emperors. The Goody Temple will not allow anyone to be so presumptuous. Great emperors. Kill him quickly. Everyone in the Goody Temple was furious. They could not wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Di Tian. I will say this for the last time. Come out. Otherwise, I will destroy the entire Goody Temple. Feng Wuchen roared. His face was still ferocious and his eyes were still red. His anger was getting more and more terrifying. The energy that came from the Chaos Realm in Feng Wuchen's body had completely dominated Feng Wuchen. It looked like he was using the power of the Chaos Xian Fire Beast, but the surface of his body was that mysterious energy. What is wrong with this brat? The more furious he is, the more terrifying the mysterious energy will be to suppress me through the Chaos Blood Eye. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast was terrified. At that moment, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast was completely under the control of the Chaos Blood Eye. Feng Wuchen's every move was closely related to the Chaos Blood Eye. Shameless boasting. How dare you say that you will destroy the entire Goody Temple? Red, gold, white, and black titled ancient gods, listen up. Kill him. The Great Elder could not take it anymore. He roared and gave the order. Back off. Don't throw your lives away. Tianzong Emperor said. How could those titled ancient gods contend against a great emperor-level expert? Everyone in the Goody Temple was excited when Tianzong Emperor said that. Lord Tianzong, this brat is dead meat. Lord Tianzong, teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Let him know the power of the Goody Temple. Lord Tianzong. Kill him. Let him know the consequences of his arrogance. Everyone in the Goody Temple was cursing. They all wanted Tianzong Emperor to kill Feng Wuchen. How could they allow Feng Wuchen to trample on the dignity of the Goody Temple? The Tianzong Grand Emperor floated out slowly. His domineering aura spread out. As a member of the ancient Emperor Shrine, he could not tolerate being bullied. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Tianzong Emperor said, the Goody Temple treated you with respect, but you killed our people and injured our temple master indiscriminately. The dignity of the Goody Temple cannot be trampled on. How can I let you be so arrogant? Buzz. Buzz, an extremely domineering divine power suddenly erupted. Wild winds howled, and a soul-stirring aura swept out like a tsunami. Swish, however, at this moment, a black figure suddenly flashed and appeared. What? Tianzong Emperor's face changed. What kind of speed is this? I didn't notice it at all. Di Wuyun was shocked, and his face stiffened. At this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. The elders and higher-ups of the Goody Temple were also shocked. They did not notice it at all. It was so fast that they could not comprehend it. So what if I trampled on you? Is the Goody Temple very powerful? Do you believe that I will destroy the Goody Temple? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he stared at Tianzong Emperor. At that moment, Tianzong Emperor was scared out of his wits. He felt powerless and could not move. He felt like he was being stared at by a terrifying demon. Even his soul was trembling. What kind of terrifying eyes were those? Boom, poof, Feng Wuchen threw out a punch. His fist was covered in white light. With a loud explosion, Tianzong Emperor spat out blood as his body turned into a black line and shot out. Boom! 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 Under the shocked gazes of the people of the Goody Temple, Tianzong Emperor pierced through more than a dozen palaces. Swish, boom, poof, in the next second, there was another explosion. Tianzong Emperor spat out blood again. His body turned into a black line and shot into the sky with the power of heaven and earth. Boom, poof, there was another explosion. The Tianzong Grand Emperor spat out blood and fell from the sky like a meteorite. He smashed into the square of the ancient Emperor Temple and pierced a hole in it. Buzz! Buzz! The entire Goody Temple was shaking violently. The square and the surrounding palaces were all in ruins. What kind of power is this? It can completely suppress my divine power. Emperor Tianzong was shocked. He had never seen such a domineering and mysterious power. His power and speed are completely above mine. He's not any weaker than the ancient great emperor of 10 directions. Who is he? Emperor Tianzong was terrified. Emperor Tianzong did not expect himself to be defeated so quickly. He also did not expect Feng Wuchen's power to be so terrifying. How is this possible? Di Wuyun was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. The heavily injured Di Chenyan and the elders were also stunned. Everyone in the Goody Temple was stunned. That was Emperor Tianzong, the most powerful great emperor after the great emperor of 10 directions, a true top expert. He had once suppressed the 9 transcendental transcendents of the 36 heavens all by himself, making them unable to raise their heads. He had once fought 2 great emperors and defeated them all by himself. Emperor Tianzong's battle with the 2 great emperors made him famous in the 36 heavens. At the same time, he was the most powerful being in the Goody Temple and the symbol of the temple's power. In the entire Panga realm, there were only a handful of experts who could fight Emperor Tianzong. Only the great emperor of 10 directions and the ancient great emperors had the power to fight Emperor Tianzong. But even such a powerful Emperor Tianzong could not fight back in front of Feng Wuchen. He even vomited blood after being punched by Feng Wuchen. After a few punches, Emperor Tianzong was already heavily injured. In the entire Panga realm, there were very few experts who could injure Emperor Tianzong with one punch. This kind of impossible thing actually happened. At this moment, the entire Goody Temple was dead silent. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was a demon. Those with weaker cultivation were all paralyzed on the ground, their faces pale. It was too terrifying, even Di Wuyun was stunned. Who was this Feng Wuchen? How could he possess such terrifying strength? Why had they never seen such a young expert before? Are you kidding me? Where did Feng Wuchen get such terrifying power from? Emperor Yijun instantly fell into a vegetative state. It was too unbelievable. It was too shocking. Is this the strength of the Goody Shrine? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Anyone could hear the contempt in his words. So what if he looked down on him? He was able to injure the Tianzong Emperor with a single punch. Who would dare to object? Feng Wuchen single-handedly suppressed the entire Goody Shrine. What kind of terrifying existence did young Lord Di Tian provoke? The cold voice suddenly woke up the people of the Goody Divine Temple. Lord Tianzong. The higher-ups of the Goody Shrine cried out in panic. Di Wuyun said anxiously, quickly go and check on Tianzong's injuries. Great Emperor, Lord Tianzong's injuries are very serious. Someone shouted in fear. Boom, it was like a bolt from the blue. The people of the Goody Shrine panicked. Everyone's mind went blank. Other than fear, there was nothing else. The strongest Tianzong Emperor had been defeated. Although Di Wuyun was also a great emperor, he was weaker than the Tianzong Emperor. If the Tianzong Emperor couldn't withstand a single punch, Di Wuyun was even worse. He wasn't Feng Wuchen's match at all. Chapter 51, Aesthetic. Who else in the Goody Shrine could go against Feng Wuchen? The young lord of the Goody Shrine is hiding and not daring to come out. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Monstrous anger enveloped the Goody Shrine. Who are you? How did Di Tian offend you? Can't you make this a small matter? Di Wuyun suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. The Tianzong Emperor had been defeated instantly. Di Wuyun knew that he wasn't Feng Wuchen's match. But as the old shrine master of the Goody Shrine, he wouldn't retreat in this dangerous situation. He couldn't ruin the reputation of the Goody Shrine. Feng Wuchen glanced at Di Wuyun coldly. With just a glance, Di Wuyun felt a terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Feng Wuchen walked towards Di Wuyun step by step. With each step, the pressure Di Wuyun felt increased tenfold. Feng Wuchen took a step. It was done in an instant, but Di Wuyun felt like 1,000 years had passed. The Goody Shrine was dead silent. You could even hear a pin drop. Everyone in the Goody Shrine was nervous. Their eyes were filled with fear. They all held their breaths. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying crisis the Goody Shrine had ever faced. Slap, Feng Wuchen arrived in front of Di Wuyun and looked at him expressionlessly. Then, he suddenly slapped Di Wuyun. With a crisp slap, Di Wuyun's face swelled up. It was so fast that Di Wuyun didn't even see Feng Wuchen move. The crisp sound was heard by everyone in the Goody Shrine. Everyone in the Goody Shrine was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs almost flew out. They even felt their souls fly out of their bodies. Di Wuyun was slapped in the face, humiliation. Great humiliation. Di Wuyun was terrified and furious. As a great emperor, when had he ever been slapped in the face by a junior? Slap, poof. Before Di Wuyun could get angry, Feng Wuchen slapped him again. The speed and power were even more terrifying. Di Wuyun spat out a mouthful of blood and a few old teeth flew out. Di Wuyun's face was red and swollen. His anger was completely extinguished. Too terrifying, he couldn't see at all, his god power was completely suppressed. He couldn't control it, this was what scared Di Wuyun the most. No wonder Tianzong Great Emperor lost so badly, with his power completely suppressed, he couldn't use it at all. Who could win against him? Great Emperor! Everyone in the Goody Shrine screamed in panic. After 2 slaps, Di Wuyun was silent. Di Tian. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, everyone in the Goody Shrine will die. Feng Wuchen's bone-chilling and bloodthirsty voice entered the ears of everyone in the Goody Shrine. What? Everyone in the Goody Shrine was scared out of their wits. They all felt a cold aura shoot up from their feet to their heads. Their blood froze. Was Feng Wuchen joking? No. He was definitely not joking. 3 punches to severely injure Tianzong Great Emperor. 2 slaps to the face, and Di Wuyun didn't even dare to fart. Feng Wuchen would joke? 1. Feng Wuchen said coldly. It was only the first count, but everyone in the Goody Shrine felt as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. 2. Feng Wuchen said coldly. On the second count, everyone in the Goody Shrine felt endless fear and despair. They felt as if the entire world had fallen into endless darkness. There was only fear and despair. 3. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A terrifying bloodthirsty aura burst out and engulfed the entire Goody Shrine. It felt as if a great demon king had descended, everyone was suffocating. Feng Wuchen, I didn't expect you to come to the Panga realm. I also didn't expect you to have such great power. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. Young Master Di Tian's voice rang out. Feng Wuchen's anger was ignited once again. His murderous aura turned into a blood-red tornado. Soon, young Master Di Tian walked out of a palace. Everyone in the Goody Shrine looked at young Master Di Tian. Young Master Di Tian stared coldly at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Young Master Di Tian only came out now because he was cultivating. At this moment, young Master Di Tian's strength was much stronger than before. Di Tian, are you prepared to suffer my wrath? Feng Wuchen said coldly as he stared at young Master Di Tian with his blood-red eyes. Anyone who saw that kind of terrifying gaze would feel a deep sense of fear. Tian, do you know what trouble you've caused? Your master is severely injured, and so is your father. What happened? Di Wuyun asked in a low voice. His red and swollen face was extremely ugly. At this moment, the severely injured Great Emperor Tianzong flew over. His face was extremely pale. Seeing that Great Emperor Tianzong was severely injured and his grandfather's face was red and swollen, young Master Di Tian's face was extremely gloomy. Grandfather, Master, he is the person I was talking about, young Master Di Tian said coldly. What? Great Emperor Tianzong and Di Wuyun's faces changed as they looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. No wonder he had such terrifying strength that could completely suppress their god power. This mysterious power was much more terrifying than they had imagined. What shocked them even more was that Feng Wuchen was actually from the ancient immortal world. He had rushed all the way from the first heaven to the 36th heaven. That person? Di Qianyan and the others were confused. They didn't know what young Master Di Tian was talking about. However, Di Qianyan and the others saw Di Wuyun and Great Emperor Tianzong's shocked and terrified expressions. To be able to make the two great emperors so terrified, it showed how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Di Tian, since you've appeared, I'll tell you that you shouldn't have touched my daughter. No one can save you today. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His terrifying murderous aura had already locked onto young Master Di Tian. Daughter? Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong's faces changed drastically. No wonder Feng Wuchen was so furious. So it was because young Master Di had taken the initiative to seduce Feng Wuchen's daughter. Di Qianyan and the people of the Goody Divine Hall were also stunned. How big of a disaster was this? Feng Wuchen, you were able to come to the Panga realm, rush from the first layer of heaven to the 36th layer of heaven, and even injure my teacher. It seems like that mysterious force is helping you. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. He was not afraid of Feng Wuchen's killing intent. But have you ever thought that this is the 36th heaven of the Panga realm? The most powerful forces and experts in the Panga realm are all in the 36th heaven. A single word from the Goody Divine Temple can summon so many experts from the 36 heavens. Do you really think you can do anything to the Goody Divine Temple by yourself? You're too naive. You're like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. You're courting death. Yes, this was the 36th heaven, only the most powerful forces and experts in the Panga realm were qualified to set foot in the 36th heaven. The Goody Divine Temple was a super powerful force in the 36th heaven. It had two great emperors, and Great Emperor Tianzong had suppressed the 9 forces by himself. With the connections of the Goody Divine Temple, how could they be afraid of Feng Wuchen? This was the confidence of young Master Di Tian. In young Master Di Tian's view, Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly walking into a trap. He could take this opportunity to seize the mysterious force and take everything from Feng Wuchen. Tian, do you still want to touch him? Great Emperor Tianzong's old face suddenly changed. His heart beat wildly, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged into his heart. Great Emperor Tianzong knew better than anyone how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Doggy, he was definitely an existence that could not be provoked. Once provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. But all of this seemed to be unchangeable. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's anger surged crazily. His bone-chilling voice made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Before he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared in front of young Master Di Tian. His terrifying speed and terrifying gaze scared young Master Di Tian so much that he took a few steps back and broke out in cold sweat. Realizing that he had made a fool of himself, young Master Di Tian was enraged. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen, don't think that you are amazing just because you have this mysterious force. Don't think that you can deal with me just because you defeated my master. Don't underestimate my strength. Strength? Feng Wuchen's face suddenly became ferocious. He roared, you think you can do whatever you want just because you have strength? Today, I will show you what strength is. Young Master Di Tian's words made Feng Wuchen think of Long Tianqiu and the others being injured. He thought of Long Qinghun and Long Qing's strength being devoured. He thought of Xiaoxiao being sent to the dimensional space. His monstrous fury once again flared up. Boom! Feng Wuchen suddenly shot out with an ear-piercing boom. His speed was extremely fast. Tian, be careful! Di Wuyun exclaimed and immediately shot out at full speed. However, Feng Wuchen's speed was too fast. Di Wuyun could not make it in time. Divine power destruction. Young Master Di Tian roared furiously. Feng Wuchen, I will show you my true strength. Buzz, buzz. Terrifying divine power erupted like a volcano, crazily spewing out. The 36 layers of sky shook violently and collapsed. Feng Wuchen took back his bloodline. Di Tian's strength has returned to its original level. Emperor Yi Jun, who was hiding in the dark, muttered to himself. However, in the next second, young Master Di Tian's expression changed drastically. Boom. PFFF. Faced with the divine power destruction, Feng Wuchen directly punched out. His fist was covered in white light and had the power to destroy everything. It forcefully shattered young Master Di Tian's divine power destruction. The fist landed on young Master Di Tian's chest. The terrifying and domineering power caused young Master Di Tian to spit out blood. His body shot out like a cannonball, destroying dozens of palaces along the way. How is this possible? The divine power destruction could not destroy his attack. It can even completely suppress my divine power. Young Master Di Tian was shocked. The terror of the mysterious power was even more terrifying than young Master Di Tian had imagined. Tian Di Wuyun and the Tianzong Arch were both shocked. Everyone in the Goody Divine Palace was filled with shock and fear. Their mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. That was terrifying. Against the arch experts, he could kill them with one punch. Who the F***ck could stop such a terrifying expert? The mysterious power is even stronger than I imagined. Young Master Di Tian's voice sounded. Boom. Young Master Di Tian shot up into the sky. His injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. Body of rebirth. Feng Wuchen, you really shouldn't have come to the Panga realm. Young Master Di Tian sneered. As he spoke, an identical young Master Di Tian appeared. The aura of the split body was exactly the same as the original body. It was equivalent to two young Masters Di Tian. Because the Panga realm will be your burial ground. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. Then, the original body and the split body shot out at the same time. How dare you touch my daughter? I'll take your life. Feng Wuchen's words caused everyone in the Goody Temple to explode as if they were struck by lightning. Feng Wuchen was here to kill young Master Di Tian. You're shameless. Young Master Di Tian shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen extended his right hand and pointed his palm at young Master Di Tian. In the next second, young Master Di Tian, who was charging at him, stopped. He could not control his body at all. What's going on? Why can't I move? Young Master Di Tian was shocked. This is time power. Great Emperor Tianzong exclaimed. Where Tian'er is, time has stopped. Di Wuyun was shocked as well. How is this possible? Di Qianyan and the others were dumbfounded. No one expected Feng Wuchen to have time power. God power that could control time. How were they supposed to fight against such a terrifying power? Feng Wuchen floated over slowly. He stared at young Master Di Tian coldly and said, I've said it before. No one can save you today. Stop. Di Wuyun suddenly roared and immediately shot out. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and Di Wuyun was instantly immobilized. What kind of domineering power was this? Di Tian or Goody Temple? Choose one. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words were bone-chilling and did not contain any human emotions. What's your relationship with the ancient time emperor? Great Emperor Tianzong quickly asked. I don't know him. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Boom, Feng Wuchen punched young Master Di Tian's split body and destroyed it on the spot. Everyone from the ancient emperor shrine was dumbfounded by what they saw. Although young Master Di Tian was not as strong as Great Emperor Tianzong and Great Emperor Di Wuyun, his strength was still terrifying. Feng Wuchen destroyed the split body with one punch. How terrifying was that? Not only that, but the time power also disappeared in that instant. It was clear that Feng Wuchen's punch was even more terrifying than the time power. Di Wuyun and Great Emperor Tianzong saw it. The Goody Temple's higher-ups saw it as well. They were even more shocked. This person was even more terrifying than the Time Emperor, even more terrifying than the Time Emperor. What did this mean? It meant that Feng Wuchen had surpassed the Great Emperor level. This is how you'll end up. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His fist flashed with white light again. Feng Wuchen, do you think I'm scared? You want to kill me? Dream on. Young Master Di Tian said darkly. The strength of the ancient Emperor Immortal Palace is not something you can contend with. Goody Wuyun. And Feng Wuchen retracted his power and said coldly, "Then I'll give you a chance. I want to see who can stop me from killing you. You'll regret it soon. All of your power will become my power." Young Master Di Tian laughed coldly. It was as if he could already see Feng Wuchen's tragic end. "Grandfather! Hurry up and summon the 3 guest elders of the Goody Temple," young Master Di Tian said hurriedly. Di Wuyan's face was extremely solemn. He was very unwilling to become Feng Wuchen's enemy. But now that Feng Wuchen wanted to kill Di Tian, how could he sit by and do nothing? Feng Wuchen's power was terrifying. They were no match for him alone. If they invited the 3 guest elders to join forces, they might have a chance of winning. That's the only way. Great Emperor Tianzong frowned. Di Wuyun immediately summoned the 3 guest elders. Soon, the 3 guest elders appeared. They emitted a terrifying aura. The 3 elders were all great emperors. The appearance of the 3 guest elders caused the entire Goody Temple to be overjoyed. They would definitely win this battle. "Elders, the Goody Temple is in danger. Please help us," Di Wuyun said solemnly. "By Chinese network, of course." An elder nodded. "Even Great Emperor Tianzong is severely injured. It seems like this kid is very powerful." Another elder said solemnly. He didn't dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Young Master Di Tian laughed coldly and said, "Feng Wuchen, do you see this? This is the true power of the Goody Temple." The Goody Temple had 3 great emperors and 3 guest elders. There were a total of 6 great emperors. In the entire Pengu world, there weren't many transcendental forces that had 6 great emperors, with such terrifying power. It was no wonder that young Master Di Tian was so confident and arrogant. "Only the 3 of them?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He seemed to think it was too little. That was 3 great emperors, each of them was a top expert in the 36 levels of heaven. They could make the entire Pengu world tremble with a stomp of their feet. Di Tian's words were filled with contempt, which angered the 3 guest elders. "Humph! What an arrogant kid!" One of the guest elders shouted angrily. He immediately unleashed his terrifying divine power. Another elder shouted angrily, "You brat! You are courting death." One-on-one, they admitted that they were no match for Feng Wuchen. However, with 6 great emperors working together, they might not be able to defeat him. Buzz buzz. Waves of terrifying divine power burst out, and the entire 36 heavens shook and collapsed. "Feng Wuchen! Die!" Young Master Di Tian shouted angrily and shot out first. Di Wuyun and the 3 guest elders also attacked. Great Emperor Tianzong was severely injured and could only react according to the situation. With 5 great emperors working together, that kid will definitely die. Everyone in the Goody Temple was excited. They had never seen such an exciting scene with 5 great emperors working together. However, in the next second, the ecstatic expressions of the people from the ancient emperor shrine froze. They were even petrified. Boom! 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 Di Wuyun and the 3 guest elders instantly closed in on Feng Wuchen. However, before they could attack, they were suddenly sent flying. They had no idea what had happened. They didn't even see Feng Wuchen attack. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. He's even faster than before. Great Emperor Tianzong was dumbfounded. His pale face turned to stone. How is this possible? Di Qianyan looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. At this moment, Di Qianyan felt that Feng Wuchen was even scarier than Demon Soul Paragon. Everyone in the Goody Temple was shocked again. Swish! 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 Boom! 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 In less than half a second, Di Wuyun and the 3 guest elders suddenly spat out blood and were sent flying again. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. Di Wuyun and the 3 guest elders were already severely injured. The 4 great emperors couldn't even withstand a single blow. Before young Master Di Tian could react, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of him. Young Master Di Tian's face turned green. A terrifying chill rushed from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Is the Goody Temple very powerful? Can 3 great emperors change anything? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was extremely domineering. If I say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. No one can save you. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. His aura of supremacy erupted. Boom. Pooh. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Killing Di Tian. Di Wuyun, Tianzong's great emperor, and Di Qianyan cried out in horror. Their eyes almost popped out. Young master. The entire Goody Temple was dumbfounded. For great emperors were severely injured, and young master Di Tian's heart was pierced. No one could accept such an outcome. Was the Goody Temple that weak? No, the Goody Temple's strength was definitely terrifying. It was just that Feng Wuchen's strength was even more terrifying. Is this the strength you were talking about? Didn't you say it wouldn't be easy to kill you? Why do I feel like it's easier than killing an ant? Feng Wuchen's face was full of disdain. Feng Wuchen really did kill a great emperor as easily as killing an ant. This is impossible. Young Master Di Tian looked at his heart in horror. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen's fist could penetrate his armor and great emperor's body. The young master's armor is. The upper echelons were in disbelief. That was an 8-star Pangu artifact. It was a super powerful defensive armor. And yet, Feng Wuchen could penetrate it with a single punch. How terrifying was his strength. You shouldn't have touched my daughter. Do you know why I gave you a chance? It's because it's too easy for you to just kill you. I want you to die in fear. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He slowly retracted his fist. His arm was already dyed red with blood. Young Master Di Tian fell slowly. His life force was fading rapidly. What kind of power is this? Why can't so many great emperors defeat him? I should have listened to Grandpa and Master. I shouldn't have provoked him, young Master Di Tian thought to himself. He was already regretting it. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Now that he had touched Feng Xiaoxiao, it was too late to not provoke her. Young Master Di Tian didn't expect Feng Wuchen's revenge to be so swift. Guardian Yao had just started to gather the ancient immortal world's experts. He hadn't even helped them improve their cultivation bases, nor had he attacked Ling Xiaoxiao, and Feng Wuchen had already arrived. Now that the Goody Temple's great emperors were heavily injured, young Master Di no longer had any trump cards that could threaten Feng Wuchen. Tian. Di Qianyan cried. Tian. Di Wuyun cried in fear. He could feel young Master Di's life force fading away. But this wasn't the end. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and young Master Di Tian's soul flew out. Young Master Di Tian screamed in pain. Not just anyone can touch my daughter. If I say you're dead, you'll never be revived. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Young Master Di Tian shouted in fear, Feng Wuchen, stop. Don't kill me. Don't kill me Tian, Di. Please spare Di Tian's life. Di Wuyun hurriedly pleaded. Di Tian swallowed my people's bloodline to help the ancient immortal world's cultivators improve their cultivation. He wanted to kill my dragon soul and steal my power. He even sent my 2-year-old daughter to another dimension. Do you think I can spare him? Feng Wuchen asked. If he could spare young Master Di, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have gone crazy. He wouldn't have risked not being able to ascend to Pangu's world and used the chaotic Xian fire beast's power to rush from the first heaven to the 36th heaven. He was risking his own future and the Tao of the reincarnation pagoda. Feng Wuchen's words shut Di Wuyun up. The Tianzong Great Emperor and Di Qianyan were also speechless. Young Master Di Tian had stabbed the heavens. Not to mention Feng Wuchen, if it was anyone else, they wouldn't let young Master Di Tian off. Young Master Di Tian had only himself to blame. If your soul is destroyed, you won't be able to be reborn. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Feng Wuchen, old man is willing to pay with his life. Please spare Tianer's life. Di Wuyun knelt down and begged. Great Emperor Di Wuyun knelt down. Feng Wuchen, we are willing to bear all the consequences of Tianer's mistake. We only hope that you can spare his life. Di Qianyan also knelt down. They couldn't win against Di Tian in terms of strength. They could only kneel down and beg. You touched my daughter. It doesn't matter who begs. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Then, he clenched his fist. "Grandfather, save me! Master, save me!" Young Master Ditian screamed in despair. He could clearly feel the aura of death. "No! Feng Wuchen, stop!" Young Master Ditian screamed in fear. Boom! Buzz! The terrifying soul power destroyed young Master Ditian's soul mercilessly. "Tian Di Wuyun and Di Qianyan screamed in grief. "Tian soul has disappeared," Great Emperor Tianzong said in a daze. Grief filled his heart. Everyone in the Goody Shrine was dumbfounded. Young Master Ditian was really killed. Moreover, it was in front of 6 great emperors. In the face of such terrifying power, they were helpless. They could only watch as young Master Ditian was killed. This was Dongfeng Xiaxia's fate. A dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it was equivalent to death. Xiaoxia was Feng Wuchen's reverse scale. "Whoever dares to touch my daughter, Ditian will be their example," Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. His powerful aura suppressed everyone in the Goody Shrine. It was extremely domineering. He looked at Di Wuyun and the others coldly. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "My name is Feng Wuchen. I came from the ancient immortal world. If you want to take revenge for him, come and find me. But I have to remind you that if you dare to touch my daughter, I will destroy your Goody Shrine." Di Wuyun and Great Emperor Tianzong did not dare to do anything. Young Master Ditian had caused such a huge mess. It was already fortunate that Feng Wuchen did not harm the Goody Shrine. How would they dare to take revenge on Feng Wuchen? Moreover, they were not Feng Wuchen's match. After killing young Lord Ditian, Feng Wuchen's anger subsided quite a bit. "Feng Wuchen, leave quickly." Such a huge commotion must have alerted Demon Soul Paragon's men. The chaos mysterious fire beast's voice came. Swish! Feng Wuchen did not stay. He disappeared. The Goody Shrine was filled with fear. The air was filled with sadness. "Great Emperor, are we going to let go of young Master's revenge? He is only a cultivator from the ancient immortal world. This power does not belong to him," a titled ancient god said angrily. "Great Emperor, Goody Shrine's dignity will not be trampled on by anyone. We must take revenge for young Master. Let's report this to Demon Soul Paragon and ask him to take action," another titled ancient god said angrily. Di Wuyun, Great Emperor Tianzong, and the 3 guest elders were silent. They also wanted to take revenge. However, they knew that Feng Wuchen's power had surpassed the Great Emperor realm. In other words, the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body had reached the level of Demon Soul Paragon or even higher. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would not have come to the Panga realm or set foot in the 36th heaven. "Palace Master." The titled ancient gods looked at Di Qianyan. The grief-stricken Di Qianyan looked as if he had aged dozens of years. He said sadly, "The 6 great emperors could not fight back. This person is not to be trifled with. Pass down my order. No one can leak what happened today. Otherwise, the Goody Shrine will be destroyed." End of chapter. As soon as Di Qianyan said that, everyone in the Goody Shrine was stunned. Young Master Ditian was killed. Were they going to let it go just like that? Where was the dignity of the Goody Shrine? How could the major forces of the Panga realm tolerate the behavior of the ancient immortal realm cultivators? However, the order had already been given. Even if everyone in the Goody Shrine was unwilling to accept it, they could only keep it in their hearts. Feng Wuchen's mysterious power has already surpassed the Great Emperor realm. No wonder he dared to barge into the 36 levels of heaven of the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen has such power. It seems that he can really save Master. Emperor Yijun, who was hiding in the dark, was terrified. At the same time, he was filled with hope. Go. Go. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. We can't afford to offend him. The other 3 great emperors who were watching in the dark were already scared out of their wits. Grandpa told you not to provoke him. Why didn't you listen? Di Wuyun was extremely sad. Tears streamed down his face. Sigh. Emperor Tianzong sighed sadly and helplessly. After Feng Wuchen left, the Goody Shrine welcomed a new guest, Emperor Yan Feng, who was under Demon Soul Prime. Emperor Yan Feng. Di Wuyun and Emperor Tianzong frowned slightly. To be able to injure 6 great emperors, this person's strength must be extraordinary. Emperor Yanfeng asked expressionlessly, can you tell me where he is? Di Wuyun frowned deeply and said, he's already gone. Do you know his identity? Emperor Yanfeng asked again. Emperor Tianzong shook his head slightly and said, I've never seen him before. Never seen him before? Emperor Yanfeng frowned and asked, Emperor Tianzong, don't tell me that this person respected the Goody Shrine for no reason. My son got into big trouble and was killed by this person. We also want to take revenge, but we don't know who this person is or where he went, Di Tianyan said sorrowfully. He was holding the body of young Master Di Tian in his arms. Emperor Yanfeng frowned as he looked at the body of young Master Di Tian. The person who did this is so ruthless. The Flame Wind Emperor believed him. After all, with the Flame Wind Emperor's appearance, it was impossible for the Goody Shrine not to take revenge for young Master Di Tian. Moreover, this was no longer a matter of revenge. It involved the dignity and honor of the Goody Shrine. One must know that the Inferno Wind Emperor was backed by the Demon Soul Sovereign. If he didn't take revenge, wouldn't he be a fool? After the battle just now, how much do you know about this man? Can you tell which power he is from? This person is most likely the one who angered the Demon Soul Emperor. The Flame Wind Emperor asked. This person's power is very mysterious. We have never seen it before, nor can we feel the strength of this mysterious power. However, it can suppress our divine power. We don't know anything else, Di Tianyan said. The Goody Shrine did not dare to reveal any information about Feng Wuchen. Suppress divine power? The Inferno Wind Emperor frowned. The Flame Wind Emperor had no idea how to deal with this mysterious power. I rushed here as soon as possible. Along the way, I have not seen anyone with strong power, nor have I sensed any aura. Many people in the Goody Shrine wanted to say something but stopped. Di Wuyun and the rest must be hiding something. It seems that this person's strength is very terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Di Wuyun and Tianzong, and even kill Di Tian. The Flame Wind Emperor glanced at the people in the Goody Shrine. He could see that some of the experts in the Goody Shrine looked strange. He guessed that there was more to this. Chapter 51, Aesthetic. If you discover this person, please report to me immediately. Farewell. The Flame Wind Emperor said before vanishing into thin air. Pass down my order. Find out who young Master Di Tian has offended. We must find out the origin of this person as soon as possible. The Flame Wind Emperor ordered. At the same time, Feng Wuchen had quietly returned to the Emperor Immortal Palace in the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen's anger had gradually subsided. The mysterious power in his body had also disappeared without a trace. The primal chaos world returned to its original state. The primal chaos blood I had also disappeared. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had returned safely, Long Shihun and Jian Chou were relieved. Reporting to Honorable Lord, Honorable Lady has brought young Honorable Lord back to the sacred world. Jian Chou immediately reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and did not say anything. He then entered the divine ring to cultivate. Everyone went back to cultivate. After the anger disappeared, the mysterious power also disappeared. Feng Wuchen did not seem to notice anything. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast thought. Ah. Feng Wuchen, who had just started cultivating, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. His body was rolling on the ground crazily. Master! Dragon Xinjian, Divine Eye and the other weapon souls appeared in a panic. Feng Wuchen screamed wildly. He felt that his muscles were being torn apart. He was in extreme pain. Master, how are you? What's going on? Dragon Xinjian asked in a panic. He did not dare to get close to Feng Wuchen. What's going on? Nian Hun and the others were confused. They did not know what was going on. Don't worry. I'll be fine in a while. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast's voice rang out. Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, what's going on? Dragon Xinjian asked anxiously. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said, it's caused by overexertion of power. Overexertion of power? Divine Eye asked doubtfully. Master didn't use much power to deal with Di Wuyun and the others. How could it be overexertion? Even if it's overexertion, Master's strong physical body should be able to take it. That's right. Feng Wuchen had an eternal realm physical body now. Feng Wuchen's cultivation is too weak. My primal chaos divine power is too strong. Even if he has a strong physical body, he can't take it. This is the result of forcefully taking it. Moreover, it will affect his cultivation realm. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast said. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast did have some power. However, to be precise, it was the mysterious power. Although Feng Wuchen used the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's power, it was impossible for him to overexertion. Therefore, it could only be the mysterious power in the chaotic world. As expected, after a few minutes, the pain in Feng Wuchen's muscles disappeared. Master, how do you feel? Dragon Xianxia asked. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen said weakly. An ugly smile appeared on his pale face. Feng Wuchen was completely exhausted. His face was pale and he was panting heavily. He looked liberated. Feng Wuchen, my power is not something you can control now. You used my power forcefully. It will affect your cultivation realm greatly. You'd better not cultivate during this period. Moreover, it might be more difficult for you to ascend to the Panga realm in the future. You have to be mentally prepared. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast said. Feng Wuchen struggled to get up. His eternal realm physical body was quickly healing his damaged body. The chaotic mystical fire beast's chaotic divine power was extremely powerful. If Feng Wuchen did not have an immortal realm body, he would have exploded and died. Chaotic mystical fire beast, is there any way? Feng Wuchen asked. With the help of the immortal realm, he had recovered to his peak state. Before Feng Wuchen ascended, Great Emperor of 10 Directions had warned Feng Wuchen not to use any power in the ancient immortal world. Otherwise, it would greatly affect Feng Wuchen's cultivation and even his ascension to the Pengu world. After all, Feng Wuchen's intrusion into the Pengu world would definitely anger the Pengu world. When he ascended, the Pengu world would not let Feng Wuchen do as he wished. Whether he could ascend or not was still a problem. The Pengu world would investigate the ancient immortal world sooner or later. Feng Wuchen had rushed from the ancient immortal world to the 36th heaven. It would be difficult for him not to be discovered. Moreover, there was no powerful elixir in the inheritance of Great Emperor Peerless. Feng Wuchen really had no way. I am not an alchemist. How can I know? The chaotic mystical fire beast said. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said helplessly, forget it. Let nature take its course. Feng Wuchen, you can't use my power anymore. Otherwise, you won't be able to ascend to the Pengu world. The chaotic mystical fire beast reminded. If the goody divine palace sends people here and you don't help, we will be waiting for our deaths. Long Xinjian said angrily. The chaotic mystical fire beast was speechless. I have seen a lot of sequelae caused by excessive power consumption. But I don't know if it is the same as my current situation. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Of course not. The chaotic mystical fire beast said with certainty. Why do you say so? Feng Wuchen looked at the chaotic mystical fire beast curiously. Because the power is too strong. The chaotic mystical fire beast replied, it is beyond your imagination. Master, the immortal realm body is so strong. Can't it cure the sequelae? Divine Eyes asked doubtfully. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, to be honest, I don't know either. However, I didn't make any progress during my cultivation just now. It should be the after effects. The existence of sequelae has nothing to do with the strength of the physical body. Instead, it is related to cultivation. Because the power is too great, it will cause the power in your body to reject it, making it difficult for you to cultivate, said the chaotic mysterious flame beast. Sigh, forget it. Let my primordial soul clone take it slow. I will just cultivate my soul power, Feng Wuchen said with a sigh. After reaching the half-step immortal god realm, Feng Wuchen wasn't in a hurry to break through to the immortal god realm. Long Shihun and the others had just ascended to the ancient immortal world, so they needed a large amount of heavenly treasures and heaven-defying god beads. Feng Wuchen took this opportunity to refine it. 36th Heaven. In the towering palace where Demon Soul Sovereign resided, the sovereign main divine palace. In the palace of the Flame Wind Emperor. Reporting to Emperor Yen Feng, there is news. A black-colored titled ancient god appeared and knelt down on one knee respectfully. Speak. The Flame Wind Emperor slowly opened his eyes. The black-colored titled ancient god said respectfully, "The people we sent out have reported that an unknown person broke through the first heaven of the Panga realm and rushed all the way to the 36th heaven. This person has a mysterious power and should be the mysterious person who injured Di Wuyun and the others. This person should be from the ancient immortal world." Ancient immortal world? The Flame Wind Emperor frowned and said doubtfully, "How could he be from the ancient immortal world? The cultivators from the ancient immortal world can be easily defeated by the weakest person in the Panga realm. Moreover, the ancient immortal world can't have a power that surpasses the Panga realm. An ancient immortal world cultivator could break through the Panga realm, to rush from the first heaven to the 36th heaven, to injure Di Wuyun and the other 5 great emperors and kill Di Tian. It was impossible. I also don't believe that he is from the ancient immortal world. However, no matter which heaven, many people have seen the mysterious person. Also, ancient god Xuechan said that he saw young master Di Tian in the ancient immortal world. This proves that the person that young master Di Tian offended is from the ancient immortal world," the black-colored titled ancient god said respectfully. The Flame Wind Emperor asked, "Did you send people to the ancient immortal world to investigate?" The black-colored titled ancient god said respectfully, "I am not completely sure if this person is from the ancient immortal world. If it is really him, he will definitely be alarmed. Therefore, I am reporting to the Flame Wind Emperor first." Ancient god Xuechan also said that the mysterious force that was chasing them previously also came from the ancient immortal world. However, not long ago, ancient god Xuechan went to investigate and didn't find the mysterious force, the black-colored titled ancient god continued. Since ancient god Xuechan saw Di Tian in the ancient immortal world, then send people to the ancient immortal world to investigate and see who young master Di Tian offended, the Flame Wind Emperor said seriously. Flame Wind Emperor, aren't you afraid of alarming this person? The black-colored titled ancient god asked. We are looking for him. Why should we be afraid of alarming him? No matter who he is, he dared to barge into the Panga realm, break through the boundaries of each realm, and ignore the order of heaven and earth. This is an insult to Demon Soul Sovereign. We cannot let him off easily, the Flame Wind Emperor said angrily. I understand, the black-colored titled ancient god said respectfully and disappeared. The Flame Wind Emperor muttered to himself, is it really the ancient immortal world? This mysterious force is able to suppress god power. It must be very terrifying and even beyond my imagination. It can't appear in the ancient immortal world unless an expert from the Panga realm brought this mysterious force to the ancient immortal world. After thinking about it, this was the only explanation that made sense. However, the Flame Wind Emperor didn't know that this mysterious force had already surpassed the existence of the Panga realm. Swoosh! In the void of the ancient immortal world, a figure appeared silently. It was the black-colored titled ancient god. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Immediately after, more than 10 figures appeared. Go and investigate immediately, the black-colored titled ancient god ordered with an imposing aura. Yes, sir, the subordinate said respectfully and disappeared immediately. Ancient god Xuechan said that the sky sword titled ancient god from the Panga realm had once attacked the ancient immortal world. That mysterious person should be from the ancient immortal world, the black-colored titled ancient god muttered to himself. After about an hour, the subordinates returned one after another. Reporting to titled ancient god He Qing. I just found out that many ancient gods and titled ancient gods have appeared in the ancient immortal world. They are all here for the dragon's soul, one of them reported respectfully. The lord of the dragon's soul force can summon titled ancient gods. The sky sword titled ancient god and the others died in the ancient immortal world. The dragon soul force is in the Emperor Celestial Palace in the ancient immortal domain, another person reported respectfully. Not long ago, a mysterious expert from the Panga realm raised his cultivation level. Later, this mysterious person also appeared in the ancient immortal world. According to their description, he should be the young master of the Goody Shrine, Di Tian, another person reported respectfully. He Qing titled ancient god sneered slightly and said, very well. In that case, all of this is related to the dragon's soul. The person who broke into the Panga realm must be someone from the Dragon Soul. He might even be the Lord of the Dragon Soul. I will go back and report to the Flame Wind Emperor immediately. All of you secretly monitor the Emperor's Celestial Palace. If there is any news, report it immediately. Yes, sir. Supreme Main Divine Palace. Emperor Yan Feng's Palace. After He Qing returned, he reported the news to Emperor Yan Feng. Oh? You can summon a titled ancient god? Emperor Yan Feng was shocked. Titled ancient gods were not as powerful as great emperors, but they were still very powerful. Even Panga realm cultivators were not qualified to summon them, let alone ancient immortal world cultivators. Emperor Yan Feng, the Dragon Soul Supreme Lord, is Feng Wuchen. He is very powerful and is considered a top existence in the ancient immortal world. He should be the person young Master Di Tian wants to deal with, Ancient God Blood Zhen said respectfully. Ancient God Blood Zhen came to the 36th heaven with He Qing. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to enter. Feng Wuchen? Emperor Yan Feng frowned and asked, didn't you say he doesn't have any mysterious power? Emperor Yan Feng, I did go to the Emperor Immortal Palace to check. He was very cooperative, and I did not find any powerful power, Ancient God Blood Zhen replied respectfully. Is it not him? Emperor Yan Feng was puzzled. The person who broke into Panga realm. When I arrived, he had already severely injured the Great Elder and broke through the 34th heaven. I did not see who it was, so I cannot be sure, Ancient God Blood Zhen said. He Qing added respectfully, Emperor Yan Feng, this person was too fast. Not many people saw his face clearly. However, Feng Wuchen is the most suspicious. And this person is not simple. According to the information I found, this person has an immortal body. Many people in Dragon Soul have an immortal body. Their cultivation level increases very quickly. Immortal body? Not simple indeed. Emperor Yan Feng nodded slightly. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he said, quickly capture this person. If he resists, he will expose the mysterious power. Yes. He Qing said respectfully. A few days later, Feng Wuchen came out of the divine ring. In the past few days, Feng Wuchen had refined many ancient immortal emperor-grade divine beads. He had used up all his treasures. Boy, you have been targeted by the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen had just left the divine ring when the chaotic mysterious fire beast's voice came. You found out it was me so quickly? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Breaking into the Panga realm with such a big commotion, do you think they are all fools? The chaotic mysterious fire beast said angrily. Yao Tian, get me another batch of treasures. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Understood. Yao Tian replied respectfully. As expected, Feng Wuchen had just come out of the main hall. In the sky above the sovereign celestial palace, more than 10 people appeared. They were led by He Qing and ancient god Blood Cicada. Swish. Swish. Xiao Tian and the other war gods appeared in a flash. The other ancient immortal venerables also appeared in a flash. Clearly, they had all sensed the terrifying aura of He Qing and the others. Feng Wuchen swept a glance over and said with a faint smile, so it's Lord Ancient God Blood Zhen. I wonder what's the matter. There are some things that I need to confirm, Ancient God Blood Zhen said indifferently. You are Feng Wuchen? He Qing asked expressionlessly. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. He could tell that He Qing was a black-titled ancient god, but he was still not afraid. Capture him. He Qing ordered. The experts of the Panga realm broke into the ancient immortal world and violated the order of heaven and earth. Can Demon Soul Prime, who set the rules, not do anything? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. We are the generals under Demon Soul Prime. We can do whatever we want, He Qing said proudly. Oh? Demon Soul Prime set the rules, but he broke the rules himself. In that case, there is no need for rules to exist. Feng Wuchen sneered with a hint of sarcasm. In the Panga realm, we are the rules. Take him away. He Qing said coldly. Immediately, 3 people appeared in a flash and trapped Feng Wuchen with a powerful force. Protect Master. Xiao Tian shouted coldly. The 5 war gods were about to attack. However, they were stopped by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said, "Don't interfere. You are not their match. Don't worry about anything. Just cultivate." Qiu Tian and the others could not compete with the Panga realm cultivators. Feng Wuchen did not resist. Moreover, he could not resist with his strength. This kid is not going to resist? He Qing frowned slightly. This was not what he had expected. Could it be that the person who broke into the Panga realm was not Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen, don't you want to know about the reincarnation pagoda? If you go back with them, you may have unexpected gains. If you go to the Panga realm, I know a place that can help you recover, the chaotic Xian fire beast said. What? You are not going to help? Do you think I can come back alive if I go there? It's already good enough that he's able to come back alive, Feng Wuchen said telepathically. With me here, no one can touch you. If you are in the Panga realm, I don't mind attacking, the chaotic Xian fire beast said. The words sounded casual, but they were extremely domineering. With the chaotic Xian fire beast's words, Feng Wuchen was relieved. Although Feng Wuchen was dissatisfied with the chaotic Xian fire beast, Feng Wuchen did not chase it away because it was very terrifying. Lord He Qing, I did not see any powerful force in Feng Wuchen's body, ancient god Blood Zen said respectfully. After checking again, he still did not find anything. This mysterious force is very powerful. Maybe we can't find it, but the Flame Wind Great Emperor can. Bring him back first. He Qing frowned. He Qing waved his hand. Feng Wuchen's body was covered with a layer of Panga realm power. Then, he brought Feng Wuchen back to the Panga realm. Big brother, the High Lord has been captured. What should we do? Yanhu asked anxiously. Don't worry. The High Lord did not resist and was able to come back safely. There must be a way, Prisoner Tian said with a frown. He was not worried, but Prisoner Tian was curious about Feng Wuchen's trump card. Don't tell anyone else about this. Especially the High Lord's wife. Prisoner Tian said. Understood. Yanhu and the other three nodded. Supreme Main God Palace. He Qing and Ancient God Blood Zen appeared with Feng Wuchen. Is this the Panga Realm Palace? This is the first time I have seen it. It's really impressive. Feng Wuchen looked around like a country bumpkin. Feng Wuchen, don't be rude to the Flame Wind Great Emperor. Ancient God Blood Zen said in a low voice. Flame Wind Great Emperor, this person is Feng Wuchen, He Qing said respectfully. The Flame Wind Great Emperor slowly opened his eyes. In the next second, he was in front of Feng Wuchen at a terrifying speed. Flame Wind Great Emperor, I did not find any powerful force in his body. However, the aura of his bloodline is very powerful, Ancient God Blood Zen reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen had concealed some of his bloodline aura. Otherwise, he would have scared Ancient God Blood Zen to death. His bloodline aura is indeed powerful. The Flame Wind Great Emperor frowned and asked, Kid, who is Emperor Yinglong to you? End of chapter. Emperor Yinglong? Feng Wuchen paused and shook his head. I don't know any Emperor Yinglong. I'm just a cultivator from the ancient immortal world. How could I know a great emperor? What Feng Wuchen said made sense. There were no loopholes. Feng Wuchen really didn't know Emperor Yinglong. However, Feng Wuchen was curious about the word dragon in his name. Could he be a member of the dragon clan? Feng Wuchen sized up Emperor Feng and thought to himself, this person is very powerful. He's on par with Emperor Yijun. No wonder he's a great emperor under Demon Soul Supreme. Apart from that, I can also sense the aura of other great emperors in the other palaces. However, I can't sense Demon Soul Supreme's presence. The reincarnation pagoda in the Divine Ring didn't react either. Is Demon Soul Supreme not in the palace? Emperor Yinglong's bloodline aura is similar to yours. Coincidentally, Emperor Yinglong is also a member of the Dragon Clan, Emperor Yan Feng said. He was indeed a member of the Dragon Clan. Feng Wuchen was getting more and more curious. Emperor Yan Feng, why did you send people to the ancient immortal world to capture me? You've violated the order of heaven and earth set by Demon Soul Supreme. I heard that you can violate it as you wish. Is that true? Did Demon Soul Supreme allow Pangu World to bully the ancient immortal world? Feng Wuchen asked. When He Qing heard this, he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Feng Wuchen dared to say that in front of Emperor Yan Feng. Emperor Yan Feng's face darkened. He looked at He Qing coldly and the latter knelt down immediately. "Why are you kneeling? Was what you said just now a lie?" Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. He Qing was furious. However, he didn't dare to do anything in front of Emperor Yan Feng. "Emperor Yan Feng, I just wanted to find the mysterious power as soon as possible. I didn't do it on purpose," He Qing said in fear. "Humph." The Flame-Wind Emperor snorted coldly, causing He Qing titled Ancient God to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. The titled Ancient God He Qing wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen to shreds. "Feng Wuchen, let me ask you, did you force your way into the Panga realm?" Emperor Yan Feng asked in a deep voice, staring at Feng Wuchen. "No." Feng Wuchen shook his head and lied without blushing. When Feng Wuchen broke into the Panga realm, his speed was amazing. Even if someone saw him, they could not see his face clearly. Feng Wuchen could totally deny it. "Flame-Wind Emperor, he is the most suspicious," He Qing hurriedly said. "Most likely, it's because of my strength in the ancient immortal realm, right? If I really had that kind of power, do you think I would have obediently let you capture me?" Feng Wuchen retorted. "Humph. You were afraid of being discovered by us, so you deliberately let us capture you." He Qing shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said with a smile, "What do I have to be afraid of? You are looking for the mysterious power, but I don't have it. Also, I am not the one who broke into the Panga realm. Do you think I am afraid that you will catch the wrong person and kill me?" Since they could not detect the power of the Chaos Xian fire beast, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. Bang! Emperor Yan Feng pressed his palm on the top of Feng Wuchen's head and checked the power in Feng Wuchen's body. After a while, Emperor Yan Feng frowned and said, "You have caught the wrong person. Apart from having a slightly powerful bloodline power, this kid only has a super strong body. He does not have any powerful strength." Emperor Yan Feng was personally checking, so he naturally would not be wrong. If Feng Wuchen really had some powerful mysterious power, how could he hide it from Emperor Yan Feng? Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "I knew it. I had a mysterious power in my body before, but ancient god Blood Zen scared it away and it never came back." Emperor Yan Feng, what Feng Wuchen said is very true. Ancient god Blood Zen said respectfully. "Feng Wuchen, as an expert of the ancient immortal world, do you know who has powerful strength?" Emperor Yan Feng asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said seriously, "To be honest, I do not know. There are many experts in the ancient immortal world, and I do not know everyone. The dragon soul has never taken the initiative to bully others." Emperor Yan Feng, he is lying. The person that young Master Di Tian wants to deal with is him. Other than him, who would dare to take revenge on young Master Di Tian? Ancient God He Qing gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. "Young Master Di Tian?" Feng Wuchen was stunned and said, "Young Master Di Tian wants to deal with me, but he is nurturing some ancient immortal world cultivators to destroy my dragon soul. He did not do it personally. Even if I want to take revenge, I do not have the ability. Moreover, I am not stupid. Taking revenge on him is the same as courting death. Am I stupider than a pig?" Feng Wuchen's words were not wrong. Feng Wuchen did not have the ability to take revenge. "You." Ancient God He Qing was speechless. "Take him back. Investigate again." Emperor Yan Feng waved his hand impatiently. He was obviously very disappointed. "Emperor Yan Feng, you have caught the wrong person. It is rare for me to come to the Panga world. Can I stay in the Panga world for 3 days? After 3 days, I will come back and ask He Qing to send me back. Since he has violated the order of heaven and earth, I will treat it as a punishment. I will not tell anyone." Feng Wuchen smiled and said with a hint of threat. "With your cultivation, I am afraid you will not live for 3 days." He Qing said coldly. Emperor Yan Feng glanced at Feng Wuchen and said, "You have guts. As an ancient immortal world cultivator, you are the first one who dares to threaten me." "I do not dare to threaten Emperor Yan Feng." Feng Wuchen smiled. "Humph. I will allow you 3 days. Get lost. Emperor Yan Feng snorted. Thank you, Emperor Yan Feng. Feng Wuchen grinned. Humph. Brat, I hope you can come back alive. He Qing sneered. His eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Obviously, He Qing would not let Feng Wuchen go so easily. You don't have to worry about that. Feng Wuchen smiled and left the palace. With the help of the chaotic mysterious fire beast, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had the help of Emperor Yi Jun and Do Hun in the Pengu world. This brat. He Qing's face was gloomy. Lord He Qing, you cannot touch him now. If he spreads the news that Lord He Qing violated the order of heaven and earth, it will have a great impact on the supreme main shrine. Ancient God Xuechan hurriedly said. I will not touch him. He Qing sneered. His eyes narrowed, and his ruthless killing intent grew stronger. He Qing would not touch Feng Wuchen, but it did not mean that others would not. He Qing would not allow any threat to exist. A mere cultivator from the ancient immortal world. He Qing did not need to do anything. On the other side, after Feng Wuchen left the supreme main shrine, he came to the 35th level of heaven with the help of the chaotic mysterious fire beast. Chaotic mysterious fire beast, where is this? I feel that there are two great emperors below. Feng Wuchen sat on a mountain and asked. Go down. The chaotic mysterious fire beast said. Roar. A deafening roar, accompanied by an incomparably terrifying aura, came from the valley downwind. Bloodline power. Feng Wuchen was shocked again. Who dares to trespass on my cultivation ground? The green-black tortoise's roar came from the valley below. Whoosh. An old figure appeared. It was Great Emperor Yuan Hong. Junior, leave now and I'll spare your life. Great Emperor Yuan Hong shouted. Looks like you didn't betray my brother. The chaotic black fire beast's voice came. What? Great Emperor Yuan Hong's face changed. The image of the chaotic black fire beast appeared in his mind. The terrified Great Emperor Yuan Hong immediately knelt down on one knee respectfully. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Great Emperor Yuan Hong knew how terrifying the chaotic black fire beast was. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. Brother? Feng Wuchen was shocked. The chaotic black fire beast had a brother in the Pengu realm? Big brother. An excited voice came from the valley below. A huge tortoise flew into the sky. This is a beast. Looking at the huge tortoise, Feng Wuchen was shocked again. The green-black tortoise was much bigger than the immortal beasts in the ancient immortal world. Big brother, is that you? The green-black tortoise asked excitedly. It looked at Feng Wuchen. This human must be the one the chaotic black fire beast mentioned before. It's me. The chaotic black fire beast appeared. It was a noble fire beast. Big brother. The green-black tortoise was overjoyed. Chaotic black fire beast, is he your brother? Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at the huge green-black tortoise. Yes. The chaotic black fire beast nodded. Big brother, little brother, please come in. The green-black tortoise welcomed them warmly. In the valley, there were mountains and rivers. The scenery was beautiful and ancient spirit chi was abundant. It was like a paradise. Feng Wuchen was deeply attracted. The chaotic black fire beast asked, Brother, do you still have the 1,000 spirit pool? 1,000 spirit pool? Feng Wuchen didn't know what it was. Yes. The Xianxia turtle nodded and smiled happily. The 1,000 spirit pool is of no help to my current cultivation. I've been there for millions of years, and the ancient spirit chi is very pure. Because he used too much power, he left behind some sequelae. The 1,000 spirit pool can eliminate his sequelae. Let him go to the 1,000 spirit pool to cultivate for a few days, said the primal chaos mysterious fire beast. No problem. Xianxia turtle agreed without hesitation. What is the 1,000 spirit pool? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. In a while, you will be able to fight. It can eliminate your side effects and also help you increase your cultivation. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast laughed. Follow me. It's right behind the valley. The black tortoise smiled. After a while, Feng Wuchen arrived at a lake behind the valley under the guidance of the green-black tortoise. The lake water had already been covered by the sea of clouds. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and nothing could be seen. The ancient spirit qi is very pure, and the spiritual energy is very terrifying. It's many times more powerful than the spiritual energy in the divine ring. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The green-black tortoise laughed happily. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, the thousand-spirit pool is of no help to my cultivation. After millions of years, the ancient spirit qi in the thousand-spirit pool is naturally very pure. Feng Wuchen, you don't have much time. Quickly go down and cultivate. Others don't have this opportunity. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast laughed. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked him gratefully and immediately jumped into the lake. The ice-cold lake water instantly spread all over Feng Wuchen's body, and he felt extremely comfortable. After a short while, Feng Wuchen was surprised to find that the ancient spirit qi in the thousand-spirit pool was crazily rushing into Feng Wuchen's body, crazily cleansing everything in his body. It was as if a stream of water from the heavens had fallen into the sea, nourishing his body and flowing through his limbs and bones. It was a wonderful feeling of being reborn. However, what shocked Feng Wuchen even more was that the ancient spirit qi in the thousand-spirit pool was very domineering. The power in my body is crazily absorbing the ancient spirit qi, and my cultivation is increasing. I don't even need to cultivate. Is it eliminating my side effects? Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock, and his expression was a little dazed. In his shock, Feng Wuchen quickly formed dozens of essence soul avatars and activated the primordial heaven-defying art. There were only 3 days, and Feng Wuchen had to make good use of every minute and second to cultivate crazily. Just as he entered the cultivation state, Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. It was a very terrifying cultivation speed. Feng Wuchen could clearly feel that his cultivation was soaring at a terrifying speed. How is this possible? Is it forcefully increasing my cultivation? Feng Wuchen could not believe it. After millions of years, the ancient spirit qi in the thousand-spirit pool was vast and pure. It was far beyond Feng Wuchen's imagination. The terrifying increase in cultivation allowed Feng Wuchen to break through to the immortal realm in 3 days, that's right. In just 3 days, from this, one could see how terrifying the ancient spirit qi in the thousand-spirit pool was. How is it? Feng Wuchen, you can't believe it, right? The chaotic mysterious fire beast asked with a smile. Breaking through to the immortal realm in 3 days was extremely shocking. At the moment Feng Wuchen broke through to the immortal god realm, a brand new comprehension appeared in his sea of consciousness. He felt enlightened and blessed. What Feng Wuchen didn't know was that the blurry chaos in his mind had become somewhat clear at this moment. As expected of the Panga realm. There is such a magical place that allowed me to break through in 3 days. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He wished he could move the thousand-spirit pool back to the ancient immortal realm. Of course, that was impossible. Breaking through to the immortal realm, it seems that your side effects have been eliminated, the chaotic mysterious fire beast said with a smile. Green-black tortoise, can I bring some water from the thousand-spirit pool? Feng Wuchen looked at the green-black tortoise and asked. The lake water of the thousand-spirit pool contained an extremely large amount of pure ancient spiritual qi. If he brought it back for Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to cultivate, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, you can take as much as you want. The thousand-spirit pool is of no use to me now, the green-black tortoise laughed heartily. Thank you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked it gratefully. On the other side, in the supreme main divine palace, He Qing was furious. He had sent out so many titled ancient gods, but they could not find even half a shadow of Feng Wuchen in the entire 36 levels of heaven. Lord He Qing, we have searched from the first level of heaven to the 36th levels of heaven, but we did not see any cultivators from the ancient immortal realm, a subordinate reported respectfully. Trash. All of you are trash. As a titled ancient god, you can't even find a single cultivator from the ancient immortal realm. He Qing scolded angrily. Lord He Qing, that cultivator from the ancient immortal realm is back. Suddenly, a subordinate entered the main hall to report. He Qing's face became completely ferocious. Now that Feng Wuchen had returned to the supreme main divine palace, he could not touch Feng Wuchen. Titled Ancient God He Qing, I heard that you were looking for me? Don't worry, I said 3 days, so 3 days. Am I not back now? Please send me back to the ancient immortal realm. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen, I have underestimated you. The titled ancient god He Qing squinted his eyes and stared at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake. You are a titled ancient god. Isn't it normal for you to underestimate me? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly without any change in his expression. Where have you been these few days? He Qing asked coldly. I have been in the 36th heaven, Feng Wuchen asked seriously. Did something happen? I didn't cause any trouble. Been in the 36th heaven? Who are you trying to fool? He sent out more than 10 titled ancient gods to search the 36th heaven but didn't find anyone. Could it be that a cultivator from the ancient celestial world could hide from more than 10 titled ancient gods? He had really dodged it. He Qing was furious, but he didn't dare to touch Feng Wuchen. He Qing waved his hand and brought Feng Wuchen to the ancient celestial world. Feng Wuchen, I will remember this, He Qing said coldly. He wanted to slap Feng Wuchen to death. Don't remember for too long, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and disappeared. This brat. He Qing was furious, but he didn't dare to do anything because of the order of heaven and earth. Many titled ancient gods and ancient gods had violated the order of heaven and earth. Trespassing into the ancient celestial world was one of them. It was just that they turned a blind eye to it. However, He Qing had violated the order of heaven and earth in front of Emperor Yan Feng. The situation was different. As Emperor Yan Feng had just found out, He Qing didn't dare to violate the order of heaven and earth again. Just as He Qing was about to leave, he heard a voice. Guardian Yao from Goody Shrine? He Qing was surprised. He didn't expect to meet Guardian Yao in the ancient celestial world. Guardian Yao, why are you in the ancient celestial world? He Qing asked curiously. He immediately thought of young Master Di Tian. Protector Yao said politely, young Master Di Tian ordered me to come here when he was alive to nurture some ancient celestial world cultivators. Unfortunately, young Master was killed just as we started. Do you know who killed him? He Qing asked. He felt that it had something to do with Feng Wuchen. I don't know either. Protector Yao shook his head slightly. He Qing was secretly disappointed. That was an existence that surpassed the great emperor. How could Protector Yao dare to reveal anything? Did he want to die? Is the Goody Shrine tired of living? Is the person that young Master D wants to deal with Feng Wuchen? He Qing asked again. It is indeed Feng Wuchen. Protector Yao nodded and said, I nurtured these people to deal with Feng Wuchen, but they are no longer of any use. I can see that ancient god Black Qing has some grudges with Feng Wuchen, so I gave them to ancient god Black Qing. Ancient god Black Qing was delighted. He was just worried that he had no way to deal with Feng Wuchen. If the cultivators of the ancient immortal world took action, they would definitely not violate the order of the world. With his abilities as a titled ancient god, nurturing cultivators of the ancient immortal world was as easy as flipping over his hand. Dealing with Feng Wuchen would be as easy as crushing an ant. Alas, ancient god Black Qing had no idea that Protector Yao was using him. Although Protector Yao did not dare to say that it was Feng Wuchen who had done it, he still had the courage to use He Qing to deal with Feng Wuchen. Then many thanks, ancient god Black Qing said. Ancient god Black Qing is too polite, Protector Yao said with a smile. Soon, Protector Yao brought He Qing to a palace. There were several dozen people in the palace, all of them ancient immortal exalts. In the ancient immortal world, they were extremely powerful existences. Starting from today, you are his people. He is stronger than me, so he will make you stronger even faster, Protector Yao said to the several dozen people. After a simple exchange, Protector Yao left. Protector Yao was worried that Feng Wuchen would notice, so the sooner he left, the less suspicious he would be. Protector Yao did not care whether or not He Qing could deal with Feng Wuchen. He just wanted He Qing to provoke Feng Wuchen. Once the matter got out of hand, the great emperor behind He Qing would naturally not sit idly by. If they discovered Feng Wuchen's identity, the great emperor of the Paragon Main God Palace would naturally take action. Even Devil Soul Sovereign would take action. Facing ancient god Black Qing, the several dozen ancient immortal exalts all felt fear. With just a glance at those terrifying eyes, they felt like they had been stripped naked. He Qing swept his gaze over the several dozen people and coldly said, "This ancient god can bestow upon you great power that can even reach the peak of the ancient immortal world, but you must work for this ancient god. Cripple Feng Wuchen at all costs." This. Hearing this, the several dozen ancient immortal exalts hesitated. What? This ancient god has your back, and you're still afraid of him? He Qing asked coldly, his terrifying aura erupting. Lord Ancient God, it's not that we're afraid of Feng Wuchen, but all the major forces in the ancient immortal world know that Feng Wuchen has an immortal body. We can't kill him at all, and he can recover instantly. The dragon soul is now the most powerful existence in the ancient immortal world. It's even more terrifying than the nightmare race. The 5 dragon soul war gods, the Rakshasa Prime Commander, and the Deputy Commander also have immortal bodies. Even if we have great power, we can't defeat them in the end. I heard that Feng Wuchen even killed a cultivator from the Pangu world. Previously, Lord Protector Yao only told us to capture Feng Wuchen's wife, but not to deal with Feng Wuchen. The immortal body was what they feared the most. Immortal body? He Qing frowned slightly, secretly shocked. A mere cultivator from the ancient immortal world had an immortal body. Unless Lord Ancient God takes action personally, we can't kill Feng Wuchen at all. Lord Ancient God, we do want to kill Feng Wuchen. There are many beauties among his wives and dragon souls, one of them said. He really had guts. He actually dared to covet Xianxia's beauty. If you can't recover from your injuries, your immortal body is just a decoration. He Qing said coldly, I'll teach you the spell of the Pangu world, and you'll definitely be able to kill Feng Wuchen. But before you kill him, you'll have to defile his wife in front of him. Hearing this, the dozens of ancient immortal primes were ecstatic. A beauty like Xiaoxiao was definitely a super goddess in the hearts of all the men in the ancient immortal world, who didn't want to sleep with a super goddess. Do you know who barged into the Pangu world a few days ago? He Qing asked again. If it was really done by a cultivator from the ancient immortal world, such a big commotion should have been known by many experts. The dozens of ancient immortal primes shook their heads. Lord Ancient God, the only person in the ancient immortal world who has such strength as Feng Wuchen, one of them reported respectfully. Only him? He Qing frowned and thought to himself. His suspicion of Feng Wuchen grew more and more serious. They even consciously told him that Feng Wuchen was that person. Lord Ancient God will help you improve your cultivation, and give you double the space to consolidate your realm. He Qing said seriously. Then he waved his hand, and a terrifying force enveloped the dozens of ancient immortal primes. He Qing intended to forcibly improve their cultivation. End of chapter. Goody Shrine. After Guardian Yao returned, he immediately informed the Great Guardian. What? The Great Guardian's expression changed, and he was about to slap him. Great Guardian! Don't you want to avenge the young master? Guardian Yao clenched his teeth and retorted. The Great Guardian's hand stopped, and he didn't slap him. Idiot! The Great Guardian pointed at Guardian Yao and scolded him. Didn't you hear what the 2 great emperors said? 6 great emperors can't defeat him. Are you blind? You're destroying the Goody Shrine. Great Guardian, He Qing is the one doing this. What does it have to do with us? If this matter gets out of hand, it's the Paragon Shrine's problem. I'm just borrowing someone else's knife, Guardian Yao retorted. Great Guardian, to be honest, I'm also afraid of him. But no matter how afraid I am, I can't do nothing. Everything I have was given to me by the young master. Now that the young master has been killed, if I don't do anything, I won't be at ease for the rest of my life. Guardian Yao continued. The Great Guardian fell silent. The Hall Master and the 2 great emperors are also unwilling to accept this. They also want to avenge the young master. If there's a chance, they definitely won't do nothing. Guardian Yao added. We can't let the Hall Master and the 2 great emperors know about this for now, the Great Guardian said solemnly. Understood. Guardian Yao said respectfully. Ancient God He Qing, go ahead and make a big deal out of this. Guardian Yao sneered in his heart. He was looking forward to it. At this moment, Feng Wuchen, Qiu Tian, and the other 4 had already entered the tenfold space. Sensing Feng Wuchen's arrival, everyone stopped cultivating. Qiu Tian, sit down as well, Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Qiu Tian and the other 4 immediately sat down. Husband, what's wrong? Ling Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Everyone else was puzzled too. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I'll give you an even larger and purer ancient spiritual energy to cultivate. It'll be very helpful for your cultivation. It'll definitely surprise you. Larger and purer ancient spiritual energy? Everyone was shocked. Teacher, could it be faster than our current cultivation speed? Zhang Junlan asked. Of course. Feng Wuchen smiled and released the water from the 1,000 spirit pool. In an instant, the tenfold space had turned into a small lake. The tyrannical and extremely pure ancient spirit qi gushed into everyone's bodies. Even if they didn't cultivate, everyone could feel their cultivation rising. Cultivation can be increased without cultivation. How is this possible? Alliance Master, what kind of treasure is this? Isn't this too magical? It's truly inconceivable. This water isn't simple at all. It contains an enormous amount of ancient spiritual energy that surpasses my imagination. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Cultivate well. This is a good opportunity for you all to break through to the ancient immortal venerable realm. With 10 times the space, it's not impossible for you all to break through to the half-step immortal realm. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng brat, what kind of treasure is this? Lan Shitian asked curiously. This is the water from the 1,000 spirit lake in the Panga realm. It was sent by Emperor Yi Jun, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out to be a treasure from the Panga realm. No wonder it was so terrifying. Husband, have you broken through to the immortal realm? Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Ling Xiaoxiao's question shocked everyone once again. They stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. I still can't hide it from my wife. No matter how well I hide it, my wife still saw through it at a glance, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. I also relied on the water from the 1,000 spirit lake to break through to the immortal realm. So powerful? Everyone was shocked again. Try to cultivate and you will know. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Immediately, he withdrew from the tenfold space. Everyone began to cultivate. If they didn't cultivate, they wouldn't know. After cultivating, they were all dumbfounded. As soon as Feng Wuchen appeared on the square of the palace, Qianxia and the other 3 patriarchs appeared in a flash. Their old faces were dignified. Lord Feng, just a while ago, we sensed dozens of extremely terrifying auras in the ancient immortal world. They should have reached the immortal realm. But the strange thing is that they all suddenly disappeared. Qianxia reported respectfully. What? Dozens of immortal realm auras? Feng Wuchen was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. Absolutely. They came from the ancient heavenly court, Xianming Tiger said respectfully. Swish. Swish, at this moment, Yi Qingyu, Chu Shitian, and Chu Shi came out of the teleportation array. Lord, the ancient heavenly court sensed dozens of immortal realm auras. We don't know who they are, but they suddenly disappeared. Yi Qingyu reported respectfully. The ancient immortal lord also sensed it. He immediately sent his subordinates over, Chu Shi continued to report. It seems like the Panga realm intervened. Otherwise, the ancient immortal realm wouldn't have dozens of immortal realm experts suddenly appear. Is it him? Feng Wuchen frowned. The first person he guessed was He Qing. Young Master Di Tian had been killed. The Temple of Goody wouldn't dare to act so quickly. Only He Qing could do it. He Qing didn't dare to act himself, so he could only let the cultivators of the ancient immortal realm do it. The Panga realm is really difficult to deal with. They have attacked us time and time again. Can't the laws of heaven and earth control them? Chu Shitian gritted his teeth and said angrily. The laws of heaven and earth are useless against them. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. He had seen it with his own eyes in the supreme main temple. When the ancient immortal realm cultivators went to the holy world, they would be punished by the laws of heaven and earth. When the Panga realm cultivators went to the ancient immortal realm, they wouldn't be punished by the laws of heaven and earth. In this way, Feng Wuchen and the others couldn't fight against the Panga realm cultivators. Now, dozens of Immortal Realm experts suddenly appeared. This terrifying lineup was enough to destroy any transcendental force in the ancient Immortal Realm. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, can you sense the auras of the Panga realm experts? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. I can't sense them. Those Immortal Realm experts can't sense them either. They are probably hiding. The Chaotic Xian Fire Beast replied. Seems like they have some tricks up their sleeves. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Lord, what should we do now? Yi Qingyu asked worriedly. Those were dozens of Immortal Realm experts. Every one of them was an expert at the level of Qiu Tian. They could easily destroy the dragon's soul. Yi Qingyu, Chu Shi Tian, for clan leaders, hurry up and enter the tenfold space to cultivate, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? Yi Qingyu and the others were stunned. This was the solution, however, they didn't ask any more questions. They immediately entered the tenfold space to cultivate. After entering, they were all scared out of their wits. Hey Qing, you are courting death. Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. He immediately took out Emperor Yi Jun's ancient god ring and sent a message. Feng Wuchen, I won't interfere in the matters of the ancient Immortal Realm, the Chaotic Xian Fire Beast said through voice transmission. It's just dealing with He Qing. If he really dares to do it, you don't have to do it. Even if he is from the Supreme Main Temple, I dare to kill him. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. He was just waiting for He Qing to make a move. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen ignored He Qing's threat and entered the Divine Ring. The water of the Thousand Spirits Lake was stored in the Divine Ring. Feng Wuchen had filled the Divine Ring with the water of the Thousand Spirits Lake, and there was still more than half of it left. Feng Wuchen's side effects had been eliminated, and the ancient spiritual energy in the water of the Thousand Spirits Lake was enough for Feng Wuchen to cultivate. It was enough for him to ascend to the Panga realm. It was a treasure that had existed for millions of years. Feng Wuchen had just entered the Divine Ring when he realized that something was wrong. Feng Wuchen immediately looked at the Reincarnation Pagoda. He realized that the soul aura of the Reincarnation Pagoda had grown stronger. Did I see wrongly? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He shook his head and said, No, I didn't see wrongly. The soul aura of the Reincarnation Pagoda is indeed much stronger than before. But what was going on? Was it because of the water of the Thousand Spirits Lake? The water of the Thousand Spirits Lake contains a huge amount of pure ancient spiritual energy, and the Reincarnation Pagoda is an ancient Dharma treasure. I can't be wrong. Feng Wuchen was sure that it had something to do with the water of the Thousand Spirits Lake. Besides this, Feng Wuchen couldn't think of any other reason. Feng Wuchen flashed to the Reincarnation Pagoda and carefully sensed the soul aura of the Reincarnation Pagoda. Feng Wuchen had obtained the power of Mingdi's life spirit, so he could control all souls. Naturally, he was very sensitive to souls. The soul of the Reincarnation Pagoda has indeed recovered a lot. Does this mean that there is a chance to unseal the Great Emperor? Feng Wuchen guessed and became excited. The chaotic mysterious fire beast wasn't willing to help. If he could unseal the Great Emperor, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have such a hard time facing the experts of the Panga realm. Even though there was Great Emperor Yi Jun, he was only an ancient Great Emperor. He was much weaker than the Great Emperors of the 10 Directions. Chaotic mysterious fire beast, the water of the Thousand Spirits Lake shouldn't be as simple as ancient spiritual energy, right? Feng Wuchen asked. If it was only the ancient spiritual energy, the weak soul of the Reincarnation Pagoda would not be able to recover at all. After all, the real Reincarnation Pagoda was being suppressed by the Demon Soul Paragon. You saw through it? The chaotic mysterious fire beast laughed complacently and appeared. Tell me about it. Feng Wuchen glanced at the primal chaos mysterious fire beast and was very curious about what kind of treasure it was. Emperor Peerless was Pangu's most terrifying alchemist since the creation of the world. Even his heritage didn't contain such a powerful treasure. Feng Wuchen, did you not notice the change in your body? The chaotic mysterious flame beast asked. After breaking through to the immortal spirit stage, my physical body has indeed become stronger. Feng Wuchen nodded. Your current physical body still lacks one kind of power to reach perfection, the chaotic mysterious fire beast said with a faint smile. Boom, as soon as the primal chaos mysterious fire beast said this, it was like a bolt from the blue exploding beside Feng Wuchen's ears. Feng Wuchen stared at the chaos mystical fire beast in shock. Chaos spiritual energy. The water of the Thousand Spirits pool actually contained chaotic spiritual energy, shocking. Extremely shocking. In order for Feng Wuchen to reach the most perfect immortal realm physical body, the chaotic spiritual energy was the most important thing. As long as he could obtain the chaotic spiritual energy, Feng Wuchen would be able to have a perfect immortal realm physical body. That's right. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast said with a smile. Your physical body only lacks the chaotic spiritual energy to reach the most perfect state. However, your current physical body is still not perfect. The chaotic spiritual energy in the water of the Thousand Spirits pool is not the real chaotic spiritual energy. It's just my chaotic divine power. Back then, it was also to help you improve your cultivation. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen finally understood. The chaotic spiritual energy was the most terrifying existence in the world. Even if it was just the energy of the primal chaos mysterious fire beast, it could still restore the soul of the reincarnation pagoda. The chaotic spiritual energy is the foundation of all things. Even my chaotic divine power cannot be compared to it. It's not easy to obtain the chaotic spiritual energy, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast sighed. It was obvious that the primal chaos mysterious fire beast also wanted the chaotic spiritual energy. Aren't you an exotic beast of chaos? Aren't you the strongest existence? Why can't you do anything about it? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. What do you know? You can't imagine how powerful the chaotic spiritual energy is. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast rolled its eyes at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. Okay. I can't imagine it. Is that okay? You. Seeing Feng Wuchen's lazy look, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast was furious. It wanted to slap him with its claws. However, when it thought of the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's chaotic realm, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast was terrified. Primal chaos mysterious fire beast, your chaotic divine power can restore the soul of the reincarnation pagoda? Feng Wuchen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. The water of the Thousand Spirits pool was formed by the chaotic divine power. Naturally, the chaotic divine power of the primal chaos mysterious fire beast could restore the soul of the reincarnation pagoda. If the soul of the reincarnation pagoda could be restored to its original powerful state, it could unseal the great emperor. I can, but I can't help you. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast poured cold water on Su Moy. I didn't ask you to do anything. You can't even restore the soul of the reincarnation pagoda? You don't have to be so stingy, right? You occupied my spiritual space and didn't help. What do you want? Feng Wuchen asked angrily. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast had the ability to restore the soul of the reincarnation pagoda, but it didn't help. How could Feng Wuchen not be angry? Seeing Feng Wuchen angry, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. It knew that once Feng Wuchen was enraged, he would trigger the terrifying power that even it was afraid of and helpless against. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast didn't dare to talk to Feng Wuchen like before. It was afraid that it would anger Feng Wuchen one day. At that time, it would be in trouble. Feng Wuchen, don't blame me. There are some things that I can't tell you now. You should know my strength. If it wasn't for something important, do you think I would stay in your spiritual space? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen felt that the primal chaos mysterious fire beast's words made sense. Forget it. Feng Wuchen was helpless. It was good enough that the soul of the reincarnation pagoda could be restored. Moreover, there was so much water from the Thousand Spirits pool. There must be chaotic spiritual energy in it. Maybe one day, it could really unseal the arch. Seeing Feng Wuchen's anger disappear, the primal chaos mysterious fire beast was relieved. This kid was too scary when he was angry. At the same time, something big happened in the ancient heavenly court. Someone dared to challenge Rakshasa, they must be tired of living, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, in the Rakshasa celestial palace, Qin Yuan, Black and White Impermanence, and dozens of other top experts were severely injured. Who are you? Qin Yuan asked angrily. Even though he was severely injured, he wasn't afraid. Before we came, we took down the ancient heavenly temple, Green Lotus Sacred Palace, and the ancient heavenly court. The other forces in the ancient heavenly court were quickly subdued by us. Now, it's your Rakshasa celestial palace's turn. The leading man laughed arrogantly. Qin Yuan, don't you remember me? A somewhat familiar voice rang out, and soon after, a man appeared in front of him. The man exuded a terrifying aura. Half-step immortal realm. Gu Tianhai. Qin Yuan's eyes widened. Half-step immortal realm. Black and White Impermanence and Lu Tianlu were shocked. Whoosh, in an instant, Gu Tianhai appeared in front of the heavily injured Qin Yuan. His speed could only be described as terrifying. Qin Yuan was extremely shocked. Qin Yuan, do you still remember what happened back then? Gu Tianhai sneered and asked in a condescending manner. Qin Yuan's memory instantly returned to 8 years ago. His anger burned instantly. Qin Yuan and Gu Tianhai were sworn brothers, but Gu Tianhai defiled Qin Yuan's wife, Qiu Ziren, when Qin Yuan was in seclusion. Qiu Ziren could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide. Gu Tianhai even framed Qin Yuan's enemies, but he did not know that Qin Yuan's wife had left a blood letter that exposed Gu Tianhai's evil deeds. Sworn brothers turned against each other and fought fiercely. Qin Yuan did everything he could to injure Gu Tianhai, but he did not kill Gu Tianhai because of their brotherhood. Gu Tianhai. Qin Yuan was furious, and cold killing intent burst out crazily. Big brother Qin, don't. Black and White Impermanence quickly stopped him. Not to mention that Gu Tianhai's cultivation had reached the half-step immortal realm, the 5-peak 9-star ancient immortal venerables were not people they could fight against. Gu Tianhai sneered disdainfully. You can't even defeat my subordinates now, and you still want to fight with me? With my current strength, I can squash you to death with a single finger. Qin Yuan had just become a 9-star ancient immortal venerable. Even though he cultivated the powerful Panga realm, his strength was far inferior to Gu Tianhai. The difference between a 9-star ancient immortal venerable and a half-step immortal god was like heaven and earth. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Do you still remember young Lord Yi Qingyan? Gu Tianhai asked again, and the arrogance on his face increased. Yi Qingyan, the young lord of the Yi clan, was Qiu Ziren's suitor. They held a grudge against Qin Yuan for marrying Qiu Ziren and had been hunting Qin Yuan all these years. It was only when Qin Yuan joined Luo Sha that the Yi family disappeared. We're here today to bring you a greeting gift. Young Lord Yi will look for you personally. You'd better behave yourself, Gu Tianhai sneered. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Tianhai smiled coldly again and said, Oh, right, almost forgot to tell you, young Lord Yi is already an immortal deity realm powerhouse. With that said, Gu Tianhai and the others vanished into thin air. Big brother Qin, the supreme commander has yet to return. White Impermanence said. Send people to the Emperor's celestial palace immediately. Gather all the venerables of Rakshasa and protect the Rakshasa celestial palace. This is the Lady Exalt's palace. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily. At the same time, a huge earthquake had already occurred in the ancient heavenly court. The mysterious expert used ruthless methods to quickly subdue all the major forces other than the Rakshasa celestial palace. All those who resisted were slaughtered. The blood of many forces flowed like a river. For a moment, everyone in the ancient heavenly courts was in a state of panic. In just 4 hours, the ancient heavenly court was completely controlled by a mysterious force. Such a terrifying speed was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was not just the ancient heavenly courts. The immortal god realm was also swept away by the mysterious expert. Everywhere they passed, those who resisted were mercilessly slaughtered. It was extremely brutal. The ruthless and forceful methods frightened all the major forces into bowing their heads. Even though the celestial emperor residents had the dragon soul venerable, they were completely no match for the mysterious force. In the end, they suffered heavy casualties. A new force rose to power at lightning speed. Even if it was a dragon's soul, he would not put it in his eyes. Too arrogant. These people actually dared to touch the dragon's soul. They're simply tired of living. Who are they? Do they still have any humanity? Has their conscience been eaten by dogs? They won't even let off women and children. They're beasts. Beasts. The major forces were extremely indignant, and their fates were extremely miserable. The ancient heavenly courts and the immortal god realm were filled with grief, helplessness, and despair. Ancient immortal palace. The palace was deathly silent, filled with towering rage and murderous intent. Ancient immortal sovereign Xianxia, elder He Qing, and the others were ferocious, and the anger in their eyes was about to erupt. Chu Shi, the ancient heavenly palace elder, and the other experts were severely injured by the mysterious expert. They were currently in the palace. 7 peak 9-star ancient immortal sovereigns and 2 half-step immortal gods. Their strength is extremely terrifying. We don't have the strength to fight against them at all. Chu Shi gritted her teeth and said angrily. All the major forces in the immortal god realm are controlled by them. The celestial emperor residence is a subordinate force of the dragon's soul, but it was also severely injured by them and suffered heavy casualties. An elder said. Lord ancient immortal sovereign, this must be the doing of the experts from the Panga realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suddenly gained such terrifying strength. Chu Shi said. Ancient immortal sovereign Xianxia nodded and said solemnly, previously, dozens of immortal gods' auras appeared in the ancient heavenly courts. These mysterious experts must be related to them. Lord ancient immortal sovereign, I will report this to Lord Feng immediately. Protector Tianhen said respectfully. Lord Feng must already know about this. Ancient immortal sovereign Yanchen said solemnly, I only hope that Lord Feng will take action as soon as possible. No one had expected that after the Nightmare Tribe, the ancient immortal world would suffer an even more terrifying calamity. The mysterious expert used ruthless methods to wipe out the major forces in the 2 domains. There were countless casualties, and it could be said that they were inhumane. If this continued, the entire ancient immortal world would fall. The news quickly spread to the ancient immortal realm. All the major forces and countless cultivators were terrified. All the major forces were hoping that the Lord of the Dragon's Soul would take action. However, a few days had passed, and there was no movement from the Dragon's Soul. Could it be that the Dragon's Soul was also afraid of this mysterious force? Could it be that the Lord of the Dragon's Soul was also not confident? Ancient heavenly courts, ancient heavenly courts. 3 days have passed, and the immortal god realm and ancient heavenly courts are already under our control. Is there still no movement from the Dragon's Soul? A man asked with a cold smile. The sovereign immortal palace is deserted. I think Feng Wuchen and the rest are scared of us, and don't dare to come out. A man mocked. That might not be the case. Perhaps our methods are not enough. Actually, we can be even more vicious. Another man sneered. Haha. The dozens of top experts in the main hall could not help but laugh maniacally. Xianxia, I'll go take care of some matters first, and take down the Rakshasa immortal palace. A man smiled faintly, his face full of confidence and arrogance. Young Lordji, please don't show mercy. Xianxia smiled. Hee. Yi Qingyan smiled faintly, and his figure disappeared. Xianxia, now that only the ancient immortal realm is left, it's time to take action, right? With our strength, we can wipe out all the forces in the ancient immortal world, including the Dragon's Soul. A man asked with a cold smile. Xianxia grinned and said, there's no hurry. I want to wait for Feng Wuchen to appear before taking action against the ancient immortal realm. End of chapter. Isn't Feng Wuchen the owner of the Dragon's Soul? Isn't he the strongest in the ancient immortal world? I want to take down the ancient immortal domain in front of him and see how he reacts. Xianxia sneered. Haha. Xianxia's suggestion is good. I also want to see how Feng Wuchen will react when he faces so many immortal gods. Another person laughed happily. Even so, let's go to the Rakshasa Celestial Palace to watch the show. We're bored anyway. Who knows, we might meet a beauty like Yi Qingyu. She's the Rakshasa sovereign commander. She must be very tasty. Another man laughed lecherously. He could already imagine the exciting scene. All right. Then let Yi Qingyu serve us well. Let's go to the Rakshasa Celestial Palace. Xianxia laughed evilly. Rakshasa Celestial Palace. More than 10 figures appeared. They were Yi Qingyan, Gu Tianhai, and the others. A terrifying aura enveloped the palace. They're here. Qin Qingyuan frowned. The Rakshasa sovereigns appeared one after another. There were about 200 immortal sovereigns and a few hundred immortal emperors. However, such a powerful lineup paled in comparison to Yi Qingyan's group. There are quite a few immortal sovereigns. Gu Tianhai sneered with a ruthless look in his eyes. Qin Qingyuan, do you still remember me? Yi Qingyan sneered and looked at Qin Qingyuan with disdain. He has indeed broken through to the immortal god realm. Qin Qingyuan frowned. His face was extremely serious. Big brother Qin, the sovereign commander and the deputy commander haven't returned yet. The sovereign lord and battle god Qiu Tian are cultivating in 10 times the space. What should we do? Black Impermanence asked worriedly. Protect the Rakshasa Celestial Palace with our lives. Qin Qingyuan gritted his teeth. Without Feng Wuchen and the 5 battle gods, they could only rely on themselves. Qin Qingyuan, you snatched away this young master's beloved. This young master has always remembered this. Yi Qingyan sneered. Xiren likes me, not you. She's my wife. What does that have to do with you? Qin Qingyuan retorted. The person I like has something to do with me. Yi Qingyan said coldly. His expression changed faster than flipping a book. Liking someone else's wife. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, White Impermanence said. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. Yi Qingyan narrowed his eyes and pointed his finger across the air. A terrifying green beam of light instantly pierced through White Impermanence's chest, along with the ground of the square where it was. His speed was extremely fast. Qin Qingyuan and the others did not even have time to react. Impermanence. Qin Qingyuan and the others was shocked. Impermanence. White Impermanence. Black Impermanence shouted in grief and indignation. No one had thought that Yi Qingyan would be so ruthless. Killed. White Impermanence's soul had already been destroyed by the terrifying power, and its aura had completely disappeared. As expected of young Lord Yi. You're really ruthless. Xianxua's faint laughter resounded, and then dozens of immortal deities appeared. An immortal god was already terrifying enough. To it. Even the dragon soul couldn't beat them, let alone Rakshasa Celestial Palace was doomed today. Who could fight against such a terrifying lineup? Young Lord Yi, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's do it. Gu Tianhai sneered. He wanted to test the strength of the 200 Rakshasa Celestial Venerables. Leave Qin Qingyuan. To me. Yi Qingyan smiled. Do it. Gu Tianhai sneered. Dozens of peak immortal venerables shot out at the same time. Qin Qingyuan shouted, activate the array. Yin Yang Moon Slaughter Array. The Rakshasa Celestial Venerables used all their strength to form the same seal and shouted at the same time. Buzz buzz. The Rakshasa Celestial Palace shook violently. Then, a huge golden array was formed and enveloped the palace. A formation? Yi Qingyan sneered disdainfully. A mere formation was nothing in his eyes. Gu Tianhai sneered. The array formed by so many immortal venerables is indeed very powerful. Ordinary people can't break it. Unfortunately, I'm only a basic immortal. Boom. Crack. Buzz. Buzz, Gu Tianhai blasted out a palm, and the super powerful array shattered instantly. The palace shook violently, and many ancient immortal venerables vomited blood. Haha, so weak. Gu Tianhai laughed crazily. Qin Qingyuan said angrily, fight. Do it. Buzz buzz. The Rakshasa Celestials activated the array, and their combat strength soared. The terrifying power swept out with an earth-shattering force, and the space instantly collapsed. The scene was terrifying. Nearly 200 ancient immortal venerables. That monstrous aura made people feel as if there was a knife in their throat, and they couldn't breathe. Qin Qing Yuan's combat strength instantly soared to the peak of 9-star ancient immortal venerables. The combat strength of the other celestials also soared by 1 to 2 stars. I've heard that the dragon's soul can increase the combat strength of Rakshasa celestials. It seems that it's true. Yi Qingyan sneered. Yi Qingyan curled his finger at Qin Qing Yuan and sneered. Take out your strongest Panga realm to attack me. Qin Qing Yuan didn't dare to attack at all. Even though he knew that Yi Qingyan's cultivation base was enhanced by the Panga realm experts, he was still an immortal. Even if he couldn't unleash the full power of the immortal realm, he was still stronger than him. Fight! Qin Qing Yuan gritted his teeth, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Pangu Art. Mara Divine Sword. Qin Qing Yuan took out the 8th grade ancient immortal sword, and a surging sword intent burst out. Then, he shouted and swung his sword. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, a gigantic sword radiance, hundreds of thousands of feet long, burst out and rushed toward Yi Qingyan with a destructive force. I've heard that you're very powerful, and it's true. But it's a pity that your cultivation base is too weak. Yi Qingyan sneered. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the violent sword light blasted on Yi Qingyan's body, and a loud explosion resounded in the void as it engulfed Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan didn't defend himself at all, and he let the sword light attack him. I didn't feel anything at all. Yi Qingyan's sneer came from the terrifying explosion. I knew it. Qin Qing Yuan frowned. Whoosh, in the next second, Yi Qingyan suddenly appeared. His speed was beyond Qin Qing Yuan's imagination, and he couldn't react at all. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Qin Qing Yuan spat out blood and flew out of the main palace without seeing Yi Qingyan attack. Brother Qin! He Wu Chang and the others shouted in horror. Is this the strength of Rakshasa? Gu Tianhai sneered. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 200 ancient immortal primes of Rakshasa were severely injured. They couldn't fight back at all. The ancient immortal emperors of Rakshasa were all dumbfounded. Such a terrifying expert wasn't someone they could fight against. Is Yi Qingyu still not here? I'm getting impatient. Xianxia sneered. Who's going to call Feng Wuchen? Yi Qingyan sneered. End of chapter. The Luosha sovereign stared at Yi Qingyan, but no one answered. Perhaps I'm too direct. Then I'll change my method. Whoever is willing to call Feng Wuchen here, I'll spare his life. Yi Qingyan sneered. His condescending attitude made it seem as if he had everything under control. Why? No one is willing? Yi Qingyan was surprised. Yi Qingyan didn't expect the Luosha sovereigns to be so loyal that they wouldn't be willing to die. Qingyan, I have other plans for Feng Wuchen, and the ancient god has agreed, Xianxia said with a smile. His tone carried an air of superiority. Is that so? Yi Qingyan glanced at Xianxia and smiled. If that's the case, I'll kill Qin Qing Yuan. I'll settle my own matters first. Although Yi Qingyan was the young master of the Yi family, his status was much lower than Xianxia's. Although they were both immortal spirits, Xianxia was stronger. Yi Qingyan didn't dare to do anything in front of Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. Qingyan, Commander Luosha is one of the great beauties of the ancient heavenly court. We didn't dare to think about it before, but it's different now. Why don't you use him to lure Yi Qingyu out? There are many beauties in the dragon's soul. The ancient god won't care what we do. Yi Qingyan sneered. Good idea. I heard that Feng Wuchen's wife is very beautiful. I also want to try. Qin Qing Yuan, I'll spare your life. Tianhai, take him away. Yes. Young Master Yi. Gu Tianhai said respectfully. In your dreams. Lu Tianlu shouted. The hundreds of ancient immortal emperors didn't agree. You think you can stop me? I don't care about you. You don't have the right. Gu Tianhai sneered. Before Lu Tianlu and the others could react, another person appeared beside Gu Tianhai. It was Qin Qing Yuan, who was severely injured. Big brother Qin. He Wu Chang and the others were terrified. Gu Tianhai was too fast. They didn't even have time to react, let alone stop him. Big brother Qianxia, we killed quite a few people today and even captured one. It's time to go back. It's about time. They should be here soon. A tall and thin man said indifferently. Big brother Xianxia, Yiqingyu doesn't seem to be in the Rakshasa Immortal Palace, another person said. Go back and tell Yiqingyu that if she wants to save him, she has to go to the heavenly court alone. I'll only give her 3 days. If she doesn't show up in the heavenly court after 3 days, she can collect Qingyuan's corpse. Xianxia sneered at the Rakshasa supremacy. Despicable. Black Impermanence gritted his teeth and cursed. Right, while you're at it, tell Feng Wuchen that we'll wait for him to come out before we make a move on the ancient celestial realm. Xianxia laughed coldly, his arrogance carrying a sense of aloofness, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with sharpness. After Xianxia and the other immortal gods left, the Rakshasa supremacies heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of the mysterious powerhouse was terrifying. The Rakshasa supremacies were extremely terrified. This was already the second time. The next time they came, even more people would be killed mercilessly. We can't care about that anymore. We can't let them go on like this. Black Impermanence gritted his teeth and immediately headed to the Emperor's celestial palace. Regardless of whether Feng Wuchen and the rest had come out of seclusion or not, they had to inform Feng Wuchen as soon as possible. The Heavenly Court. Not long after Xianxia and Yiqingyan returned, batches of people arrived at the Heavenly Court. Young Master Xianxia, the young masters and genius disciples of the ancient Heavenly Court and the immortal God Realm's major forces are here. There's a total of 130 people, an ancient immortal supremacy reported respectfully. Greetings, young Master Xianxia. Over 100 people knelt respectfully. Xianxia sneered and said, Rise. Lord Ancient God will surely be pleased. Big brother Xianxia, won't Lord Ancient God be exhausted with so many people? Someone asked. This is a small matter. It's nothing to Lord Ancient God, Yiqingyan said with a faint smile. Xianxia frowned and said, We don't have the right to question Lord Ancient God. Don't say such things in the future, lest Lord Ancient God gets upset. Hiss, hiss, at this moment, a pitch-black fissure appeared in the hall. Greetings, Lord Ancient God. Xianxia, Yiqingyan, and the others respectfully knelt. From the crack, a vast and surging aura spread out. It was soul-stirring and full of deterrence. Xianxia and several dozen other immortal gods felt like they couldn't move, as if they had been immobilized. A little while later, a man walked out. It was none other than the titled ancient god He Qing. Reporting to Lord Ancient God, according to your orders, the young masters and genius disciples of the ancient heavenly court and the immortal god realm's major forces have all been gathered here, Xianxia respectfully reported. Very good. Ancient god He Qing nodded in satisfaction. Feng Wuchen still hasn't appeared? He Qing expressionlessly asked. Xianxia respectfully replied, reporting to Lord Ancient God, We've already killed quite a few Rakshasa sovereigns and quite a few Dragon Soul sovereigns, but Feng Wuchen still hasn't appeared, and neither have the 5 war gods of Dragon Soul. Is that so? He Qing coldly sneered. Since that's the case, we'll slowly play with him. He'll appear sooner or later. Lord Ancient God, be at ease. This subordinate knows what to do, Xianxia respectfully said. Ancient God He Qing waved his hand, and the 130 young masters and genius disciples vanished, along with their auras. If these people aren't enough to deal with Feng Wuchen, then bring your own heads to this titled ancient god. Ancient God He Qing eerily said before vanishing. For Feng Wuchen to still not appear is indeed because we weren't ruthless enough. Pass on my order. Immediately send people to the ancient immortal realm's celestial immortal world to destroy Feng Restaurant, Xianxia immediately ordered. After giving the order, Gu Tianhai immediately led 10 some peak 9-star ancient immortal sovereigns to the celestial immortal world. At present, there were 18 Feng restaurants in the celestial immortal world, and they could be found all over the celestial immortal world. But today, a mysterious expert had suddenly come and destroyed Feng Restaurant without saying a word, not caring about the lives of the customers. The terrifying power instantly turned the Feng Restaurant into ashes. Everyone had Dragon Soul sovereigns guarding them, but they were still mercilessly slaughtered. Feng Restaurant in Heavenly Moon Immortal City was no exception. The magnificent restaurant had been razed to the ground, and many Dragon Soul sovereigns had died. Xiao Bufan, Wei Tianzhong, and the others had all been seriously injured. Everyone was scared silly. Someone actually dared to attack Dragon Soul's Feng Restaurant. This was simply suicidal. In just a few minutes, 18 Feng restaurants had been destroyed. To the Dragon Soul, this was simply a great humiliation. The news quickly spread. The various factions and countless cultivators of the ancient immortal realm were all shocked. Those who dared to attack Feng Restaurant were definitely experts from that mysterious faction. The mysterious faction had first subdued the ancient heavenly court and the various factions of the immortal god realm, then ignored Dragon Soul's existence and openly attacked the heavenly the arch residence and Rakshasa immortal palace, slaughtering many Dragon Soul and Rakshasa sovereigns. Now, they were attacking Feng Restaurant. The repeated provocations had already infuriated the Dragon Soul. End of this chapter. Emperor Immortal Palace. Black Impermanence, Mu Qingfeng, Qiao Bufan, and many other severely injured Dragon Soul venerables and Rakshasa venerables were waiting at the plaza. Their faces weren't filled with anger and hatred, but with anticipation and desire. The mysterious power's arrogance had indeed made them feel endless anger and hatred. It was also because of this that they were looking forward to Feng Wuchen coming out of seclusion. They were looking forward to Feng Wuchen leading them in a counterattack. They wanted to teach the mysterious power a lesson. Feng Wuchen brought back the Thousand Spirits pool water and personally instructed them not to disturb him. Therefore, no one dared to enter the tenfold space. Even Elder Guyu could only wait patiently. Within the tenfold space, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were frantically absorbing the ancient spirit chi of the Thousand Spirits pool water to cultivate. Their cultivation was rising at a terrifying speed. However, Feng Wuchen wasn't in the tenfold space. Feng Wuchen was cultivating in his divine ring and didn't know what was happening outside. Swish! Protector Tianhen and Commander Xingyan suddenly appeared. It was obvious that they had heard that Feng Restaurant was destroyed. Elder Guyu, where are Lord Feng and the rest? Protector Tianhen asked curiously. They haven't come out of seclusion. Guyu shook his head helplessly. They haven't come out? Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically as he said in astonishment, could it be that Lord Feng doesn't know what happened? I don't know. Elder Guyu shook his head helplessly again. This is bad. Protector Tianhen said in astonishment, if Lord Feng doesn't know, this mysterious power might do something even more terrifying. Commander Xingyan, immediately return and report to Lord Immortal Venerables. Protector Tianhen immediately ordered. Understood. Commander Xingyan said respectfully as his figure transformed and disappeared. There are still 3 days. If the Supreme Commander doesn't appear in 3 days, they will kill Big Brother Qin. They still want to defile the Supreme Commander. Black Impermanence said with grief and indignation. These bastards. Protector Tianhen's anger soared to the sky. They're here for the High Lord. Elder Guyu said solemnly, pass down the order. All Dragon Soul and Rakshasa venerables are to retreat immediately. Lord will decide after he comes out of seclusion. Elsewhere, in the heavenly court. Young Master Thousand Locks, we have already destroyed all 18 Dragon Soul restaurants and killed many people, but there has been no movement from Dragon Soul. Gu Tianhai reported. Isn't it ruthless enough? Xianxia sneered, the Shinra Temple has a good relationship with the Dragon Soul. Jian Chou is the head disciple of the Immortal Soul World's Mystic Sovereign Palace. If we destroy the Shinra Temple and Mystic Sovereign Palace, Feng Wuchen should come out, right? Young Lord Xianxia, leave this matter to me, Gu Tianhai said respectfully. Go, destroy the Shinra Temple and the Mystic Sovereign Palace. Xianxia sneered, a cold light flashing in his pitch-black eyes. Who could stop a half-step immortal god and a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable? Gu Tianhai had always been vicious and merciless. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. An hour later, the news of the destruction of the Shinra Temple and the Dark Royal Palace reached the Sovereign Celestial Palace. What? The Shinra Temple has been destroyed? Qiao Bufan was stunned on the spot. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks as the pain of 10,000 swords piercing his heart spread throughout his body. The forces led by Supremes have also been destroyed. Leng Ren, Jing Lin, and the others were also dumbfounded. Not only that, whether it was related to the dragon's soul or not, they were all mercilessly massacred by Gu Tianhai, suffering heavy casualties. Especially in the heaven immortal world, many forces big and small were massacred. Screams and indignation spread endlessly. Whether it was the immortal soul world or the ancient immortal domain, it was now chaos. Everyone was in danger, fear and despair were written all over their faces. The mysterious force had acted very quickly. Even ancient immortal venerable Yan Shen and the others couldn't stop it in time. By the time ancient immortal venerable Yan Shen and the others arrived, the experts of the mysterious force had already disappeared without a trace. There was also news that those who died were all killed by Feng Wuchen. Many people in the ancient immortal domain were cursing Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen! You coward! You don't dare to come out after causing so many deaths. They came for you, but you made us take the blame. Feng Wuchen! You bastard! You're not human. Come out if you have the guts. Feng Wuchen! I curse 18 generations of your ancestors. You're a jinx. What bullshit, master of dragon soul. Aren't you very powerful? Come out. Those who fanned the flames were obviously bribed. They cursed as harshly as they could. Those who were victims, because of their grief and indignation, also joined the group of people who insulted and slandered Feng Wuchen. For a time, the heaven immortal world became more chaotic. Feng Wuchen and the dragon soul were cursed. The major forces seemed to be infected, and they were all cursing Feng Wuchen and slandering the dragon soul. It was as if Feng Wuchen and the dragon soul had become the public enemy of the heaven immortal world. Feng Wuchen and the dragon soul instantly lost their reputation. After hearing this news, the dragon soul and Rakshasa were incomparably furious. But there was nothing they could do. Dozens of immortal god realm experts were definitely not something they could fight against. Even ancient immortal sovereign Yan Shen was just an ant in front of immortal god realm experts. This is just the beginning. They want to force the supremacy to come out. Elder Guyu gritted his teeth and said angrily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Monstrous anger, resentment, and grievances could only be swallowed down. Dragon Soul and Rakshasa could not vent their anger. They could only endure the humiliation and grievances. They were about to go crazy from holding it in. Everyone's faces were ferocious and veins were bulging. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their bodies were covered in killing intent. As long as there was an order, they would definitely fight the enemy without caring about their lives, because anger and hatred had completely drowned out fear. Grand Elder, give the order. Fight it out with them. Leng Ren gritted his teeth and said angrily. Every word was filled with monstrous killing intent. He could no longer bear it. Grand Elder, give the order. Jing Lin, He Wu Chang, and the others said one after another. Their anger could not be quenched. I will never forgive them. Qiu Bufan gritted his teeth and roared. His rationality was slowly being swallowed by anger. Don't send yourself to death. Guyu shook his head and said, they still haven't come to the Emperor's celestial palace. This means that they are also waiting for the supremacy. Don't forget, they have the Panga realm experts behind them. Not to mention the Panga realm experts, dozens of immortal gods were not something they could fight against. Fighting with all their might would only be courting death. On the other side, in the main hall of the heavenly court, this Feng Wuchen is still unwilling to come out. His reputation has been ruined, and the heaven immortal world has suffered heavy casualties. The Shimmer Temple and Dark Royal Palace were destroyed, but he still refuses to come out. Xianxia sneered. Is he really afraid of us and doesn't dare to come out? Someone sneered. No. Yi Qingyan shook his head and said, although I don't know Feng Wuchen, I don't think he's a coward. I'm afraid that he's in seclusion and doesn't know what's going on outside. Seclusion? Xianxia was stunned at first, then said, if he's in seclusion, Feng Wuchen really doesn't know. In that case, there's no need to wait any longer. End of chapter. There's no need to wait? Yi Qingyan frowned and asked, didn't you say you had other plans? Why not wait? Xianxia smiled at the dissatisfied Yi Qingyan. I do have other plans, but it doesn't matter if we wait for Feng Wuchen. What about Qing Qing Yuan? Are we not waiting for Yi Qingyu? Yi Qingyan asked. Wait. Of course we have to wait. 2 more days. After dealing with Yi Qingyu, we'll take action. Xianxia sneered as if no one could escape from his grasp. I'm just afraid that Yi Qingyu won't come. Someone sneered. Xianxia shrugged and sneered. It doesn't matter if she comes or not. She'll still fall into our hands in the end. We'll just enjoy her later. 2 days passed quickly, and Yi Qingyu still hadn't appeared. Yi Qingyu and Chu Tian were also cultivating in the tenfold space. They didn't know what happened in the outside world. Qing Yan, kill Qing Qing Yuan. Xianxia sneered and lost his patience. Pass down the order. Attack the ancient immortal domain immediately and wipe out all forces. Kill anyone who resists. Xianxia ordered. More than 30 immortal gods, more than 100 half-step immortal gods, and hundreds of peak 9-star ancient immortal venerables headed toward the ancient immortal domain. Waves of terrifying auras intimidated countless forces and cultivators in the ancient immortal domain. They're here. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen's face changed. How is this possible? Great Elder He Qing and the others were scared silly. Such a terrifying lineup was even more terrifying than the one the Demon Puppet Clan had faced. It was incomparable. Such a terrifying lineup was definitely in existence that could destroy the ancient immortal domain. No matter how strong the dragon soul was, he couldn't fight against them. There was no way he could win. Pass down the order. Gather all the experts in the ancient immortal temple. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen ordered. Gather all the experts in the ancient immortal temple. There were more than 30 immortal gods. Even if all the experts in the ancient immortal domain gathered, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Whoosh. Whoosh, as soon as ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen gave the order, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the ancient immortal palace. The leader was Xianxia, 3 immortal gods. It's too late. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen's expression changed drastically. Celestial realm. Great Elder He Qing and the others also noticed the 3 of them. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, come out and submit to me. Don't force me to make a move. All of you together are no match for me. Xianxia sneered. An extremely terrifying pressure blasted everyone from ancient immortal palace onto the ground, unable to move. Their faces revealed expressions of pain. How arrogant, incomparably arrogant, he completely disregarded ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen. Preposterous. How dare he insult the ancient celestial sovereign? Protector Tianhen was furious. His face twitched violently as he clenched his fists. This voice is Thousand Locks' voice. Chushi exclaimed. Thousand Locks? Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen's expression changed again. Could it be the ancient heavenly court's thousand ancient shrine? That's right. He's the eternal shrine's young master, Xianxia. Chushi said with certainty. This voice was too familiar. Not long after, ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, He Qing, and the other upper echelons walked out of the hall. Kneel down, an immortal god said arrogantly. His tone was completely commanding. Bullshit. The ancient celestial sovereign wants to kneel down to you? Protector Tianhen roared. Protector Tianhen. Your mouth stinks. Xianxia sneered. His surging and invincible aura instantly caused Protector Tianhen to vomit blood. You. Protector Tianhen exploded in anger. Xianxia, I didn't expect it to be you. Chushi said solemnly. Xianxia sneered arrogantly. It's not just me. The young masters and genius disciples of the ancient heavenly court and immortal god domain are on our side. They have already invaded the ancient immortal domain. I only need an hour and the entire ancient immortal domain will submit to me. I will be the sole ruler. Great Elder He Qing shouted angrily. Shameless boasting. Do you really think you have that ability? No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to defeat Lord Feng. Feng Wuchen? Haha. Xianxia laughed maniacally. So what if he's Feng Wuchen? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Ancient celestial sovereign Yan Chen, don't you know our strength? With your cultivation, you should be able to sense it, right? One of the men sneered. I feel that there's a need to tell you. Including the three of us, there's a total of 37 immortal gods. As for half-step immortal gods, there's a total of 147? Peak 9-star ancient celestial sovereigns, 300. Is that clear enough? The lineup is incomparably terrifying. Feng Wuchen is indeed very strong. To be honest, I'm not Feng Wuchen's match in a one-on-one battle. However, can Feng Wuchen defeat us? Even if he has an undying body, I still have a way to kill him. Xianxia sneered as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Although Xianxia was extremely arrogant, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could defeat Feng Wuchen in a one-on-one battle. Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen, can you all kneel down and submit now? With your strength, I can crush you to death with a single finger, the other man said arrogantly, looking down on everyone. Wishful thinking. Great Elder He Qing shouted angrily. Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen gritted his teeth and said angrily, when this celestial sovereign dominated the ancient celestial world, you weren't even born yet. How dare you make this celestial sovereign kneel down? To brazenly make ancient celestial sovereign Yan Chen and the rest kneel down and submit was simply a great humiliation. Is that so? If I want you to kneel down, you will kneel down. A man sneered as his terrifying and violent aura suppressed ancient celestial sovereign Yan Chen. Pfft. Ancient celestial sovereign Yan Chen coughed out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one leg. Lord Ancient Celestial Sovereign. Great Elder He Qing and the rest were shocked. Preposterous. Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen was furious. His old face turned red as his blood vessels bulged. However, with Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen's cultivation, he was unable to withstand the aura of an immortal god expert. Bastard! Protector Tian Hen exploded in anger and couldn't help cursing. Kneel! The immortal god expert roared as his aura burst out again. Pfft! Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen coughed out another mouthful of blood. His injuries instantly worsened and his aura became incomparably weak. Lord Ancient Celestial Sovereign. Great Elder He Qing and the rest panicked. If this continued, Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen would definitely die. Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen's injuries worsened and his body trembled. His strong willpower allowed him to hold on. His dignity and honor must not be trampled on, even if he died, he would never submit. However, this was already his limit. Still not kneeling down? It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Xianxia sneered. The moment Xianxia said that, Great Elder He Qing and the rest's eyeballs almost flew out. Ancient Celestial Sovereign Yan Chen, you have sat on the Overlord seat for long enough. It's time for someone else to sit on it. Xianxia sneered as a terrifying power condensed in his palm. Boom. Buzz. Xianxia struck out with a palm. An absolutely terrifying power swept out wildly, blotting out the skies and covering the earth. At that moment, ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen and Great Elder He Qing felt as if they had fallen into hell. The aura of death was very real. Xianxia did not show any mercy in this strike. Xianxia really wanted to kill ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, he would do anything to achieve his goal. He was indeed ruthless. Shameless Jr., you were lucky enough to obtain an expert from the Panga realm to raise your cultivation. How dare you show off in the ancient immortal palace? An old voice filled with supreme majesty sounded. Boom. Buzz. An extremely domineering force smashed against Xianxia's force and charged towards Xianxia and the other two. What a domineering force. Xianxia frowned. The three immediately dodged. Rumble. Buzz. The domineering force blasted a huge black hole in the void. The space of the ancient immortal realm shook violently and collapsed. The destructive force was absolutely terrifying. Clan leader Chonyo. Xianxia appeared with a frown. I didn't expect clan leader Chonyo to also break through to the immortal realm. A man frowned. A very domineering bloodline power. Another immortal realm expert said solemnly. The three of them looked at the square. Clan leader Chonyo appeared in front of ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen in the square of the ancient immortal palace. The appearance of clan leader Chonyo meant that the 5 major races of the illusory realm had already moved out. The 5 major races naturally would not stand by and watch the mysterious force invade the ancient immortal realm. The 4 clan leaders of the Shanming Tiger clan had already led a large number of their clansmen to move out. "Thank you, clan leader Chonyo," ancient immortal venerable Xianxia said weakly. Then, he finally collapsed. Although ancient immortal venerable Xianxia had collapsed, he had kept his dignity and honor. Great elder He Qing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Clan leader Chonyo is indeed powerful. Your bloodline power is also extremely domineering, Xianxia said coldly. Even facing clan leader Chonyo, Xianxia was not afraid. Patriarch Chonyo, you must be careful. Although their cultivation base has been increased by the experts of Panga realm, their strength is still extremely strong. Great elder He Qing reminded. At the same time, he gave ancient immortal venerable Xianxia a healing pill. Unfortunately, even though the 5 great clans are strong, they only have 2 immortal gods, Patriarch Chonyo and Qiu Tian. Now that Qiu Tian has yet to show himself, Patriarch Chonyo alone won't be able to stop us. A man spoke coldly. If it was one-on-one, Patriarch Chonyo would definitely win. Clan leader Chonyo's bloodline power was terrifying, and he also cultivated the powerful Panga technique. He was not someone that Xianxia and the others could deal with. However, Patriarch Chonyo didn't have the confidence to fight 1 against 3. After all, they were 3 immortal deities. Since clan leader Chonyo has intervened, don't blame us for being impolite. Go all out. Kill clan leader Chonyo as quickly as possible, Xianxia said coldly. His pitch-black eyes flickered with ruthless killing intent. Buzz. The 3 of them unleashed their full strength at the same time. The terrifying power of 3 immortal gods instantly covered the entire space of the ancient immortal world. The unimaginable aura scared countless cultivators out of their wits. Clan leader Chonyo, be prepared to die. No matter how strong your bloodline is, you won't be able to defeat 3 immortal gods. A man shouted. Clan leader Chonyo's face was extremely solemn. He also unleashed his bloodline power. His ferocious aura was like a raging sea. 61 The terrifying aura brought with it a warm current that made Xianxia and the others feel pressured. This was clan leader Chonyo's strength. Humph. Clan leader Chonyo snorted coldly as his lips curled into a dangerous arc swoosh. Clan leader Chonyo took out his 8th grade ancient immortal sword. His aura and combat strength soared once again as he shot into the sky. At the same time, he injected his domineering bloodline into the ancient immortal sword. His body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning with an invincible attack. What? What kind of speed is this? His strength is being suppressed. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. His heart raced as he felt a strong sense of danger. So fast. The other 2 immortal gods were also shocked. Clan leader Chonyo arrived in an instant and swept out his sword. It's too late. Xianxia was shocked. Boom. PFFF. In an instant, there was a loud explosion. An extremely domineering sword radiance exploded at close range. The impact caused Xianxia to spit out blood as his body flew out like a cannonball. Clan leader Chonyo's speed was terrifying. Xianxia couldn't react to his sudden attack. How is this possible? He can actually ignore my strength. Xianxia was shocked and couldn't believe it. Xianxia had already used his full strength, but his strength was nothing in front of Chonyo. How could he believe it? Clan leader Chonyo's sword was extremely ferocious and Xianxia was already severely injured. The difference in strength between the 2 was imaginable. Big brother Xianxia. The 2's eyeballs were about to fly out. They couldn't react in time. SSS, Grand Elder He Qing, Protector Tian Hen and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Clan leader Chonyo's strength was domineering and terrifying. They didn't expect that Chonyo would choose to heavily injure Xianxia instead of fighting the 3 of them head-on. Preposterous. Xianxia was enraged. His ferocious gaze was like a poisonous snake as he stared at clan leader Chonyo. Although my strength isn't enough to fight against the 3 of you, I still have the confidence to take you down one by one. Chonyo said coldly. Clan leader Chonyo, I have to admit that I'm not your opponent. But even if you interfere, you can't change anything, Xianxia said fiercely as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Clan leader Qianyo said coldly, even if I can't change anything, I won't let you do as you wish. Even if I have to give up my life, I won't hesitate. As he spoke, clan leader Qianyo released a terrifying killing intent that was like a storm of death. Humph. How many immortal gods can you block? How long can the factions of the ancient immortal domain last? Xianxia said angrily. Indeed, clan leader Qianyo couldn't block a few immortal gods. The factions of the ancient immortal domain couldn't block them either. As long as Feng Wuchen and the 5 war gods didn't make a move, no one could block them. The strength of the mysterious faction was huge and it was unprecedented in the ancient immortal world. Xianxia, you won't be happy for long. The moment Lord Feng comes out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. Chushi shouted furiously. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Let's see if Feng Wuchen can turn the situation around. Let's go. Xianxia sneered and his words were filled with disdain. Clan leader Qianyo, there are still 34 immortal gods in the ancient immortal domain. You have to hurry. A man sneered. Xianxia and the other 2 disappeared in a flash. Clan leader Qianyo, when will Lord Feng come out of seclusion? Protector Tianhen asked anxiously. Clan leader Qianyo shook his head and said seriously, I don't know. The factions of the ancient immortal domain have already fallen. It's too late. Grand Elder He-Ching shook his head helplessly. In just an hour, the ancient immortal domain was controlled by a mysterious force. The major factions suffered heavy casualties, their families were destroyed, and blood flowed like rivers. Even the Celestial Moon Pavilion suffered heavy casualties and had no choice but to submit in the end. Even the 5 major races couldn't resist the crazy attacks of so many immortal gods and half-step immortal gods. The 5 major races suffered heavy casualties. Even the patriarchs and elders were severely injured. In the entire ancient immortal domain, only the ancient immortal palace and the emperor immortal palace were safe and sound. After Qianxia failed, he didn't attack the ancient immortal palace again. Right now, the air of the ancient immortal realm was filled with the thick smell of blood, as well as the aura of grief and despair. The ancient immortal domain had fallen, and the entire ancient immortal world had fallen into the control of a mysterious force. The curses and slander against Feng Wuchen and the Dragon Soul were now covered by grief and despair. The ancient immortal world is finished. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen and the patriarchs of the 5 major races are powerless. Everyone felt like they had fallen into endless darkness. They couldn't see a trace of light, and their hearts were filled with fear. In the face of absolute power, they couldn't do anything except be oppressed and bullied. The suppressed grief made many cultivators feel worse than death. Days passed. The major factions that had submitted could only be accompanied by grief and anger. Everyone felt that the ancient immortal world was finished. The countless cultivators who were suffering only hoped that Feng Wuchen and the Dragon Soul could save them as soon as possible. However, as the days passed, there was no sign of Feng Wuchen or the Dragon Soul. The 5 major races had already made their move. Why didn't the Dragon Soul do anything? The Dragon Soul and the Rakshasa supremacy seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The major factions were guessing that the Dragon Soul was most likely destroyed. After all, this mysterious force was too terrifying and had absolute power. No matter how strong the Dragon Soul was, it only had a few immortal gods. How could it fight against dozens of immortal gods and more than 100 half-step immortal gods? The Emperor Immortal Palace was dead silent. Grief, anger, hatred, depression, and other emotions were all written on their faces. Everyone was trembling. They were like soldiers of death. They were waiting for their soul and spiritual leader. They were ready to launch a counterattack. Everyone was waiting for an order. Once the order was given, they would charge at the enemy in their most terrifying, most ruthless and cold-blooded manner. Celestial Moon Pavilion, Heaven Immortal Realm. This place had become the mysterious organization's new base. Big Brother Xianxia, how are your injuries? Someone asked. He's fine now. Xianxia spoke in a ghastly tone, and his eyes narrowed while a wisp of ruthlessness flashed within them. Xianxia would never forget Qianyo's overbearing sword. As an immortal god, he was actually defeated by a single sword strike from an opponent of the same cultivation realm, and this was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Is there any movement from the dragon soul? Thousand Locke asked. One of them replied respectfully, not yet. Feng Wuchen and the others have yet to come out of seclusion. After so many days, the ancient immortal world is already under our control, and Feng Wuchen still has the heart to cultivate in seclusion. Does he really not care about the lives of others? Xianxia sneered. Big brother Xianxia, in my opinion, we should just use the dragon soul. They are all in the Emperor Immortal Palace, a bunch of cowards. A man sneered. Other than Xianxia, the other 4 clan leaders have already been captured. Everything is under our control. It doesn't matter when Feng Wuchen and the others come out of seclusion. They will die anyway, so what's the hurry? Yi Qingyan sneered. Xianxia smiled. Qingyan is right. There is no need to rush. We have plenty of time. No matter how much Feng Wuchen cultivates, he can't fight us, unless he can ascend. But the ancient god won't give him that chance. Right, immediately send someone to the ancient immortal palace. Within 3 days, clan leader Xianxia must exchange his life for the other 4 clan leaders, or we will kill them. Xianxia must die. If Xianxia was not killed, the humiliation would never be erased. In the divine ring, Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating crazily with the help of the 1,000 spirits pool's ancient spiritual qi, had become more and more terrifying. He was close to the peak of the immortal god realm. Once he broke through the peak of the immortal god realm, he would be qualified to ascend to the Panga realm. The ancient spiritual qi has been used up. What a pity. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Other than Feng Wuchen's own cultivation, the reincarnation pagoda's soul was also absorbing the ancient spiritual qi, so the consumption was very fast. Stretching, Feng Wuchen said, Devil Demon Old Monster's cultivation was about the same as mine now. It should be enough to trigger the heavenly thunder. Kid, something big happened outside. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's voice came. Something big happened? Feng Wuchen was stunned. The chaotic mysterious fire beast immediately told Feng Wuchen what happened in the ancient immortal world. After hearing it, Feng Wuchen was expressionless. He was obviously furious. The mysterious force was too arrogant. They treated human lives like grass and were crazy. Feng Wuchen absolutely could not tolerate it. He Qing is really willing to deal with me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His dark eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Kid, you have to be prepared. They are much stronger than Devil Demon Old Monster. There are 37 of them in the immortal god realm. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's voice came. Are there many? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He did not take it seriously at all. With a thought, he immediately left the divine ring. In the Emperor Immortal Palace, the grief, anger, hatred, and depression spread. Feng Wuchen could feel it clearly. Feng Wuchen could also feel the mood of the dragon soul Rakshasa and the others at the moment. A figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. In the blink of an eye, everyone's gaze swept over at the same time. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, everyone's eyes were wet. The suppressed emotion surged out like a tide. That feeling was like returning to heaven from hell in an instant. It was extremely happy. Ecstasy and excitement rushed out crazily. The dawn of victory came. The appearance of that man made all of them feel incomparably relieved. It was as if there was nothing that could not be done. Any strong enemy or any difficulty would not exist in front of that man. That man was the nightmare of all enemies. My lord. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and hope. They looked at Feng Wuchen. I know what happened. Brothers, you have worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Feng Wuchen said lightly and walked down the stairs step by step. A simple sentence made the dragon soul and Rakshasa go crazy. Feng Wuchen came to the center of the square and slowly closed his eyes. Many familiar auras had disappeared. Feng Wuchen could feel the grief, hatred, and despair that pervaded the ancient immortal world. Because of me, the ancient immortal world is implicated. Feng Wuchen said in his heart. Monstrous anger burned crazily. Feng Wuchen slowly flew up. The blood-red killing intent formed a terrifying storm and rushed into the sky. Feng Wuchen is here. Feng Wuchen roared. The furious roar resounded in every corner of the ancient immortal world. End of chapter. Lord Feng, clan leader Chunyo, ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, and the others were overjoyed as they looked toward the Emperor's celestial palace. Feng Wuchen had come out of seclusion. Clan leader Chunyo and the others immediately headed toward the Emperor's celestial palace. The Lord of Dragon Soul. That's the voice of the Lord of Dragon Soul. The Lord of Dragon Soul is here. We're saved. That's great. The Lord of Dragon Soul has finally appeared. Angry roars reverberated through every corner of the ancient immortal world. Countless factions and cultivators danced with joy. Victorious smiles appeared on the faces of all the cultivators. The world of darkness seemed to have been broken by Feng Wuchen's angry roars. Celestial Moon Pavilion. Feng Wuchen has come out of seclusion. Xianxia and Yi Qingyan were shocked. As expected of the Lord of Dragon Soul. What a terrifying murderous aura. Xianxia sneered, his eyes filled with anticipation. He's finally out of seclusion. It would be too boring if he didn't come out. Yi Qingyan sneered. Pass down the order. Head to the Emperor's celestial palace immediately. Xianxia immediately gave the order and disappeared. Dozens of immortal gods appeared and disappeared one after another. All of them headed toward the Emperor's celestial palace immediately. The strongest lineup was all mobilized. Not long after, Xianxia, Yi Qingyan, and dozens of other immortal gods slowly appeared in the sky above the Emperor's celestial palace. Half-step immortal gods and peak 9-star ancient immortal venerables appeared one after another. An incomparably terrifying aura enveloped the Emperor's celestial palace. Feng Wuchen, you finally appeared. Xianxia took a step forward and stared coldly at Feng Wuchen with a sneer. Feng Wuchen glanced at Xianxia and the others and said coldly, Ancient God He Qing, are they the only ones? You're looking down on me, Feng Wuchen. When Feng Wuchen said that, the faces of Xianxia and the others darkened. Feng Wuchen didn't take them seriously. Dragon Soul's members were also stunned. Chunyo and primordial immortal venerable Yan Chen were also dumbfounded. Those were 37 immortal deities, genuine immortal deities. Did Feng Wuchen think that it was too little? How arrogant was Feng Wuchen? The Lord of Dragon Soul is truly arrogant to the extreme. You can't possibly think that you can contend against all of us by yourself, right? Xianxia forcefully suppressed his anger as he asked, clenching his fists tightly. Contend? You are not qualified. Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. The High Lord is not fighting alone. At this moment, Qiu Tian's voice came from 10 times the space. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. Peak of the immortal deity realm. The expressions of Xianxia and the others changed drastically. I didn't expect to encounter so many immortal gods after breaking through to the immortal god realm. It's a good opportunity to test out the power of the immortal god realm. Yanhu's fierce voice rang out. There are so many immortal gods. I've already noticed you guys before, but I didn't expect you to do such a crazy thing. Devouring Python's strange and fierce voice rang out. Dragon Soul's 5 war gods had arrived. The 5 war gods, except for Gue Su, had all broken through to the immortal god realm. All of you deserve to die. Jian Chao's fierce roar suddenly rang out, overflowing with killing intent. Jian Chao, Yi Qingyu, Chu Tian, and the others appeared one after another. Yi Qingyu and Chu Tian had already broken through to the half-step immortal god realm with the help of the ancient spirit Qi. Jian Chou had already reached the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Bean Literature Network. We will not miss this battle again. Lu Qingyang's angry roar rang out. Teacher. Let's fight side by side. Zhang Junlin's voice rang out. Husband, there's still us. Ling Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. Figures appeared from 10 times the space, each of them emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had already reached the 7-star and 8-star ancient immortal venerable realm, the ancient spirit Qi in the 1000 spirit pool, the heaven-defying divine pearl, and the treasures of Panga realm had allowed them to break through to the ancient immortal venerable realm in just a few months. There were hundreds of them. Dragon Soul and Luosha supremacy were dumbfounded. Such a terrifying lineup also shocked Qianxia and the others. This was because they did not rely on the help of the Panga Realm's experts. In the entire ancient immortal world, no one other than Dragon Soul could do this. Dragon Soul's strength is really shocking. There is absolutely no force in the ancient immortal world that can compete with Dragon Soul. Unfortunately, they met us. Xianxia sneered slightly, but he was still not afraid. Only these few immortal gods? Yi Qingyan said disdainfully. Dragon Soul indeed has many peerless beauties. A man sneered lecherously. He could not wait to pounce on Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. 3 primogenitors, I will leave those 9-star ancient immortal venerables to you. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hee, no problem. Long Shirtian sneered mockingly. Qiu Tian, Yi Qingyu, Jian Chou, kill as many as you can. Leave the rest to me. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, Lord. Jian Chou and the others accepted the order respectfully. Kill. Jian Chou roared and unleashed all his strength, shooting out madly. Kill without mercy. Xianxia sneered. 7 or 8 immortal gods and some half-step immortal gods attacked. All 309-star ancient immortal venerables were mobilized. A great battle was about to break out, boom. Boom. Buzz buzz. When the battle broke out, terrifying energy ripples swept out wildly. All the cultivators in the ancient immortal world could feel the destructive energy. Countless practitioners were cheering and shouting, cheering for the Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen slowly floated to the void beside Xianxia and the other immortal gods. What? Feng Wuchen, do you plan to deal with so many immortal gods by yourself? Xianxia sneered and asked, his arrogant attitude was fully displayed. He looked as if he was certain that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, I am very curious. Why do you think that you can deal with me? Is it because you have more people? Is this not enough? Xianxia spread his hands and sneered. Is it enough? Feng Wuchen sneered. Before his voice faded, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of Xianxia. There was no sound, no sign at all. His speed was so terrifying that it was incomprehensible. Xianxia's expression was incomparably stiff as he looked at Feng Wuchen in extreme horror. His heart felt as if it was crushed by a mountain, unable to beat. At this moment, Xianxia felt that he was not facing a human, but a demon. Yi Qingyan and the other immortal gods were all stunned. None of them could react to that terrifying speed. The Emperor Immortal Palace was instantly in an uproar. Tens of thousands of people cheered in ecstasy. My lord! My lord! The Dragon Soul Rakshasa Supremacy roared crazily. I want to kill you. What do you think? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Even without any aura, just his powerful aura alone was enough to stun Xianxia. Xianxia did not dare to speak at all. Feng Wuchen slowly stepped back and put some distance between them. He hooked his finger at Xianxia and the others and sneered. Come on, let me see if you can deal with me. Come at me together. Buzz. 25 immortal immortals and more than 100 half-step immortal immortals unleashed their full power at the same time. Waves of destructive energy formed a huge storm. The unimaginable power along with the storm swept across the ancient deity realm and destroyed it. The scene was visually shocking. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits by the terrifying scene. Their scalps went numb and their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. It wasn't over yet. Xianxia and the other immortal immortals and more than 100 half-step immortal immortals took out their powerful ancient deity artifacts and their combat power soared again. Although they were helped by the experts of the Panga realm to improve their cultivation, they are not weak. They can all exert the power of the real immortal realm. Is it really okay for the Lord to face so many people alone? Qiu Tian thought. Qiu Tian was at the peak of the immortal realm, but it was a bit difficult for him to fight against 10 of them. Feng Wuchen was more powerful than Qiu Tian, but was he really confident in facing 25 immortal immortals and more than 100 half-step immortal immortals? Qiu Tian wasn't the only one worried. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were also worried. After all, the enemy was too powerful. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa Supremacies held their breaths and looked at Feng Wuchen nervously. Feng Wuchen. Can you feel our power? Yi Qingyan roared with murderous intent. Feng Wuchen, you will definitely pay for your arrogance. Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. He stared at Feng Wuchen with a vicious gaze. Pay for it? Feng Wuchen sneered. You don't have the right. If Feng Wuchen hadn't reached the immortal realm, he might have been a bit afraid. Now that Feng Wuchen had reached the immortal realm and was close to the peak of the immortal realm, his physical strength had been further strengthened and he wasn't afraid of the 25 immortals at all. You're courting death. Xianxia roared again and shot out. Yi Qingyan and the other immortals also rushed out at the same time. Their faces were ferocious and murderous. More than 100 terrifying experts shot over. Just looking at them was enough to make one feel fear. I was going to kill you directly, but I changed my mind. For you crazy beasts, I have to let you feel pain. Feng Wuchen sneered, and the power of Xianxia ancestor and eternal life realm were activated at the same time. Kill you directly? Xianxia and the others were stupefied. How could there be such a shameless and arrogant person in this world? That was 25 immortal deities, over 100 half-step immortal gods. Xianxia and the others were furious. In their eyes, Feng Wuchen was a madman. However, what they did not know was that Feng Wuchen was absolutely not speaking without thinking. Against more than 100 experts, Feng Wuchen only needed to use the time god force to stop time, and he could kill them in a matter of minutes. Or he could use Hell's Gate to launch a large-scale massacre. Or he could use the power of his life soul to directly control their souls. There were simply too many ways. However, Feng Wuchen felt that it was too easy for them. These crazy beasts must pay a painful price. A tyrannical aura instantly erupted like a tsunami. Feng Wuchen's combat strength instantly reached peak immortal deity realm. The terrifying degree of his aura made people suffocate. Boom, Feng Wuchen stepped on the void. With an explosive bang, his figure turned into a golden lightning bolt and shot out, carrying a powerful and invincible posture. The speed surpassed 25 immortal deities. Feng Wuchen instantly arrived in front of Xianxia and threw a punch without any fancy moves. The fist carried golden light. Xianxia threw a punch out in anger, condensing all the strength in his body. Boom. Crack. Poowork, two fists collided fiercely. With an explosive bang, Xianxia's face suddenly changed drastically, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The bones in his arms shattered, exploding with blood, all deformed. The tyrannical power directly crippled one of Xianxia's arms and severely injured Xianxia. 77 ebook arg. Intense pain instantly spread all over his body. Xianxia could not help crying out miserably. Poowork. Poowork, Xianxia's figure flew out, and more than a dozen experts who rushed up behind him were sent flying, and they even vomited blood. How is this possible? His strength is more terrifying and tyrannical than Niao Qiu's. The moment we collided, all my strength was dissolved. Xianxia was extremely terrified. Just one punch was enough to make Xianxia want to retreat. It was too terrifying. Yi Qingyan and the others were dumbfounded. Prisoner Sky and the others were also dumbfounded. Dragon Soul and Rakshasa Supremacy were both dumbfounded. How terrifying was the power of this punch? Is that all you've got? Feng Wuchen sneered and immediately rushed out crazily. Boom. Boom. Boom, kacha kacha. Ah. Feng Wuchen's attacks were ruthless. Every attack was either crippling the enemy's arm or leg, or even directly breaking the enemy's bones. The sound of bones breaking was endless, and so were the screams. His methods were incomparably ruthless, making one's scalp tingle and heart stop. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the half-step immortal realm experts didn't even have a chance to attack. They were sent flying and vomiting blood before they could even see a shadow. One punch, one kill, what an overwhelming power. In less than a minute, dozens of people were already severely injured. His super powerful strength had left them dumbfounded. Dragon Soul and Rakshasa Supremacy were dumbfounded and shocked. This was the first time they saw Feng Wuchen's ruthless methods. Feng Wuchen's attacks were very measured. He didn't kill anyone, but made them suffer bone-piercing pain. Use the Dharma arts. Quick! Yi Qingyan roared. Yi Qingyan had already realized that he was no match for Feng Wuchen in close combat. No one could compete with him in terms of strength. Powerful Dharma arts were used one after another, and the power of the Dharma arts rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Even the Pengu art can't hurt me, let alone Dharma arts. Feng Wuchen sneered. He didn't care at all. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, terrifying Dharma arts bombarded Feng Wuchen one after another, and the deafening explosions were endless. The destructive energy swept out wave after wave, covering the entire space of the ancient immortal world. The next scene caused everyone to feel fear. Feng Wuchen slowly walked out of the terrifying energy ripples. He was unharmed. Was he a human or a ghost? So many Immortal Realm and half-step Immortal Realm experts used Dharma arts. Even if it wasn't the Pengu art, the power was absolutely terrifying. But it couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Did he have to be so strong? Is he still human? Yi Qingyan looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Those Immortal Realm and half-step Immortal Realm experts were now full of fear. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a demon. They even felt that Feng Wuchen was more terrifying than a demon. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. Boom, kacha. Several fist marks appeared on Yi Qingyan's body. The bones in his limbs were broken, and his chest collapsed. This is your power? Feng Wuchen sneered in disdain. Yi Qingyan's body was in excruciating pain. He looked at Feng Wuchen in fear and could not say a word. My lord, he's the one who killed Big Brother Qin. Black Impermanence shouted. Is that so? Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom, puff, Feng Wuchen punched across the air. The terrifying fist energy exploded, and Yi Qingyan spat out blood as he was sent flying. Ancient Immortal Art. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. An immortal celestial roared furiously, condensing numerous energy swords in the void. Under his control, the energy swords shot towards Feng Wuchen in a frenzy. The attack was extremely terrifying. No one has the right to use a sword in front of me. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Feng Wuchen sneered and formed a sword finger. A surging and domineering sword will exploded. The dense energy swords were all under Feng Wuchen's control. I'll give you a death of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Feng Wuchen sneered. He waved his hand, and a dense cloud of energy swords shot toward the person who used the technique. What? That person was scared out of his wits, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. Pissed. Pissed. Arg, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. One sword after another, blood splattered, and the man screamed. A moment later, the man was deader than dead. Gulp, everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were terrified to the extreme. This was 2F** King frightening. My lord. My lord. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa Venerables cheered wildly. Their faces were flushed, and they felt relieved. It's your turn. Feng Wuchen sneered as he swept his vicious gaze over them. The moment they met Feng Wuchen's gaze, everyone felt as if they had been electrocuted. Their bodies trembled as a strong sense of fear welled up in their hearts. Boom boom boom. Kacha, Feng Wuchen launched a frenzied and ruthless attack once more, and it was a completely one-sided crushing. All the immortal gods and half-step immortal gods had their hands and feet broken by Feng Wuchen, and their bodies were covered in horrifying and terrifying fist marks. Over 100 half-step immortal gods had been defeated miserably, and heart-wrenching shrill cries resounded through the sky. There were only a few immortal gods left. They were completely scared out of their wits and did not dare to make a move. Their pale faces were filled with fear. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was simply unimaginable. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they were still unwilling to believe it. How is this possible? Xianxia was so scared that he was in a vegetative state. Xianxia had never imagined that so many immortal divinities and half-step immortal divinities would actually be no match for Feng Wuchen. They did not even have the strength to fight back. He was King perversely strong. They could not even use the incantation that He Qing had taught them. They did not even have the strength to hurt Feng Wuchen, so how could they use the incantation? Feng Wuchen could even kill the cultivators from Pengu realm, let alone Xianxia and the others. My lord's strength is too terrifying. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not dare to believe it. Ning Tianqing's face was filled with fear and shock. Isn't that so? He's ridiculously strong. There are so many immortal gods and half-step immortal gods, but they can't do anything to my lord. My lord dealt with them as easily as crushing ants. Dragon Soul Rakshasa was dumbfounded and terrified. At the same time, Qiu Tian and Xianxia had also killed their opponents. Hundreds of peak 9-star ancient immortal venerables had suffered heavy casualties under Ling Xiaoxiao and the others' all-out attack. They were no match for them at all, and were killed one after another. Although Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were only 7-star ancient immortal venerables, their true combat strength was on par with 9-star ancient immortal venerables. Moreover, they had the immortal body, incomparably powerful strength, and Panga technique. If the major forces in the ancient immortal world knew about this, they would definitely be scared silly. Why aren't you guys attacking? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you very confident? Why are you all afraid now? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. In the void, Xianxia and the others were all missing arms and legs, and they looked extremely miserable. They were very frightened now. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, Feng Wuchen attacked ruthlessly. In an instant, the 6 immortal gods spat out blood at the same time as their bodies were sent flying. Dragon Soul Rakshasa supremacy, listen up. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen ordered ruthlessly. The reason why Feng Wuchen did not kill them and only broke their arms and legs was to let the Dragon Soul Rakshasa supremacy vent his anger and let them kill these crazy bastards with their own hands. What? Yi. Qingyan and the others were shocked as they felt the aura of death approaching. Just as they expected, after Feng Wuchen said that, the Dragon's Soul and the Rakshasa supremacy cheered with joy. Jianqiu roared, "Brothers, your time of death has come. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen, the 4 Xianming Tiger clan leaders are still in my hands." Xianxia suppressed his injuries and fear and shouted at Feng Wuchen. "Are you sure they are still in your hands?" Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Then, he waved his hand, and the 4 Xianming Tiger clan leaders appeared beside Feng Wuchen out of thin air. He could control the space-time divine power as he wished. "Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving us." The 4 Xianming Tiger clan leaders thanked him respectfully. Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of soul power and used heaven-defying reincarnation. The dead Qin Qingyuan, Bai Wuchang, and the other supremacies came back to life one after another. Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded. "Kill!" Jianqiu roared again. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa supremacies also roared and rushed into the sky. There were tens of thousands of them. Dozens of immortal gods and more than 100 half-step immortal gods had been severely injured by Feng Wuchen and had lost the ability to fight back. "Lord Ancient God! Save us!" Xianxia and the others screamed in despair. Only He Qing titled Ancient God could save them now. However, He Qing titled Ancient God did not respond or show up as if he did not hear them. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa supremacy attacked viciously. Xianxia and the other immortal gods and half-step immortal gods screamed in agony. Bodies fell one after another. They were in despair. In less than a minute, all the immortal celestials and half-step immortal celestials were killed by the Rakshasa venerables. 300 peak 9-star ancient immortal supremacies were also killed by Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa supremacy cheered wildly. Someone immediately spread the news. "He Qing titled Ancient God, I know you're behind this. I also know that you're hiding in the dark. If you dare to do it, why don't you show up? Are you afraid that I'll kill you?" Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. "Feng Wuchen, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect these trash to be unable to do anything to you. I also didn't expect you to be so powerful," He Qing titled Ancient God said coldly. "There are many things you can't imagine." Feng Wuchen sneered. "But I'm curious. You spent so much effort to help them increase their cultivation to deal with me. Why didn't you save them?" Above the void, He Qing titled Ancient God appeared expressionlessly. Everyone's gaze fell on He Qing. Is this the person behind all this? Long Shirhan frowned as he sized up He Qing titled Ancient God. What a terrifying aura. I can't imagine how powerful this person is, Xianxia said solemnly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Qiu Tian said respectfully, Madam, this person is a black-colored titled ancient god. He has a very high status in Panga realm. A black-colored titled ancient god? Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. Madam, don't worry. My lord can summon great emperors and titled ancient gods. Great emperors are stronger than him, Jian Chou said quickly. Jian Chao's words reassured Xiaoxiao and the others. They are just trash. What's the point of saving them? He Qing said coldly. He had never thought of saving Qian Sua and the others. In He Qing's eyes, Qian Sua and the others were just chess pieces. They were not important at all. He Qing titled ancient god, you just violated the order of heaven and earth. If Yan Feng Great Emperor finds out, what do you think will happen to you? Feng Wuchen sneered. He was not afraid of He Qing at all. Yan Feng Great Emperor won't know, He Qing said expressionlessly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. That might not be the case. Oh? Can you go to Panga realm? He Qing titled ancient god asked. He was even more certain that Feng Wuchen was the person who had broken into Panga realm. I can't go, but I have a way, Feng Wuchen sneered. You don't have a chance. He Qing said coldly. Cold murderous intent spread out. What? Do you want to kill me with your own hands? You are a black-titled ancient god. Your status is extraordinary, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Killing an ant like you is nothing to me. However, it is your honor to die in my hands, the titled ancient god He Qing said coldly. His terrifying aura had already locked onto Feng Wuchen. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Feng Wuchen's expression remained unchanged, completely unaffected by the threat. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen, you are so fearless because you can summon titled ancient gods, He Qing said coldly. As he spoke, he slowly raised his palm and pointed it at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen remained unmoved. You are quite confident, aren't you? He Qing sneered as a terrifying power burst out from his body. Boom. Buzz. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's body exploded and turned into ashes. Hi Lord. Lord Feng. Husband. Everyone turned pale with fright and began to shout in panic. No one had expected that Feng Wuchen would not summon titled ancient gods or great emperors. He also did not put up any defenses. My husband's aura has disappeared. Xiaoxiao was extremely frightened and tears rolled down her cheeks. Madam High Lord, don't worry. High Lord has a powerful immortal body. He Qing cannot kill High Lord. Qiu Tian said quickly. Qiu Tian is right. High Lord cannot die, Jian Chou said with a smile. Qiu Tian and Jian Chou's reminder made Xiaoxiao and the rest come to their senses. Yes, Feng Wuchen had an immortal body and could not be killed. Not only Feng Wuchen, but they also had an immortal body. At the top, haha. An ant will always be an ant. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You are courting death. The titled ancient god He Qing laughed loudly. At that moment, Feng Wuchen's voice could be heard. So this is what it feels like to be turned into ashes, completely disappearing into the air. They could not see Feng Wuchen and could not sense any aura, but they could hear Feng Wuchen's voice. Husband. Xiaoxiao was completely relieved. Lord Feng is so powerful. Lu Qingyang and the rest were extremely excited. After a while, Feng Wuchen appeared again without any injuries. Immortal body. He Qing's face darkened. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. Titled ancient god He Qing, although you are powerful, you cannot kill me. Even if you kill me 100 times, the result will be the same. Is that so? He Qing said coldly. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, Death curse. A curse rune instantly entered between Feng Wuchen's eyebrows. It was too fast. Feng Wuchen had no time to dodge or react. Feng Wuchen, the death curse can prevent you from recovering. Even if you have an immortal body, you will not be able to revive. He Qing said coldly. Then, he gathered a terrifying power in his palm again. After He Qing said that, the faces of Xiaoxiao and the rest changed drastically. If what He Qing said was true and Feng Wuchen was unable to recover, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Death curse? Feng Wuchen grinned. Are you sure it will work on me? Titled Ancient God He Qing, how about we make a bet? If I am unable to recover, I will be unlucky. If I am able to recover, you will leave immediately. How about that? You are so confident? He Qing frowned. Then, he smiled coldly. All right. I promise you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, He Qing attacked again. The terrifying power once again blasted Feng Wuchen into powder and dissipated in the air. This time, Qiu Tian, Jian Chou, and the rest started to worry. No one knew how powerful the death curse was. Neither did they know if it could prevent Feng Wuchen from recovering. There was dead silence. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were waiting for Feng Wuchen to revive. However, as time passed, Feng Wuchen did not appear. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were getting more and more worried. Feng Wuchen, my death curse was taught by the great elder of the Supreme Main God Temple. Even if you have an immortal body, you will not be able to revive. He Qing sneered. Is the death curse very powerful? I don't think so. At that moment, Feng Wuchen's cold laughter was heard. The moment he said that, Feng Wuchen appeared again. What? Impossible. He Qing's face changed. Husband. My lord. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest cheered wildly. No matter how powerful the death curse was, it was useless in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had the inheritance of the Xuanzhen Great Emperor. A mere death curse was useless against Feng Wuchen. Looking at He Qing, Feng Wuchen smiled. He Qing, titled Ancient God, you have lost. You will not be able to kill me. You have been hit by the death curse. It is impossible for you to recover. He Qing was in disbelief. He knew the death curse better than anyone else. Am I not alive and well now? Feng Wuchen sneered. Since you have lost, please leave the ancient immortal world. He Qing's face changed instantly. He narrowed his eyes and said, I do not believe that I cannot kill you. Emperor Yi Jun's ancient god thumb ring. That's right. Emperor Yi Jun's ancient god thumb ring. This aura can't be wrong. Haha, He Qing is still so arrogant. It's time for him to die. Jian Chou and the others were overjoyed. They recognized it at a glance. Emperor Yi Jun was an ancient great emperor with terrifying strength. He could definitely crush He Qing. Even 100 He Qing were no match for Emperor Yi Jun. Feng Wuchen, you can't kill him. Don't forget who's behind him. If you kill him, everyone in Panga Realm will suspect that you're the one who broke into Panga Realm. You'll be in big trouble then, the chaotic Xian fire beast said. Don't worry. I don't plan to kill him. I'm just scaring him, Feng Wuchen said. If the chaotic Xian fire beast could think of it, how could Feng Wuchen not think of it? Black ancient god thumb ring? He Qing's expression changed when he saw the ancient god thumb ring in Feng Wuchen's hand. He Qing, you're a titled ancient god. You seem to be afraid. Feng Wuchen sneered. It was obvious that He Qing was very surprised. No wonder you're not afraid of me. You have a black ancient god thumb ring, He Qing said coldly. He was even more certain that Feng Wuchen was the one who broke into Panga Realm. Feng Wuchen was not afraid of He Qing because he had a trump card. What do you think? You'd better think carefully. If you go back now, you may live. Feng Wuchen sneered as if he was sure that He Qing would be defeated. The ancient god thumb ring in his hand has an ancient aura. He must be a black titled ancient god from ancient times. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. He Qing thought. Because of the ancient aura, he hesitated. A black titled ancient god from ancient times might have broken through to the great emperor realm. Right, once he's summoned, I'll immediately report to Emperor Yan Feng. Whether he's the one who broke into Panga realm or not, I'll insist that it's him. Emperor Yan Feng will definitely believe me. He Qing quickly thought of a solution. He Qing's idea was a good idea. Anyone would be suspicious if a cultivator from the ancient immortal world could summon a terrifying expert from the antiquity age. Brat, go ahead and try summoning. This ancient god really wants to see who it is. He Qing sneered. If his strength was average, He Qing would definitely kill him first before killing Feng Wuchen. If they were strong enough, he would report it to the Flame Wind Emperor. The Flame Wind Great Emperor's strength was terrifying, and he was also one of the great ancient great emperors. Feng Wuchen was going to die no matter what. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, secretly wondering why He Qing was so confident. The main reason was that He Qing's sneer made Feng Wuchen feel uncomfortable, as if there was a conspiracy. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Feng Wuchen sneered. He activated his bloodline power and infused it into the ancient god ring. The ancient god thumb ring flashed with black light, and an extremely terrifying ancient aura swept out with the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. "This is the great ancient emperor." Feeling the terrifying ancient aura, He Qing's expression changed drastically. His heart felt like it was crushed by a mountain, and it stopped beating instantly. In the sovereign immortal palace, Jian Chou, Qiu Tian, and the others were extremely excited. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. This was a terrifying aura that they had never felt before. It was completely unimaginable. Which great emperor has such terrifying strength? He Qing was even more terrified. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. "He Qing, titled ancient god. You seem to be very afraid. Don't tell me you regret it?" Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. After Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the ancient aura became even more terrifying, and it immediately condensed into a figure. It was Great Emperor Yi Jun. "I love you. A true great ancient emperor. He is." He Qing looked at Great Emperor Yi Jun's back in horror. His expression was extremely terrified. He Qing seemed to have recognized Great Emperor Yi Jun, but he could not be sure since he did not see his face. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others saw He Qing's fear. The more terrified He Qing was, the more excited they were. "Feng Wuchen, what powerful enemy did you encounter this time?" Great Emperor Yi Jun asked with a smile. When he saw Feng Wuchen, the terrifying image of Feng Wuchen crushing the Goody Shrine instantly appeared in his mind. Feng Wuchen suppressed the Goody Shrine with his own strength and forced the Goody Shrine to bow its head. Great Emperor Yi Jun would never forget that domineering and imposing manner. Feng Wuchen raised his chin and said with a smile, "Black titled ancient god He Qing of the Panga realm." "He Qing?" Great Emperor Yi Jun turned his head to look. He did not know him at all. Great Emperor Yi Jun had never seen him before. He Qing was just a junior, and Yi Jun was many times older than him. Seeing Great Emperor Yi Jun's face, He Qing's soul was scared out of his body. He uncontrollably took a few steps back as if he had seen a ghost. Blood Demon Lord. Sword Soul Great Emperor's eldest disciple. He Qing was almost out of breath. His body was not listening to him, and even his soul was trembling. Blood Demon Lord's existence was definitely the nightmare of all titled ancient gods. Blood Demon Lord's attainments in the field of Sword Dao were terrifying. He had also obtained the Sword Soul Great Emperor's true inheritance, and his might shook the Panga realm. Back then, when the Blood Demon King was still a black titled ancient god, he was almost invincible. Not many black titled ancient gods were his match. In order to prove his strength, Blood Demon Lord had almost wiped out all the black titled ancient gods in the Panga realm. "Oh? I didn't expect you to know me and my old name." Great Emperor Yi Jun smiled faintly. Glancing at He Qing, Great Emperor Yi Jun asked, "What? Did you come to the ancient immortal world to behave atrociously? This is a violation of the order of heaven and earth. I can kill you at any time, regardless of who is behind you." Great Emperor Yi Jun's words completely scared He Qing out of his wits. He lost control of his bladder and could not take care of himself. Flame Wind Great Emperor. "I found the person who broke into the Panga realm. He is Feng Wuchen. He summoned Blood Demon Lord. He must be the one. Who broke into the Panga realm? Flame Wind Great Emperor, please come to the ancient immortal world as soon as possible." The terrified He Qing immediately reported to Flame Wind Great Emperor. If Great Emperor Yi Jun came any later, He Qing was afraid he would die. He Qing knew how ruthless and terrifying Great Emperor Yi Jun was. The name Blood Demon Lord wasn't given to him for nothing. When He Qing was a black titled ancient god, he was definitely no match for Great Emperor Yi Jun. Now that Great Emperor Yijun had broken through to the Great Emperor realm, he could kill He Qing with a single finger. The two were on completely different levels. Blood Demon Lord? Flame Wind Great Emperor was slightly shocked. Sword Soul Emperor's eldest disciple? Didn't he disappear for millions of years? How did Feng Wuchen summon him? Flame Wind Great Emperor didn't think much and immediately disappeared. Great Emperor Yijun raised an eyebrow and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Flame Wind Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen suddenly felt a terrifying aura. He had stepped into the ancient immortal world. At this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly understood something and started to worry in his heart. Greetings, Flame Wind Great Emperor. He Qing immediately knelt respectfully. Yan Feng. Blood Demon Lord. Emperor Yan Feng and Emperor Yijun looked at each other. Emperor Yijun smiled faintly. Yan Feng, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see, Blood Demon Lord. No, it's more appropriate to call you Emperor Yijun now. Emperor Yan Feng smiled and glanced at Feng Wuchen. Emperor Yan Feng had seen Feng Wuchen in Panga realm, so he wasn't unfamiliar with him. Emperor Yan Feng was curious as to how Feng Wuchen had summoned Emperor Yijun. What right did a cultivator from the ancient immortal world have? Even the most ordinary cultivator in Panga realm didn't have the right to summon Emperor Yijun. How could Feng Wuchen summon Emperor Yijun? Emperor Yan Feng couldn't figure it out. Emperor Yijun smiled faintly. It's just a title. It doesn't matter what you call me. To be honest, if you hadn't appeared, your majesty would have thought that you were dead. But who would have thought that not only are you still alive, you've even broken through to the emperor realm? This is truly shocking, Emperor Yan Feng continued. He was truly shocked. Emperor Yijun was the first disciple of Sword Soul Emperor, which meant he was the enemy of the Supreme Main Shrine. Many great emperors of the 10 directions died in the battle back then, including many ancient powerhouses. Yijun was one of them. Emperor Yan Feng didn't expect Yijun to still be alive. Didn't that mean that there were quite a few people who had survived the battle back then? Aren't you also a great emperor now? Emperor Yijun smiled faintly. Since He Qing is your man, take him away. This is the ancient immortal world. You've violated the order of heaven and earth. You really don't respect your master. If Demon Soul Supreme knows about this, you should know the consequences, right? Emperor Yan Feng's expression changed slightly. Ignoring the order of heaven and earth was indeed looking down on Demon Soul Supreme. It was an insult to Demon Soul Supreme. As the first disciple of Sword Soul Emperor, helping a cultivator from the ancient immortal world is beneath his dignity. I'm really disappointed. Emperor Yan Feng shook his head with a look of pity. Emperor Yijun shrugged and didn't say anything. Seems like the Blood Demon Lord of the past has lost his demonic nature and bloodthirstiness in the long river of time. The Inferno Wind Monarch said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. You're wrong. It's not the nature of a devil, but a devil who can control this nature. Have you ever seen a demon like this? Emperor Yijun asked with a grin. A devil that can control one's nature? Emperor Yan Feng's expression changed again. Emperor Yijun is definitely not as simple as he looks. The title of Blood Demon Lord is definitely not ordinary. He should still be hiding his true self, Feng Wuchen thought. TXT Flame Wind Emperor, I know how strong you are. Our battle will definitely alarm the Panga realm. You don't want the Panga realm to know that you have violated the natural order, do you? Otherwise, you won't be able to explain yourself. Emperor Yijun smiled faintly. He Qing, are you saying that Feng Wuchen is the one who broke into Panga realm? Emperor Yan Feng looked at He Qing and asked. He Qing reported respectfully, Flame Wind Emperor, Feng Wuchen was able to summon Emperor Yijun. Who else in the ancient immortal world can do that? If not him, who else could it be? Perhaps it's because of Emperor Yijun that he has the courage to break into Panga realm. Emperor Yan Feng frowned slightly and didn't say anything. He Qing's words weren't without reason. Even if there was no evidence, Feng Wuchen was still the biggest suspect. With Emperor Yijun's strength, he indeed had the courage to break into the 36th layer of heaven from the first layer of heaven. Emperor Yan Feng looked at Feng Wuchen and then at Emperor Yijun. He said in a deep voice, some time ago, a mysterious person broke into Panga realm from the first layer of heaven to the 36th layer of heaven and injured many people. This has already incurred the wrath of many experts in Panga realm. Moreover, this mysterious force is very likely the mysterious force that angered Demon Soul Supremacy. I'm just following orders to investigate. It's not a violation of the natural order. Is that even acceptable? Emperor Yi Jun sneered with a hint of mockery in his voice. Emperor Yi Jun, you should be thinking about your own situation instead of Feng Wuchen. Your junior brother Dehun is a titled ancient god. Recently, he's made a lot of noise in Panga realm. Do you know what the consequences will be? Emperor Yan Feng said in a deep voice with a hint of threat. I haven't been threatened for many years. Not many people dare to threaten me. Even Tianzong and Di Wuyun don't dare to threaten me, Emperor Yi Jun said with a smile. A trace of imperceptible fierceness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Emperor Yi Jun's words were true. Whether it was when he was a titled ancient god or now, not many people dared to threaten him. Even if Sword Soul Emperor wasn't around, Emperor Yi Jun was still very powerful. Emperor Yi Jun, I only need to give an order, and the experts of Supreme Main Shrine will hunt you down. There will be no place for you in Panga realm. Think carefully before you interfere, Emperor Yan Feng sneered. Emperor Yi Jun was strong, but Emperor Yan Feng wasn't afraid. Emperor Yan Feng glanced at Feng Wuchen and said, Feng Wuchen, when we were in Panga realm, I didn't believe that you had the ability. However, since you can summon Emperor Yi Jun, no one in the ancient immortal world can do it. I can't help but suspect you. Therefore, please come back with me to investigate. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and his face turned grave. Feng Wuchen, you'd better come back with us obediently. Perhaps you can still live. Being on the same side as Emperor Yi Jun means being the enemy of the entire Panga realm and Demon Soul Supreme. Not only you, but all of you will die. He Qing shouted angrily, full of threats. If you want to investigate, you can do it now. I'll cooperate. I'm right here. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. The mysterious power must be beyond my imagination. Otherwise, you couldn't have defeated the 6 great emperors of Goody Shrine. Emperor Yi Jun wouldn't have stood up for you. I admit that I can't see the mysterious power hidden in your body, but Demon Soul Supreme can. If you don't come back with me obediently, I don't mind using force, Emperor Yan Feng said unyieldingly. Feng Wuchen. I order you now. Come back with us immediately. He Qing shouted angrily. I refuse. Feng Wuchen said coldly, no one can order me to do anything. From now on, I refuse at all times. Feng Wuchen wasn't a soft persimmon that anyone could bully. Refuse? Humph. That means you have a guilty conscience. He Qing sneered. You've got guts. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Emperor Yan Feng said fiercely. A murderous look flashed in his narrowed eyes. Emperor Yan Feng, what's wrong with bullying the cultivators of the ancient immortal world? I'll be your opponent. Emperor Yi Jun took a step forward, making his stance clear. Emperor Yi Jun, do you really want to be my enemy? Demon Soul Supremacy? Emperor Yan Feng asked coldly. His face darkened, and the viciousness in his eyes intensified. We've talked enough. There must be a lot of people who aren't satisfied. Emperor Yi Jun sneered. I can see that you won't let this go. Let's fight. You might be able to force me to use my full strength. As he spoke, a strong battle intent erupted. All right. I also want to see how strong you are now. Use your full strength. Emperor Yan Feng's anger and battle intent were aroused. Emperor Yan Feng's aura suddenly changed. It covered the entire ancient immortal world in an instant. Countless cultivators felt as if they had fallen into hell. The air seemed to have disappeared, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone from the Emperor Immortal Palace trembled in fear. They felt as if their hearts were being crushed by mountains. Qiu Tian suppressed the fear in his heart and said, very strong. He's not inferior to young Master Di Tian. The primordial divine power of the Panga realm is much stronger than spiritual Yuan, Long Shihun said solemnly. As expected of an emperor. I can't move my body. Lu Qingyang said with difficulty. His body was no longer under his control. Everyone felt the same way. They couldn't move because of the terrifying aura. Their faces were full of pain. If Emperor Yijun wasn't here, they would have been killed by Emperor Yanfeng's aura. There's no need to intimidate others. Emperor Yijun sneered. He waved his hand and easily dispersed Emperor Yanfeng's aura. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A large number of people collapsed to the ground. Looking at Emperor Yanfeng, Feng Wuchen frowned. Primordial divine power. This person's strength isn't inferior to Tianzong and Di Wuyun. Emperor Yanfeng, let's fight in the dimensional space. You won't be able to explain yourself if too many people from the ancient immortal world die, Emperor Yijun said with a smile. He turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. As expected of the eldest disciple of the Sword Spirit Emperor, the Flame Wind Emperor attacked without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yijun and Emperor Yanfeng arrived at the dimensional space outside the ancient immortal world. The dimensional space was extremely large and boundless. At a glance, it was filled with dim stars. Fighting here would not affect the ancient immortal world. This emperor heard that young Master Di Tian also wanted to deal with Feng Wuchen. Seems like you are the one who interfered. The Flame Wind Emperor frowned. Who knows? Emperor Yijun shrugged with a smile. Emperor Yijun, my cultivation has improved a lot under the guidance of Demon Soul Supreme. You'd better put away your contemptuous look. Emperor Yanfeng said coldly. He was very confident in his strength. Oh? Is that so? Emperor Yijun sneered. Then, his aura suddenly changed and a domineering and violent sword intent burst out. Sword will manifestation. The Flame Wind Emperor frowned, looking extremely serious. The supreme level of Sword Dao was extremely terrifying. At the same time, Emperor Yijun's eyes slowly turned blood red. Wisps of bloody aura spread out. It was very frightening. A bloodthirsty demonic aura spread out from Emperor Yijun's body. It was completely different from before. He was truly like a demon. The bloody eyes were so terrifying that no one dared to look directly at them. This was the real Emperor Yijun, that was why the Blood Demon Emperor was here. Blood. Bloodthirsty eyes. The Flame Wind Emperor's expression changed drastically. Intense fear flashed through his eyes. Emperor Yijun took out the 9-star Panga sword. His aura skyrocketed, and his sword intent became even more terrifying. 9-star Panga sword. The Flame Wind Emperor's expression changed again. He was terrified, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Don't you want to see my true strength? I'll show you now. Emperor Yijun said fiercely. His eyes had become extremely terrifying, like that of a demon. Soul-destroying sword. Emperor Yijun let out a cold cry. Two voices rang out in the air, and an extremely domineering sword intent swept through the dimensional space with reckless abandon. The air was completely dispersed. Sword Soul Emperor's most powerful sword technique. The Flame Wind Emperor was completely scared out of his wits. Intense regret surged into his heart. On the other side, in the Sovereign Immortal Palace. Husband, is Emperor Yijun going to be alright? After all, their battle has alarmed the Panga realm. Won't Emperor Yijun be exposed? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. Don't worry, my wife. Emperor Yijun is Sword Soul Emperor's eldest disciple. He's very powerful. It won't be easy to deal with him. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Husband, how can you summon such a powerful emperor? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. I'll tell you later when I have the chance. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's true that Emperor Yijun is powerful, but don't underestimate the Flame Wind Emperor. He's also an ancient emperor. After this battle, Emperor Yijun will definitely be hunted down by the experts of the Supreme Main Shrine. Without Sword Soul Emperor's support, he won't be able to live for long. He Qing sneered proudly and looked down at Feng Wuchen and the others. That's not necessarily true. Feng Wuchen sneered. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Emperor Yijun can't save you. I'm sure that you're the one who barged into the Panga realm. He Qing said fiercely and stared at Feng Wuchen with narrowed eyes. Where's the evidence? What can't you say without evidence? Feng Wuchen sneered. He looked at He Qing as if he was looking at an idiot. Emperor Yijun is defeated. Do you still need evidence? He Qing sneered mockingly. Boom. At this moment, a figure fell from the void and smashed into the square of the Emperor's celestial palace. With a loud explosion, a huge pit was created. Everyone was shocked. Yen. Flame Wind Emperor. He Qing's face changed dramatically. Flame Wind Emperor. Feng Wuchen and the others were shocked. Everyone's eyes fell on the huge pit. Flame Wind Emperor was seriously injured and covered in blood. Flame Wind Emperor was defeated so quickly and was seriously injured. It had only been a few minutes. Emperor Yijun's strength was so terrifying. What did you just say? I was defeated? Emperor Yijun's cold voice rang out. He Qing trembled in fear as if he had been electrocuted. He Qing's face turned green. He looked back in horror. It would have been better if he didn't see it. He almost fainted. Blood. Blood-drinking eyes. He Qing was so scared that he peed his pants. He knelt down and the blood in his body stopped flowing. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others saw the real Emperor Yijun. They were all dumbfounded and their hearts were in turmoil. Emperor Yijun, who released his demonic killing intent, was a real demon. However, Emperor Yijun could control his demonic nature. Emperor Yijun, who could control his demonic nature, was the most terrifying Emperor Yijun, the real blood demon emperor. End of chapter. After suppressing the demonic nature, Emperor Yijun returned to his original appearance. The bloodthirsty demonic aura had disappeared. You're able to control this devil's nature. Only now do I understand what you mean. The severely injured Inferno Wind Emperor said in a weak voice. Controlling the demonic nature was far more terrifying than losing control. Take Emperor Yan Feng and leave, Emperor Yijun said indifferently. Emperor Yijun said indifferently. He wasn't injured at all after the fierce battle. He had only used up some divine power. He Qing didn't dare to say anything. He carried the severely injured Emperor Yan Feng and left in fear. It was a slap in the face. He Qing didn't expect Emperor Yan Feng to be defeated so quickly. He thought the two would fight for at least 300 rounds. Even though he hadn't seen the battle, He Qing realized how terrifying Emperor Yijun was. That was the Sword Soul Emperor's first personal disciple. Who was the Sword Soul Emperor? He was the Panga Great Emperor who created the world. He was the #1 swordsman. How could the Sword Soul Emperor's first personal disciple be weak? When Emperor Yijun was still a black-titled ancient god, he had swept through almost the entire Panga realm. He was already so terrifying then, let alone now that he had become a great emperor. From the moment he saw the bloodthirsty eyes, Emperor Yan Feng should have realized how terrifying Emperor Yijun was. In the end, Emperor Yan Feng had underestimated Emperor Yijun and overestimated his own strength. Thank you, Emperor Yijun. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Without Emperor Yijun's help, he probably wouldn't have been able to survive today. Brother Feng, you're too polite, Emperor Yijun said with a smile. Emperor Yijun, didn't you say you were stronger than young Master Di Tian? Emperor Yan Feng is stronger than young Master Di Tian. How did you defeat him so quickly? Jianzhou asked in confusion. It should have something to do with the demonic aura just now, Feng Wuchen guessed. Emperor Yijun said with a smile, that's right. Under normal circumstances, I'm indeed stronger than Di Tian. After demonization, I'll become even stronger. Demonization? Everyone nodded. They finally understood. Brother Feng, you have to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. The Flame Wind Emperor has begun to suspect you. Although he has lost this battle, he will not let this matter rest. He will definitely come looking for you again. Emperor Yijun said solemnly, but before he finds you, he will definitely deal with me first. During this time I will try my best to buy you time in Panga realm. Thank you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him again. Also, I'm worried that they will attack you when you ascend to the Panga realm. You must be prepared, said Emperor Yijun. Ascension was a very difficult thing. If the people of Panga realm intervened, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he wanted to ascend to the Panga realm, it would depend on whether they agreed or not. Ascend to the Panga realm? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. They had just ascended to the ancient immortal world for less than half a year. Was Feng Wuchen about to ascend to the Panga realm? Feng Wuchen nodded and said seriously, I understand. I will be careful. Strictly speaking, ascending to the Panga realm was the most dangerous thing for Feng Wuchen. Because Feng Wuchen could only rely on himself to ascend to the Panga realm. Tomb robbing without the recognition of the Panga realm, Feng Wuchen would never be able to set foot in Panga realm. After all, it was not a long-term plan to rely on others to ascend to the Panga realm. After this battle, you will be targeted by the Supreme Divine Palace. It is not a good thing to be targeted by such a colossus. Emperor Yi Jun shook his head helplessly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. There is no other way. Well, I will return to the Panga realm first. I am worried that Emperor Yan Feng will cause trouble for my junior brothers. Emperor Yi Jun smiled faintly and patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder. Then, he disappeared. The danger of Emperor Yan Feng was not just a casual remark. After all, they were enemies of the Supreme Divine Palace. Since they were enemies, he would not let them go. Brother Feng, are you going to ascend to the Panga realm? Lu Qingyang was the first to ask. Husband, the heavenly thunder has not been triggered yet. Are you going to ascend? Is this possible? Ling Xiaoxiao also asked quickly, looking at Feng Wuchen affectionately. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It is not easy to ascend to the Panga realm. Emperor Yi Jun is just reminding me. If I want to ascend, it will take at least a few years. After Feng Wuchen said this, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were completely relieved. Little Feng, ascending to the Panga realm is definitely more dangerous than any tribulation. The people of the Panga realm will not let you ascend easily. Once they do something to the heavenly tribulation, it will be almost impossible to ascend, Long Shirtian said solemnly. I will be well prepared. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. When the time comes, you must also be prepared. Maybe we can ascend together. Supreme Divine Palace. The seriously injured Emperor Yan Feng had already taken a healing elixir. Emperor Yan Feng's face was extremely ugly, full of unwillingness. Blood Demon Emperor. Sword Spirit Emperor's eldest disciple. I didn't expect that one sword could seriously injure me. Emperor Yan Feng said angrily. Thinking back to the previous sword, he was still terrified. He couldn't resist Emperor Yi Jun's sword with all his strength. The more Emperor Yan Feng thought about it, the more unwilling he was. Sword will manifestation was not a bluff. Emperor Yan Feng, Yi Jun must have returned to the Panga realm. Should we immediately order to hunt him down? He Qing asked respectfully. I just lost to him. If I immediately order to hunt him down, won't it make me look like I can't afford to lose? Emperor Yan Feng asked gloomily, glancing at He Qing fiercely. As a great ancient emperor, he still had some dignity. Yes, Emperor Yan Feng is right. He Qing nodded respectfully. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. In front of Emperor Yan Feng, He Qing was just an ant. Emperor Yan Feng said in a deep voice, your guess is reasonable. Feng Wuchen can summon Emperor Yi Jun. Besides him, there's no one else in the ancient immortal world. With Emperor Yi Jun's support, why wouldn't he dare? Reporting to the Flame Wind Emperor, Feng Wuchen has an immortal body. This subordinate was able to revive him instantly after killing him twice. Even the death spell that the Great Elder taught me couldn't do anything to him. Otherwise, this subordinate would have captured him long ago, He Qing said helplessly. As a titled ancient god, he couldn't kill a small cultivator from the ancient immortal world. He Qing felt terrible. He had lost all his dignity as a titled ancient god. Emperor Yan Feng said coldly, Feng Wuchen has Emperor Yi Jun's support. If you want to capture him, you have to kill Emperor Yi Jun first. Emperor Yi Jun is powerful. Now, he has Do Hun and Yi Mu. He's not easy to deal with. He Qing frowned. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Main Divine Palace issued a kill order for Emperor Yi Jun. The Supreme Main Divine Palace had sent out 5 great ancient emperors to kill Emperor Yi Jun. After the news spread, all the major forces in Panga realm were shocked. First, they were shocked that Emperor Yi Jun was still alive. Second, they were shocked that the Supreme Main Divine Palace had sent out 5 great ancient emperors to kill Emperor Yi Jun. Such a high-level kill order had not appeared in the Supreme Main Divine Palace for millions of years. For a time, all the major forces in Panga Realm were talking about Emperor Yi Jun. Who is Emperor Yi Jun? Why have I never heard of him? I've never heard of him either, but he must be very powerful to make the Supreme Main Divine Palace send out 5 great ancient emperors. You don't know Emperor Yi Jun? He's the eldest disciple of the Sword Spirit Emperor. He defeated all the black-titled ancient gods in Panga Realm by himself and is known as the strongest black-titled ancient god. People in Panga Realm call him the Blood Demon King. He's the nightmare of all titled ancient gods. What? The eldest disciple of the Sword Spirit Emperor? The nightmare of all titled ancient gods? All the cultivators in Panga Realm were scared out of their wits when they learned about Emperor Yi Jun's background. Especially the experts who had been defeated by Emperor Yi Jun back then. Their faces were filled with horror when they heard that Emperor Yi Jun was still alive. This was what it meant to be scared out of their wits. The news swept across Panga Realm. Emperor Yi Jun's name resounded throughout Panga Realm. The name Blood Demon King also appeared in Panga Realm again. Unfortunately, the Supreme Main Divine Palace had sent out 5 great ancient emperors to kill Emperor Yi Jun, but there had been no news for half a month. The entire Panga Realm had been searched, but there was no news. No one knew where Emperor Yi Jun was. Emperor Yi Jun had been sleeping for millions of years, and no one had discovered him. It was almost impossible to find him in a short time. Emperor Yi Jun did not show up because he was trying to buy time for Feng Wuchen. Demon Soul Supremacy was infuriated by the fact that the mysterious force, the intruder of Panga Realm, and Emperor Yi Jun were nowhere to be found. The 3 domains of the ancient immortal world had returned to normal. The 3 great territories began large-scale reconstruction work. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa had also regained control over the various subsidiary powers. Those who had died in the Mystic Emperor Palace and the Shinra Temple had also been revived with Feng Wuchen's help. After that, Feng Wuchen and the others entered closed-door cultivation. The ancient immortal world welcomed its final peace. As time passed, the 3 earthly realms underwent tremendous changes. Countless forces, big and small, had already entered the right track. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. The ancient deity's realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, finally welcomed an exciting moment. The supreme expert of the ancient immortal world, the Lord of Dragon's Soul, Feng Wuchen, was about to ascend. Not only did Feng Wuchen ascend, but many people from Dragon's Soul were also ascending. In the past 3 years, Feng Wuchen had only spent a year in seclusion before returning to the Saints' world with Ling Xiaoxiao to take care of their daughter. When Xiaoxiao reached the age of 3, her bloodline was completely awakened. Her cultivation soared crazily, directly reaching the realm of an 8-star supreme true immortal. The terrifying increase in his cultivation scared everyone out of their wits. She was simply a monster. Before long, Xiaoxiao would be able to ascend to the ancient immortal world. Xiaoxiao was already 5 years old. Under the careful guidance of Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, her achievements in the field of martial arts were extremely high. She could be said to be an ultimate genius. She was equipped with a terrifying grade 9 sacred artifact, cultivated the peak Pangu art, and possessed an extremely terrifying bloodline power. Xiaoxiao's existence swept through the entire Saints' world. Her strength was incomparably tyrannical, and there was no one in the Saints' world who could threaten her. Xiaoxiao was many times more monstrous than Feng Wuchen back then. Therefore, Long Tianqiu, Feng Jingxiong, and the others were also relieved to ascend to the ancient immortal world. After all, batch after batch of new blood ascended from the mortal world to the heavenly world to the divine world to the Saints' world, and the Saints' world to the ancient immortal world. It was time for Long Tianqiu and the other experts of the older generation to ascend. Longer, how is Xiaoxiao? You're about to ascend, don't you plan to go and take a look? Mother Long asked worriedly. She missed her very much. Mother, I just went back 2 days ago. Xiaoxiao is very obedient, Ling'er will take care of her. Don't worry, if you miss Xiaoxiao, let them take you back for a few days. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Alliance Master, don't worry, Ling'er will take good care of Xiaoxiao. Plus, Mingyu is also in the Saints' world. Tianming smiled happily. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, back then, Ling'er often cried to see Uncle Feng. In the blink of an eye, she's already an adult. In a few years, she can get married. Haha. Tian Ming and the others laughed heartily. When Alliance Master first ascended to the Heaven Realm, he was still a weakling. Who would have thought that in less than 10 years, he would come from the Heaven Realm to the ancient immortal world? Now, he's about to step into the Panga Realm. Tian Kuei smiled faintly. At that time, I was the one who received the Alliance Master. Qinglu smiled happily. Everyone's memories returned to the Heaven Realm in an instant. Brother Feng, sister-in-law Xiaoxiao, don't worry about your ascension. No one will dare to bully Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, I, Long Xiaoyang, will be the first to disagree. Long Xiaoyang smiled happily. Me too. Long Xianxia and the others patted their chests and promised. Feng Xingxiong said worriedly, Chen it's very dangerous for you to ascend to the Panga realm. You must be careful. Father, don't worry, I'm already prepared. Feng Wuchen nodded. Rumble. Deafening thunder resounded in the void. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the void. Feng Wuchen's ascension through the heavenly tribulation could be said to have gathered countless forces and cultivators in the ancient immortal world. In the blink of an eye, the void turned dark, and a huge and terrifying thunder tribulation vortex condensed. Rumble. The thunder tribulation vortex condensed. Thunder rumbled continuously, and lightning dragons flashed continuously. Suppress your power first and wait for me. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Then, he flashed into the void. At this moment, countless people held their breaths. All eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen began to release the power of his bloodline. The aura of the peak immortal realm swept out wildly like a tsunami. Countless cultivators present were intimidated by the domineering bloodline aura. The moment Feng Wuchen's terrifying bloodline power erupted, the thunder tribulation vortex seemed to be stimulated and suddenly erupted with extremely destructive heavenly tribulation power. Is that all? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Obviously, he did not take the heavenly tribulation power seriously. However, Feng Wuchen's intuition told him that the heavenly tribulation was not that simple. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others' expressions were also full of worry and solemnity. Supreme Main Divine Palace. Reporting to Emperor Yan Feng, Feng Wuchen has ascended through the heavenly tribulation. He Qing reported respectfully, his face full of vengeance. Ascended through the heavenly tribulation? Emperor Yan Feng said fiercely, double the power of the heavenly tribulation. See if there's any mysterious power in his body. If there is, capture him immediately. If there isn't, kill him. Also, if Feng Wuchen really has a mysterious power and a mere heavenly lightning can't do anything to him, you can attack him secretly. Emperor Yan Feng said coldly, I also feel that Feng Wuchen is the one who broke into Panga realm. Yes. He Qing respectfully accepted the order and immediately left. Rumble. Buzz. After a while, the power of the lightning tribulation whirlpool suddenly increased by 2 times, and the aura that spread out became more and more terrifying. The thunder was earth-shattering, frightening everyone. The power of the lightning tripled, this was naturally He Qing's doing. The power of the lightning has increased. Long Shihun frowned deeply. 2 times. Ancient immortal master Yan Chen and Xiang Yuan Tian were scared out of their wits, and their eyeballs almost fell out. Such a terrifying power of the lightning tribulation, how could he pass it? Kuei Ying's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Panga realm will not let go of Lord Supreme so easily. Chu Tianshu sighed and shook his head, and said worriedly, the power of the lightning tripled, I don't know if Lord Supreme can handle it. Feng Wuchen is not afraid of the lightning. Mad Leopard said expressionlessly. Feng Xingxiong smiled, yes, even if it's 2 times stronger, it doesn't matter. When Feng Wuchen ascended to the ancient immortal world, the scene of the tribulation was very terrifying, and they all knew it clearly. This is the lightning of Panga realm, it's not ordinary, it has an ancient aura, Feng may not be afraid. Long Shitian said solemnly. Brother Feng's immortal body, I don't know if it can withstand such a terrifying power of lightning. Shan Tong was also quite worried. Everyone's worry was normal, after all, they were ascending to Panga realm. That was the world of the true experts. Why do I feel that the lightning given to me by Lord Feng is more powerful? It seems to be able to suppress the lightning. Battle Emperor was secretly shocked. This feeling was very obvious. Not only Battle Emperor, but anyone who received the lightning given to them by Feng Wuchen felt that the lightning was no threat at all, and they felt that they could destroy it with a wave of their hand. Sure enough. Feng Wuchen frowned. As expected, they still interfered. They won't let me ascend so easily. If it's not He Qing, then it's Yan Feng Emperor. Master, no matter how strong the heavenly lightning is, it can't do anything to you. Long Xinjian laughed. Feng Wuchen transmitted, when I ascended to the ancient world of immortals, heavenly lightning couldn't do anything to me because I had the ancestor of all lightning in my eternal realm body. Even if I didn't refine and absorb the ancestor of all lightning, it could still resist heavenly lightning. Because of the Thunder Heaven Emperor's arrogance and contempt, Feng Wuchen had always been against the ancestor of myriad lightning. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have refined the ancestor of myriad lightnings and wouldn't have stood there and allowed the lightning to strike him when he ascended to the ancient world of immortals. Feng Wuchen did not refine the ancestor of 10,000 thunders back then. Later, when he condensed the eternal realm, he directly merged with the power of other subordinates. Although there was the Thunder Heavenly Emperor's inheritance, Feng Wuchen did not use it himself and gave away quite a lot of it. Feng Wuchen also disdained to use the Thunder Soul Pearl of the Thunder Heaven Emperor to refine his body. It had become a decoration. Feng Wuchen stared at the whirlpool of lightning seriously and transmitted, "To be honest, I'm not worried about the power of heavenly lightning. Even if it's twice as strong, it can't do anything to me." Feng Wuchen's eternal realm body had already surpassed the existence of the Panga realm. How could he be afraid of heavenly lightning? "Master, are you worried about He Qing and Yan Feng Emperor?" Shen asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and transmitted, "Yes, as the experts of the Panga realm, they can easily increase the power of heavenly lightning. They can also merge their power with heavenly lightning or send people to stop me. Even if I have an immortal body and am not afraid of heavenly lightning, I still can't enter the Panga realm if I fail the tribulation." This was what he was most worried about. Rumble. Buzz. Soon, the first terrifying heavenly lightning struck down with the power to destroy everything. It was tens of thousands of feet long and the destructive power shook the ancient immortal world. The power of heavenly lightning was twice as strong. This was beyond the limit of the ancient immortal world. Lian seeing this scene, everyone held their breaths. Their expressions were terrified to the extreme. They had never seen such a huge and terrifying power of heavenly lightning. At this moment, everyone felt that their hearts had stopped beating and their blood had stopped flowing. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. Feng Wuchen, don't underestimate the power of heavenly lightning. Twice the power is beyond the limit of the ancient immortal world. The chaotic mysterious fire beast said. I know. Feng Wuchen naturally would not underestimate it. With a thought, he took out the dragon god sword, the sun eye, and the armor at the same time. The 3 ninth-grade ancient immortal weapons instantly increased Feng Wuchen's combat strength. The overbearing and destructive sword essence rolled out like a raging sea. Emo Luo Sky Splitter. Feng Wuchen shouted and used Emperor Emo Luo's most powerful sword technique. With a swing of his sword, a huge black sword light shot up into the sky with a power that looked down on everything. However, it was not over yet. The overbearing black sword light continued to increase under the help of Feng Wuchen's sun eye. Twice. Thrice. 4 times. 5 times. The overbearing sword light's power increased by 5 times. It was extremely terrifying. It was beyond imagination. Countless experts in the ancient immortal world were dumbfounded. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? It can increase its power by 5 times in an instant. Even though Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest had seen it before, they were still shocked to see it again. The sun eye was too overpowered. Rumble. Buzz. In front of countless people's shocked eyes, the overbearing sword aura clashed with the heavens test fiercely and exploded. The sound of the explosion resounded in the ancient deity realm, hurting the eardrums of countless cultivators. The energy ripples rolled out wildly, as if they were going to devour everything. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. Those who were timid could smell the stench of urine. Feng Wuchen blocked the first bolt of lightning with ease. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. He can actually block it and increase its power by 5 times. I have never seen such a powerful Dharma treasure. Heiqing was also stunned. He could not believe it. Humph. 4 times the power of the heavenly lightning. I want to see how you block it. You can either use your mysterious power or die. Heiqing said fiercely. He looked like he would not give up until he killed Feng Wuchen. Heiqing was sure that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Rumble. More than 10 seconds later, the thundercloud vortex let out a deafening roar again. Dazzling light flashed from the vortex. The lightning dragon flashed and lit up the dark space. Within the thundercloud vortex, an even more terrifying power of the heavenly lightning gathered. 4 times the power. The power of the heavenly lightning has increased again. 4 times. Everyone was shocked and started to doubt their lives. Damn the Panga realm. Lu Qingyang and the rest were furious. Humph. 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation. Let's see how you block it. Heiqing sneered. Even if you have an immortal body and can't die, if you can't block the heavenly tribulation, don't even think about stepping into Panga realm. When you are seriously injured, I can only deal with you. 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than before. 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation. It's impossible to block it. How can we survive it? Let alone 4 times, we can't even block it with 2 times. Panga realm is too shameless. They won't let any of us step into Panga realm. The cultivators of the ancient immortal world were shocked and furious at the same time. 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation. They are forcing Chen'er into a dead end. What should we do? Xiaoqingqing was anxious and worried. They are going too far. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. His face twitched violently. Shan Tong frowned. Even if Brother Feng has a powerful ancient treasure, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to block 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even if he can, there will be 6 or 8 times later. Bastard. Crimson Emperor couldn't help but curse. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the others of the Emperor Immortal Palace also cursed. 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation was impossible for the cultivators of the ancient immortal world to block. They were destined to fail the heavenly tribulation. Failing the heavenly tribulation meant death. Master, what should we do? Can you block 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation? Nian Luan asked worriedly. Master, 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation is too terrifying. Let's use the ancestor of all lightning. As long as we can control the heavenly tribulation, no matter how many times it is, it won't be able to do anything to Master. Gu Immortal Jia said. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely gloomy. He also felt the pressure in his heart. Divine Eye, how many times can you release? Long Xinjian asked. Honestly, with Master's current cultivation, you should be able to release 10 times. Divine Eye said. Only 10 times? Feng Wuchen frowned again. Master, some strange and blurry images appeared in my mind. I don't know what they are, but I feel that the sun's eye is not as simple as it is. I guessed as much, Feng Wuchen sent back. Rumble. Buzz. At this moment, the thundercloud vortex once again emitted an earth-shattering sound of thunder, followed by a massive heavenly tribulation force that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation. It's here. Countless people held their breaths, their hearts in their throats. The scene was extremely frightening. It was as if the ancient immortal world was about to be destroyed. Everyone watching from afar was terrified to the extreme. Their eyes were filled with horror and despair. One by one, they involuntarily retreated. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would not be able to withstand it and the power of the heavenly tribulation would affect them. Honorable Lord. Qiu Tian and the other top experts broke out in cold sweat, their palms sweating. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely terrified. She was filled with worry, and her heart was thumping nonstop. Buzz. Feng Wuchen fully activated his bloodline power and the power of Eternal Realm, and madly injected them into the Dragon God Sword. An incomparably domineering sword intent erupted. A domineering sword intent that suffocated countless people, sword intent manifestation. Under the control of Feng Wuchen's mind, the omnipresent domineering sword intent instantly condensed into countless energy swords. Each energy sword contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Looking at the densely packed sword intent energy swords in the sky, countless cultivators watching were completely dumbfounded. Was this the strength of the Lord of Dragon's soul, who in the ancient immortal world could withstand it? It was too terrifying. Master, are you not using the Sun Eye? Divine Eye asked. Master, with your sword intent power, you can't withstand it. Dragon God Sword said anxiously. Feng Wuchen did not speak. He still used 5 times the power, and then controlled the sword intent energy swords to attack. Good Chinese, with a wave of the Dragon God Sword, the densely packed energy swords in the void moved. Instantly, they surged into the sky like raging waves, forming a massive storm of hundreds of thousands of feet. The sword intent energy swords were countless. What was monstrous power? This was it. This was simply 10,000 times the power of 10,000 swords returning to their roots. The scene was extremely visually impactful. Incomparably shocking. This terrifying scene was simply unprecedented. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Countless sword intent energy swords crazily attacked, but in the face of 4 times the power of the heavenly tribulation, the sword intent energy swords were shattered like tofu. This was undoubtedly hitting a rock with an egg. However, under the control of Feng Wuchen, the energy swords were inexhaustible. They crazily condensed and attacked the heavenly tribulation endlessly. As long as the sword intent continued, the energy swords would not break. It was only the second heavenly tribulation. How could Feng Wuchen give up? Pfft. In just a moment, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and distorted. It was extremely difficult. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao's heart almost jumped out of her chest. My lord. Alliance leader. Chen Er. Everyone was extremely worried. Xiao Qingqing and Mother Dragon's eyes were wet. 3 countless cultivators watching the scene froze as if they were struck by lightning. Feng Wuchen took out a few elixirs and swallowed them. Immediately, he roared and resisted with all his might. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. As time passed, under the frenzied attack of the sword intent energy swords, the 4 times heavenly tribulation's power was constantly being consumed. Everyone present clearly felt that the 4 times heavenly tribulation's power had weakened quite a bit. Quantity. Feng Brad is planning to use quantity to weaken the heavenly tribulation. Long Shirtian suddenly exclaimed. That's right. The realm of sword intent manifestation, Feng Wuchen can condense sword intent energy swords as he wishes. This brat really has a way. Long Shirhan also saw it. A smile appeared on his old face. As expected of younger brother Feng, you can even think of this method. Long Xiaoyang said excitedly. We really didn't think of it, but this method is indeed feasible. The power of the heavenly tribulation is getting weaker and weaker. Long Xiaofeng said with a smile. Weakening the heavenly tribulation with quantity? Isn't Big Brother Feng too crazy? Lu Qingyang and the rest were dumbfounded. My lord's power is inexhaustible. This is indeed a good method, but it's too risky. Xiao Tian and Jian Chou were dumbstruck. That's right. Feng Wuchen was planning to use quantity to win. As time passed, under the constant attack of the sword intent energy swords, the 4 times heavenly tribulation's power had become weaker and weaker. Proud sword executes God. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared and swept out with his sword. Hundreds of thousands of feet huge golden sword light soared into the sky. It was overbearing and filled with invincibility. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Under the bombardment of the sword, the weakened heavenly tribulation was directly shattered by Feng Wuchen's sword. The second heavenly tribulation disappeared. The extremely shocking scene shocked countless cultivators to the extreme. Master is indeed powerful. Dragon God Sword, Divine Eye, and other tool souls cheered excitedly. Pangu World. Heiqin was shocked and in disbelief. Feng Wuchen had crushed the heaven's tribulation that was 4 times stronger than usual. A heaven's tribulation that was 2 times stronger was already beyond the limit of the ancient immortal world, let alone 4 times stronger. Feng Wuchen had withstood it. This ancient god has truly underestimated this stinking brat. There is still the last heaven's tribulation. I want to see if you can withstand the power of a titled ancient god. He Qing said angrily. Send people to the ancient immortal world immediately. We must not let this brat ascend. We will strike when necessary, He Qing ordered. The 6 Pangu world cultivators immediately rushed to the ancient immortal world. Rumble. Thunder roared in the thunder cloud vortex. It was gathering the last heaven's tribulation. The terrifying aura was like a tsunami. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the void without blinking. This was the last heaven's tribulation. As long as Feng Wuchen withstood it, he could ascend to the Pangu world. However, everyone knew that the Pangu world would not allow Feng Wuchen to ascend. The last heaven's tribulation was absolutely terrifying. It was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had adjusted his condition to the peak. Feng Wuchen's most powerful trump card was the Sun Eye. Feng Wuchen did not know how terrifying it was with 10 times the power. He did not know if he could withstand the last heaven's tribulation. The power gathered in the thunder cloud vortex was getting more and more terrifying. The aura that spread out was incomprehensible. He Qing's power. It is just as I guessed. Feng Wuchen's face turned gloomy. He had already felt He Qing's power from the thunder cloud vortex. What's going on? Why is there another power in the heaven's tribulation? Xianxia suddenly exclaimed. This is He Qing's divine power. Qiu Tian was shocked. What? He Qing's divine power? Everyone's face changed and their eyeballs almost fell out. He is indeed behind this. This shameless bastard. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and cursed. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Long Tianzhou's face was filled with worry as he said anxiously, if this person intervenes, how will Longer ascend? If he fails to transcend the tribulation, the consequences would be unimaginable. How can this be? How can my husband resist He Qing's divine power? Ling Xiaoxiao was completely flustered. Her pretty face was deathly pale. This was the F*** power of a black-titled ancient god, who in the ancient immortal world could resist such terrifying power. Feng Wuchen exerted all of his strength, but in front of He Qing, he was still an ant. My lord! Summon Emperor Yi Jun! Jianzhou shouted. What Jianzhou didn't know was that Emperor Yi Jun had already hidden himself from the supreme main shrine. I'm afraid Emperor Yi Jun won't be able to help teacher. Even if he does come, he won't be able to help teacher. Zhang Junlan shook his head anxiously. Feng Wuchen's tribulation was something that no outsider could do anything about. Even if he could resist the heavenly tribulation, the Panga realm would not recognize him. Then what should we do? Is there no other way? Teacher, think of something. Yang Meier was so anxious that she was about to cry. Yi Jianing smiled helplessly. There's nothing I can do. That's a black-titled ancient god. Everyone was in a panic. They didn't know what to do. At the same time, in the Panga realm. Haha. Feng Wuchen, you only have 2 choices now. Either you use the mysterious power or you resist the power of the heavenly tribulation by yourself. But you definitely won't be able to withstand it. He Qing laughed excitedly. The more desperate Feng Wuchen was, the more excited and happy He Qing was. He Qing, how's it going? Emperor Yanfeng's majestic voice suddenly sounded. Emperor Yanfeng. He Qing knelt down respectfully and reported, Emperor Yanfeng, I've integrated my divine power into the 3rd tribulation. Feng Wuchen definitely won't be able to withstand it. If he doesn't want to fail the tribulation, he'll have to use the mysterious power. Very good. I'd like to see what kind of power it is. Emperor Yanfeng sneered. Since Feng Wuchen wanted to ascend, he definitely wouldn't give up easily. But in the face of such a terrifying power, he would have to use a super strong power to ascend successfully. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Just as Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were in a panic, the thundercloud vortex suddenly struck down the 3rd tribulation. It didn't give them any time to think. The 3rd tribulation is coming. Everyone turned pale with fright. Husband. You must hold on. Ling Xiaoxiao's tears fell. How can we withstand it? Lu Qingyang and the rest were stunned. They already felt a strong sense of despair. The third tribulation's power integrated with He Qing's divine power. It was 1,000,000 feet tall. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel terrified. If Feng Wuchen couldn't withstand it, everyone present would die. Everyone was scared out of their wits and lost control of their bowels. The power of a black-titled ancient god represented despair. Master, what should we do now? How can we withstand it? Long Shenjian asked in a panic. His sword was trembling. Divine Eye said in shock, this power is too terrifying. Even if the Sun Eye is 10 times stronger, it can't withstand it. In front of the power of a black-titled ancient god, not to mention 10 times, even 1,000 times would be useless. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast. You are in my spiritual space. If you help, you can definitely do it. Feng Wuchen quickly shouted. He was also very anxious. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast's power was terrifying. It could easily withstand He Qing's divine power. Feng Wuchen, I've already said many times that I won't interfere with the matters of the ancient immortal world. Moreover, you're currently undergoing tribulation and ascending. The chaotic mystical fire beast poured a bucket of cold water on him. Are you kidding me? That's the power of a black-colored titled ancient god. It's obvious that they're targeting me. They won't let me ascend, but you're still not helping them. They're after your power. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. He was almost driven mad. Feng Wuchen, don't be angry. I will be honest with you. It is not that I don't want to help you, but I can't. This is the order of the chaotic ancestor. If you can't withstand it, it means that you are not qualified. I will also leave at that time. Take care of yourself. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said. Chaotic ancestor? Feng Wuchen caught the key point. Who was the chaotic ancestor? Feng Wuchen didn't have time to think about it. Feng Wuchen, this should be the final test for you. I also hope that you can successfully ascend. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said again. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast really couldn't interfere. Damn it. Is this the end? Feng Wuchen roared madly in his heart. He was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. It was not easy for him to ascend from the mortal world. He had also obtained many inheritances of Pangu's experts. Moreover, he had cultivated an eternal realm body. This was something that made people envious. Master, use the ancestor of all lightning. Long Shenjian roared. That's right. There's still the ancestor of all lightning. Master, it's too late. Hurry up. Divine Eye urged. Master. Hurry. The third heavenly tribulation is coming. Nian Hunqi also urged. This is He Qing's divine power. Master's cultivation is too weak. The ancestor of all lightning can't resist it. The blood seether said. Hearing this, Long Shenjian and Divine Eye despaired. The chaos celestial fire beast wouldn't help. There was no other way. Even the ancestor of all lightning couldn't do anything. Intense despair welled up in their hearts. Ah! The furious Feng Wuchen suddenly roared with indignation. Husband! Ling Xiaoxiao was devastated. She could feel Feng Wuchen's anger. Brother Liu, is there really no other way? Miao Qingqing sobbed. Brother Feng will definitely make it. Lu Qingyang comforted her in a low voice. Even he didn't believe it. Why is it like this? Xiao Qingqing and Mother Dragon cried. They were devastated. Everyone from the Emperor Mortal Palace was helpless. Their hearts were in pain, and they couldn't help but cry. Just one more step and he could ascend to the Panga realm, but He Qing's divine power appeared, and Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything. In order to ascend, Feng Wuchen had made sufficient preparations. Elixirs, runes, and powerful formations were all prepared. But in the face of He Qing's divine power, Feng Wuchen's preparations were nothing. Feng Wuchen, you have no way out. If the mysterious power doesn't appear and you fail the tribulation, don't even think about ascending to the Panga realm. He Qing sneered. Looking at the Flame Wind Emperor, He Qing said respectfully, Flame Wind Emperor, Feng Wuchen will soon use the mysterious power. He won't accept failure. He has the mysterious power, but why does he look so desperate? Why is he so angry? Could it be that the mysterious power doesn't belong to him? And he didn't break into the Panga realm? Emperor Yanfeng frowned. How would the Flame Wind Emperor know that the mysterious power was the primal chaos mystical fire beast's primal chaos divine power? If it did not help, where would Feng Wuchen get the power from? Under the terrified and despairing gazes of countless cultivators, the tremendous power of the heavenly tribulation viciously and mercilessly struck on Feng Wuchen. Such a terrifying power would definitely turn Feng Wuchen into dust in an instant. No. Ling Xiaoxiao screamed at the top of her lungs. She was so sad that she wanted to rush out. Xiaoxiao, don't go. Ling Muyun quickly pulled Ling Xiaoxiao back. Grandpa, let me go. Let me go. Ling Xiaoxiao cried out in grief. Xiaoxiao, you're just going to die if you go. Long Er will be fine. Long Tianqiu quickly comforted her. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Alliance Master. High Lord. Everyone cried out in grief and despair. Even if Feng Wuchen could survive, he would have failed the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Buzz. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying energy ripples engulfed Feng Wuchen in an instant. The space of the ancient immortal world completely collapsed and exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Until the heavenly tribulation struck on Feng Wuchen, they did not see any resistance from Feng Wuchen. In the face of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, could Feng Wuchen still pass the heavenly tribulation smoothly? If Feng Wuchen failed the heavenly tribulation, there was no need to talk about them. Net 591-inch withdraw. He Qing shouted coldly and immediately controlled the power to spread out. Feng Wuchen did not activate any mysterious power at all. It seems that the person who broke into the Panga world is not him, but someone else. The Flame Wind Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He Qing did not know what to say. At this moment, the terrifying energy ripples had not spread out and were already contained within a certain range. Anyone could guess that it was He Qing's doing. Lord Primordial Immortal, did Lord Feng fail? Protector Tian Hen asked in a daze, his face extremely pale. I don't know. Primordial Immortal Yan Chen shook his head in confusion. Everyone from the Emperor Immortal Palace suddenly exploded with grief and anger. Everyone cried in grief. The thing that they did not want to see the most had happened. However, a few minutes later, just when everyone thought that Feng Wuchen had failed the heavenly tribulation, they suddenly saw that the heavenly tribulation's power was still there. What's going on? Did Lord Primordial Immortal fail? Why is the heavenly tribulation still there? Jianqiu suddenly asked as he looked at the huge heavenly tribulation's power in shock. What? As soon as Jianqiu said that, everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look at him. That's right. The huge heavenly tribulation was still there. The fact that the heavenly tribulation had not disappeared meant that Feng Wuchen had not failed the heavenly tribulation. Brother Feng is still alive. I can feel the bloodline power. The heavenly tribulation has not disappeared. Seems like Brother Feng has a way. Long Qi said happily. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao's hope was reignited. Lord Feng has not failed. Primordial Immortal Yan Chen and the others were overjoyed. Being able to withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation's power meant that Feng Wuchen still had hope of surviving the heavenly tribulation. For a time, excited cheers erupted from the Emperor Immortal Palace and soared into the sky. Countless cultivators watching from afar also cheered. The entire ancient immortal world was cheering for Feng Wuchen, to be able to withstand a terrifying heavenly tribulation that was 1,000,000 feet in size. How terrifying was that? Feng Wuchen's heavenly tribulation could be said to have made countless cultivators in the ancient immortal world bow down in worship. Flame Wind Emperor, the situation has changed. The heavenly tribulation's power has not disappeared. Feng Wuchen has blocked it and is still holding on. Feng Wuchen is very weak now. He Qing suddenly exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out. That was the power of a black-titled ancient god and the heavenly tribulation. How could Feng Wuchen block it? What? Flame Wind Emperor's face changed greatly. Flame Wind Emperor, it must be that mysterious power. It can't be wrong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block my divine power. He Qing said with certainty. It is indeed impossible for a mere ancient immortal world cultivator to block the power of a black-titled ancient god. Flame Wind Emperor sneered. Finally, the mysterious power had appeared. It was indeed in Feng Wuchen's body. Flame Wind Emperor, since the mysterious power has appeared, there is no need to let Feng Wuchen ascend. Shall we take action? He Qing asked respectfully. Let's do it. Flame Wind Emperor nodded. Feng Wuchen was very weak at the moment. If they took action now, they might be able to stop Feng Wuchen from ascending. He Qing immediately gave the order. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. When the energy ripples that were controlled to a certain extent dissipated, 6 Panga Realm cultivators suddenly appeared. Kid, don't even think about ascending to Panga Realm. The leading man sneered and condensed a terrifying power in his palm. People from Panga Realm. Xiao Tian and the rest were shocked. Not good. They are going to attack Lord Jianzhou exclaimed. Xiao Tian. Attack. The veins on Jianzhou's face bulged as he roared furiously, stop them even if we have to die. The 5 war gods of Dragon Soul, the 5 clan leaders of Qionyou, Chu Tian, ancient immortal master Yan Chen, and other top experts immediately rushed into the sky. Humph. Mere cultivators from the ancient immortal world want to fight us? A Panga Realm cultivator sneered disdainfully. They're just a bunch of ants, another person sneered. The leader said coldly, since they want to die, let's grant them their wish and let them know the fate of ants. But the moment Xiao Tian and the rest rushed into the sky, everyone's bodies suddenly froze. This is Supremacy's time power. Xiao Tian was shocked. Clan leader Qionyou and the rest also guessed it. Time power. Lu Qingyang and the rest immediately recognized it. Feng Wuchen did not intend to let them attack. The appearance of time power made everyone feel more at ease. Why did you all stop? Are you afraid of death? Seeing Xiao Tian and the rest suddenly stop, a man sneered. Ignore them. Attack Feng Wuchen quickly. He Qing's angry roar sounded. Yes. The 6 of them were scared out of their wits. After the energy ripples completely dissipated, everyone realized that it was a white energy that resisted the heavenly tribulation. They could not see Feng Wuchen's figure. What kind of power is this? Why can't I sense any aura? The leader was puzzled. Is this a mysterious power? Otherwise, how can it resist Lord He Qing's divine power? One of them guessed in horror. Attack. You idiots. He Qing's angry roar sounded again. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The 6 of them immediately attacked. Terrifying power bombarded the white energy one after another, deafening explosions sounded continuously. The crazy bombardment lasted for a full 5 minutes before it stopped. How is this possible? Our attacks have no effect at all. One of them widened his eyes in disbelief. What kind of power is this? There's no reaction at all. The leader was dumbfounded. He attacked with all his might, and even after using up more than half of his strength, the white energy did not have any reaction, nor did it change. Looks like we're still one step too late. Emperor Yanfeng frowned. Flame Wind Emperor, this mysterious white energy doesn't have any aura fluctuations. I can't tell its strength. Those who were injured also said so. It must be Feng Wuchen. He Qing said with certainty. This great emperor has never seen such power before. The Inferno Wind Monarch's face turned grim. He had never seen it before, so he couldn't tell how strong it was. Nevertheless, he could tell that this force was extremely powerful. Flame Wind Emperor, what do we do now? Do you want Feng Wuchen to ascend? He Qing asked. We must not let him ascend. The Inferno Wind Emperor said coldly, don't forget who injured the 6 great emperors of the Goody Divine Palace. This force doesn't belong to Feng Wuchen, but the owner of this force is definitely powerful. Feng Wuchen could reach the 36th level heaven because the owner of this force is controlling his body. Now that Feng Wuchen needs to control this force to pass the tribulation, he can't easily destroy your divine power. He is even being suppressed. This means that he can't control it yet. This is the best opportunity. The Inferno Wind Emperor's guess was right. When Feng Wuchen barged into the Panga realm and reached the 36th level heaven, other than this mysterious force, there was also the power of the Chaos Xian fire beast. This mysterious force had just been nurtured not long ago, and it wasn't particularly powerful. The only thing that the Inferno Wind Emperor guessed wrong was that Feng Wuchen couldn't control this mysterious force. Feng Wuchen was able to control the power of the primal chaos mystical fire beast, let alone this mysterious power that had just been nurtured and wasn't particularly powerful. It wasn't that Feng Wuchen couldn't control this mysterious force, but that he wasn't used to it yet. At the same time, he was wondering what kind of force it was. The mysterious force was only blocking the impact of He Qing's divine power and the power of the tribulation, but it was enough to withstand it. Pass down my order. Immediately send 5 black-colored titled ancient gods. I will set up a barrier, and it won't hurt anyone, the Inferno Wind Emperor ordered immediately. Yes. He Qing said respectfully and immediately passed down the order. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods gathered quickly, and He Qing led the team personally. Feng Wuchen, you don't have a chance, He Qing laughed coldly and fiercely. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods appeared. 5 black-colored titled ancient gods. Qiu Tian and the others were shocked. It's that shameless bastard. Lu Qingyang scolded angrily. Jianzhou gritted his teeth and said angrily, he is so shameless. The people from the Emperor's Celestial Palace looked at He Qing with murderous eyes. They couldn't wait to tear He Qing apart and tear him into pieces. However, they couldn't do anything to the black-colored titled ancient gods. He Qing. Feng Wuchen's angry voice could be heard from the mysterious white energy. Attack with all your might. He Qing shouted angrily. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power of the black-colored titled ancient gods exploded, and the space of the ancient immortal world was once again destroyed. It could collapse at any time. However, with the barrier set up by the Inferno Wind Emperor, there was nothing to worry about. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, unimaginable destructive power bombarded the white energy one after another, causing the cultivators of the ancient immortal world to be terrified. Seeing the 5 black-colored titled ancient gods bombarding the white energy, the people from the Emperor's Celestial Palace were furious. They had the urge to fight with all their might even if they couldn't win. Haha. Feng Wuchen, how long can you last? Attack with all your might. He Qing laughed arrogantly. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the 5 black-colored titled ancient gods unleashed the Panga technique, not giving Feng Wuchen any chance to survive. After a few minutes, the mysterious power exploded, and the power of the heavenly tribulation was suppressed. Clearly, the attacks of He Qing and the others were not effective. He Qing. You're courting death. Feng Wuchen roared angrily. He looked down on everything with supreme dignity. The power of the heavenly tribulation is being suppressed. How is this possible? He Qing's expression changed. He could not believe it. One of the black-colored titled ancient gods said in shock, what kind of power is this? Our attacks have no effect at all. This mysterious power can even suppress the power of He Qing and the heavenly tribulation. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods were stunned. Boom, puff. Puff. Puff, the next moment, the mysterious power exploded again. The white energy swept wildly, and He Qing and the others vomited blood. It was extremely domineering, a power that the 5 black-colored titled ancient gods could not resist. How is this possible? He Qing and the others were completely dumbfounded. The people from the Emperor's Celestial Palace and the countless spectating cultivators were also dumbfounded. What kind of power could make Feng Wuchen so terrifying? He actually injured the 5 black-colored titled ancient gods in an instant. He Qing. I won't kill you. I, Feng Wuchen, swear that I'm not human. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. His monstrous killing intent covered the entire ancient immortal world. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, don't talk nonsense. You're still too young to kill me. He Qing shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen's aura is getting more and more domineering. We can't do anything about this mysterious power, a black-colored titled ancient god said fearfully. Let's report to the Flame Wind Emperor before Feng Wuchen breaks through the heavenly tribulation, another black-colored titled ancient god said fearfully. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods were powerless against the mysterious power. The power of the heavenly tribulation was still being suppressed. They realized that the mysterious power had awakened. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods were powerless against the mysterious power. They could only report to the Flame Wind Emperor. Useless trash. I've lost all my face. The Flame Wind Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. The Flame Wind Emperor had lost all his face. The Paragon Main Temple had lost all its face. When the Flame Wind Emperor was angry, He Qing and the others didn't dare to say anything. The 5 black-colored titled ancient gods couldn't do anything about the mysterious power. This was the truth. The Flame Wind Emperor could only do it himself. At the same time, the furious Feng Wuchen was getting used to the mysterious power. He fought against the heavenly tribulation while gathering the mysterious power. Swish. Buzz buzz. The mysterious white energy suddenly shot out a white light pillar. It targeted the titled ancient god, He Qing. He Qing, be careful, the 4 titled ancient gods shouted at the same time. He Qing was scared out of his wits. He couldn't move his body. He couldn't even control it. Even though He Qing couldn't tell the strength of the white energy, he could feel the aura of death. This feeling was too real. He had never felt this way before. Boom, however, at this critical moment, the Flame Wind Emperor attacked and shattered the white light pillar with a punch. The Flame Wind Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. Thank you, Flame Wind Emperor, He Qing said respectfully. He was still terrified. The mysterious white energy was too scary. It injured 5 black-colored titled ancient gods instantly. How could it not be scary, however, with the Flame Wind Great Emperor personally taking action, they were completely at ease. Emperor Yan Feng glanced at his fist and frowned. This emperor has never seen a power that looks gentle but is extremely domineering. I can't even feel anything from this power, as if it doesn't exist. But after I attack, I can clearly feel its existence. It even makes this emperor feel danger. This power seems to be growing continuously. The Flame Wind Emperor was able to shatter the white light pillar because the mysterious power had just been nurtured. Naturally, it was unable to compete with the divine power of a Flame Wind Emperor. Since the Flame Wind Emperor could destroy the white light pillar with one punch, it meant that his power could deal with the mysterious power. He could not allow this mysterious power to grow stronger. He had to take advantage of the fact that Feng Wuchen was in control of this power to transcend the tribulation and kill Feng Wuchen. What terrifying power! He's a great emperor. His aura is as terrifying as Great Emperor Yi Jun's. Qiu Tian frowned. He was getting more and more worried. Great Emperor? Everyone took a deep breath in fear. Long Tianqiu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You've gone too far. A great emperor of the Panga realm is personally stopping a cultivator from the ancient immortal world from transcending the tribulation. Are they really going to shut my husband off?" Ling Xiaoxiao was completely furious. They're treating us like ants. They can do whatever they want. Let them humiliate us. Lu Wuhan said angrily. He clenched his fists so tightly that he did not feel his nails piercing into his flesh. We will not tolerate any oppression or bullying. Even if it's a Panga realm expert. Let's fight them. Luanshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. That's right. Let's fight them. The soldiers were not afraid of death. They all roared. They were where they were today because of Feng Wuchen. Now that Feng Wuchen was in trouble, how could they just sit back and watch? Wouldn't that make Feng Wuchen bitterly disappointed? The Panga realm experts had repeatedly interfered with the affairs of the ancient immortal world. They had violated the order of heaven and earth, but they did not take it seriously. In fact, it was even worse. Even a great emperor-level expert had personally come. Lu Qingyang and the others were suppressing a monstrous rage in their hearts. No one knew when they would lose control and explode. The Panga realm had gone too far. Calm down. This is not something we can interfere with. Xianxia said solemnly, indicating for the angry people to calm down. Ancient Immortal Master Yen Chen said solemnly, even if we fight with the ancient immortal world, we can't do anything to them. Patriarch Xianxia and Lord Ancient Immortal Master are right. I also want to fight these bastards, but not now. Lord is still transcending the tribulation. If we fight with our lives, not only will we not be of any help, but we will also be a burden to Lord, Xianxia said, suppressing his anger. Titled ancient gods and great emperors were indeed not something they could interfere with. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was transcending the tribulation now. They could not interfere, they could only suppress their anger and worry. Emperor Yan Feng. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen, I am not targeting you. It's just that you relied on a mysterious power to break into the 36 levels of heaven of the Panga realm and injured many experts. You looked down on the Panga realm and the supreme main shrine. Therefore, I have to take action, Emperor Yan Feng said coldly, as terrifying power gathered. All of this is because the Panga realm ignored the order of heaven and earth first. You broke into the ancient immortal world again and bullied the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen, you have to understand that the myriad worlds are ruled by demon soul sovereign. All the order of heaven and earth is controlled by the supreme main shrine. Any ant that dares to look down on the supreme main shrine must be destroyed. Emperor Yan Feng said arrogantly, ignoring all arrogance. You think you can ignore its existence just because you control the order of heaven and earth? What kind of nonsense is this? Since you can ignore its existence, why can't I, Feng Wuchen, do the same? Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. Demon Soul Sovereign is a supreme existence. You can't imagine it. How can a speck of light compete with the sun and the moon? Emperor Yan Feng said disdainfully. Go to hell. Don't expect to ascend. Emperor Yan Feng sneered. Then, he threw out a palm. A terrifying energy palm print blasted toward the white energy mercilessly. Emperor Yan Feng knew clearly that he could not give Feng Wuchen any chance. Once the owner of the mysterious power took action, Emperor Yan Feng would lose his best chance. He had to take action while Feng Wuchen was in control of the power. Husband. Brother Feng. My lord. Lord Supreme. Everyone in the Emperor Immortal Palace shouted in panic. They were worried and angry. How dare you touch this great emperor's people? You've got guts. Just at this moment, an old and domineering voice rang out. What? Emperor Yan Feng's face changed drastically. An even more domineering and terrifying energy burst out and destroyed his palm print instantly. Emperor Yan Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. End of chapter. A great emperor of the 10 directions. Emperor Yan Feng was terrified. His heart felt like it was being crushed by a mountain, and it stopped beating. He couldn't move at all, as if he had been immobilized. His completely pale face was filled with deep fear. Emperor Yan Feng knew very well that someone who could injure him with one move had to be a great emperor of the 10 directions. Emperor Yi Jun had used all his strength and released his demonic nature to defeat him with one move. It was impossible for other great emperors to do so, but how could it be a great emperor of the 10 directions? In the war back then, hundreds of great emperors of the 10 directions had fallen. The great emperors of the 10 directions in the Panga realm were all experts under demon soul supremacy. Which great emperor of the 10 directions was this? At this moment, the cultivators of the Emperor Celestial Palace and the ancient immortal world were all dumbfounded. He Qing and the other 4 titled ancient gods were also dumbfounded. That was the Inferno Wind Emperor. What was going on? Why would a great emperor-level expert suddenly vomit blood? He Qing and the others saw Emperor Yan Feng's terrified expression, and they couldn't help but feel uneasy and fearful. The Reincarnation Pagoda's great emperor has been unsealed. Feng Wuchen was stunned for a long time before he suddenly woke up. Feng Wuchen thought that he couldn't hold on, but the Reincarnation Pagoda had unsealed the great emperor. That was right. The Reincarnation Pagoda's great emperor had been unsealed. He was saved this time. The Reincarnation Pagoda wouldn't ignore his life and death. The great emperor had been unsealed. At the critical moment, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. That feeling was too wonderful, and it made him extremely happy. It seems that the chaotic spiritual energy in the Thousand Spirits pool helped the Reincarnation Pagoda's soul recover and unsealed the great emperor, the chaos mysterious fire beast thought. That was indeed the case. Just as Emperor Yan Feng was panicking, the space suddenly changed. The space turned into a boundless starry sky. Emperor Yan Feng, He Qing, the other titled ancient gods, Feng Wuchen, and even the heavenly tribulation were all in the astral space. Astral field. It's the great emperor of the 10 directions. He Qing and the other 4 titled ancient gods were scared out of their wits. His muscles, tendons, and bones, and even the cells and pores in his body were all trembling. Only the 10 directions great emperor could execute the star's domain. The star domain represented the 10 directions great emperor. Who are you? The flame wind emperor asked in horror. His voice was trembling. The fact that the 10 directions great emperor was able to scare the flame wind great emperor to such an extent showed how terrifying the 10 directions great emperor was. A gray-robed old man appeared out of thin air. He was thin and weak, and his face was covered in wrinkles. He looked weak, but the space between his brows emitted a domineering aura that looked down on everything. The aura emitted from the old man's body was extremely terrifying. This was a 10 directions great emperor, the first batch of great emperors after Pangu created the world, the Inferno Wind Emperor, He Qing, and the others looked at the gray-robed old man in horror, as if they had seen a demon. Xianxia Heavenly Emperor, the gray-robed elder said. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and smiled. Boom! Profound clear Heavenly Emperor's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the ears of Flame Wind Heavenly Emperor and the others. The profound clear Heavenly Emperor was one of the 110 directions great emperors. Profound clear Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen also looked at the profound clear Heavenly Emperor. Look at you, you seem to know me, profound clear Heavenly Emperor sneered. Just an indifferent sneer was enough to make the Flame Wind Emperor tremble. He Qing and the other 4 titled ancient gods did not dare to say a word. As titled ancient gods and great emperors of Pangu world, do you think it's honorable to break into the ancient immortal world and bully the weak? Don't you feel ashamed? Profound clear Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly, and his old face darkened. Profound clear Heavenly Emperor, Feng Wuchen broke into the 36th heaven of Pangu world, and he has seriously violated the order of heaven and earth. I'm just following orders to capture him, the Flame Wind Emperor said respectfully. Violated the order of heaven and earth? Humph, Feng Wuchen is my man. Go ahead and capture him if you dare, the profound clear Heavenly Emperor said in a domineering tone. The Flame Wind Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He thought for a while and said, Profound clear Heavenly Emperor, I'm a great emperor under Demon Soul Supreme. I'm following orders from Demon Soul Supreme to capture Feng Wuchen. The Flame Wind Emperor was no match for the profound clear Heavenly Emperor. He could only use Demon Soul Supreme to suppress him. Then go back and tell Demon Soul Supreme that his peaceful days are coming to an end, the profound clear Heavenly Emperor said coldly. There was anger in his eyes, and he was not threatened at all. Once the profound clear Heavenly Emperor said that, the Flame Wind Emperor was bombarded again. How dare he say such crazy and arrogant words? I wonder how you died back then. 100 great emperors of 10 directions could not defeat Demon Soul Supreme. It was impossible for the profound clear Heavenly Emperor to do so. What arrogance! No, if they were dead, why was the profound clear Heavenly Emperor in front of him? At this moment, the Flame Wind Emperor's expression changed drastically as he realized something terrifying. Could it be that 100 great emperors of 10 directions were still alive? No one saw their corpses during the battle back then. They only knew that they had disappeared into thin air. The Flame Wind Emperor did not dare to imagine. Profound clear Heavenly Emperor, you are a great emperor of 10 directions. I am no match for you. However, the Supreme Main Shrine also has great emperors of 10 directions. You alone might not be able to fight against them. Today, I must capture Feng Wuchen. The Flame Wind Emperor gritted his teeth. Thinking of the Supreme Main Shrine, the Flame Wind Emperor calmed down. Feng Wuchen, transcend the tribulation and ascend. I would like to see who dares to touch you, the profound clear Heavenly Emperor said domineeringly. He looked as though it was useless for anyone to come. Thank you, profound clear Heavenly Emperor. Feng Wuchen thanked him gratefully. However, before I ascend, I want to kill him. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he looked at He Qing. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, a white light pillar shot out again and charged towards He Qing mercilessly. Flame Wind Emperor, save me! He Qing cried for help with a look of despair. Feng Wuchen! How dare you! The Flame Wind Emperor was furious and was about to attack. Bam! Suddenly, the profound clear heavenly emperor waved his hand and a terrifying aura blasted the Flame Wind Emperor away. I will kill whoever my men want to kill. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you too, the profound clear heavenly emperor said fiercely. Profound clear heavenly emperor, are you really going to intervene? The Flame Wind Emperor asked in a deep voice as a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. The profound clear heavenly emperor did not say a word. He did not care about a mere primordial great emperor. All right. I would like to see if the profound clear heavenly emperor can defeat Great Emperor Guheng. The Flame Wind Emperor was enraged and immediately summoned the Great Emperor of 10 Directions. Great Emperor Guheng? He alone is not enough. Call for more people. I would like to see how much their strength has improved. At this moment, an old man's laughter could be heard. This voice is Emperor Yuanshi. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. That's right. It is the voice of Emperor Yuanshi. But didn't Emperor Yuanshi disappear? Why is he here? What is going on? End of chapter. Emperor Yuanshi. Master, it's Emperor Yuanshi. Long Xinjian's excited voice was heard. Emperor Yuanshi. The stunned Feng Wuchen suddenly became overjoyed. Feng Wuchen did not expect Emperor Yuanshi to appear at this time. Who was Emperor Yuanshi? He was the first great emperor since Pangu created the world, the leader of the 10 great emperors, the most powerful existence among the 10 great emperors, another 10 great emperors. The Inferno Wind Great Emperor almost had a heart attack. He was so terrified that he could not be more terrified. Where the F***ck did so many 10 great emperors come from? He Qing and the other 4 black-titled ancient gods felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Feng Wuchen had only ascended to the immortal realm, but he had alerted 2 10 great emperors. Not only that, he even dared to say that one great emperor Guheng was not enough. Great Emperor Guheng was a 10 great emperor. How dare he disregard Great Emperor Guheng? How arrogant was he? Who was this Feng Wuchen? Why was he protected by a 10 great emperor? Boom. Buzz buzz. While the Inferno Wind Great Emperor and the others were still in shock and fear, the white light beam had already struck He Qing mercilessly. The domineering and mysterious power blasted He Qing into a bloody mist on the spot. He Qing was already scared out of his wits. He could not even beg for mercy. Gulp, the other 4 black-titled ancient gods swallowed their saliva in fear. Only then did they realize that their throats were dry. This mysterious power was too terrifying. It could kill a black-titled ancient god instantly. After killing He Qing, Feng Wuchen roared furiously. With his domineering power, he forcefully crushed the heavenly tribulation's power. The 3rd heavenly tribulation dissipated instantly. After successfully passing through the heavenly tribulation, a golden light suddenly appeared in the star domain and enveloped Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Feng Wuchen felt unprecedentedly relaxed and comfortable. It was as if a stream of water from the heavens had fallen into the vast sea and mulberry fields. It nourished his body and flowed through his limbs and bones. This wonderful feeling made Feng Wuchen feel so good that he could fly. Emperor Yan Feng didn't dare to stop him. He could only watch as Feng Wuchen destroyed the 3rd tribulation. Stop them? The Flame Wind Emperor probably didn't want to live anymore. Right now, he was in the 10 Directions Great Emperor's star domain. Moreover, there were now 2 10 Directions Great Emperors. How would the Flame Wind Emperor dare to move? The Flame Wind Emperor no longer cared about He Qing's life or death. The intense fear in his heart told him that the terrifying thing he had realized before was very likely to be true. Senior, who are you? The Flame Wind Emperor asked in fear. His body was trembling uncontrollably. He had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to survive today. I am the Primeval Emperor. An old man in a white robe appeared with a faint laugh. It was none other than Emperor Yuanshi. Emperor Yuanshi. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. Emperor Yuanshi. The Xianxia Emperor cupped his fists respectfully. As one of the 10 Directions Great Emperors, the Xianxia Emperor's respectful behavior was enough to show the terrifying status of Emperor Yuanshi. What? Yuan. Emperor Yuanshi. The leader of the 100 Great Emperors. The Flame Wind Emperor's eyeballs almost flew out. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. The 4 black-colored titled ancient gods fainted on the spot. The most powerful great emperor since the creation of Pangu. At this moment, the Flame Wind Emperor finally understood why Feng Wuchen dared to break into the 36 levels of heaven of Pangu realm. Why Feng Wuchen dared to go against Pangu realm. Why Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of him at all. All of this was because Feng Wuchen had Emperor Yuanzhi's support, coupled with the mysterious and terrifying power that could kill He Qing. Why would Feng Wuchen be afraid of Pangu realm? The Flame Wind Emperor became more and more frightened. He was very sure that the terrifying thing that he realized was absolutely true. If Emperor Yuanzhi was still alive, then the other 10 directions great emperors must be alive as well. Emperor Yuanzhi walked step by step toward the Flame Wind Emperor. His footsteps were light, but each step felt like he was stepping on the Flame Wind Emperor's heart. Emperor Yuanzhi's eyes had a domineering aura of supremacy. It was as if he was toying with all living beings in the palm of his hand. This was the leader of the 100 great emperors. The Flame Wind Emperor fell to the ground and didn't dare to move. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Call Ancient Eternal Heavenly Emperor and the others over. I haven't been active for many years. I'd like to see how much they've grown. Primeval Heavenly Emperor smiled faintly. His words seemed calm, but they carried a domineering aura and contempt for Great Emperor Gu Heng and the others. Emperor Yuanzhi, please spare my life. I'm just saying. I don't dare to do anything to Emperor Yuanzhi. The Flame Wind Emperor begged for mercy. Even if the Flame Wind Emperor hadn't seen Emperor Yuanzhi, he had heard of him. Even if the Flame Wind Emperor had Demon Soul Supremacy behind him, Demon Soul Supremacy couldn't save him now. I'm giving you a chance. Don't you cherish it. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Emperor Yuanzhi smiled faintly. What? The Flame Wind Emperor's head buzzed. He instantly fell into the 18th level of hell. He understood the meaning of Emperor Yuanzhi's words. Emperor Yuanzhi, please spare my life. I was wrong. I was really wrong. The Flame Wind Emperor kowtowed and begged for mercy. His eyes were filled with despair. Xianxia Emperor sneered. You know that we're still alive. Do you think you still have a chance to live? Yuanzhi Heavenly Emperor, this junior will never lie. This junior swears on his head. Emperor Yuanzhi, please spare my life this time. The Flame Wind Emperor kept kowtowing. If he knew that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying background, he wouldn't have come. Now, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. I'm a mortal enemy of Demon Soul Supremacy. If I let you go, won't it be the same as telling him that I'm still alive? Also, after you go back, you'll definitely report to him. Do you think I'll believe you? Emperor Yuanzhi smiled faintly. Although Emperor Yuanzhi was the leader of the 100 emperors, he was still much weaker than Demon Soul Supremacy. If Demon Soul Supremacy knew that they were still alive, Feng Wuchen would definitely be hunted down by countless cultivators in the Pangu realm. No, no. I won't say it. Emperor Yuanzhi, please believe me. The Flame Wind Emperor was about to cry. He had never been so scared before. Was this the fear before death? It was so strong and so real. I don't believe you. Emperor Yuanzhi smiled faintly. Then, he gently tapped the Flame Wind Emperor's forehead with a finger. It's over. The Flame Wind Emperor was in complete despair. At that moment, the Flame Wind Emperor felt that the whole world had turned dark. There was no light at all. Boom, with a light tap, the Flame Wind Great Emperor exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a loud bang. He was reduced to ashes. With a light tap, he killed an ancient Great Emperor. The leader of the 100 emperors was so terrifying. Feng Wuchen, who was being baptized by the Pangu realm, was shocked when he saw this. This was the first time that Feng Wuchen saw Emperor Yuanzhi kill an ancient Great Emperor with a single finger. Emperor Yuanzhi waved his hand gently. The 4 unconscious titled ancient gods turned into powder and dissipated. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen, you didn't let me down. You can ascend to Pangu realm so soon. After killing Emperor Yan Feng, Emperor Yuanzhi looked at Feng Wuchen as if nothing had happened. Emperor Yuanzhi, didn't you disappear? What's going on? Feng Wuchen suddenly recovered from the shock and asked quickly. Feng Wuchen didn't find it strange that the reincarnation pagoda had unsealed the emperor. However, Feng Wuchen found it strange that Emperor Yuanzhi could appear again. Emperor Yuancher stroked his white beard and smiled faintly. Because my real body is still sealed in the reincarnation pagoda. My soul won't disappear so soon. Then, where did Emperor Yuancher go during this time? How was Emperor Yuancher affected when the reincarnation pagoda was sealed? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Emperor Yuancher shook his head slightly and smiled happily. My soul isn't in the reincarnation pagoda, so I'm not affected. I've been dealing with some things in Panga realm. Well, you can go through the tribulation and ascend to Panga realm first. When you arrive, I'll come and find you. Let them ascend as soon as possible. Panga realm shouldn't have noticed that they were killed yet. With that, Emperor Yuancher disappeared. Xianxia Great Emperor, why isn't Emperor Yuancher restricted by the reincarnation pagoda? Isn't he sealed? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. He didn't have time to ask Emperor Yuancher. Emperor Yuancher's soul has disappeared. This is just his divine power. Your cultivation is too weak, so it's normal that you can't see it. Xianxia Great Emperor smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and the star field disappeared. Xianxia Great Emperor had returned to the divine ring. Although the countless cultivators outside didn't know what had happened, they all saw that Feng Wuchen had defeated the third tribulation. Everyone from the sovereign celestial palace was cheering wildly. However, countless practitioners were puzzled. Why did the flame-wind Great Emperor, He Qing, and the other black-colored titled ancient gods disappear? Just a moment ago, he was threatening Feng Wuchen and was even about to attack. But in the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. This was all too inconceivable. My wives, don't worry and prepare for your ascension. I'll be waiting for you in the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. At this moment, he had completed the baptism of the Panga realm. Okay. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen had successfully transcended his tribulation, and the flame-wind Great Emperor and the others had all disappeared. Now that it was Ling Xiaoxiao's turn to transcend her tribulation, they naturally wouldn't be in any danger. Feng Wuchen was soon brought to the Panga realm by the golden light. The gate of Panga realm. Finally, we are in Panga realm, said Feng Wuchen with a grin, looking at the ancient and awe-inspiring gate of Panga realm. The gate of Panga realm was full of traces of time. No one knew how many years had passed. With a flicker, Feng Wuchen entered the gate of Panga realm. What awaited Feng Wuchen was a brand new, huge world. The first sky of Panga realm. This is the first sky of Panga realm, right? I didn't have time to take a look when I entered the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. Feeling the ancient spiritual energy of Panga realm, Feng Wuchen immediately felt energized. The ancient spiritual energy of Panga realm was many times more powerful than the spiritual energy of the ancient immortal world. Now I miss the 1,000-spirit pool of Great Emperor Xianxia Turtle. Feng Wuchen grinned and couldn't wait to cultivate in the 1,000-spirit pool. If he cultivated in the 1,000-spirit pool, Feng Wuchen's cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, now was not the time. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others would arrive soon. Feng Wuchen, try and see if you can still feel the mysterious power just now. The chaotic mysterious fire beast asked through voice transmission. Feng Wuchen tried and was shocked to find that the mysterious power had completely disappeared. What was going on? Chaotic mysterious fire beast, you seem to know this mysterious power. What's going on? Why did it appear in my body? Why is it gone now? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. I don't know what kind of power it is, but it is very scary. This mysterious power has only been nurtured for a short time, but you can't control it now. This power appeared because you are facing death. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's voice transmitted. The chaotic mysterious fire beast didn't know about this mysterious power, and it had only been nurtured for a short time, but it was enough to kill a black-titled ancient god. This showed how terrifying this power was. Feng Wuchen was secretly overjoyed. Even if he couldn't control this power now, it was at least his own power. Feng Wuchen nodded and then asked, who is the chaotic ancestor that you mentioned before? I remember that I met someone called the chaotic ancestor when I obtained the reincarnation pagoda. Although I didn't know him, I remember. The chaotic ancestor that you mentioned, I don't know who he is. The chaotic ancestor that I mentioned came from the chaotic realm. The ancestor has taken a fancy to you, the chaotic mysterious fire beast transmitted through voice transmission. Chaotic realm? Taken a fancy to me? Feng Wuchen was stunned and asked, what do you mean? The ancestor has chosen you to be his successor. The chaotic mysterious fire beast transmitted through voice transmission. I am one of the ancient strange beasts under the chaotic ancestor. The ancestor sent me to test you, but I can't help you. I want to see if you are qualified and capable. Successor? Feng Wuchen was stunned and his mind went blank. The chaotic mysterious fire beast was already scary enough. How scary was the chaotic ancestor? Feng Wuchen didn't dare to imagine. Chaotic mysterious fire beast, are you kidding me? Feng Wuchen transmitted through voice transmission. Obviously, he thought that the chaotic mysterious fire beast was talking nonsense. Then you can take it as a joke, the chaotic mysterious fire beast transmitted through voice transmission with a smile. Husband. Master. Brother Feng. At this time, Ling Xiaoxiao, Qiu Tian, and Lu Qingyang came out of the gate of Panga realm with smiles on their faces. Not many people ascended to Panga realm this time. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and Yanhu. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others ascended successfully. Feng Wuchen was finally relieved. Let's go. Let's look around and get to know Panga realm, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The expert Ling Xiaoxiao flew away. If I had known, I would have asked Qingqing to ascend with me, Lu Qingyang curled his lips. After Feng Wuchen and the other four left, a person appeared in the sky. It was Guardian Yao of Goody Divine Palace. What is going on? Didn't He Qing do it personally? Why can Feng Wuchen still ascend to Panga realm? Guardian Yao frowned. He was shocked and puzzled. How could a black-titled ancient god not stop Feng Wuchen from ascending? Could it be that Feng Wuchen used a mysterious power? That must be it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to ascend so smoothly. In that case, Supreme Divine Palace must know, Guardian Yao guessed quickly and smiled evilly. Feng Wuchen, you will definitely regret ascending to Panga realm. I will spread the news immediately. Just wait for the experts of Supreme Divine Palace to hunt you down, Guardian Yao sneered. End of chapter. In Guardian Yao's opinion, even if he spread the news, Feng Wuchen wouldn't suspect him. He Qing couldn't stop him, so he would naturally spread the news to the Supreme Main Shrine, which would spread throughout Panga realm. Guardian Yao was just spreading the news in advance. However, what Guardian Yao did not know was that He Qing and the Flame Wind Emperor had already been killed. I just received the news that the mysterious man who barged into Panga realm 3 years ago has come to Panga realm. That's right. I also just heard about it, and he's in the first heaven. He's from the ancient immortal world. His name is Feng Wuchen. He's so bold to barge into Panga realm, and now he dares to come to Panga realm. He really doesn't want to live anymore. I heard that the Supreme Main Shrine has been chasing after him. No matter who he is, we can't afford to offend him, and he has nothing to do with us. We'd better mind our own business, lest we get killed. The less we know, the better. The news spread quickly in the first heaven, and it shocked countless forces in the first heaven. Many forces and cultivators in the first heaven stayed away from it. How could an ordinary person be able to rush from the first heaven to the 36th heaven? They couldn't afford to offend such terrifying power. In just 4 hours, the news of the mysterious man who barged into Panga realm reappeared had spread to the 33rd heaven. No matter which heaven it was, whether it was ancient gods or titled ancient gods, even the great elders of the 33rd heaven under the Supreme Main Shrine, they didn't do anything. Obviously, they were afraid of the mysterious man's terrifying power. Goody Shrine was such a terrifying existence, but 6 great emperors had been seriously injured by the mysterious man. Which force would dare to act rashly? Of course, Goody Shrine also blocked the news of young Master Di Tian's death. Otherwise, Panga realm would be in an uproar. Feng Wuchen and the others have already ascended to Panga realm. Send a few people to play with them. Maybe we can kill 1 or 2 of them. Guardian Yao sneered and disappeared. After the news of the mysterious man's reappearance spread, the Supreme Main Shrine suddenly received the news that Emperor Yan Feng and titled ancient god He Qing had been killed. The entire Supreme Divine Palace was filled with shock and disbelief. It even alarmed the demon soul sovereign, causing him to be extremely furious. The Flame Wind Great Emperor, the Supremacy Temple's experts, and the Demon Soul Supremacy subordinates, who would dare to kill the Flame Wind Great Emperor, Supreme Demon Soul gave the highest order to kill Qin Nan. The experts of the Supreme Divine Hall and the major forces immediately started investigating the matter. After all, they had no idea why the Flame Wind Martial Monarch and He Qing had died. He didn't even know where he had died. His only suspicion was Emperor Yi Jun. After all, the order had been issued 3 years ago. Meanwhile, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao looked around and gained a basic understanding of the Panga realm. Panga realm was vaster than the ancient immortal realm and had 36 levels of heaven. The cultivation realms in Panga realm were Ancient Realm, Ancient General, Ancient King, Ancient Emperor, Ancient Lord, Ancient God, Entitled Ancient God, Green, Cyan, Blue, Purple, Red, Gold, White, Black. There were 10 major realms, including Great Emperor, Great Emperor, Great Emperor, and Archean Prime. Each major realm was divided into 3 subrealms, early, middle, and late. Feng Wuchen and the other 4 had just set foot in Panga realm. Needless to say, their cultivation was early ancient extreme. "Brother Feng, where are we going?" Lu Qingyang asked. They were unfamiliar with the place and didn't know where to find a place to stay. Lu Qingyang spread his hands and curled his lips. "We're not familiar with Panga realm at all." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, before Feng Wuchen could answer, 7 figures suddenly appeared. Each of them looked ferocious and ferocious. They didn't come with good intentions. The faces of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others turned solemn. "My lord, they are early ancient generals," Qiu Tian said in a low voice, frowning. They had just descended to Panga realm and were the weakest in Panga realm. Of the 7 people in front of them, 4 were early ancient generals, while the other 3 were late ancient extreme. Feng Wuchen looked at the 7 people expressionlessly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing, we don't mean any harm. We just like this little beauty and want to play with her. We'll return her to you in a few days. What do you think?" The leading man was extremely arrogant and condescending. "Haha." The 7 people laughed arrogantly. "Shameless bastard." Ling Xiaoxiao was instantly furious. Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and Yanhu were also furious, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. They really had guts. They actually dared to humiliate Ling Xiaoxiao in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen would never tolerate this kind of thing. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely cold. Feng Wuchen was furious. No one could humiliate Ling Xiaoxiao. Those who humiliated her would end up like young Master Di Tian. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the 7 people in front of him were already dead. Feng Wuchen's terrifying eyes made the 7 people break out in cold sweat, as if they were being stared at by demons. Of course, one look was not enough to scare them off. "What's wrong? Kid, you don't seem to be happy." A strong man shouted angrily, his face full of threat. Another man looked at Feng Wuchen contemptuously and said arrogantly, "Kid, let me remind you that this is our territory. I advise you to obediently hand over the little beauty, or we'll destroy all of you." The power of Yuanchi realm and Eternal realm erupted at the same time, and a domineering aura surged. Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God Sword and the Sun Eye, and his aura soared again. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's combat power soared from early ancient extreme to late ancient extreme. Late ancient extreme? The 7 men were stunned, and then they burst into laughter. "Haha! Late ancient extreme dares to fight us? What a joke! Haha! You want to fight with this little ability of yours? Come, come, come. Try to move and hit my head." The mockery and contempt could not be more obvious. "Is it that funny?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold voice made the 7 people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their bodies were cold. "Kid, you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of standing out." The leader sneered. "Chi." Just as the leader finished speaking, Feng Wuchen moved. As fast as lightning, the golden sword flashed past, followed by a spray of blood. A sword to the throat, the ancient general was killed in an instant. The 6 people who were laughing unscrupulously were stunned on the spot. Intense fear surged in their hearts, and they felt as if their hearts were crushed by a mountain. You can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate my wife. Whoever humiliates her will die. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and the aura of a wife-protecting demon soared to the extreme. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was like the incarnation of Azura. In the flash of the sword, the 6 people's throats were all slashed. Even though he had just ascended, he displayed his domineering and fierce combat power. End of chapter. Humph. Useless trash. Protector Yao, who was hiding in the dark, took a look and left. 4 ancient generals and 3 advanced ancient extreme realm cultivators couldn't beat Feng Wuchen, who had just ascended. What were they if not trash? Although Feng Wuchen had just ascended to the Panga realm, his primeval ancestor and eternal realm strength had been greatly improved. Coupled with the 1,000 Illusion Emperor's movement technique, it was no problem for him to kill an ancient general with speed. Are the cultivators of Panga realm so trash? Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Qiu Tian smiled. No, it's just that Lord's speed is too terrifying, so they didn't have a chance to attack. Husband, thank you. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. She was extremely touched. No matter when or where, Feng Wuchen would always put Ling Xiaoxiao first. He would not allow anyone to humiliate her. No one can humiliate my wife, not even demon soul supremacy. Feng Wuchen smiled gently. His words were domineering. Brother Feng, let's find a place first, Lu Qingyang said. Let's go ahead and take a look. Feng Wuchen nodded. He took Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and flew away. Goody Temple. After Protector Yao returned, he immediately went to find Great Protector and informed him of the matter of him releasing the news. Unexpectedly, Protector De reacted strongly. What? You were the one who spread the news? Great Guardian stood up abruptly and stared at Guardian Yao with wide eyes. Seeing Protector Da's reaction, Protector Yao asked in confusion, I spread the news. What's wrong? Bastard. Protector Da was furious. He slapped Protector Yao and roared, You brought disaster to Goody Temple. Do you know that? Slap. Protector Yao was stunned by the slap. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Protector Da, what do you mean? Feng Wuchen's ascension to the Panga realm is our chance to avenge our young master. And even if I don't spread the news, it will soon spread all over the Panga realm. Guardian Yao said with great dissatisfaction. What do you mean? The Great Guardian was infuriated, and he roared, The Supreme Main God Palace has just sent news that the Yanfeng Emperor, He Qing titled Ancient God, and 4 other black titled Ancient Gods are all dead. Demon Soul Sovereign has already ordered an investigation. They don't even know how Flame Wind Emperor and He Qing died. Boom, this news was like a giant cannonball exploding, blasting Protector Yao to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Guardian Yao was dumbfounded, the Inferno Wind Emperor and He Qing were both killed. Supreme Main Divine Palace, I wonder how the Inferno Wind Monarch and He Qing died? Protector Yao was stunned. In other words, the Supreme Main Divine Palace had no idea that Feng Wuchen had ascended to the Panga realm, let alone that Feng Wuchen was the mysterious person who had barged into the Panga realm. But now that the news had spread, wasn't it the same as telling Feng Wuchen that it was the Goody Divine Palace who had spread the news? Back then, only the Goody Divine Palace knew that Feng Wuchen was the mysterious person who had barged into the Panga realm. The Goody Divine Palace had been crushed by Feng Wuchen alone. Such an embarrassing thing would definitely not be spread. Feng Wuchen would be the first to guess. If the Goody Divine Palace is gone, I'll be the first to kill you. The Great Guardian shouted angrily, and then immediately rushed to the main palace. Feng Wuchen dared to kill the Inferno Wind Emperor and He Qing. Protector Yao instantly felt that he had fallen into an endless dark space. This was something that he had never expected. This was a matter of great importance. It concerned the survival of the Goody Divine Palace. The Great Guardian did not dare to be negligent. He immediately reported to Di Qianyan, Di Wuyun, and Tianzong. Protector Yao is an idiot. Doesn't he know how terrifying Feng Wuchen is? How dare he provoke Feng Wuchen? When Di Qianyan heard about it, he was furious. The veins on his face bulged. Di Qianyan was not the only one. The elders and many of the upper echelons were also furious. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Feng Wuchen. He must be tired of living. Young Master Di Tian was killed. Although Di Qianyan was furious, he also wanted to kill Feng Wuchen quickly. However, Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. Provoking Feng Wuchen again was undoubtedly pushing the Goody Divine Palace into the abyss. He dared to kill the Inferno Wind Emperor. He didn't even care about the Demon Soul Sovereign. What else can't Feng Wuchen do? Di Qianyan was mad. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted nothing more than to cut Protector Yao into pieces. Now that things have come to this, killing Protector Yao won't change anything. The great emperor of Tianzong sighed. Protector Yao only wanted to avenge Tian'er. He can't be blamed for this. This is Tian'er's fault. Feng Wuchen has already shown mercy by not hurting the Goody Divine Palace. The news has already spread. Feng Wuchen must have heard about it. What should we do? The Great Guardian asked respectfully. He was secretly panicking. The entire Goody Divine Palace knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Otherwise, the Goody Divine Palace would have mobilized all their connections to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen has already ascended to the Panga realm. He is at the first heaven. Great Guardian, go and find him personally. Remember, don't offend him, Di Wuyun said lightly. Yes. The Great Guardian said respectfully. Wait. The Great Emperor of Tianzong hurriedly said, I'll go personally. Protector Yao wants to use the Supreme Divine Palace to deal with Feng Wuchen, but he may not be able to do anything to him. Without some sincerity, I'm afraid Feng Wuchen won't let it go. Thank you, Great Emperor of Tianzong. Di Qianyan said respectfully. After the Great Emperor of Tianzong left, everyone was uneasy. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would suddenly kill them. Feng Wuchen and the other four continued to move forward. They had planned to stay in an immortal city for a while, but they accidentally saw the Divine Palace of Control. My lord, isn't that the Divine Palace of the Emissary? There is also the aura of an ancient god expert. Qiao Tian asked in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The Divine Palace of Control? Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang looked over curiously. My lord. It is indeed the Divine Palace of Control. No wonder there are so many experts nearby. Yanhu nodded. The aura of the Master and the Emissary. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I didn't expect to come to the Divine Palace of Control. I wonder how the Master and the Emissary are doing. However, Feng Wuchen knew that because of the power of the chaotic Xian fire beast, the ancient gods of the deep were imprisoned, and the Divine Palace of Control was also controlled. It had not been released yet. All of this was because of Feng Wuchen. Since they had come to the Divine Palace of Control, Feng Wuchen planned to take a look and rescue the Master and the Emissary. Feng Wuchen was not a heartless person. Xianqing Heavenly Emperor, I will need your help later. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. With the help of the Xianqing Heavenly Emperor, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Haha, don't worry. The Xianqing Heavenly Emperor chuckled. Feng Wuchen and the other four went directly to the Divine Palace of Control. Stop. This is the Divine Palace of Control. No one is allowed to enter. Leave now. The guard guarding the mountain gate shouted angrily. As expected of the Control Deity Palace, even the guards are ancient kings. Feng Wuchen could tell the cultivation of the guards at a glance and was amazed. Husband, we can't beat them in cultivation. Don't act recklessly, Ling Xiaoxiao whispered. Lu Qingyang picked his ear and said, Sister-in-law, don't you know what kind of person Brother Feng is? If he wasn't confident, why would he come here? Confident? Could it be that the High Lord can deal with them? Yanhu was secretly puzzled. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, all of a sudden, a few guardians spat out blood and were sent flying back. They had no idea what was going on. This isn't the power of the Lord. I don't know where this power came from. The Lord didn't summon any titled ancient gods, Qiao Tian said in shock and looked at Feng Wuchen. Did the Lord summon a titled ancient god? Yanhu guessed and looked around curiously. He couldn't see a single soul. He couldn't sense any aura. See, I knew Brother Feng would have a way, Lu Qingyang shrugged and smiled. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head awkwardly. Let's go in, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen had planned to barge in anyway. Since he wanted to save people, it was impossible to reason with them. He could only solve it by force. Feng Wuchen and the other four swaggered into the control shrine. The fact that several guards had been injured had already alerted the control palace. Thousands of guards had already gathered in the huge square. Many experts from the various palaces had also come out to watch. How unfamiliar. How dare he barge into the control shrine? He doesn't know what's good for him. He's got guts. Do they not know what the control shrine means, or are they out of their minds? Ancient realm? Am I seeing things? Ancient realm cultivation, and he dares to barge into the control shrine? Some of the ancient emperors looked arrogant and disdainful. This boy isn't simple. I can't see through his cultivation, and there aren't any energy fluctuations coming from his body. An ancient monarch frowned deeply as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Sensing the sharp gaze, Feng Wuchen turned his head and glanced over. Oh? What sharp eyes. There's not a single ripple in his eyes. He doesn't seem to be afraid at all. The ancient lord was slightly surprised. From Feng Wuchen's eyes, what he saw was not fear, but confidence. This made him curious. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Shrine of Control and injure the guards of the Shrine of Control? The leader of the guards said coldly. His cold words carried a deterrent force. Feng Wuchen glanced at the people in the square and asked indifferently, "Are you the people who used to control the shrine? Or did he take over the temple later?" The leader frowned deeply and asked, "Who are you people?" "You only need to answer my question," Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he walked towards the square. "Impudent!" The leader shouted angrily, "Take them down. Kill anyone who dares to resist." Dozens of guards immediately rushed up and locked onto Feng Wuchen's group of 5 with powerful auras. "Master, most of the people who used to control the shrine have been killed by them. Other than us and the elders who are imprisoned, the rest of the people have submitted to them," the messenger said respectfully. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly exploded from Feng Wuchen's body. The dozens of guards that had rushed forward were all sent flying back, and they were heavily injured on the spot. The many guards in control of the shrine were shocked. However, they couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation at all. Whose power is this? Qiu Tian and Yanhu were shocked again. This isn't husband's power. It wasn't his either. What's going on? When he was going through the tribulation, the Yanfeng Emperor and He Qing suddenly disappeared. Husband went through the tribulation smoothly. I don't know what happened. Ling Xiaoxiao was also puzzled. I'm here today to save people. I don't want to hurt anyone. Release the shrine master and the messenger, Feng Wuchen said indifferently with a commanding tone. Save people? You've come to the wrong place. Die. The leader shouted angrily. The powerful strength of the ancient Lord Realm erupted and shot out without hesitation. Boom. Puff. Another domineering aura erupted. The leader spat out blood and was sent flying. He couldn't withstand it at all. The leader fainted on the spot. Leader. Many of the guards were shocked. Swish swish swish. Many ancient Emperor Realm experts who were watching from the palace rushed over. Kid, enough is enough. How dare you come to the temple and behave so atrociously? You're courting death. A late-stage ancient Emperor Realm expert said coldly. I've said that I don't want to hurt anyone. I'll leave after saving them. Can you not ask for trouble? Feng Wuchen sneered. Preposterous. How dare you look down on us? Attack. An ancient Emperor Realm expert shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen's aura alone made the leader of the ancient Emperor Realm unconscious. They knew that Feng Wuchen was very powerful. Dozens of ancient Emperor Realm experts attacked at the same time. However, the dozens of ancient Emperor Realm experts were stunned in the next second. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The mystic clear heavenly emperor cooperated with him. The domineering aura erupted again. The dozens of ancient Emperor Realm experts spat out blood and were sent flying. The guards who were in charge of the temple were dumbfounded at this moment. Dealing with ancient Emperor Realm experts was like dealing with ants. There were a few late-stage Ancient Emperor realm experts among them. Even an Ancient Emperor realm expert couldn't injure dozens of people with his aura alone, right? Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to do it as easily as Feng Wuchen. Your Excellency's strength is indeed not simple. The ancient lord's figure flashed as he stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. Buzz buzz. An extremely violent energy erupted. The palace shook violently, and large cracks appeared on the square. A fierce aura swept out. Feng Wuchen glanced at him and sneered. You don't have to do anything. Go back and ask your ancient god to come out. I'll talk to him. If we can't talk, I'll kill him. What? As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, the ancient emperor realm expert was stunned. He stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe his ears. What is this? How dare he say that he'll kill the ancient god? Is there a need to be so arrogant? Everyone in the temple was dumbfounded. Where did this ignorant junior come from? How dare you humiliate this ancient god? Are you tired of living? At this moment, an old man shouted angrily from the depths of the palace. A terrifying aura shrouded the palace. Don't say that. I just want to talk to you and see if you can let him go. If you can't, I'll kill you. Don't I have something to discuss with you? Feng Wuchen sneered. A second humiliation. You. The ancient god was mad. He roared, this ancient god will kill you. End of chapter. Buzz buzz, a destructive aura erupted, and the ancient god's old face was hideous like a wild beast. He stared at Feng Wuchen like a viper. Lord Ancient God. Kill this arrogant bastard. That's right. Kill him. Don't let a single one go. The palace guards in charge roared angrily. They were all infuriated by Feng Wuchen's arrogance. We haven't talked yet, have we? Are you going to kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered, his expression unchanged. What was there to talk about when he talked about killing? Hand over your life, the ancient god roared, shooting forward with a majestic aura. His terrifying aura destroyed the huge square. The many experts and guards who were in charge of the temple retreated in fear. When an ancient god attacked, it was definitely an existence that could destroy the world. Since there's nothing to talk about, then I won't hold back. Feng Wuchen sneered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A mere ancient god. Even if Feng Wuchen was only at the ancient extreme realm, he had never been afraid. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen moved. He was as still as a pine, but he moved as fast as lightning. Feng Wuchen shot out with a speed that exceeded the ancient god's imagination, his domineering aura suffocating the ancient god. Boom! Pft! In an instant, Feng Wuchen's fist slammed into the ancient god's chest. With a boom, the ancient god spat out blood, his body seemed to be equipped with a launcher as he flew out at an even more terrifying speed. Boom! 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 The flying ancient god pierced through several majestic palaces. What kind of speed is this? What kind of power is this? How is this possible? Who exactly is he? How can he have such terrifying power at such a young age? The ancient god was terrified, his eyes bulging out. Only the ancient god himself knew how terrifying that punch was. The ancient god felt a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas the moment it hit his chest. That punch controlled everything, domineering and unstoppable. The palace fell silent. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Sending an ancient god expert flying with a single punch. Was he really AF * king titled ancient god, reaching the titled ancient god realm at such a young age? Everyone in the Temple of Control was scared silly. Even a peak ancient lord couldn't help but be frightened to the point of incontinence. It was too F * king scary, their eyes were filled with fear as if they were looking at a monster. Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the other two were even more dumbfounded. That was a terrifying ancient god expert. Feng Wuchen, an ancient realm practitioner, was actually able to send an ancient god flying with a single punch. It was too unbelievable. Profound Clear Heavenly Emperor, you didn't really kill him, did you? Feng Wuchen asked via sound transmission. Don't worry, he won't die. The Profound Clear Heavenly Emperor laughed. Is there anyone else who wants to talk to me? Feng Wuchen looked around and asked with a harmless smile. Heavily injuring an ancient god with a single punch, who would dare to negotiate with you? are you tired of living? Seeing that no one spoke, Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Since no one objects, let the temple master and the emissary out. Who would dare to object? Soon, the Temple of Control guards released an ancient god expert, the temple master, the emissary, and the elders. Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving our lives. The ancient god thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving our lives. The elders also expressed their gratitude one after another. Greetings, Master. Seeing Feng Wuchen, the temple master and the emissary hurriedly knelt down respectfully. Master, the temple master and the emissary actually called Feng Wuchen master, the ancient god expert actually called Feng Wuchen lord. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? What was his identity? Seeing this scene, everyone in the Temple of Control's eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't stop shaking. Could this be the young master of that transcendent force? Otherwise, how could he make an ancient god expert lower his head? Rise. There's no need to be so polite, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Husband, when did they become your people? Xianxia asked in shock. Haha, wife, I'll tell you about this when we get back. Right now, we have other important matters to attend to, Feng Wuchen gently said with a smile. Other important matters? Lu Qingyang looked in confusion at Feng Wuchen. Glancing at the palace, Feng Wuchen asked, Temple Master, do you still plan to stay in the Temple of Control? Reporting to Master, we can no longer stay in the Temple of Control. They simply don't trust us and have imprisoned us for several years. We've already given up, the Temple Master coldly said. The ancient god expert sighed. Even if this old man were to die, he would never work for them again. He is willing to follow Lord Feng. We are also willing to follow Lord Feng. The elders all spoke up, their expressions extremely respectful. They had all heard about Feng Wuchen from the temple master. Now that Feng Wuchen had taken the risk to save them, they were naturally willing to follow him. It's only the first day in Panga Realm, and the High Lord has already subdued so many experts. Yanhu was secretly shocked, and his admiration for Feng Wuchen grew. At this rate, they would soon be able to establish themselves in the first heaven. Seeing them follow Feng Wuchen without hesitation, the Temple of Control's people were once again dumbfounded. This was openly making an enemy of the Paragon Main Temple. Were they not afraid of death? Could it be that Feng Wuchen could contend against the Paragon Main Temple? They would rather die than believe it. Ancient God White Feather, you've defied the heavens and made an enemy of the Paragon Divine Palace. You should be well aware of the consequences. If we imprison you, we might be able to preserve your lives. Think carefully, an ancient lord said darkly. Ancient God White Feather's old face instantly twisted, and he angrily shouted, What's the difference between imprisonment and death? Our life and death is none of your concern. Defying Heaven Walker coldly said. Let's go, Feng Wuchen indifferently said. The dozens of people left, and no one in the Temple of Control dared to stop them. Quickly go and take a look at Lord Ancient God's injuries. Then send someone to report to the Great Elder of the 33 Heavens, the Ancient Lord immediately said. If they knew Feng Wuchen's name, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Husband, there are so many of us, but we still don't have a place to stay. Where are we going? Xiaoxiao asked. They are from Panga Realm, so there must be a good place. However, we have other things to do now, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Big brother Feng, you said you had other things to do. What is it? Lu Qingyang asked. Save the ancient gods of the deep. He is also imprisoned, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The ancient gods of the deep have also been imprisoned for a few years. The imprisonment of the ancient gods of the deep was naturally related to Feng Wuchen. Moreover, the ancient gods of the deep had also helped, so Feng Wuchen naturally would not ignore it. Master, the ancient gods of the deep is in the Deep Abyss Pavilion, the messenger respectfully said. Ancient God White Feather said, Lord Feng, the current first heaven is under the control of ancient god Qing Lao. The original first heaven titled Ancient God is also imprisoned. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, Let's go to the Deep Abyss Pavilion to take a look. Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, this is all because of you. I was also harmed by you. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Chaos Xian Fire Beast. End of chapter. Mingyuan Pavilion. Under the leadership of ancient god White Feather and against the heavens, Feng Wuchen and a few dozen others had arrived at Mingyuan Pavilion. A majestic palace floated in the air, striking fear into the hearts of those who looked at it. A terrifying aura emanated from the palace, intimidating one's soul and preventing anyone from approaching. Mingyuan Pavilion was the strongest faction in the first heaven and also the one in charge of the first heaven. Its status was extraordinary. With ancient god Qing Lao presiding over Mingyuan Pavilion, it could be said to suppress the entire first heaven. Other than Qing Lao, there were 2 other ancient gods, a dozen ancient lords, and many ancient emperors in the Mingyuan Pavilion. In the first heaven, Mingyuan Pavilion was a colossus, an existence that no one could shake. Lord Feng, the palace in front is Mingyuan Pavilion. The ancient gods of the deep are imprisoned there, ancient god White Feather said respectfully. A green-titled ancient god, 2 ancient gods, and many ancient lords. No wonder. Feng Wuchen nodded, his expression unchanged. What an imposing palace, even more imposing than the Temple of Control. No wonder it's the strongest faction in the first heaven. There are so many experts. Any one of them could probably kill me, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. It's not an estimate, it's a certainty. Prisoner Tian did not hold back. Big brother Prisoner Tian, can't you give me some face? After all, I have an immortal body. Lu Qingyang was slightly embarrassed. Husband, we just ascended to Panga realm. It's not good to become enemies with the Supreme Temple, right? Ling Xiaoxiao said with a frown. She was worried. The Supreme Temple was the most terrifying existence in Panga realm. Wife, don't worry. They don't have time to care about us now. They are still investigating the mysterious person who barged into Panga realm. Besides, who would use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? To them, this is just a trivial matter. Feng Wuchen chuckled and gently scratched Ling Xiaoxiao's nose. Although Mingyuan Pavilion was the strongest faction in the first heaven, it was nothing compared to the truly powerful factions. Even if something happened, they would not send out terrifying experts. Every expert had their own pride. Furthermore, the Panga realm had violated the order of heaven and earth again and again, barging into the ancient immortal realm to deal with the dragon's soul, and even taking Xiaoxiao into the dimensional space, which had completely infuriated Feng Wuchen. As the supreme being of the Panga realm, he did not care. He had created the order of the world, but he did not lead by example. This was simply slapping himself in the face. Since that was the case, Feng Wuchen did not need to worry too much. Feng Wuchen had ascended to Panga realm with fury. With no one managing the order of heaven and earth, Feng Wuchen overthrew the supreme main shrine and took charge of the order of heaven and earth himself. If Feng Wuchen wanted to save the reincarnation pagoda, he was destined to become enemies with the supreme shrine. Lord Wen's words are extremely correct. True experts don't care about the matters of a first heaven. To them, a first heaven is a weakling, and meddling in the matters of a first heaven is a disgrace, ancient god White Feather respectfully said. Disgrace? Lu Qingyang and the others were stunned. Was there a need to be so arrogant? Let's go and fight our way in, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he took Ling Xiaoxiao by the hand and flew toward Mingyuan Pavilion. Fight our way in? I like it. Lu Qingyang excitedly said. Ancient god White Feather and Heaven Defying followed. Who goes there? Who dares to barge into Mingyuan Pavilion? Are you seeking death? A guard angrily roared, but the moment he spoke, he regretted it. Because they saw ancient god White Feather and the controller, boom boom boom, plush. Plush. Plush, in the blink of an eye, several guards were sent flying, heavily injured, and fainted. Ancient god experts. They're ancient god White Feather and Heaven Defying, the controller. Quickly, report to the Lord titled Ancient God. Hurry. The guards in the palace began to panic. Swoosh, ancient lords and ancient emperors appeared one after another, their expressions extremely grave. Feng Wuchen's group of several dozen slowly floated down to the plaza. Seeing ancient god White Feather and Heaven Defying standing behind Feng Wuchen, the experts of Mingyuan Pavilion couldn't help but be stunned. Who is he? Does he have a higher status than ancient god White Feather? What's going on here? Weren't ancient god White Feather and Heaven Defying imprisoned? How could they have been let out? And now they're even trying to barge into Mingyuan Pavilion. I can't see the depth of this boy's cultivation. Could it be that he's even stronger than ancient god White Feather? The experts of Mingyuan Pavilion whispered to each other, almost all of them looking at Feng Wuchen. Ancient god White Feather, what is the meaning of this? Have you come to Mingyuan Pavilion to cause trouble? An ancient lord coldly asked. Ancient god White Feather said nothing, his face expressionless. Feng Wuchen looked around and then faintly smiled. Nothing much. Release the ancient gods of the deep or die. These seemingly flat words carried a commanding tone. These words infuriated all the experts of Mingyuan Pavilion. Feng Wuchen simply didn't place them in his eyes. What bold words! A furious and dignified roar resounded through the palace. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, even stronger than ancient god White Feathers. Everyone present felt the threat of death. Wonderful! Lord Ancient God has come. Ancient god White Feather, you have the guts to come to Mingyuan Pavilion and behave atrociously, but are you prepared to die? For betraying the sovereign god hall, only death awaits you. The experts of the Mingyuan Pavilion and the many guards were all overjoyed. They all revealed gloating expressions. Master, this person is ancient god Lu Yan, a little stronger than the ancient gods of the deep, Heaven Defying respectfully said. Bish, a black-robed elder floated out of the sovereign god hall, his majestic aura enveloping the palace and exuding an irresistible pressure. He is indeed a little stronger than the ancient gods of the deep. Feng Wuchen nodded as he sized up ancient god Lu Yan. Ancient god Lu Yan's vicious gaze swept over Feng Wuchen's group as he sternly said, "You are quite bold to dare come to Mingyuan Pavilion and behave atrociously. Ancient god White Feather, Heaven Defying, this ancient god thinks that you are tired of living. What are you standing around for? Kill them all." Understood. The experts of Mingyuan Pavilion respectfully accepted the order. Ferocious auras burst out as the dozen or so ancient lords rushed out, their killing intent soaring to the sky. They had to let Feng Wuchen's group know that the dignity of the sovereign god hall could not be trampled on. They had to know the consequences of making an enemy out of the sovereign god hall. Feng Wuchen's lips curled in a dangerous smile, and then he suddenly stomped on the ground, his body transforming into a golden bolt of lightning that vanished in a flash. An incomparably domineering aura directly sent more than a dozen ancient lords flying. What? Ancient god Lu Yan's expression instantly changed. Bang, plush, with a punch, a golden light pierced through ancient god Lu Yan's body and exited from his back. The tyrannical strength caused ancient god Lu Yan to vomit blood, his chest caved in, and his body shot backward like a cannonball. Everyone in Mingyuan Pavilion was dumbfounded. End of this chapter. Ancient god Lu Yan had been defeated in one punch. There was no reaction at all. What kind of terrifying speed was that? What kind of terrifying strength was that? To defeat ancient god Lu Yan in one punch, this person had to be at least a titled ancient god, right? No wonder he dared to barge into Deep Abyss Pavilion. Everyone in Deep Abyss Pavilion was shocked and terrified. Everyone was dumbstruck, as if they had seen a devil. Too terrifying. Lord Feng's strength is truly terrifying. Ancient god White Feather was so shocked that his body was trembling. This shouldn't be Master's strength. Master has just ascended to Pangu World. It's probably that lord, the emissary guessed. The controller also guessed that it was the terrifying Ten Directions great emperor. The ancient gods of Deep Abyss Pavilion are so weak. Feng Wuchen sneered. Big brother Feng, well done. Lu Qingyang was extremely excited. Just one punch had stunned everyone in Deep Abyss Pavilion. Lord Ancient God was defeated by him with a single punch. How is this possible? How could he have this kind of strength? He's a titled ancient god. After a moment of shock, everyone in Deep Abyss Pavilion couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What kind of person could have such strength? He was able to defeat ancient god Lu Yan in one move. Could he be a titled ancient god? In the prison of the palace, the imprisoned ancient god Ming Yuan's old face was filled with shock. The ancient gods of the deep could sense the auras of ancient god White Feather and Heaven Defying, but he couldn't sense Feng Wuchen's aura, so he couldn't guess who it was. Who was so bold as to come to Deep Abyss Pavilion and behave so atrociously? Had ancient god White Feather and the others gone crazy? What would happen if one made an enemy of the Paragon God Palace? Quickly report to Lord titled Ancient God. An ancient lord suddenly roared, so frightened that his courage was about to shatter. Hearing the words titled Ancient God, the people of Deep Abyss Pavilion remembered that they still had a titled Ancient God overseeing them. Stinking brat, don't be so smug. If you dare to behave atrociously in Deep Abyss Pavilion, just wait for death. Another ancient lord angrily roared. That's right. Now that a titled ancient god has made his move, none of you will be able to escape. Feng Wuchen grinned but didn't say anything. They quietly waited for the titled ancient gods to come out. Buzz. Not long after, the palace suddenly shook violently, and a vast and violent aura swept over like a tsunami. The terrifying pressure made it hard for ancient god White Feather and the others to breathe, their pale faces contorting in pain. As expected of a titled ancient god. He is much stronger than an ancient god, Lu Qingyang said in shock. Even though he had seen more powerful titled ancient gods and even great emperors, he still felt endless fear when facing a titled ancient god. This was the deterrence of the strong to the weak. Lord titled ancient god is here. Your time of death has come. How dare you come to the Dark Abyss Pavilion to behave so atrociously? How dare you be so arrogant? You're simply courting death. Welcome, Lord titled ancient god. The entire Mingyuan Pavilion was filled with cheers. Everyone felt that their hatred had been vented. How dare you? An old voice filled with supreme majesty shouted angrily. Everyone in the Dark Abyss Pavilion became even more excited, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. A white-robed elder appeared, his ancient eyes extremely frightening. It was like behind him was a sea of blood piled up from the bones of tens of thousands of people. Titled Ancient God Qing Lao. When they met the gaze of titled Ancient God Qing Lao, they all felt like they were being stared at by an enraged beast, their bodies drenched in cold sweat as they trembled. Ancient God White Feather, are you tired of living? Titled Ancient God Qing Lao coldly said. Just a glance was enough to stun Ancient God White Feather and the others. Titled Ancient Gods were truly terrifying. Their aura alone could suppress all Ancient God experts. Reporting to Lord titled Ancient God, Lord Ancient God Lu Yan was injured by that brat. They want to save the ancient gods of the deep, an ancient lord respectfully reported. What? Save the ancient gods of the deep? Titled Ancient God Qing Lao was stunned, and he looked in disbelief at Feng Wuchen's group. Titled Ancient God Qing Lao looked at Ancient God White Feather as if he was looking at an idiot and said, Ancient God White Feather, are you crazy? You want to save the ancient gods of the deep? Don't you know who is behind the Dark Abyss Pavilion? That was the Supreme Main God Palace, who would be so stupid as to make an enemy out of the Supreme Main Temple, in the entire Panga realm, who could contend against Demon Soul Supreme. 10 Directions Great Emperors were terrifying enough, right? In the past, 110 Directions Great Emperors were unable to defeat Demon Soul Supreme. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Are you done? If you are, then quickly release them. We are in a hurry, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, as if he had no idea what titled Ancient God Qing Lao was talking about. When Feng Wuchen said this, it was not only the Dark Abyss Pavilion that was dumbfounded. Even titled Ancient God Qing Lao was dumbfounded. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Did he not know how terrifying Demon Soul Supreme was? Stinking brat, you dare to be disrespectful to Demon Soul Supreme? You are insulting Demon Soul Supreme. Titled Ancient God Qing Lao suddenly shouted angrily, his surging murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. Who is Demon Soul Supreme? Feng Wuchen asked, then looked at Lu Qingyang. Qingyang, do you know? Lu Qingyang shrugged. I have never seen him. How would I know which bastard he is? Pfft. Titled Ancient God Qing Lao and everyone in the Dark Abyss Pavilion vomited blood. How dare he insult Demon Soul Supreme as a bastard? Crazy. Everyone was King crazy. Lu Qingyang's words caused even Ancient God Baiyu and against Tian Xing to feel their hearts tremble. His guts were beyond the heavens. How dare you insult Demon Soul Supreme? You are courting death. Titled Ancient God Qing Lao was completely enraged. His old face was frighteningly ferocious, and his terrifying divine power surged wildly. I am here. You can try, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. At some point in time, Feng Wuchen had already arrived in front of ancient god Qing Lao. There was no sign or movement at all. Titled ancient god Qing Lao was completely stunned. He had not sensed anything at all. How is this possible? Titled ancient god Qing Lao looked at Feng Wuchen in horror, an inexplicable sense of fear and unease welling up in his heart. At this moment, he felt that Feng Wuchen was an invincible demon. Everyone in the Dark Abyss Pavilion was stunned again. The palace was dead silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. What kind of movement technique was this? What kind of speed was this? How could such a young brat have such a profound cultivation realm? The stunned titled ancient god Qing Lao suppressed the great fear in his heart. With a roar, he blasted a palm toward Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen also attacked, and he was even faster. Boom! Pfft! Feng Wuchen punched Qing Luo's chin. The domineering power made Qing Luo, a titled ancient god, vomit blood. His body flew into the sky and slammed into the enchantment that led to the second layer of heaven. The enchantment exploded. Everyone in the Dark Abyss Pavilion was completely scared out of their wits. Their hearts felt like they were being crushed by a mountain, and they almost stopped beating. Another punch, but this time it was a titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen could actually defeat a titled ancient god with one punch. What kind of person was this? This was 2F** King Scary. End of chapter. Above the void, the ancient god Qing Lao was falling. He had fainted from his injuries. A titled ancient god had met such a tragic end in front of Feng Wuchen. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's strength? Lord titled ancient god. Endless fear spread to everyone in the Deep Abyss Pavilion, as if they were on the brink of death. Defeating a green titled ancient god with one punch meant that he was at least a blue titled ancient god. But would a blue titled ancient god have the guts to go against the Supreme Main Temple? The fact that Feng Wuchen dared to make an enemy of the Supreme Divine Hall meant that he wasn't afraid at all. As long as he was not an idiot or a fool, he would not do that. Who are you, sir? Why do you want to save the ancient gods of the deep? An old and deep voice broke the palace's silence. A black-robed old man walked out of the main palace. The black-robed old man was the other ancient god of the Deep Abyss Pavilion. Are you going to send the ancient gods of the deep out yourselves, or do we have to fight our way in? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile, ignoring the black-robed old man's question. The black-robed old man's face was gloomy, but he did not dare to do anything. A titled ancient god was defeated with one punch and fainted. Not to mention an ancient god. I admit that I'm not your match, the black-robed old man said in a low voice. Let him go. Soon, a few guards came out with the severely injured ancient gods of the deep. The ancient gods of the deep looked at Feng Wuchen's group. The ancient gods of the deep naturally recognized ancient god White Feather and Nidian Xing. But the ancient gods of the deep did not recognize Feng Wuchen's group. The auras of the 8 Baron Heavenly Bull Tribe and the 9 Hell Tiger. They're from the ancient immortal world. The ancient gods of the deep was shocked as he recognized Qiu Tian and Yanhu. However, what shocked the ancient gods of the deep even more was that they actually had the terrifying strength to barge into the Deep Abyss Pavilion. Ancient gods of the deep, let's go, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Husband, the ancient gods of the deep doesn't recognize us. Will he go with us? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice. Ancient gods of the deep, I don't know what your relationship with them is, but you have to think carefully. They have already become enemies with the Paragon Main Shrine. If you walk out of the Mingyuan Pavilion, do you know the consequences? The black-robed elder asked gloomily. The pale face of the ancient gods of the deep was filled with solemnity. As an ancient god of the Panga realm, he knew very well what the Supreme Main Temple represented. However, the ancient gods of the deep had been imprisoned for several years, and there had been no news of his release. If Feng Wuchen had not come to rescue him, who knew how long he would have been imprisoned? Does the Supreme Main God Palace not know who this ancient god is working for? After all these years, has this ancient god ever been the least bit disloyal? Don't you know the reason for imprisoning this ancient god better than anyone else? Ancient god Deep Abyss suddenly asked. The black-robed elder was stunned and speechless. Yes, the ancient gods of the deep was working for the Supreme Main Shrine. They had imprisoned the ancient gods of the deep without investigating anything. Who could stand this? The ancient gods of the deep was bitterly disappointed. We haven't found out about that mysterious force, the black-robed elder said in a low voice. You haven't found out, the ancient gods of the deep sneered. It seems that the demon soul supreme is really stupid. You've got guts. How dare you insult the demon soul supreme? The black-robed elder shouted angrily. If not for Feng Wuchen, the black-robed elder would have killed the ancient gods of the deep. So what if I insult you? The ancient gods of the deep sneered. The Panga realm sent so many titled ancient gods, and even the great elder of the 33 heavens, but they couldn't do anything about that mysterious force. Do you think it has something to do with me? How ridiculous. Anyone who wasn't a fool could guess that the terrifying mysterious force had nothing to do with the ancient gods of the deep. Good Mood Literature Network. After saying that, the ancient gods of the deep walked toward Feng Wuchen. The black-robed elder didn't say anything and didn't stop him. Feng Wuchen was powerful, and Feng Wuchen's goal was to save people. There was no need for him to throw his life away. However, the black-robed elder knew that once the ancient gods of the deep walked out of the Mingyuan pavilion, only death would await him. Feng Wuchen's group was no exception. You have the guts to go against the supreme main shrine. I admire your guts, the black-robed elder thought to himself as he curled his lips into a cold smile. Anyone who went against the supreme main shrine had to die. The 100 great emperors of the 10 directions were the best examples. Ancient gods of the deep, it seems like you've thought it through, Feng Wuchen said with a smile when he saw the ancient gods of the deep walk over. I want to know who you are, the ancient gods of the deep said. It was obvious that ancient god White Feather and the others had already submitted to Feng Wuchen. Let's go. I'll tell you later, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The dozens of people left just like that, not at all worried about barging into the Mingyuan pavilion. Ancient god White Feather and Against the Heavens were also imprisoned. It seems like this kid saved them, the black-robed elder guessed. The black-robed elder was very curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. However, if he knew Feng Wuchen's name, he would be scared half to death. Guard the Mingyuan pavilion. I'll immediately head to the 33rd heaven and report to the great elder, the black-robed elder ordered and then disappeared. He had to report this as soon as possible. After leaving the Mingyuan pavilion, Feng Wuchen told the ancient gods of the deep everything. After learning that ancient god Xianxia had been killed, the ancient gods of the deep was extremely shocked and could not believe it. After learning that a titled ancient god had killed him, the ancient gods of the deep was even more shocked. At the same time, he felt relieved. No wonder Feng Wuchen dared to barge into the control shrine and the Mingyuan pavilion to save him. It turned out that he had the support of a powerful titled ancient god. Lord Feng, aren't you afraid of offending the supreme main shrine because of saving me? The ancient gods of the deep asked. Even if Feng Wuchen had the support of a titled ancient god, he was definitely no match for the supreme main shrine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, If I don't care about the ancient gods of the deep because I'm afraid, wouldn't I be too heartless? From Feng Wuchen's words, the ancient gods of the deep could tell that Feng Wuchen did not have the strength to fight against the supreme main shrine. Knowing that he was no match for them, the ancient gods of the deep was secretly touched. Soon, under the guidance of the messenger, Feng Wuchen and the rest arrived at a palace. The palace was empty, and its surface was covered with the marks of time. This was where Feng Wuchen and the rest were staying. Messenger, someone from the ancient immortal world will be ascending soon. Send someone to guard the gate of Panga realm, Feng Wuchen said. Yes, master. Master. The messenger said respectfully. My lord, what do you plan to do next? Qiu Tian asked respectfully. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Of course I'm going to build the dragon's soul and conquer Panga realm. The supreme main shrine ignored the order of heaven and earth, and the experts of Panga realm attacked us time and time again. They even attacked my daughter. I, Feng Wuchen, will take over the order of heaven and earth. After Feng Wuchen said that, the ancient gods of the deep's face changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out. Take over the order of heaven and earth? Feng Wuchen was too bold, wasn't he? He was openly making an enemy of the supreme main shrine and demon soul sovereign, that was the most powerful existence in Panga realm. Was Feng Wuchen crazy? Ancient God White Feather and against Tianxing were also shocked, and their faces turned pale. Husband, are you kidding? Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't believe it. Even if Feng Wuchen knew Emperor Yi Jun and the titled Ancient God Knight, it was impossible for them to go against the Paragon main temple. Not only couldn't they go against them, but they were also crushed. If they knew that Feng Wuchen suppressed the Goody Shrine, severely injured 5 great emperors, and killed young Master Di Tian, they wouldn't think that Feng Wuchen was crazy. Feng Wuchen gently scratched Ling Xiaoxiao's nose and smiled. Don't worry, my wife. I'm just saying. We don't have that ability now. That's good. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and took it seriously. Everyone was relieved. Of course, Prisoner Heaven didn't believe that Feng Wuchen was just saying it casually. However, it was an indisputable fact that they were enemies with the Supreme Main Shrine. However, the Supreme Main Shrine still didn't know that the person who broke into the 36th heaven of Panga Realm was Feng Wuchen. What they needed to do next was to increase their strength as soon as possible. Let's call this palace Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen smiled. Although the palace had some traces of time, it was still good overall. Most importantly, it was big enough. Master, this is the southern part of the first heaven. It's a little remote. Are you sure you want to build a Dragon Soul palace? The messenger asked respectfully. There's nothing wrong with this place. I'm very satisfied. Feng Wuchen smiled. He didn't mind. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. I like it here too. Yanhu smiled. We, the 9 Hell Tigers, like remote places. It's very quiet and no one will disturb us. We just barged into the Control God Palace and the Dark Abyss Pavilion, and High Lord injured ancient gods and titled ancient gods. They won't let us off so easily. Let's go somewhere more remote. At least they won't find us too quickly, Qiu Tian added. As long as we have enough strength, it's the same anywhere. Lu Qingyang shrugged. Ancient God Nether Abyss, you're injured. Heal your injuries first. Ancient God White Feather, go and cultivate. We'll go take a look around, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The sudden appearance of the Dragon Soul quickly alarmed the surrounding forces and practitioners. Who's so daring? He actually dared to set foot in this palace and even changed it to a Dragon Soul. Lord's palace. Why is there no one in the palace? The people of the surrounding forces and many cultivators came to watch, but they didn't dare to get close. At the same time, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others came to an immortal mountain. Feng Wuchen took out the ancient god ring and immediately summoned Emperor Yi Jun. Soon, Emperor Yi Jun, Knight, Duhun, Jing Yan, and Hong Ji appeared. Feng Wuchen was relieved to see Emperor Yi Jun and the others safe and sound. He laughed loudly. Emperor Yi Jun, long time no see. Emperor Yi Jun. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang bowed respectfully. In that case, Yi Jun was also a famous great emperor of the antiquity times. No need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen, I'm relieved to see that you can ascend successfully, Emperor Yi Jun said happily. Sensing Feng Wuchen's call, Emperor Yi Jun knew that Feng Wuchen had successfully ascended to Panga Realm. I just ascended today, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen, didn't they stop you? Duhun asked, looking at Feng Wuchen. Isn't that obvious? Even the great emperors intervened, Lu Qingyang said. Great emperors? Emperor Yi Jun and the others were shocked. Feng Wuchen could ascend to Panga Realm even though the great emperors had intervened. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Let's not talk about this first. I summoned you here because I have something to discuss. What is it? Hong Ji glanced at Feng Wuchen and asked indifferently. Is she the Hong Ji that my husband mentioned? She's so pretty, Ling Xiaoxiao thought to herself as she sized up Hong Ji. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Join Dragon Soul. Join Dragon Soul? Emperor Yi Jun and the others were taken aback. That's right, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. I need your strength, and it's not just for me. Feng Wuchen has just ascended to Panga Realm, and he's already planning to save Master? Emperor Yi Jun's blood boiled. He was right about Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was indeed trustworthy, Duhun also guessed it, and he was ecstatic. Feng Wuchen, have you already made a plan? Emperor Yijun asked excitedly. Not yet, Feng Wuchen shook his head and said with a smile, but before a plan can be made, I have to have the strength, right? Otherwise, any plan is just for show and useless. Okay. I'll join Dragon Soul. Emperor Yijun agreed without hesitation. Me too. Duhan said. Me too, Jing Yan said excitedly. Hong Ji said indifferently, if Emperor Yijun joins Dragon Soul, I'll join too. Dragon Soul had just been established, and now it had emperors and titled ancient gods, so its status was extraordinary. The strength of the Dragon Soul has become extremely powerful in an instant. Lu Qingyang and Qiu Tian widened their eyes. Feng Wuchen, what's our first step? Emperor Yijun asked anxiously. He couldn't wait any longer. Duhan and the others also looked at Feng Wuchen as if Feng Wuchen had become their leader. I need to know the exact location of the reincarnation tower, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. I've been to the Supreme Main Godly Palace before, but I didn't feel any aura of the reincarnation tower or Demon Soul Supreme. There's no aura of the reincarnation tower in the entire Panga realm. In other words, the reincarnation tower wasn't in Panga realm at all. Reincarnation tower? What's that? Lu Qingyang was puzzled. Husband, you've been to the Supreme Main Shrine? Ling Xiaoxiao's heart was in turmoil. Qiu Tian was shocked. My lord broke through the ancient immortal world. Did he force his way into Panga realm? What's the reincarnation tower? Why haven't I heard him mention it? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others didn't know about the reincarnation tower at all. Demon Soul supremacy isn't in the Supreme Main Shrine now. Emperor Yijun shook his head. No one knows where he is. If he's not in Panga realm, he must be somewhere in another dimension, Duhan guessed. How about this, Feng Wuchen? You've just ascended to the Panga realm and need to improve your cultivation. Leave the search for the reincarnation tower to me. We'll find it as soon as possible, Emperor Yijun said seriously. Alright, Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. Jing Yan, I'll leave the matter of strengthening Dragon Soul to you. Husband, what is the reincarnation pagoda? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. Qiu Tian and the others also looked at Feng Wuchen. The reincarnation pagoda is a very powerful pagoda. It is one of the most powerful Panga weapons since the creation of the Panga realm. You will know in the future, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Brother Feng, have you been to the Panga realm before? Lu Qingyang asked. Yes, Emperor Yijun brought me here once. Feng Wuchen casually found an excuse. After returning to the Dragon Soul, he found that there were many people watching. What are they doing? Did something happen to the palace? Yanhu asked doubtfully. They had only been out for a while and so many people had come. Feng Wuchen also did not know what had happened. But when Feng Wuchen and the others landed on the square of the palace, the crowd instantly became excited. Are they the ones who occupied the Shrine of Black Shadow? They are in the ancient realm. Are they tired of living? Other than that guy, the other four are in the ancient realm. I think they don't know that this palace is a forbidden area. They came to occupy it when they saw that it was empty. They really don't know what's good for them. If that person knows, they will be in trouble. The crowd discussed animatedly and revealed a gloating expression. You ignorant juniors have already gotten into big trouble. The Shrine of Black Shadow is a forbidden area of the first heaven. You are courting death. A burly man sneered loudly. The burly man's sneer immediately made Feng Wuchen and the others understand the general situation. It was a forbidden area of the first heaven. It was no wonder that so many people had come to watch and even had expressions of schadenfreude. Kid, the Shrine of Black Shadow offended someone they should not have offended. As a result, the entire shrine was massacred. Our ancient god in the first heaven did not even dare to fart. Another man sneered as if he wanted to scare Feng Wuchen and the others to death. Now that you have stepped into the Shrine of Black Shadow, it is too late for you to leave even if you want to. The crowd jeered as if they could see the tragic end of Feng Wuchen and the others. Firstly, Feng Wuchen and the others were too weak. Secondly, that person's strength and status were too terrifying. If they offended that person, Feng Wuchen and the others would not be able to survive. I really didn't know that the holy palace of Xianxia was a forbidden area. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. He did not ask the emissary back then. So what if it's a forbidden area? Lu Qingyang sneered. Big brother Feng, Emperor Yi Jun is a member of the Dragon Soul. Could it be that the person they're talking about is even stronger than Emperor Yi Jun? Lu Qingyang didn't believe him at all. Husband, ignore them. Let's go in and cultivate, Ling Xiaoxiao whispered. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded. He didn't want to waste any more time. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and the others didn't care at all and instead walked towards the main palace, the crowd became even more excited. Buzz. At this moment, the Dragon Soul Palace suddenly shook. An extremely powerful aura enveloped the Dragon Soul Palace. They're here. They're here. The crowd was excited and frightened at the same time. They retreated one after another. Ancient Lord. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and looked at the sky. It seems like my words don't work in the first heaven. An extremely cold and furious voice sounded. It even carried a cold murderous aura. Just an ancient lord. I thought it was some titled ancient god or emperor expert. Didn't I say so? There's no way he's stronger than Emperor Yi Jun. Lu Qingyang shrugged, not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I didn't know before. Wouldn't it be too wasteful if no one lived in such a big palace? Anyone who steps into the holy palace of Xianxia is my enemy. Anyone who dares to oppose me will be killed. A furious roar suddenly sounded, and the murderous aura instantly multiplied. As the roar sounded, a man in blood-red clothes and a dozen experts appeared. An extremely terrifying aura suppressed the Dragon Soul Palace. Other than the leading man, who was an ancient lord, the dozen experts behind him were all ancient gods. With more than a dozen ancient gods, there must be a titled ancient god force behind them. That's right. It was a titled ancient god force. The leading man was Yi Tianjun, the young master of the Dark Shadow Palace. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace was a titled ancient god expert. He was extremely powerful. No wonder the ancient god of the first heaven didn't dare to fart. No wonder the first heaven regarded the Dark Shadow Palace as a forbidden area. No wonder the surrounding cultivators were so sure that Feng Wuchen and the others would definitely die. The young master had a titled ancient god behind him. Ignorance is bliss. We really didn't know. Lu Qingyang smiled faintly. He wasn't afraid at all. Now that you know, you can't escape death either. Yi Tianjun said coldly. When Yi Tianjuan's cold gaze landed on Ling Xiaoxiao, he was completely attracted by Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes. There was such a stunning beauty in the Panga realm. Sensing Yi Tianjuan's gaze, Ling Xiaoxiao was instantly enraged. Feng Wuchen's face also turned cold. However, if you want to live, you have to let this beauty serve me well. If I'm happy, I might spare your lives. Yi Tianjun sneered. Haha. Most of the onlookers burst into laughter. A small number of people cursed in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. However, just as they were laughing, Feng Wuchen's next sentence scared them out of their wits. If you kneel down and apologize to my wife now, I might spare your life. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He didn't have any human emotions. His cold eyes made Heavenly Lord Yi tremble. What a terrifying gaze. Yi Tianjun was scared out of his wits just by looking at it. It was as if he could see the sea of blood formed by thousands of corpses after Feng Wuchen was killed. At that moment, Yi Tianjun felt his soul being mercilessly devoured by the sea of blood. How dare you? How dare you ask our young master to kneel down and apologize to your wife? Are you worthy? An ancient god yelled. The ancient god overlord's yell immediately woke up Yi Tianjun. Realizing that he had lost his composure, Yi Tianjuan's face became ferocious. You don't have much time left. If you don't want to die, you'd better kneel down and apologize now. Qiu Tian said coldly as he stared at Yi Tianjun expressionlessly. Kill them. Yi Tianjun gritted his teeth and yelled. Veins popped out on his face. Swish. However, at this moment, an old figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dragon Soul Palace. Feng Wuchen glanced at him and grinned. Emperor Tianzong. Emperor. Emperor Tianzong. A dozen ancient gods immediately changed their expressions and knelt down. Emperor Tianzong. Emperor Tianzong of the 36th Heaven Goody Divine Palace. The onlookers knelt down in fear. Emperor Tianzong. Yi Tianjun also knelt down respectfully. In front of the emperor, they were all ants, everyone went silent. Tianzong slowly floated down. Under everyone's confused and shocked gazes, Tianzong walked towards Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. What was going on? Why would the great emperor of Tianzong come to the first heaven? Why would the great emperor of Tianzong come to the dragon's soul? Everyone looked at the great emperor of Tianzong, dumbfounded. Did the great emperor of Tianzong have a grudge against them? But even if he did, there was no need for the great emperor of Tianzong to come in person. Anyone from the Goody Divine Palace could easily kill Feng Wuchen and the others. There was no need for the great emperor of Tianzong to do anything. Killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, the great emperor of Tianzong had a high status and was also the master of young Master Di Tian. Why would such a terrifying existence personally deal with the weakest ancient extreme realm in the Panga realm? Everyone was very confused. Even Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were very confused and looked at the great emperor of Tianzong warily. When did Feng Wuchen offend a great emperor? The great emperor of Tianzong had come in person, which meant that it was no small matter. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if there was a knife in their throat, making it hard for them to breathe. The great emperor of Tianzong came to Feng Wuchen and said politely, "Little brother Feng." Boom, the great emperor of Tianzong politely called Feng Wuchen little brother, which made everyone's eyes pop out. The great emperor of Tianzong of the Goody Divine Palace was so polite to Feng Wuchen. Even if they knew each other, there was no need to be so polite. The great emperor of Tianzong, how was this a grudge? He was clearly afraid of Feng Wuchen, who had ever seen the great emperor of Tianzong be so polite to others. The great emperor of Tianzong was not even this polite to the great emperors of the Supreme Divine Palace. Who is he? Heaven Lord Yi felt that his heart was about to explode, and every inch of his body was filled with fear. The dozen ancient gods were also scared out of their wits, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying was someone who could make the great emperor of Tianzong afraid? It was completely unimaginable. They had just yelled at Feng Wuchen, and Heaven Lord Yi had even yelled that he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen and the others. They were King looking for death. The faces of the onlookers had changed from mockery to endless fear. Even the great emperor of the Tianzong sect had to be polite to him, so who the hell were they? He seems to be very afraid of my husband, Ling Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Tianzong's politeness explained everything. Emperor Tianzong, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Only Feng Wuchen knew why Emperor Tianzong was so polite. The Tianzong great emperor smiled politely. There is indeed something. Then wait for a moment. I have something to take care of, Feng Wuchen said calmly and looked at Heavenly Lord Yi again. How arrogant, how dare he make the great emperor of Tianzong wait? What was the background of Feng Wuchen? How could he not give the great emperor of Tianzong any face? However, the Tianzong emperor did not dare to fart, nor did he dare to show any change in his expression. The onlookers were scared out of their wits once again. They felt as if their hearts were crushed by a mountain and almost stopped beating. The great emperor of the Tianzong sect was indeed afraid of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen suppressed the entire Goody Divine Palace by himself. 6 great emperors were no match for him, and one of them was even killed. Besides, the great emperor of the Tianzong sect was there to apologize this time. How could he put on airs? If he angered Feng Wuchen again, the entire Goody Divine Palace would be finished. When he met Feng Wuchen's eyes again, Heavenly Lord Yi felt as if there were 18 levels of hell behind those eyes. The moment he touched Heavenly Lord Yi's eyes, all the cells in his body shrank. I don't care what grudges you have with the original owner of this palace, but you shouldn't have insulted my wife. You just said you wanted to kill me, right? I've changed my mind now. Break your own hands and kowtow to my wife. Otherwise, you don't have to go back, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His bone-chilling voice made people's hearts tremble. Heavenly Lord Yi was so frightened that his pupils contracted. A chill went from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head and his brain was frozen. At this moment, everyone present felt that Feng Wuchen's cold voice was full of murderous intent. It was completely different from before, as if he had become a different person. Perhaps it was because he realized that Feng Wuchen wasn't a simple person. Heavenly Lord Yi was so scared that he immediately knelt down. He said to Ling Xiaoxiao in horror, "Fairy, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. Please forgive my stupid behavior." Even the great emperor of the Tianzong sect was afraid of him, not to mention Heavenly Lord Yi. He couldn't afford to offend the entire divine palace. What else? Feng Wuchen asked coldly and glanced at him again. Heavenly Lord Yi trembled and almost wet himself. He looked at Feng Wuchen in despair and begged, "Can you forgive me this time? Can you not break my hands? If you don't want to do it yourself, I can help you." Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen's words caused the Tensum ancient god experts to grimace. "Young master, you should do it yourself. If he does, we'll all die," an ancient god said with a trembling voice. "That's right, young master. If things go wrong, our dark shadow divine palace might be destroyed. Breaking your arms is a light punishment," another ancient god said in horror. "That's right. Young master, you can still use elixirs to recover your arms. Even the great emperor of the Tianzong sect is afraid of him. We can't afford to offend him," another ancient god said. He wanted to break Heavenly Lord Yi's arms himself. Heavenly Lord Yi was furious. These ancient gods were telling him to do it himself. Did Heavenly Lord Yi have a choice? No. If Heavenly Lord Yi didn't do it himself and let Feng Wuchen do it himself, he was really worried that Feng Wuchen would kill them all and even destroy the divine palace. The great emperor of the Tianzong sect smiled bitterly and said, "This punishment is already considered light." Young Master Di Tian's punishment back then was more severe. Seeing that Heavenly Lord Yi wasn't doing anything and was struggling, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Looks like you want me to do it." No. I'll do it myself," Heavenly Lord Yi said in a hurry. Heavenly Lord Yi didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly activated his power and destroyed his arms. His flesh exploded, his bones cracked and blood sputtered. Heavenly Lord Yi endured the pain and didn't dare to scream. How much pain Heavenly Lord Yi was in could be seen from his pale and twisted face. Gulp, the onlookers were all scared out of their wits. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva in fear. "Who has the final say in the palace now?" Feng Wuchen asked. You. You have the final say," Heavenly Lord Yi answered in fear. The pain spread all over his body and he was about to pass out. "Do you still want to kill me?" Feng Wuchen asked again. I wouldn't dare. Heavenly Lord Yi almost fainted. Even the great emperor of the Tianzong sect was afraid. "Who would dare to kill you?" "Very well. You can get lost now. If you dare to cause trouble again, you should know the consequences," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. Thank you for not killing me." Heavenly Lord Yi felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly kowtowed to express his gratitude. Heavenly Lord Yi felt that all his dignity and honor had been shattered. He even had to thank Li Yao after breaking his own hands. But Heavenly Lord Yi had to do it unless he didn't want to live anymore. End of chapter. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. If you don't get out, I'll kill all of you," Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. Lu Qingyang was just scaring them. It was impossible for Lu Qingyang to do that with his strength. Heavenly Lord Yi and the ancient gods were scared and ran away in fear. They didn't dare to stay for even a second. The onlookers also ran away in fear. No one dared to stay. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would deal with them one by one. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered. People only knew what fear was when they faced death. The news also spread from their mouths. A very terrifying existence came to the first heaven. Great Emperor Tianzong was afraid and the young master of the Dark Shadow Divine Palace broke his arms to escape. He believed that after a few hours, the news would definitely shake the first heaven. "Great Emperor Tianzong, sorry to keep you waiting." Feng Wuchen smiled and looked at Great Emperor Tianzong calmly. "Little brother Feng, can I have a word with you?" Great Emperor Tianzong asked with a smile. "Great Emperor Tianzong, please." Feng Wuchen smiled and motioned for Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to go back and cultivate. The elders should be in the alchemy pavilion of the original palace. "Great Emperor Tianzong, what do you want to say?" Feng Wuchen said calmly. "The Feng Wuchen in front of me is completely different from the angry one back then," Great Emperor Tianzong thought. This was the first time he saw Feng Wuchen, who was as calm as an ordinary person. He couldn't see through him at all. He's hidden too well. Old man can't see through him at all. He also gives old man a strong pressure. I can't believe he's from the ancient immortal world, Great Emperor Tianzong thought. Little brother Feng should have already heard the news in the Panga realm, Great Emperor Tianzong said as he watched Feng Wuchen's expression change. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change and was still calm. Great Emperor Tianzong was secretly relieved. When the news first spread, Feng Wuchen already knew. Emperor Tianzong, to be honest, I don't care about this news. I also guessed that it had something to do with the Goody Shrine. When I ascended, the people who knew about it were already dead, said Feng Wuchen indifferently. Hearing this, the Tianzong Great Emperor's expression changed drastically. Tianzong Great Emperor hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Old man is here precisely because of this matter. I specially came to apologize to little brother Feng. The news was spread by Guardian Yao. The Goody Temple has already punished Guardian Yao accordingly. In that case, Protector Yao has been secretly monitoring me? Feng Wuchen asked Emperor Tianzong. You could say that. Emperor Tianzong nodded, looking a little panicked. With Feng Wuchen's question, anyone could tell that Feng Wuchen wanted to pursue the matter. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, It seems that Protector Yao wants to take revenge on me. Little brother Feng, please don't worry. Protector Yao has been imprisoned. He will never provoke little brother Feng again. Emperor Tianzong hurriedly said, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Emperor Tianzong, you don't have to be nervous. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I don't take such a small matter to heart. I won't make things difficult for the Goody Shrine because of such a small matter. Thank you, little brother Feng. Emperor Tianzong was completely relieved. With Feng Wuchen's words, the Goody Shrine was saved. Looking at Emperor Tianzong again, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, If Protector Yao still wants revenge, feel free to come. I won't involve the Goody Shrine, but you have to come at me first. This sentence didn't seem to have any hostility, but it was also a warning to the Goody Shrine. Little brother Feng, you worry too much. Emperor Tianzong hurriedly said, The Goody Shrine has no intention of becoming enemies with little brother Feng. Revenge? Did they want to die? Didn't they see how terrifying Feng Wuchen was 3 years ago? He killed Di Tian in front of Emperor Tianzong, Di Wuyun, and the other emperors. Did they forget that invincible stance? Emperor Tianzong and the others guessed that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was on par with sovereign demon soul. He had reached the Panga realm, which was the supreme immemorial realm. This kind of supreme realm was so terrifying that it was indescribable. The defeat of the 110 Directions emperors was the best proof. The Panga realm was an invincible existence, the nemesis of the 10 Directions emperors. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled faintly. I am a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Anyone who wants revenge can come to me. Anyone from the Goody Shrine is welcome. Emperor Tianzong didn't say anything else, but his heart was shocked to the extreme. How confident did he have to be in his own strength to say such words? Arrogance comes from strength, Emperor Tianzong thought, and his fear of Feng Wuchen grew stronger. At this moment, Emperor Tianzong felt that the current Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying than the furious Feng Wuchen back then. Emperor Tianzong, you can go back. I, Feng Wuchen, will not go back on my words. I will not touch the Goody Shrine. Otherwise, the Goody Shrine would have disappeared long ago. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This old man will take his leave. The Tianzong Great Emperor cupped his fists and disappeared. Emperor Tianzong, I have said what I should say. I believe you understand. Feng Wuchen smiled and said to himself. I didn't expect Tianzong's cultivation to have reached such a realm. Emperor Xianxia chuckled. Emperor Xianxia, do you know him? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Of course. Emperor Xianxia smiled and said, It's just that Tianzong was only in the ancient lord realm back then. After millions of years, he can reach the Great Emperor realm. This shows that he is not simple. He is indeed very powerful. Feng Wuchen nodded. Anyone who could reach the Great Emperor realm was not simple. Emperor Tianzong returned to the Goody Shrine, and the fear in his heart did not lessen at all. Emperor Tianzong only said one sentence to the Goody Shrine. Feng Wuchen could not be offended. This simple sentence made the goody shrine feel relieved, and at the same time, they were full of fear of Feng Wuchen. Because this sentence came from Emperor Tianzong's mouth, it explained everything. Di Changyan also immediately gave the order that the forces under the goody shrine must not provoke Feng Wuchen. Tianzong, what do you think of Feng Wuchen? Di Wuyun asked seriously. Emperor Tianzong was silent for a while, and then said seriously, "Old man can't see through this person. Feng Wuchen is arrogant, but he really has the strength to look down on everyone. Even in the face of Demon Soul Prime, he won't even frown. We must not be enemies with this person." Emperor Tianzong had a very high opinion of Feng Wuchen. Even more terrifying than Demon Soul Sovereign? Di Wuyun's face was filled with shock. Maybe we should thank Tian'er. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how terrifying Feng Wuchen is. At that time, I'm afraid the goody shrine will be in a desperate situation, and the Panga domain will change. Emperor Tianzong sighed. He had realized that in the near future, there would be a great earthquake in the Panga domain. Di Wuyun did not speak. This was the first time he saw Emperor Tianzong's face. He looked helpless and felt that he was very small. End of chapter. A few hours passed. It was as if nothing had happened in the first heaven. It was very peaceful. No one was talking about the dragon soul, and no one mentioned the dark shadow divine palace. It seemed that these people did not dare to spread the news for fear of getting themselves killed. How would they dare to spread news about someone that even great Emperor Tianzong was afraid of? They were lucky that Feng Wuchen did not come after them. Now, the dragon soul had silently appeared in the Panga realm. It would not be long before the Panga realm knew about the existence of the dragon soul. On the other side, the ancient god of the Mingyuan pavilion personally went to the 33rd heaven to report, but he was blocked outside. He could not even see the great elder. Before him, the Temple of Control also sent people, but they were also blocked outside. The great elder and the others did not have time to care about these trivial matters. The most important thing for them now was to find Feng Wuchen, who had broken into the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen had broken into the Panga realm and angered Demon Soul Sovereign. If they could not find Feng Wuchen, the consequences could be imagined. How could they have time to care about other things? Dragon Soul. Emissary. Feng Wuchen summoned. Your subordinate is here. Master, please give me your orders. The emissary appeared and knelt respectfully. Feng Wuchen asked, do you know any alchemists? If the dragon soul wants to become stronger at the fastest speed, it will need alchemists. Master, there are no experts in the first heaven, and the alchemists are also very weak. Most of them are above the 18th heaven, and I do not know any powerful alchemists. The emissary reported respectfully. You do not know any? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Seeing Feng Wuchen frown, the emissary did not know what to say. The emissary knew that Feng Wuchen did not care about ordinary alchemists at all. Since the emissary did not know any powerful alchemists, he could not help at all. Feng Wuchen, if you want to find alchemists, it will be easy. Emperor Peerless taught many alchemists in the past. Now, they should be famous in the Panga realm. Xianxia Heavenly Emperor's voice suddenly came. Master taught them? Feng Wuchen was overjoyed, but then he smiled bitterly, but I do not know who they are, where can I find them? It's millions of years, I have to think about it. Xianxia Heavenly Emperor thought for a while, then said, ask the messenger if he knows about an alchemist called Ancient Witch. Your master seemed to have accepted him as a registered disciple, but I don't know if the Supreme Divine Palace has gotten rid of him. Ancient shamans? The emissary's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Obviously, he knew about the existence of the ancient shaman. The emissary quickly said, Master, the ancient shaman is the temple master of the ancient Pill Shrine, an emperor realm alchemist. He is called the ancient shaman great emperor in the Panga realm. The ancient Pill Shrine is in the 35th heaven. In the 35th heaven? That's great. If I ask him for help, there will be no problem. Moreover, the ancient shaman great emperor should know other alchemists, so he is the most suitable person to help. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and excited. The first thing that came to Feng Wuchen's mind was not the ancient shaman, but the 1,000-spirit pool of the black tortoise. If he cultivated with the help of the 1,000-spirit pool, Feng Wuchen's cultivation would improve rapidly. Master, I heard that the ancient shaman Great Emperor has a bad temper, and no one in the Panga realm can ask him to help. The emissary smiled helplessly, as if he was worried that Feng Wuchen would be defeated. It's okay. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and disappeared. Master. The emissary wanted to say something, but Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. He smiled bitterly and said, if you can't defeat the ancient shaman Great Emperor, you can't enter the ancient Pale Shrine at all. With the help of the Xianxia Great Emperor, Feng Wuchen arrived at the 35th heaven in an instant. Feng Wuchen activated the longevity power and closed his eyes to feel the souls of all the gods in the 35th heaven. I found it. It's a very powerful soul power. Feng Wuchen laughed in ecstasy. However, Feng Wuchen did not go to the ancient Pale Shrine immediately. Instead, he went to the immortal mountain where the black tortoise was. At the same time, in the ancient Pale Shrine, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly opened his eyes. This person was the ancient shaman Great Emperor. What happened just now? I suddenly felt like someone was watching me in the dark. Was it an illusion? The ancient shaman Great Emperor frowned deeply. He felt like he was being seen through. The ancient shaman Great Emperor said solemnly, it wasn't an illusion. That power was fleeting, and it was very domineering. It seemed to be the Great Emperor of 10 Directions. The ancient shaman Great Emperor was very sure that it was the Great Emperor of 10 Directions power. As a powerful alchemist, there was no way he could be wrong. Who could it be? The ancient shaman Great Emperor was very curious. He guessed, could it be someone from the Paragon Main Shrine? I'm very familiar with the Great Emperor of 10 Directions aura in the Paragon Main Shrine, but this aura is very unfamiliar. However, the power seems to be. It shouldn't be. It can't be the Longevity Great Emperor. It should just be a similar aura. The Longevity Great Emperor had disappeared for millions of years. The ancient shaman Great Emperor naturally did not believe it. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the immortal mountain where the green-black tortoise was. What is this place? The Xianxia Great Emperor's voice came. The Xianxia Great Emperor had already sensed the existence of the 2 Great Emperors. Although they were not great ancient Great Emperors, they were still Great Emperors. I don't know, but I know the owner of this place, the green-black tortoise. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and descended. The chaos mysterious fire beast was speechless. So it's brother Feng. The green-black tortoise's happy laughter came. Then, an extremely huge divine tortoise appeared. Seeing the green-black tortoise again, Feng Wuchen was still extremely shocked. It was too huge. Welcome, brother Feng. The great Emperor Yuan Hong welcomed him politely. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, greetings, great emperors. Brother Feng, where's my big brother? The green-black tortoise asked happily. He's sleeping. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, Great Emperor Green-Black Tortoise, I'm here for the 1,000 Spirits Lake. The ones I brought back last time are gone. The chaos mysterious fire beast was speechless. Haha. That's not a problem. You can have as much as you want. The green-black tortoise laughed heartily. It did not need it anyway. Feng Wuchen learned his lesson this time. Not only did he fill his divine ring, but he also prepared dozens of 5 times space rings. All of them were filled with the 1,000 Spirits Lake's water. Feng Wuchen was very excited. The 1,000 Spirits Lake's water was more powerful than any natural treasure or elixir in the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen wanted to bring back the entire 1,000 Spirits Lake. This was because he was not the only one who needed to cultivate. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others also needed to cultivate. The ancient gods of the deep and the others needed it even more. After leaving, Feng Wuchen went directly to the ancient alchemy sacred hall. No matter what the ancient shaman Great Emperor's temper was, Feng Wuchen had to rope him in. As a Great Emperor alchemist, the ancient shaman Great Emperor could satisfy the dragon soul's elixir needs. If possible, Feng Wuchen could also guide the ancient shaman Great Emperor. Ancient Alchemy Sacred Palace. Feng Wuchen was currently blocked outside the palace. No matter what Feng Wuchen said, the disciples of the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Palace would not let him go. Firstly, they did not know Feng Wuchen. Secondly, the Ancient Alchemy Sacred Palace had rules. Without permission, no one was allowed to take half a step in, not even a great emperor powerhouse. The ancient alchemy sacred palace was so awesome. This old thing is refining pills. Feng Wuchen grinned. The ancient alchemy sacred palace was powerful, so Feng Wuchen would not barge in. Kid, get lost quickly. If you anger the ancient shaman great emperor, be careful of your little life, a guard reprimanded angrily. As a guard of the ancient alchemy sacred palace, it was already not bad to have the patience to drive Feng Wuchen away. If it were other factions, they would probably have attacked directly. Feng Wuchen descended to the immortal city below. Ancient alchemy city. Feng Wuchen took a look and walked straight in. Needless to say, this was the city of the ancient alchemy sacred palace. After entering the city, Feng Wuchen inquired about the ancient alchemy pavilion. The ancient alchemy pavilion covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters and built a gorgeous and imposing palace. Most of the people who entered the ancient alchemy pavilion came from large factions, and there were also those who had mines at home. The ancient alchemy pavilion was very lively. Those who entered and exited were powerhouses, and there were even many important figures. A black titled ancient god overseeing. As expected of the ancient alchemy pavilion. Feng Wuchen secretly marveled at the ancient alchemy sacred palace's powerful strength. Feng Wuchen was just about to enter when he was suddenly stopped by someone. It was a white-clothed man. With just a glance, one could tell that he was rich and noble. His face was full of arrogance, and his chin was raised to the sky. Behind the white-clothed man, there were 3 men and women of similar age. One look and one could tell that they had quite a background. What's the matter? Feng Wuchen glanced at the white-clothed man indifferently. Your Excellency, you can't go in. The white-clothed man smiled faintly, his eyes filled with contempt. Why? Feng Wuchen asked. Because you're not qualified. The white-clothed man sneered and said, the ancient pill pavilion is not something that just any random cat or dog can enter. You have to have the qualifications to do so. This is the rule of the ancient pill pavilion. How do you know that I'm not qualified to go in? Which eye of yours saw that? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Feng Wuchen had seen many such arrogant people. A beautiful woman sized up Feng Wuchen from head to toe and sneered, anyone can see that you're so poor, can't they? Feng Wuchen's clothes were indeed very ordinary. They were not made of expensive materials. Feng Wuchen usually did not care about these things. He only cared about power. Brat, we're just reminding you out of the goodness of our hearts, lest you get blasted out after entering. How unsightly would that be? One of the men sneered. We're different. We're noble from head to toe. You can't compare to us. Hurry up and leave. Another man sneered, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. Oh, I don't plan to go in, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. At least you have self-awareness, the white-clothed man said with a faint smile, immediately taking the lead to enter the ancient pill pavilion. The white-clothed man had just stepped in when Feng Wuchen's following words almost made him lose his footing. I'll wait for them to invite me in, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The white-clothed man, 4 people, almost fell down, each and every one of their faces dumbfounded. The numerous powerhouses that entered and exited the ancient pill pavilion were also dumbfounded. Supreme Academy. One pair of gazes that were looking at an idiot and a fool landed on Feng Wuchen's body in unison. Was this brat an idiot? Did Feng Wuchen's head get flooded with water? Did he not have some idea in his heart, still waiting for the ancient pill pavilion's people to come out and invite you, simply daydreaming, not taking a piss and looking at what kind of appearance he had? Haha. A moment later, the cultivators that entered the ancient pill pavilion could not resist laughing loudly. Where did this big fool come from? Still waiting for the ancient pill pavilion's people to invite you? Who the hell do you think you are? Who are you, brat? To actually dare be wildly arrogant in the ancient pill pavilion, I think that you're tired of living, right? Which faction are you from, brat? Do you know the rules of the ancient pill pavilion? Do you have the qualifications to go in? Please, do you really think that you're a big shot? Not everyone has the qualifications to come to the 35th heaven. For you to be able to be in the 35th heaven, it looks like you're also a guard of some faction. However, even if you're a guard of the Goody Shrine, you also don't have the qualifications, unless you're a guard of the Ancient Pill Pavilion. Unfortunately, you're not. The cultivators that entered and exited mocked unceasingly, completely treating Feng Wuchen as a clown. Brat, I advise you to hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, if the Ancient Pill Pavilion's people know that you're so arrogant, they'll definitely kill you. You should be happy to meet me, reminding you that you managed to keep your life, the white-clothed man said with a cold smile. Big brother Xiao, ignore him. Let's go in. I've seen many people like this who want to save face. If he doesn't have the ability, he still wants to pretend. If he wants to court death, we can't do anything about it, the beautiful woman said with a disdainful sneer, sweeping a glance at Feng Wuchen with disgust. That was a look of disdain that could not be any more disdainful. The world of the strong was like this. Strength reigned supreme. Only with strength and status would one have the right to speak. Without strength and status, one would forever be a worm. Feng Wuchen did not refute. He indeed did not have the ability now. He was just an ancient extreme realm. Feng Wuchen immediately entered the Ancient Pill Pavilion and walked towards a guard. Without waiting for Feng Wuchen to open his mouth, a man following the white-clothed man said with a cold smile, "This person doesn't have the qualifications to enter the Ancient Pill Pavilion. Throw him out." When that guard heard that, his face immediately darkened. Brat, the Ancient Pill Pavilion has a rule. Without 1 billion ancient essence stones, one cannot enter. Please leave immediately. Can you prepare brush and ink for me? Whether I have the qualifications to enter or not, I'll have to ask the Ancient Pill Pavilion's elders to appraise it before making a decision, Feng Wuchen said unhurriedly. The guard thought for a while, then immediately went in to retrieve brush and ink. Although the Ancient Pill Pavilion's rules were strict, they were not unreasonable. Before being able to ascertain whether Feng Wuchen had the qualifications or not, they could not listen to one-sided words. The more incapable a person is, the more they like to express themselves. In the end, they will only make a fool of themselves. This kind of person will only make people feel disgusted and disgusted. The beautiful woman dealt a fierce blow. Another man sighed and shook his head as he said, "Sigh, why bother? Not qualified means not qualified. You don't have the qualifications to enter in your entire life. Why seek humiliation for yourself? No matter. In a while, he'll know the consequences." Haha. A man laughed loudly and said. The white-cloaked man and quite a number of people also became interested. Feng Wuchen listed some medicinal herb names on the bamboo slip. There were as many as several dozen types. Immediately, he handed it to the guard. Oh? Couldn't tell that he's even an alchemist, a passerby said with a smile in surprise. It seemed to be surprise, but it was more mockery. Sigh, this brat wouldn't be unaware that the Ancient Pill Pavilion is full of powerful alchemists, right? What pill formula can he still list? Really asking for humiliation, a man said with a disdainful sneer. Everyone jeered endlessly again. Even if they knew that Feng Wuchen was an alchemist, they still humiliated him. They could not tell what pill formula it was, but they did not believe that Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm was very powerful. Because it could be seen with one look. Inside the Ancient Pill Pavilion, a beautiful maidservant brought a bamboo slip to the pavilion master's pavilion. Reporting to pavilion master, there's a young alchemist outside. In order to prove his qualifications to enter the Ancient Pill Pavilion, he specially listed a pill formula. Pavilion master, please take a look, the maidservant reported respectfully. Inside the pavilion, there was no response. Before long, a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red cheongsam walked out. A very stunning great beauty. Even if it was a woman, she would also be dumbstruck. The cheongsam woman was the Ancient Pill Pavilion's head elder, Mo Ran. Mo Ran was hailed as one of the 35-layered heaven's three great beauties. Regardless of whether it was beauty or talent, the 35-layered heaven could be counted on one's fingers. Mo Ran was also a powerful alchemist at the same time. For her to be able to serve as the head elder, it was not because of her peerless looks or relying on a honey trap to get to the position. It was relying on her true ability. Head elder. The maidservant bowed respectfully. Pavilion master is currently refining an artifact. What pill formula is it? Let me take a look, Mo Ran said solemnly, her words carrying a sense of majesty. This was not Mo Ran putting on airs and pretending to be noble and virtuous. It was that as the head elder, she had to have the majesty. The maidservant handed the bamboo slip to Mo Ran and said respectfully, "This is the pill formula listed by a young alchemist in order to prove his qualifications to enter the ancient pill pavilion." Mo Ran nodded her head and opened the bamboo slip to look. At first glance, Mo Ran did not have any change. But when she looked down, her willowy brows furrowed slightly. Immediately, her beautiful eyes opened wide, and finally, she turned pale with fright. The maidservant watched Mo Ran's expression change the entire time. It was absolutely her first time seeing Mo Ran's incomparably shocked expression. It was as if she had seen a ghost. No, it was even scarier than seeing a ghost. What in the world was going on here? Was the pill formula on the bamboo slip really so terrifying? As the ancient pill pavilion's head elder, what had she not seen before? Was there a need to be so alarmed? "Head elder, is there a problem with this pill formula?" the maidservant asked cautiously. "Pavilion master." Mo Ran suddenly shouted and directly rushed into the pavilion, incomparably panicked, without the slightest trace of her previous majesty. The maidservant was stunned. Just what pill formula could make the head elder scream like this, at the same time? Outside the ancient pill pavilion, no one saw anyone come out for a long time. "Brat, an incense stick's worth of time has passed. Why haven't I seen the person who invited you in?" a man mocked. "Looks like the ancient pill pavilion doesn't take a fancy to your pill formula at all, haha. Why don't you take a look at what you are? I'm not afraid to tell you that the ancient alchemy pavilion has quite a few powerful alchemists. Can that pill formula of yours enter the eyes of the ancient pill pavilion? Brat, if you don't have the qualifications to enter, then you can be considered to have come to the ancient pill pavilion to cause trouble. Do you know what the consequences will be?" Among the mocking crowd, no one was optimistic about Feng Wuchen. They seemed to be waiting to see what would happen to Feng Wuchen. "You'll soon know what it's like to humiliate yourself." The beautiful woman glanced at Feng Wuchen with disgust. "If they don't like you, then it means they have no taste." Feng Wuchen smiled, ignoring the beautiful woman. He didn't care about her existence at all. Right at this moment, Emperor Yi Jun's voice suddenly sounded. "Brother Feng, I have something very important to discuss with you." "Where are you now?" "I'll come and find you." Emperor Yi Jun's voice sounded. "Great Emperor Yi Jun?" Feng Wuchen was taken aback. He was puzzled. "What important matter?" "No need, I'll go back right away." Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and left the ancient pill pavilion immediately. "Hey, brat, didn't you say someone came out to invite you? Why did you run away? Didn't you want to prove that you have the qualifications to enter the ancient pill pavilion?" "Humph. I think he can't keep up the act anymore. He's afraid that the ancient pill pavilion will investigate, so he ran away." "What are you afraid of?" "You're not behaving atrociously in the ancient pill pavilion. The ancient pill pavilion won't take your life. See, this is called asking to be humiliated. Hurry up and get lost. You won't have the qualifications to set foot in the ancient pill pavilion in this lifetime." Feng Wuchen ignored her and immediately transmitted his voice to the profound clear heavenly emperor to send him back to the dragon's soul. "I look down on men like him the most. He's vain, self-righteous, and boastful." The beautiful woman scolded Feng Wuchen as if he was worthless. "He's just a clown. Ignore him. Let's go in. We have to bring back a batch of herbs as soon as possible." The white-robed man smiled faintly. The small farce ended just like that. He was just a clown. No one really wanted to make things difficult for Feng Wuchen. They just wanted to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself. However, not long after the crowd dispersed, a maidservant hurriedly ran out. "Where's that person just now?" the maidservant asked the guard from before. "He's already left. So many people are laughing at him." "I think he's also faking it," the guard replied. "What? Left?" The maidservant's beautiful eyes widened. "Why didn't you make him stay? This is bad." The maidservant was so anxious that she was about to cry. The pavilion master had personally given the order to receive this person respectfully. But in just a short while, he had already left. Seeing that the maidservant was so anxious that she was about to cry, the guard was stunned. "Is he really qualified to go in?" the guard asked in surprise. It seemed that he didn't believe that Feng Wuchen's pill formula was that powerful. The pavilion master said that even the great ancient wizard emperor couldn't refine the pill formula, the maidservant said angrily. She immediately ran in. Even the great ancient wizard emperor couldn't refine it. The guard's eyeballs almost flew out. How terrifying was a pill that even the great ancient wizard emperor couldn't refine? Thinking back to those people laughing at Feng Wuchen just now, the guard broke out in cold sweat. Who was Feng Wuchen? How could he have such a terrifying pill formula? Pavilion master, great elder, that person has already left. Many people were laughing at him just now, the maidservant reported respectfully. She was extremely flustered. What? Left? The pavilion master's old face changed drastically. Monstrous anger surged in his heart. He scolded angrily, "How dare you? What are you doing? What are you waiting for? Pass down the order. Send people out to look for him immediately." Moran said anxiously. If the great ancient wizard emperor knew about this, they would definitely be severely punished. The pavilion master was furious. He immediately brought the pill formula to the ancient alchemy temple. He was already prepared to be punished. At the same time, the ancient alchemy pavilion immediately sent out a large number of experts. They even sent out titled ancient gods. Such a huge commotion at the ancient alchemy pavilion attracted many cultivators entering and leaving. What happened? Why did the ancient alchemy pavilion suddenly send out so many experts? They even sent out 3 titled ancient gods. The crowd was shocked and puzzled. They had no idea what was going on. "Steward Zhang, what's going on?" the white-robed man asked Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang smiled bitterly and said, "The pavilion master just gave the order to immediately search for the person who sent the pill formula. I heard that person was even mocked by young Master Gongsun and the rest." What? The white-robed man and the beautiful woman froze on the spot. "Manager Zhang, is there a problem with the pill formula? He's insulting the ancient alchemy pavilion. I knew he was a liar, a self-righteous coward who wants to sneak into the ancient alchemy pavilion." Thinking of Feng Wuchen, the beautiful woman's face was filled with disgust. She did not believe that she had misjudged him. The beautiful woman only felt that there was a major problem with the pill formula. There could not be any other reason. "Manager Zhang, the matter can't be so serious, right? Although that kid is arrogant, even if there's a problem with the pill formula, it's not to the extent of sending out a titled ancient god, right?" A man asked in shock, feeling that he was making a big fuss over nothing. What qualifications did Feng Wuchen have for the ancient alchemy pavilion to send out so many experts? Was he worthy? He was just a clown, a joke. That's right. He's just a clown. Does he have the qualifications? A coward. Another man said disdainfully, as if he was jealous. He was actually jealous that Feng Wuchen was being chased by the ancient alchemy pavilion experts. How perverted was this mentality? Forget it, forget it. Maybe it's because of the pill formula that angered the pavilion master, young Master Gongsun said with a faint smile, looking like a generous gentleman. Manager Zhang's face darkened when he heard that. In the end, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. "Manager Zhang, don't worry. That kid can't have run far," a man said with a smile. Young Master Gongsun smiled politely and said, "Manager Zhang, please bring me to see the Grand Elder. Our Grand Elder will continue to send a batch of precious herbs and rune herbs." They had misunderstood Manager Zhang's meaning. All of them felt good about themselves. How could Manager Zhang not shake his head and sigh when they were so stupid? "Young Master Gongsun, please wait first. The Grand Elder is extremely angry now. I don't dare to report it." "Why don't old man help you prepare it?" Manager Zhang hurriedly said. If not for the fact that young Master Gongsun and the rest had extraordinary identities, Manager Zhang would have kicked them out long ago. Ancient Alchemy Temple. The pavilion master of the ancient alchemy pavilion, Mu Yunxi, rushed in with the bamboo slips in a panic. He beat up anyone who tried to stop him and even shouted, "Lord Ancient Shaman Great Emperor." The dozen or so experts who tried to stop Mu Yunqi were all repelled. The guards of the ancient alchemy temple were dumbfounded. What was going on with this Mu Yunqi? He actually dared to barge into the ancient alchemy shrine. Did he not want his life anymore? However, with their understanding of Mu Yunqi, it was impossible for him to be so anxious and reckless. Unless something big happened. Mu Yunqi. You've got guts. You actually dare to barge into the ancient Pill Divine Palace. Don't forget your identity. Can you bear the responsibility of disturbing the great emperor's alchemy? The Divine Palace Protector shouted angrily and flashed to stop Mu Yunqi. Guardian Yi. This is a matter of great importance. I can't delay it for even a second. Please report it to His Majesty immediately. If Your Excellency the Great Emperor is full, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Mu Yunqi said anxiously, his expression panicked to the extreme. Even in the face of death, he wasn't this panicked. The one who stopped Mu Yunqi was the ancient alchemy sacred hall's protector, Yi Lingtian, a great emperor-level powerhouse. Mu Yunqi, do you not understand this protector's words, or do you not put this protector in your eyes? Yi Lingtian asked coldly. Seeing Yi Lingtian being so unyielding, Mu Yunqi gritted his teeth and said angrily, Yi Lingtian. Let me tell you. If you dare to stop me again, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Mu Yunqi's angry shout immediately stunned Yi Lingtian. The ancient Pill Divine Palace protectors and the powerhouses who had come out to investigate were also stunned. That was Yi Lingtian's protector. Mu Yunqi dared to shout angrily at the ancient Pill Divine Palace protector. This protector can't bear the responsibility? Yi Lingtian frowned deeply. It wasn't that he didn't understand Mu Yunqi. If it wasn't for the fact that it was extremely urgent, he wouldn't be so anxious and angry. It looked like something big had really happened. Hurry and report to the great emperor. Mu Yunqi said anxiously. He knelt on the stairs and raised the bamboo scroll with both hands. The great emperor is still refining pills and cannot be disturbed. What is the matter? If it's about the ancient pill pavilion, this protector can help you resolve it, Yi Lingtian said gravely. This concerns Emperor Peerless. Mu Yunqi transmitted helplessly. He didn't dare say it out loud. Boom. What? Yi Lingtian's expression changed drastically. It was as if a bolt from the blue had exploded in his ears. Yi Lingtian was scared out of his wits when he heard the words Emperor Peerless. This was indeed an extremely urgent matter. This was something that he couldn't bear the responsibility for. No wonder Mu Yunqi was in such a hurry to attack and didn't hesitate to shout angrily at Yi Lingtian. This was Emperor Peerless, one of the great emperors of the 10 directions, the strongest alchemist since Pangu's creation, the ancestor of alchemists. Could Yi Lingtian bear the responsibility? Yi Lingtian hurriedly shot toward the main hall. He waved his hand and removed the barrier. He reported respectfully, Great Emperor, Mu Yunqi has something important to report. This matter is of great importance. You must stop refining pills immediately. The barrier set up in the main hall showed that the pills refined by the ancient shaman emperor were extremely powerful. No one was allowed to disturb them. Didn't this great emperor say that no one is allowed to disturb them? No one is allowed to disturb me. The ancient shaman emperor's aged and slightly angry voice came from the main hall. Yi Lingtian was supposed to guard the place, but Yi Lingtian was the one who came to disturb him. How could the ancient shaman emperor not be angry? Great Emperor, this matter concerns Emperor Peerless, Yi Lingtian transmitted respectfully. He didn't dare say it out loud. What? The ancient shaman emperor's shocked exclamation suddenly came from the main hall. Boom, the sound of an explosion came from the main hall. The pill refinement had failed at a critical moment. However, the ancient shaman emperor wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. He rushed out of the main hall. Mu Yunqi, is this true? The ancient shaman emperor was extremely agitated and anxious. Absolutely. Mu Yunqi nodded respectfully. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Enter the main hall immediately. Guards, activate the formation. The ancient shaman emperor hurriedly ordered. This was the highest level of secrecy. Understood. Yi Lingtian responded respectfully. He immediately activated the ancient Pill Divine Temple's great formation. The many powerhouses and guards of the ancient alchemy divine hall were all confused. What on earth had happened? Was there a need to activate the temple's great formation? What kind of important matter was it that made the ancient shaman emperor rush out without hesitation? Inside the main hall, Mu Yunqi explained what had happened and handed the bamboo scroll to the ancient shaman emperor. The ancient shaman emperor immediately opened the scroll and read it. He wouldn't have known if he didn't read it. The moment he did, he was scared out of his wits. This is the heaven-defying samsara pill. Master's heaven-defying samsara pill recipe. The ancient shaman emperor was scared out of his wits. His body trembled violently. That's right. This is Emperor Peerless' heaven-defying samsara pill recipe. That's why this subordinate is so anxious. Mu Yunqi hurriedly said. Who is it? Where is he? The ancient shaman emperor asked agitatedly. The guards of the ancient pill pavilion said he's already left, Mu Yunqi said helplessly. He didn't dare tell anyone that Feng Wuchen had been mocked. Quick! Send someone to look for him immediately. Pass down the order. Send everyone from the ancient pill divine temple to look for him. You must find him for me. The ancient shaman emperor said urgently. End of chapter. The ancient shaman emperor personally gave the order. Instantly, everyone in the ancient alchemy sacred hall, including Yi Ling Tian, went out to search for the young man who listed the pill recipe. Apart from that, the tens of thousands of disciples and major forces of the ancient alchemy sacred hall also went out in full force. All to find the owner of the bamboo slips. The ancient alchemy sacred hall's movement was shocking enough. Now, the ancient alchemy sacred hall's movement was even bigger, which scared the major forces of the 35th heaven. All the major forces were confused. No one knew what was going on. It was obvious how serious the matter was to alarm the entire ancient alchemy sacred hall and its subordinate forces. Brother Gongsun, isn't the ancient alchemy sacred hall too exaggerated? Even if there's something wrong with that kid's pill recipe, it shouldn't make the ancient alchemy sacred hall go out in full force, right? A man really couldn't understand. Young Master Gongsun frowned slightly and said, It seems that we've underestimated the problem. To be able to alarm the ancient alchemy sacred hall, that kid's pill recipe is probably an insult to the ancient shaman emperor. Brother Gongsun is right. That kid is getting more and more annoying. He's so arrogant and conceited. I can't wait to kill him. The beautiful woman said with disdain. If he wants to die, it has nothing to do with us. If he does something wrong, he has to pay the price. Young Master Gongsun sneered. Feng Wuchen knew nothing about the ancient alchemy sacred hall going out in full force. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already returned to the Dragon's Soul Palace. Apart from the onlookers and Heavenly Lord Yi, no one knew about the Dragon Soul that had just been released. Even if they knew that the mystic Shadow Sacred Hall was occupied, the cultivators passing by just gloated. No one dared to go near. Emperor Yijun, what's the hurry? Feng Wuchen asked with a serious expression. Seeing Feng Wuchen so serious, Emperor Yijun smiled and said, No need to be so serious. It's not a big deal. I just asked you to come here to see if you agree. You haven't told me yet. Agree to what? Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Brother Feng, have you heard of the ancient god pavilion? Emperor Yijun asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I know. The ancient god ring of a titled ancient god comes from the ancient god pavilion. Every titled ancient god must be recognized by the ancient god pavilion in order to be qualified to become a titled ancient god. That's right. Emperor Yijun smiled. The pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion found me and asked me to pass a message to you. A message for me? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He frowned and said, But I don't know any pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion. I've never seen him before. You haven't, but the pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion has, Emperor Yijun said with a smile. Qing Xian Turtle? Or Emperor Yuan Hong? Feng Wuchen guessed after pondering for a moment. Emperor Yijun smiled faintly. Brother Feng, you barged into the 36th heaven of the Panga realm and suppressed the Goody Shrine by yourself. You even killed Di Tian in front of Di Wuyun. And the others? The pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion knows about this. The pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion also knows that you summoned me. He asked me to pass a message to you. He hopes that you can become a member of the ancient god pavilion and guide the cultivation of titled ancient gods. Guide the cultivation of titled ancient gods? Feng Wuchen immediately laughed. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said with a smile, Emperor Yi Jun, help me turn him down. He found the wrong person to ask for guidance from an ancient realm expert. An ancient realm expert to guide the cultivation of titled ancient gods. Wasn't that an insult to titled ancient gods? Was he trying to find Feng Wuchen an enemy? Emperor Yi Jun naturally knew what Feng Wuchen meant. Brother Feng, your attainments in the field of sword doctrine are extremely high. You have completely inherited master's teachings. As for me, I have only scratched the surface. The pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion wants you to guide the titled ancient gods in their sword doctrine. With my ability, I really can't guide them, Emperor Yi Jun quickly explained. I'm afraid the Sword Soul Emperor won't agree, right? Feng Wuchen still shook his head. That's not the case. Master taught many powerful cultivators in the past, and Yi Mu was one of them. Master hopes that someone can carry on his legacy, Emperor Yi Jun said with a smile. Brother Feng, the ancient god pavilion's strength is not inferior to the supreme main shrine. The reason why I'm looking for you is because we can borrow the power of the ancient god pavilion to save Master. Emperor Yi Jun was actually anxious to save the Sword Soul Emperor. Emperor Yi Jun knew how terrifying Demon Soul Emperor was better than Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was a little embarrassed. Feng Wuchen had just ascended to the Panga realm. He didn't even have time to cultivate. How could he have time to guide others? Moreover, Feng Wuchen wanted to guide the titled ancient gods. In terms of cultivation, Feng Wuchen was not qualified at all. Brother Feng, you don't have to worry about the Dragon Soul. The Soul Emperor and the others have already recruited many experts. Emperor Yi Jun continued. Emperor Yi Jun, do you really want me to go? Feng Wuchen asked. Very much. Emperor Yi Jun answered seriously. Feng Wuchen, go. I've already informed the pavilion master of the ancient god pavilion. Don't worry, the pavilion master is on our side. At this moment, Emperor Yuanshir's faint laughter was heard. Emperor Yuanshir. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be Emperor Yuanshir's idea. It seemed that Emperor Yuanshir had a good relationship with the pavilion master. Emperor Yuanshir was the leader of the 100 emperors. It wasn't strange that he knew the pavilion master. Since it was Emperor Yuanshir's idea, Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate to send a voice transmission. Okay. Emperor Yi Jun, I agree, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Then I'll take you to the 36th heaven now. The pavilion master and the titled ancient gods are waiting. Emperor Yi Jun smiled happily. He didn't even know that it was Emperor Yuanshir's idea for the pavilion master to find him. The pavilion master has already given the order to confer you the title of Great Guardian of the ancient god pavilion. Emperor Yi Jun smiled. He seemed to be very excited and envious. Great Guardian? Feng Wuchen's eyes almost popped out. Emperor Yuanshir was indeed different. Feng Wuchen immediately greeted Ling Xiaoxiao and the others and followed Emperor Yi Jun to the 36th heaven. Ancient God Pavilion. The pavilion master and the titled ancient gods had been waiting for a long time. Emperor Yi Jun appeared with Feng Wuchen in a flash. A series of terrifying auras surged toward them. Welcome, Great Guardian. On the square of the ancient god pavilion, more than 100 titled ancient gods knelt down respectfully. Their loud voices pierced the clouds. This was definitely the highest level of treatment in the ancient god pavilion. Seeing these titled ancient gods, Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen so many titled ancient gods. That's right. More than 100 titled ancient gods. Is he the Feng Wuchen that Brother Yuanshir mentioned? The pavilion master looked at Feng Wuchen with a smile. Brother Feng, this is the master of the ancient god pavilion, Emperor Yuanshir, Emperor Yi Jun introduced. Greetings, Emperor Yuanshir and elders. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely as he sized up Emperor Yuanshir and the elders. Emperor Yuanshir was a great ancient emperor, and his strength was second only to the great emperors of the 10 directions. Emperor Yuanshir was definitely one of the top 5 great ancient emperors in terms of strength. the elders and upper echelons were also great ancient emperors. One could see how terrifying the ancient god pavilion was. Emperor Yijun said that the ancient god pavilion's strength isn't any weaker than the Paragon main shrine. It seems like there are even more terrifying experts hiding in the dark. Feng Wuchen guessed. The ancient god pavilion's strength was indeed terrifying, but Feng Wuchen didn't believe that this was the ancient god pavilion's strength. This was clearly just their strength on the surface. Emperor Wanshi is the strongest great ancient emperor I've ever seen. He's even stronger than Emperor Tianzong. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He had a preliminary understanding of Emperor Wanshi's strength. Welcome to the ancient god pavilion, great guardian. Emperor Wanshi smiled happily. His personal welcome showed how much respect Feng Wuchen had. Feng Wuchen smiled politely. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Is the Pavilion Master talking about him? He's so young. Did he really comprehend the highest level of Sword Dao? Even the great emperors of the 10 directions might not be able to comprehend it. How can a brat like him do it? I think the Pavilion Master is just trying to scare us. I don't believe it. However, to give face to the Pavilion Master and the elders, I can only pretend to be perfunctory. No matter how I look at him, I don't think he's strong. Even if I can't see his cultivation level, he gives me a very weak feeling. The titled ancient gods were discussing in low voices. Their voices were so soft that only they could hear them. As titled ancient gods, which one of them hadn't gone through life and death situations? Which one of them hadn't been riddled with holes? Which one of them wasn't proud of such a powerful existence? Which one of them was willing to submit to a brat? Obviously, they weren't willing to submit to him, but they didn't dare to disobey the Pavilion Master's orders. Emperor Wanshi and the elders personally received Feng Wuchen, the titled ancient gods in the Square Worse group. The Emperor of all eras was serious, although Yuanshi Immortal Emperor had a part to play in this. Eternal World Immortal Emperor knew Feng Wuchen well. He had single-handedly suppressed the entire ancient Emperor Immortal Palace. The Sword Intent Manifestation realm was also a realm that all emperors yearned for even in their dreams. Although it was said to be Emperor Yuanshi's will, it could also be said to be the will of the Emperor of all ages. This was because Emperor Myriad Era truly hoped that Feng Wuchen would become the great guardian and guide the titled ancient gods of the ancient god pavilion in their Sword Dao. They had already learned from Emperor Yijun just how terrifying the manifestation of Sword Intent was. Emperor Yijun had only scratched the surface, but he already possessed terrifying combat prowess. This was the best proof. Moreover, when the Sword Soul Emperor dominated the Pangu realm and the dimensional space, he relied on the manifestation of his Sword Intent. Great. Protector, I hope you don't mind the incident at the Goody Deities Hall. This Pavilion Master was coincidentally in the vicinity at that time, and I wasn't monitoring you. The Myriad Era Emperor smiled politely. You worry too much, Emperor Myriad Era. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen had never worried about others knowing about this matter. He had never taken it to heart. 3. The fact that Feng Wuchen didn't make a fuss about the Goody Deities Hall was enough to explain everything. The manifestation of Sword Intent is truly amazing. Sigh, it has been several million years, but this Pavilion Master still hasn't been able to comprehend the profound meaning behind it. The Myriad Era Emperor sighed and shook his head. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and said, if there's a chance, I hope Great Protector can give me some pointers. The Myriad Era Emperor had already learned from Emperor Yuanshi that Feng Wuchen had obtained the Sword Soul Emperor's inheritance and comprehended the true manifestation of Sword Intent. Emperor Myriad Era, do the titled ancient gods outside also cultivate the Sword Dao? Feng Wuchen asked. Over 100 titled ancient gods, wasn't that a little too much? Feng Wuchen didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question that disappointed the Myriad Era Emperor. However, the Myriad Era Emperor knew that pointers were only one of the benefits. Even though it was helpful, it still depended on one's own luck to comprehend the manifestation of Sword Intent. Of course not. The Myriad World's Great Emperor chuckled, 13 black-colored titled ancient gods, 18 white-colored titled ancient gods, and 7 great emperors. From today onwards, they are the Great Protector's subordinates, and they will take orders from him. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright. Even Emperor Yijun was dumbfounded. So many experts were being given to Feng Wuchen just like that. How generous was that? Emperor Myriad Era, you're not joking, right? Feng Wuchen asked with uncertainty. He didn't dare to believe it. That was a group of dozens of experts. Just like that, the Myriad Era Emperor smiled and said, "This pavilion master isn't joking." "Thank you, Emperor Myriad Era." Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked the Myriad Era Emperor. Since the Myriad Era Emperor was so generous, Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Moreover, Emperor Xianxia trusted the Myriad Era Emperor. Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't doubt the Myriad Era Emperor. After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen and Emperor Yi Jun left the main hall to take a look at the experts. Pavilion Master, Feng Wuchen isn't simple. He's calm and composed. Although he looks calm, he exudes a powerful pressure. The Grand Elder smiled faintly. The Second Elder nodded slightly and smiled faintly. Someone that Emperor Xianxia has his eyes on is naturally extraordinary. Feng Wuchen isn't someone I have my eyes on. Emperor Xianxia's voice sounded. Brother Xianxia, you're finally here. This brat doesn't seem to trust me. He has already comprehended the manifestation of sword intent. Why can't he give me some pointers? He's not giving you any face. The Myriad Era Emperor smiled bitterly. Hee, I can't help you with this. Moreover, I can't do anything to him. Feng Wuchen has a temper, and it's not a small one. The people you picked are prideful. If you anger him, he might not want them. Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly. This? The elders looked at each other. The Myriad Era Great Emperor shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. This pavilion master wants the Great Protector to crush their arrogance. Forget it, since they are the Great Protector's men, this pavilion master can't care so much. Brother Xianxia, you have to put in a good word for me. It's been millions of years, and I still haven't comprehended the manifestation of sword intent. If I can comprehend it, I can definitely break through to the 10 Directions Emperor realm. The Myriad Era Emperor pleaded. For millions of years, the Myriad Era Emperor's cultivation hadn't improved at all. He was stuck at the peak of the ancient Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen's appearance had given him hope. He was his only hope. Feng Wuchen seems to know that you want to break through to the 10 Directions Emperor realm by comprehending the manifestation of sword intent. Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly. Brother Xianxia, is that brat trying to threaten me with this? The Myriad Era Emperor's face changed drastically. I don't know. Emperor Xianxia smiled faintly. Brother Xianxia, you've screwed me over. The Myriad Era Emperor's face was filled with regret. Inviting a wolf into the house, the Emperor of all ages was overthinking things. The ancient god pavilion's strength was terrifying, but it had nothing to do with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had never thought of getting anything from the ancient god pavilion. Feng Wuchen didn't even care about the ancient god pavilion's items. He had never thought of threatening the Emperor of all ages. There was a reason why Feng Wuchen didn't agree to teach the Emperor of all ages. It was just that Feng Wuchen didn't say what it was. Pavilion Master's words are too serious. The Grand Elder smiled. Feng Wuchen doesn't look like someone who would threaten others for his own benefit. Haha. Grand Elder's eyes are indeed sharp. Emperor Xianxia's laughter rang out. Feng Wuchen has everything that the ancient god pavilion has. What Feng Wuchen has, the ancient god pavilion doesn't have. Didn't you see that terrifying mysterious power when he suppressed the Goody Shrine? Even this emperor couldn't fight against that power. I don't even know what it is. Emperor Xianxia's laughter rang out again. What? Even Brother Primeval can't fight against it? The Emperor of all ages' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is that possible? The elders and the upper echelons were dumbfounded. Emperor Xianxia was the leader of the 100 emperors. His cultivation was already half a step into the primordial supremacy realm. With such terrifying strength, he couldn't fight against Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. The Emperor of all ages didn't dare to think about it anymore. Could it be that Feng Wuchen's mysterious power had reached the supreme ancient god realm? The Emperor of all ages' face changed when he realized it. He said in shock, Brother Primeval, could it be that Feng Wuchen's mysterious power has already reached? The Emperor of all ages' heart thumped wildly, and his scalp went numb. He was terrified. The mysterious white energy didn't have a strong or weak aura. Hence, the myriad world Great Emperor couldn't tell how strong it was. Feng Wuchen had killed Di Tian and injured Tianzong and the other Emperor realm experts. In the eyes of the myriad world's Great Emperor and the others, Feng Wuchen's strength was at most comparable to the 10 Directions' Great Emperor. Emperor Xianxia did not answer. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "This terrifying and mysterious power might be related to the reincarnation pagoda, or it might not be related. However, it's definitely not a problem to save us." At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Emperor Yi Jun had already walked out of the palace and discovered that the titled ancient gods had all disappeared. "Great Protector, Emperor Yi Jun, please follow me," said a great emperor respectfully. He led Feng Wuchen and Emperor Yi Jun to the valley behind the mountain. There, 6 great emperors, 13 black-colored titled ancient gods, and 18 white-colored titled ancient gods were waiting respectfully. The great emperor expert who brought Feng Wuchen and Yi Jun was one of the 7 great emperors. No matter where they were, these 38 experts were extremely terrifying existences. "Greetings, Great Protector." Seeing Feng Wuchen's arrival, the 38 people knelt on one knee respectfully. "You may rise," said Feng Wuchen. Indifferently. His expression was calm, and he did not feel any pressure from facing them. Sizing up each expert, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I've just learned from the myriad world's great emperor that from today onward, all of you are my men. You will only listen to my orders. Of course, you are also members of the ancient god pavilion." As soon as he finished speaking, the 38 people's expressions changed. Feng Wuchen saw it all. No matter how subtle the changes in the 38 people's expressions were, they could not escape Feng Wuchen's eyes. Even Emperor Yi Jun was able to tell. "It seems that all of you are not happy to meet me." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He had already guessed it in his heart. These people were the same as when Feng Wuchen took over the elite soldiers of the empire. None of the 38 people dared to speak. They had to be respectful to the great protector appointed by the myriad world's great emperor. Emperor Yi Jun shook his head helplessly and sighed. "I had already guessed that this would be the result. No wonder the pavilion master is so generous." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, if it were me, I wouldn't be happy either." Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the 38 experts looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Since he knew, why did he still come? Could it be that he wanted the position of great protector of the ancient god pavilion? But it made sense. In the ancient god pavilion, the position of great protector was not lower than that of an elder. Who wouldn't want a high position and power? You are all powerful. You are either titled ancient gods or great emperors. Moreover, you were all personally selected by the myriad world's great emperor and are famous in the Panga realm. But suddenly, you have to submit to someone weaker than you. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. I understand how you feel. Looking at the 38 experts, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "With my cultivation, I am indeed not qualified to guide your cultivation. I have never liked to force others. I also know that you can't disobey my orders. So, if you want to stay, stand on my side. Brother Feng is still a bit temperamental." Emperor Yi Jun laughed inwardly. From Feng Wuchen's words, Emperor Yi Jun could tell that while Feng Wuchen was neither servile nor overbearing, he had given them enough face. After all, he had given them a chance to choose. The 38 experts looked at each other in dismay. Perhaps because no one stood on his side, none of the 38 moved. None of them wanted to submit to a weakling. Because they were powerful enough. "I respect your choice. You don't have to worry about being punished by the myriad world's great emperor. I can only say that we are not fated to be together." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Although no one stood on his side, Feng Wuchen wasn't disappointed. Because Feng Wuchen didn't lack experts. "Great Guardian, you have respected our choice. We also respect you. As long as you are the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, you can order us around at any time," a great emperor said respectfully. "We thought that you would use the great guardian's movement technique to suppress us, but you didn't. No matter what your cultivation is, I acknowledge you as the great guardian," a black-colored titled ancient god said respectfully. "That's right. I also acknowledge you as the great guardian. In the future, if anyone in the ancient god pavilion dares to disobey the great guardian, I will be the first to teach them a lesson. The others also expressed their opinions. Because Feng Wuchen respected them enough and was very honest with them, they also respected him. However, they had overlooked a problem. The myriad world's great emperor had appointed Feng Wuchen as the great guardian and allowed Feng Wuchen to guide them in their cultivation. Why? How could the myriad world's great emperor's vision and wisdom be inferior to theirs? If Feng Wuchen didn't have true ability, why would he be chosen by the myriad world's great emperor? They would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives if they missed this opportunity. Thank you. Feng Wuchen smiled politely and turned to leave. Emperor Yijun sighed and shook his head. He didn't say anything. Great Guardian, what's your name? A great emperor suddenly asked. Feng Wuchen didn't introduce himself, so they didn't know what Feng Wuchen's name was. Since they had acknowledged Feng Wuchen as the Great Guardian, they naturally had to understand Feng Wuchen's basic information. I'll tell you the next time we meet. Feng Wuchen said without looking back. Emperor Yijun also left. Watching Feng Wuchen and Emperor Yijun leave, one of the great emperors said, Chief Guardian isn't arrogant. Initially, I thought that the Great Guardian would use his orders to suppress us and force us to submit. However, I never thought that he would actually give us a choice, another great emperor said. Chief Guardian must have guessed our thoughts. Plus, he's not strong enough and knows we're not qualified. That's why he gave us a choice, a black-titled ancient god said. No matter what, Chief Guardian respects us. He's a great guardian personally appointed by the pavilion master. We have to respect him, another great emperor said. What they didn't know was that Feng Wuchen gave them a choice to test them. He wasn't giving them up. If they knew Feng Wuchen's name, the outcome would be different. After all, the person who broke into the 36th heaven of Panga realm was Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's name had spread across every heaven of Panga realm. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you to come. Emperor Yijun looked helpless and guilty. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Emperor Yijun, don't blame yourself. This is their choice. Since they're unwilling, there's nothing I can do. Emperor Yijun, please tell Emperor Allworld that I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. With that, Feng Wuchen disappeared. Emperor Yijun sighed and shook his head. He looked back at the valley and said, You've missed your chance. Emperor Allworld wouldn't find a useless person to guide you. How foolish. Emperor Yijun could see that Feng Wuchen was dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. After reporting to Emperor Allworld, Emperor Yijun also left the ancient god pavilion. The Emperor Myriad Era and the elders were dumbfounded. No one was willing, the Emperor Myriad Era and the elders didn't expect things to turn out this way. Preposterous. A bunch of stupid bastards. Do you really think you're so great? The Emperor of all worlds stood up furiously. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Sigh. The elders sighed and shook their heads helplessly. I've already guessed it. Emperor Yuancher's helpless voice rang out. Old brother Primeval, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Eternal World Emperor suppressed his anger as he spoke. This bunch of people really made him lose all face. The myriad world's great emperor wanted nothing more than to break the legs of those 38 experts. Emperor Yuancher smiled faintly and said, Feng Wuchen doesn't like to force others. Since they have already made their decision, let them be. Feng Wuchen will definitely not use them anymore. You should choose some other people. Pass down my order. Tell all the titled ancient gods in the ancient god pavilion who are willing to meet me in the main hall. Emperor Myriad Era ordered. After leaving the ancient god pavilion, Feng Wuchen asked the profound clear heavenly emperor to send him to the 35th level of heaven. Master, if you want to take over the order of heaven and earth, you have to destroy the supreme main temple and take control of each level of heaven. There are many experts in Pangu world and the supreme main temple has countless experts. Master, you do need a group of experts. Divine Eyes said respectfully. You're right. I do need a group of experts. The Sword Soul Emperor gave me a lot of ancient god rings. Most of them are black and white. I can summon them. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Dragon Soul had just appeared in Pangu world. With the help of the Soul Emperor, it wouldn't take long for them to become even stronger. With the ancient god rings given by the Sword Soul Emperor, Feng Wuchen didn't need the experts in the ancient god pavilion. Even if they turned back, Feng Wuchen wouldn't accept them. 56 Because he had already given them a chance. Master, what do you plan to do next? Dragon Xinjian asked. Subdue each level of heaven. Aren't they looking for me? Then I'll try again and fight my way from the first level of heaven to the 36th level of heaven. Feng Wuchen sneered. Haha. Master is right. Fight your way up. Dragon Xinjian laughed excitedly. We support Master. Divine Eyes, Year Ring, and the other artifact souls agreed. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen arrived at Gudan City again. A few hours had passed, and the elixir recipe must have been identified. But what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that not long after he left, the 35th level of heaven was in an uproar. The Ancient Alchemy Sacred Hall and the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion went all out to search for Feng Wuchen in the 35th level of heaven. But Feng Wuchen had just left, and nearly 100,000 people were searching for Feng Wuchen in the 35th level of heaven, but they couldn't find a single trace of Feng Wuchen. Ancient Sorcerer Emperor was angry and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, no one knew who the owner of the bamboo slip was. Mu Yunqi and Moran, they all were also burning with anxiety, not knowing what to do. Knowing that this matter was instigated by young Lord Gongsun Theal, Mu Yunqi was even more enraged and directly gave the order to forbid young Lord Gongsun Theal from entering the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion. Mu Yunqi wished to kill young Lord Gongsun Theal. However, just as Mu Yunqi they all were burning with anxiety, Feng Wuchen returned again. The guards guarding the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion previously had clearly changed shifts already. Young Lord Gongsun they all who mocked and ridiculed Feng Wuchen clearly already left the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion too. Feng Wuchen was just planning on going forward to ask. At the same time, inside the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion, that maidservant's pretty face instantly changed drastically, indescribable wild elation welling up in her heart. The maidservant hurriedly found Manager Zhang and said agitatedly, Manager Zhang, that person is back. He's back. What? Back? This is really great. Manager Zhang's old face changed drastically, beaming with joy as he hurriedly said, quickly go and receive him. No matter what, you have to make him stay. Old man will go and report to Pavilion Lord right away. Yes. Manager Zhang. The maidservant was extremely agitated and immediately ran out. Isn't he that punk from before? Why did he come back again? Still not giving up? Feng Wuchen's appearance, someone recognized him very quickly. That's right. It's that punk from before, he actually still dares to come, does he not want his life anymore? I heard that the pill formula has already been appraised, infuriating Pavilion Lord. Even ancient shaman Great Emperor was enraged, another man said with a cold laugh. Forget it, if he wants to court death, just let him be. Just as the few people were mocking Feng Wuchen, a beautiful maidservant hurriedly ran out, her expression agitated and nervous. Finally made it. Esteemed guest, Pavilion Lord and Head Elder invite you in. The maidservant bowed respectfully towards Feng Wuchen. The sudden great reversal immediately made the people who mocked Feng Wuchen stupefied. Because of the maidservant's one sentence, in the huge hall, one pair of shocked gazes after another swept towards Feng Wuchen uniformly. Pavilion Lord and Head Elder invited him in. How much face did this have to be? Pavilion Master, First Elder, that young man is back. He's right outside the Ancient Alchemy Pavilion. In the gorgeous pavilion, Manager Zhang reported excitedly. What? Back? The expressions of Mu Yunqi, Mo Ran, and the rest changed drastically, their hearts beating wildly, and intense ecstasy erupted. Quick! Quickly bring this Pavilion Master out to welcome him. Mu Yunqi was ecstatic, so excited that he did not have the demeanor of a Pavilion Master. Mu Yunqi, Mo Ran, and more than a dozen upper echelons all rushed out excitedly. Many thanks, Feng Wuchen thanked with a faint smile. With the maidservant being so respectful, Feng Wuchen also guessed that the Pavilion Master and First Elder recognized the pill formula. Young Master, please follow me. The maidservant was very respectful, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Feng Wuchen's pill formula not only frightened First Elder and the Pavilion Master, It also alarmed the ancient great shaman emperor. How could the maidservant dare to be negligent? The many powerhouses in the hall, including the few who mocked Feng Wuchen, were all dumbfounded. Didn't Feng Wuchen's pill formula anger the pavilion master and first elder? Didn't it anger the ancient great shaman emperor? Why was the maidservant so respectful to Feng Wuchen? That's right. It was respect, very respectful. The maidservant being so respectful meant that the pavilion master and first elder were absolutely not looking for trouble with Feng Wuchen. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Ancient Alchemy Pavilion's pavilion master and first elder want to see him? What's going on? Seeing the maidservant being so respectful, it feels like the pavilion master and first elder are not looking for him to settle scores. I suddenly have an uneasy premonition. The few people who mocked Feng Wuchen started to have looks of horror. The other powerhouses in the hall also guessed at this moment that Feng Wuchen absolutely had a great background. Otherwise, Mu Yunqi and Mo Ran absolutely would not meet him. For a moment, the hall suddenly became quiet. Right at this time, Manager Zhang brought Mu Yunqi, Mo Ran, and the rest of the ancient alchemy pavilion's upper echelons out, all looking anxious and nervous. That's right. Mu Yunqi and the rest were all very anxious. The ancient alchemy pavilion's upper echelons actually all came out. Everyone in the hall, even the ancient pill pavilion's maidservants and guards, jumped in fright too. What kind of person could make Mu Yunqi and the others come out to welcome him? He really got the people from the ancient alchemy pavilion to come and fetch him. The few people who were mocking Feng Wuchen were completely dumbfounded. Reporting to the pavilion master, the previous pill formula was listed by this person, the maidservant said respectfully. Little brother, we finally found you. Welcome to the ancient alchemy pavilion. Mu Yunqi said excitedly. Ignoring everyone present, Mu Yunqi bowed directly to Feng Wuchen. Mo Ran and the other higher-ups bowed. This action was like a bolt from the blue that exploded in everyone's ears. Shocking, it was too shocking, everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Yunqi and the elders actually bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Was he the one who came up with the heaven-defying samsara pill recipe? Wasn't he too young? How could he have such terrifying talent? Mo Ran was extremely shocked. Before this, Mo Ran was extremely confident. She believed that her talent in the field of alchemy was extremely high, and her realm was extremely high. Among her peers, there were not many alchemists who could compare to her. But the moment she saw Feng Wuchen, Mo Ran's confidence instantly disappeared. Pavilion master is too courteous, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Since Mu Yunqi and the rest recognized the pill formula, Feng Wuchen could also imagine how shocked and frightened they were. Feng Wuchen was not surprised that Mu Yunqi and the rest were so respectful. Little brother, please come in. Mu Yunqi made a gesture of invitation respectfully. How could someone who could list the pill formulas that Emperor Peerless had developed be an ordinary person? Mu Yunqi had to be respectful. Do I have the qualifications to enter the ancient alchemy pavilion now? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Music, yes. Of course. Mu Yunqi was slightly embarrassed. He could hear Feng Wuchen's meaning and hurriedly said with a smile, from today onwards, little brother, you are free to enter and leave the ancient alchemy pavilion. You can take away all the treasures of the ancient alchemy pavilion that little brother likes. Little brother, please don't be courteous. Hiss. When Mu Yunqi's words came out, many cultivators in the hall were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all dumbfounded. What a noble treatment this was. Even if a great emperor expert came personally, they would not receive such a frightening treatment. The ancient alchemy pavilion was a member of the ancient alchemy temple. Their status was transcendent, and they did not need to give face to great emperors at all. On the contrary, great emperors had to give face to Mu Yunqi and the rest. All of this was because of the ancient shaman emperor, but Feng Wuchen's appearance made Mu Yunqi and the rest become respectful. All of this was unbelievable to everyone. They could not even accept it. Pavilion master is truly generous. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Mu Yunqi led the way respectfully and said with a smile, little brother, don't be courteous. Please, old man has already prepared a banquet to entertain little brother. This sentence shocked everyone once again. Mu Yunqi had even personally prepared a banquet. How respectful was this? As noble Missouri ran and the other upper echelons, they did not dare to speak at all at this moment. They all followed behind respectfully. Little brother, the ancient shaman emperor already knows about the pill formula. Old man has already sent someone to inform the ancient shaman emperor. The ancient shaman emperor will come to the ancient alchemy pavilion very soon. Mu Yunqi smiled respectfully. Boom. Everyone's heads in the hall exploded. They were all petrified on the spot. The ancient shaman emperor actually came personally. This wasn't a joke, right? That was the ancient alchemy temple's hall master. The existence of a super powerful alchemist in the Panga realm. Shouldn't it be Feng Wuchen who went to see the ancient shaman emperor? Could the ancient shaman emperor still lower himself to see Feng Wuchen? Everyone in the hall was bombarded until they were dizzy. The few people who mocked Feng Wuchen had long been scared out of their wits and ran away. They actually dared to mock such a terrifying existence. They were simply tired of living. If young Master Gong's son and the others were here, they would definitely be scared into a vegetative state. In the hall, Mu Yunqi, Mo Ran, and the other elders personally received them. They were as enthusiastic as they could be and as respectful as they could be. At the same time, in the ancient alchemy temple's hall, the people sent by Mu Yunqi had already reported to the ancient shaman emperor. What? You found him? The ancient shaman emperor suddenly said in ecstasy, bring me to see him immediately. Quick! He could not wait for even a moment. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly came from the deathly silent ancient alchemy pavilion. The ancient shaman emperor was here. The ancient shaman emperor is really here. The ancient alchemy temple's elders are here too. Everyone in the ancient alchemy pavilion's hall was so dumbfounded that their eyeballs almost flew out. Who on earth was it that could make the great ancient shaman emperor and the elders come here in person? It was too shocking. It was more shocking than even in their dreams. Feng Wuchen's identity was greater than the heavens. Welcome, ancient shaman emperor. Mu Yunqi and everyone in the ancient alchemy pavilion greeted him respectfully. Where is he? Bring me to see him quickly. The ancient shaman emperor was anxious and excited. He completely disregarded his image as an emperor. Ancient shaman emperor, I'm here. The ancient shaman emperor looked in the direction of Feng Wuchen's voice and vanished. The elders and the higher-ups also left in a flash. When the ancient shaman emperor reappeared, he was already standing beside Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled innocently. The ancient shaman emperor studied Feng Wuchen carefully. Mu Yunqi and Mo Ran didn't dare to fart. They all knelt respectfully. In front of the ancient shaman emperor, they were nothing but ants. The elders and higher-ups of the sacred hall of pills were also studying Feng Wuchen. The pavilion was very quiet. The atmosphere was a little strange. What's wrong, ancient shaman emperor? Why are you looking at me like that? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Did you come up with the recipe for the heaven-defying rebirth pill? The ancient shaman emperor asked, suppressing his excitement. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. That's right, it was me. The ancient shaman emperor couldn't hide his excitement, and he asked, where did you get the elixir recipe? Feng Wuchen glanced at the people present and said with a faint smile, ancient sorcerer emperor and all the seniors present should know very well who developed the reincarnation elixir. No one else in the entire Panga realm knows the recipe of the reincarnation elixir. Boom, Feng Wuchen's words exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone present, including the ancient shaman emperor, had guessed Feng Wuchen's identity. Feng Wuchen's next words confirmed their guesses. At the same time, they were shocked to the extreme. According to seniority, I should call you senior brother, ancient shaman emperor. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. So it was true, Feng Wuchen was Emperor Peerless' disciple. Everyone present was shaken to the core. They trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Emperor Peerless' disciple, how terrifying was his identity? Feng Wuchen's identity as Emperor Peerless' disciple was enough to suppress the entire ancient Pill sacred temple. The ancient shaman emperor and the others were convinced. No one doubted Feng Wuchen. No one else knew the recipe for the heaven-defying rebirth pill other than Emperor Peerless. Feng Wuchen's recipe naturally came from Emperor Peerless. The ancient shaman emperor and the others knew very well how terrifying the heaven-defying rebirth pill was. Emperor Peerless would never give it to anyone else. The fact that Feng Wuchen was listed meant that he was Feng Wuchen. The ancient shaman emperor trembled violently and his eyes were wet. He asked excitedly, Emperor Peerless Disciple? Then Master, is he still alive? The shaman emperor's words. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen, anticipating his answer. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. It's not wrong to say that he's dead, but it's also not right. What kind of an answer, the shaman emperor and the others was? Alive or was? Or, no one knew what Feng Wuchen meant. Ancient shaman great emperor, I went to the ancient alchemy shrine earlier, but I was stopped outside. Moreover, you were refining pills at that time, so I came to the ancient alchemy pavilion. I'm here this time to ask for your help, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Crepe myrtle what? Stopped outside? The ancient shaman emperor was furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, I'll teach those idiots a lesson when I get back. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and smiled faintly. There's no need for that, ancient shaman emperor. They didn't do anything wrong. They just followed the rules of the sacred hall of pills. Plus, they don't know me. Seniors, please take a seat. Feng Wuchen smiled at the crowd and gestured for the ancient shaman emperor to sit. Junior brother, no. The ancient shaman emperor was about to ask something when he suddenly realized something. He said seriously, I don't have the right to call you junior brother. Strictly speaking, I'm just Emperor Peerless Disciple in name, not his true disciple. I should call you senior brother. The ancient shaman emperor was going to call Feng Wuchen senior brother? Everyone present was shocked beyond words. They felt like they were about to suffocate. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. It's just a form of address. It doesn't matter. Moreover, you're the temple master of the sacred hall of pills. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you to call me senior brother? That won't do. I can't mess with seniority. I can't embarrass my master. Senior brother is senior brother. The ancient shaman emperor was very serious. All right. Feng Wuchen sighed helplessly. Senior brother, is master dead or alive? The ancient shaman emperor asked again. He really wanted to know the answer. The ancient shaman emperor really did call Xianxia senior brother without any awkwardness. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. I don't know how to answer that. The ancient shaman emperor paused for a moment before he realized something. His old face changed and he immediately nodded. I was rude. I shouldn't have asked so many questions. Everyone else came to their senses. News about Emperor Peerless couldn't be casually revealed. Oh right, senior brother. What do you want from me? Just tell me, senior brother. I'll do my best. The ancient shaman emperor hurriedly changed his form of address from this great emperor to me. It was a sign of respect for Feng Wuchen. Ancient shaman emperor, I heard that master taught many alchemists in the past. Is that true? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes. The ancient shaman emperor nodded without hesitation. There were 7 alchemists under master's tutelage. 3 of them died in the great battle back then. There are 3 more besides me. Where are they? Can I trouble them to come over? Feng Wuchen asked. I'll send them over right away. The ancient shaman emperor hurriedly said. As Emperor Peerless Disciple in name, he had the authority to order the 3 alchemists. The 3 alchemists rushed over at once. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 old men appeared in less than half a minute. Ancient shaman emperor. The 3 men cupped their fists respectfully. This is my senior brother. The ancient shaman emperor's face darkened. Senior brother, the 3 old men's faces changed drastically. They looked at Feng Wuchen with terrified eyes. They all thought of the same thing at the same time. Greetings, my lord. The 3 old men hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Great waves of emotion surged in their hearts. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. What orders do you have for us, my lord? One of the old men asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen slowly raised his hand and activated the ancestor of souls. He smiled faintly. Most of you are alchemists. You should be able to sense the soul power, right? The ancient shaman emperor and the other alchemists were scared out of their wits the moment the ancestor of souls appeared. They all fell to their knees. This is my master's ancestor of souls. I'm showing it to you to prove my identity. At the same time, I want you to join the dragon soul and help me strengthen the dragon soul. Feng Wuchen said. Understood. The ancient shaman emperor and the three alchemists said respectfully. We are also willing to help you, my lord. Mu Yunqi, Mo Ran, and the other alchemists said respectfully. This was their chance. If they seized it, they could soar into the sky. This was Emperor Peerless' true disciple. He had even obtained the emperor's ancestor of souls. If they could receive Feng Wuchen's guidance, they could definitely change their fate forever. Senior brother, everyone in the ancient Pale Sacred Temple and their subordinate factions are at your command. The ancient shaman emperor hurriedly said. Feng Wuchen's goal was to recruit alchemists. The ancient Pale Sacred Temple and ancient Pale Pavilion were great Emperor Ancient Shaman's blood, sweat, and tears. Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't take them away. Moreover, the Dragon Soul had Emperor Yi Jun and many ancient god rings. It was more than enough. Of course, Feng Wuchen could use the ancient Pale Sacred Temple's power at any time. Seniors, how should I address you? Feng Wuchen looked at the three old men and asked with a faint smile. Nailan Gong. Beimeng Xian. Wu Zhu. The three old men answered respectfully. They were all great emperor alchemists and great emperors. Their strength was on par with great emperor ancient shaman, but their alchemy realm was slightly weaker. Because great emperor ancient shaman was Emperor Peerless' disciple in name, they all obeyed him. The four great emperor alchemists had a terrifying network of connections. They were the true overlords of Panga realm. Even the Shrine of Goody of the 36th layer heaven had to be wary of them. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Great Emperor Ancient Shaman, seniors, the Dragon Soul is currently in the first layer of heaven. You can go there in a few days. The first layer of heaven? Great Emperor Ancient Shaman and Nailan Gong were stunned. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Emperor Peerless' disciple was in the first layer of heaven? Great Emperor Ancient Shaman was puzzled. Senior brother, why don't you come to the 35th layer of heaven? You can stay in the ancient Pale Sacred Temple and strengthen your dragon soul. The first layer of heaven was the weakest place. No expert was willing to go there. Great Emperor Ancient Shaman didn't understand why Feng Wuchen chose to stay in the first layer of heaven. It's the same anywhere. Feng Wuchen smiled simply. The first layer of heaven was about to change. Ancient Sorcerer Great Emperor, when I went to the ancient alchemy sacred palace, you were refining elixirs. You were refining the earthly green heaven illusory elixir. This elixir's effect is very powerful. It can help great emperors speed up their refining and absorbing speed. It's equivalent to speeding up their cultivation speed. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled. But if you first refine the crimson jade lotus leaf and then fuse it with the essence of other herbs, the quality can be raised by 2 times. Furthermore, it's easier to refine. You've already lost a lot of the essence of the herbs in your previous refinement. Refine the fire jade black lotus leaves first? The great emperor of ancient sorcery was taken aback. That's right. The fire jade ink lotus leaf is of the fire attribute. Among the ingredients needed to refine the earth clear sky illusory pill, there are 8 fire attribute ingredients and 7 earth attribute ingredients. The rest can be ignored. However, when the fire jade ink lotus leaf fuses with the 7 earth attribute ingredients, with the help of soul force, it can increase the essence of the 7 ingredients. Feng Wuchen lightly smiled. I see, I got it. Senior brother, thank you for your guidance. The ancient shaman great emperor cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude excitedly. Nailan Gong and the others, as well as Mu Yunqi and the other alchemists, were all shocked and dumbstruck. No one was more shocked than Mo Ran. At this moment, she was completely petrified. Among the younger generation, Mo Ran was definitely a top alchemist genius, and her achievements were envied by countless alchemists. However, Mo Ran knew that everything about her was not worth mentioning in front of Feng Wuchen. The appearance of Feng Wuchen directly subverted her cognition. It turned out that among the younger generation, there was an alchemist who was more terrifying than the ancient shaman great emperor, who in the Panga realm had the ability to guide the ancient shaman great emperor in refining elixirs. No one, not even one, However, Feng Wuchen could point out the shortcomings of the ancient shaman great emperor and provide a solution in an instant. In the field of alchemists, how powerful was Feng Wuchen? Ebook Workshop Mo Ran did not dare to imagine. Then, Feng Wuchen gave them another lesson. He gave them comprehensive guidance on alchemy, refining, forging, and inscriptions. All kinds of profound knowledge and unique insights made them suddenly enlightened. Under Feng Wuchen's patient analysis and help, they understood all the problems they encountered in their daily lives. A brand new comprehension appeared in his sea of consciousness. He felt enlightened, as if he was blessed with good fortune. This feeling was the same as when Emperor Peerless taught them all those years ago. Feng Wuchen had received Emperor Peerless' true teachings. This lesson was definitely a priceless treasure. In less than an hour's lesson, all the alchemists present felt as if they had broken through a bottleneck. This is the feeling. This is the feeling of breaking through a bottleneck. Emperor Peerless taught us all those years ago, just like now. Milord has received Emperor Peerless' true teachings. Thank you for your guidance, Milord. Nailin Gong, Mu Yunqi, and the others knelt down excitedly to express their gratitude. If they knew that Feng Wuchen's state of mind and soul had surpassed Emperor Peerless, their jaws would have dropped. Senior brother, there are many alchemists in the Temple of Ancient Pills. If you have the chance, please come to the Temple of Ancient Pills and teach them in person. The ancient shaman emperor was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. I'll have to trouble you to arrange that. Wonderful. Thank you, senior brother. The ancient shaman emperor was overjoyed. Ancient shaman emperor, do you have enough treasures in the Temple of Ancient Pills? Feng Wuchen asked. The ancient shaman emperor nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, senior brother. The Temple of Ancient Pills has a lot of materials and treasures. Mu Yunqi then added, Milord, the Ancient Pill Pavilion has a lot. You can take them away at any time. That's good. I'll teach you how to refine heaven-defying divine orbs when I have time. The dragon's soul will need them to cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Wonderful. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. The ancient shaman emperor was overjoyed. The ancient shaman emperor felt that he had never been so overjoyed in his life. By the way, senior brother, you don't have to call me Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer. Just call me Junior Brother, Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer hurriedly said. He felt awkward hearing Feng Wuchen call him Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer. Ancient Shaman Emperor, you're much more senior than me in terms of seniority. You've lived for millions of years. How can I call you Junior Brother? Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. No. Senior Brother, you're Master's disciple and have received Master's teachings. You have to call me Junior Brother. The ancient shaman emperor insisted. All right, Junior Brother, Feng Wuchen said awkwardly. He was helpless. The ancient shaman emperor was stubborn. However, the ancient shaman emperor was overjoyed when he heard Feng Wuchen call him Senior Brother. He seemed to enjoy it very much. Seniors, you don't have to call me Milord. Just call me Senior Brother like Junior Brother. After all, Master has taught you before. Feng Wuchen smiled. Yes. Senior Brother. Nailin Gong and the other two were very excited. It was their honor. Junior Brother, after you're done with the arrangements, let your disciples come together. Feng Wuchen continued to smile. Yes. Senior Brother. The three of them replied respectfully. Mu Yunqi and the ancient alchemy sacred hall elder were envious. Senior Brother, is there anything else? The ancient shaman emperor asked excitedly. No. Prepare well and find me at the first heaven in a few days. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That day, news spread from the ancient god pavilion. The ancient god pavilion had appointed a great guardian to lead all the titled ancient gods in the ancient god pavilion. When the news spread, it shocked all the forces in the 36 heavens. There were a total of 10 great guardians in the ancient god pavilion, and every one of them was a terrifying existence. For example, Yi Ling Tian was the leader of the 10 great guardians. His strength was close to that of an ancient great emperor. Yi Ling Tian's responsibility was to find an ancient god ring. Any cultivator who wanted to become a titled ancient god or the next level of titled ancient god had to go through Yi Ling Tian's assessment. Now that the Great Guardian had been appointed by the ancient god Pavilion, his status was even higher than Yilingtian's. Needless to say, his strength was definitely stronger than Yilingtian's. The new Great Guardian was also responsible for giving out the ancient god ring. Now that the Great Guardian was appointed by the ancient god Pavilion, his strength was definitely higher. At the same time, countless cultivators in the Panga realm were worried that the test would be more difficult. Soon, all the titled ancient gods in the 36 heavens rushed to the ancient god Pavilion. They all wanted to meet the new titled ancient god. Firstly, they wanted to get to know the Great Guardian. If they had the chance, they could curry favor with him so that it would be easier for them to pass the test. Secondly, they could find out the difficulty of the test. At least they would have an idea. Unfortunately, they were disappointed that the new Great Guardian was not in the ancient god Pavilion. No one knew where this mysterious Great Protector was at the moment. The ancient god Pavilion did not reveal any information about the Great Guardian. How can we take the test if we don't know where the new Great Guardian is? I'm about to take the test to become a Xian titled ancient god. I've waited for 1,000,000 years. I'll be able to become a gold titled ancient god in a few days. I originally wanted to take the test with Yilingtian. I'm also about to become a white titled ancient god. The new Great Guardian is nowhere to be found. What should we do? In the square of the ancient god Pavilion, dozens of titled ancient gods were very anxious. The ancient god ring symbolized a high status. All titled ancient gods hoped to obtain a higher level ancient god ring. Because of this, they were very anxious. Great Guardian Yilingtian, can you take the test for us? I will be able to break through to become a gold titled ancient god in a few days. A titled ancient god begged. I'm really sorry, but this is the Pavilion Master's order. Furthermore, the Great Protector is even more powerful than me. Yilingtian shook his head. As expected, the dozens of titled ancient gods were extremely shocked. If he was stronger than Yilingtian, wouldn't that mean that he was a great ancient emperor? Guardian Yilingtian, what if Great Guardian doesn't appear? A titled ancient god asked anxiously. Yilingtian replied, wait. Upon hearing Yilingtian's reply, the titled ancient gods were extremely disappointed, but there was nothing they could do. The news had already spread to the 35th heaven. It would not be long before it spread to every heaven in the Panga realm. At that time, even more titled ancient gods would have a headache. However, Feng Wuchen was unaware of this. Feng Wuchen only knew that he had been conferred the title of Great Protector, but he didn't know what his duties were. At that very moment, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the rest had already brought the 1,000 spirits pool's water into the 5-time space ring to cultivate. This was the first time Feng Wuchen and the rest were cultivating after ascending to the Panga realm. With the help of the 1,000 spirits pool's water and natural treasures, Feng Wuchen and the rest's cultivation speed was extremely shocking. They could be described as monstrous. The terrifying cultivation speed made Feng Wuchen and the rest extremely excited. Feng Wuchen was happy, but the titled ancient gods who were about to take the test were about to cry. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the rest were still cultivating. The news of the Great Protector being conferred by the ancient god Pavilion had already spread to every heaven in the Panga realm. There were already many titled ancient gods waiting in the ancient god Pavilion. They were anxious to take the test and obtain a higher grade ancient god ring. A few days had already passed, but Feng Wuchen still hadn't appeared. This made them extremely anxious. Many titled ancient gods were grumbling. Pavilion Master, there are many titled ancient gods outside. If the Great Protector doesn't appear, I'm worried that even more titled ancient gods will be dissatisfied, Yilingtian reported respectfully. Didn't we send people to the Dragon Soul? The Emperor of all worlds asked. The Great Protector isn't in the Dragon Soul. Yilingtian said respectfully, the 18 white titled ancient gods who are willing to accept the Great Protector's guidance are already in the Dragon Soul. Then let them wait. Those who aren't willing to wait or don't want to take the test can leave, the Emperor of all worlds said domineeringly. Yilingtian repeated the Emperor of all worlds' words word for word to the titled ancient gods. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. At the same time, Dragon Soul Palace. 18 white titled ancient gods were already in the Dragon Soul Plaza. Sensing a terrifying aura, the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather personally appeared. White titled ancient gods. The ancient gods of the deep and the others were shocked. They broke out in cold sweat and felt as if they couldn't breathe. Could they be sent by the supreme main temple? Those were 18 white titled ancient gods. Any random white titled ancient god could kill all of them with a single finger. That wasn't right. If they were experts sent by the supreme main temple, why would they be so respectful? Moreover, they didn't need to send out white titled ancient gods to deal with them, right? Any green titled ancient god would be enough. Moreover, the supreme main temple didn't care about the matters of the first heaven unless the first heaven was attacked. The ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather quickly confirmed that the 18 white titled ancient gods in front of them weren't enemies. Who are you? The ancient gods of the deep asked. The leader of the titled ancient gods said respectfully, we are from the ancient god pavilion. We are willing to accept the great protector's guidance in cultivating the swordway. What? From the ancient god pavilion? The ancient gods of the deep and the others were scared out of their wits. To them, the ancient god pavilion was a supreme existence. Its status was the same as the supreme main temple. Wait, accept the great protector's guidance in cultivating the swordway? Who was the great protector? Did you come to the wrong place? The dragon soul doesn't have a great protector, Defiant Heaven Walker asked doubtfully. The great protector conferred by the master of the ancient god pavilion is from the dragon soul, a titled ancient god said respectfully. Lord Feng. Master. The ancient gods of the deep and Defiant Heaven Walker immediately guessed that it was Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, no one else was qualified. Shocking, extremely shocking. The great protector conferred by the ancient god pavilion was actually Feng Wuchen. The ancient gods of the deep and the others' eyeballs were about to fly out. They were extremely stunned. The great protector of the ancient god pavilion was a transcendent position. It would definitely make countless cultivators envious and jealous. Swish. 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 Just as the ancient gods of the deep and the others were shocked, the ancient sorcerer emperor, Duke Nalan, and the other two appeared. Great. Great emperors. The ancient gods of the deep and the others' expressions changed drastically again. They instantly felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Ancient sorcerer emperor, the 18 white titled ancient gods exclaimed at the same time. They looked extremely terrified. End of chapter. The ancient shaman emperor had come to Dragon Soul in person. Nalan Gong and the other two great emperor alchemists, who had shocked the entire Panga realm, had also arrived. What was going on? Why had the ancient shaman emperor and the three great emperor alchemists come to Dragon Soul, ancient god Nether Abyss and the others felt like they had been nailed to the ground. Not even their souls could move. Their pale faces were filled with fear. If the news spread, it would shake the entire first sky. All the forces and experts in the first sky would rush over and kneel down. Any titled ancient god or great emperor appearing in the first sky would cause an uproar, let alone the ancient shaman emperor. Not to mention the ancient shaman emperor. He was the unofficial disciple of Emperor Peerless. This level of identity was enough to make countless experts look up to him in the dust. It was enough to make many great emperors treat him with respect. Why are the ancient shaman emperor and the others here? Do they already know who the great guardian is? Even if they know who the great guardian is, why would the ancient shaman emperor come in person? Who is the great guardian? Why is the ancient shaman emperor here? The 18 titled ancient gods were shocked. They could not figure out why the ancient shaman emperor would come to Dragon Soul in the first sky. Greetings, ancient shaman emperor. The 18 titled ancient gods saluted respectfully. In front of the ancient great emperor, they had to be respectful. In front of the ancient shaman emperor, they had to be even more respectful. Are you from the ancient god pavilion? The ancient shaman emperor frowned slightly and glanced at the 18 white titled ancient gods. The ancient shaman emperor's face was cold. He obviously thought that they were here to cause trouble. Ancient shaman emperor, we are here under orders, the leading titled ancient god replied respectfully. What? Are you here to cause trouble in Dragon Soul? Nalan Gong asked coldly. The leading titled ancient god hurriedly said, Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer, you misunderstood. The great guardian of the ancient god pavilion is in the Dragon Soul. We are willing to accept the Great Guardian's guidance in cultivating sword principles. We are here on the orders of the Pavilion Master. The Great Guardian? The ancient shaman emperor and Nailangong were shocked. He immediately understood what was going on. The Great Guardian of the ancient god pavilion was Feng Wuchen, Great Emperor of ancient sorcery, and the others had never expected that the mysterious Great Guardian who had shaken the entire Panga realm was their senior brother. That old fart Emperor Wanshur knows senior brother and even made senior brother a Great Guardian. Could it be that Emperor Wanshur knows senior brother is teacher's disciple? Ancient sorcerer Emperor was surprised. Their relationship was not ordinary. Nailangong, Beimeng Xian, and Wuzhu had guessed as much. This senior brother was even more remarkable than they had imagined. The ancient shaman Great Emperor nodded and said with a faint smile, "So that's how it is. To be able to receive guidance from the Great Guardian in your cultivation is a blessing that you have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Don't miss this opportunity. Great Emperor Ancient Sorcerer is right. We will not disappoint the Great Guardian," the leading titled ancient god said respectfully. "Great Emperor, why have you come to Dragon Soul?" The ancient gods of the deep asked cautiously. He was afraid that he would offend the ancient shaman emperor. Of course, the ancient gods of the deep had heard of the ancient shaman emperor, but this was the first time they had met. Before the ancient shaman emperor could say anything, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others had already walked out of the hall. "Junior brother, you are here." Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Ling Xiaoxiao. These 3 are my brothers, Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and Yanhu." "Senior brother?" Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and the others were stunned at first. Then, their eyes widened, and they were so shocked that they could hardly breathe. They looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and disbelief. Since when did Feng Wuchen have junior brothers from the same sect? 187 Why didn't they know about it? Moreover, the cultivation of the 4 elders was so high that they must be great emperors. How could they be Feng Wuchen's junior brothers? What was going on? Could it be that Feng Wuchen had other identities? Why didn't they know about it? Junior brother? The 18 white titled ancient gods were also stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The ancient shaman emperor and the others were the Great Guardian's junior brothers. Wasn't the seniority a little too messy? "Brother Feng, they are your junior brothers? Are you kidding? They seem to be great emperors," Lu Qingyang asked in a low voice. He was so shocked that he almost had a heart attack. "My lord, don't scare me," Yanhu said in a low voice. He looked terrified and his voice was trembling. Before Feng Wuchen could say anything, the next scene scared Lu Qingyang and the others out of their wits. "Senior brother." The ancient shaman emperor and the others cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. "Sister-in-law." The ancient shaman emperor and the others bowed respectfully again. "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law." Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked. She was stunned. For old men calling a young lady sister-in-law. What was wrong with that? She was an ancient great emperor. Lu Qingyang, Qiu Tian, and the other 2 were stunned. The ancient gods of the deep and the others were stunned as well. The 18 white titled ancient gods were stunned as well. "Junior brother, it seems like everything is ready," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The ancient shaman emperor smiled and said, "Everything is ready. The time is set to be 3 days later. After knowing your identity, they are all overjoyed." I'll bring my wife and the others along in 3 days." Feng Wuchen smiled and nodded. He looked at the 18 white titled ancient gods. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang saw them too. They were confused about who these titled ancient gods were. "Who are you?" Feng Wuchen asked. Among the 18 people, a few of them looked familiar. Feng Wuchen should have guessed their identities. "Great Guardian, we're from the ancient god pavilion. We're willing to receive guidance from the Great Guardian," the 18 titled ancient gods said in unison. They were very respectful. How could they not be respectful to the senior brother of the ancient shaman emperor? Great Guardian? Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were stunned again. What was going on? When did Feng Wuchen become the Great Guardian? They had only been in Panga realm for a few days. Feng Wuchen was either the senior brother or the Great Guardian. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were confused. Even the great emperors and the black-titled ancient gods are not willing. Are you willing? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Great Guardian, we will definitely not question the Pavilion Master's decision. Since the Pavilion Master has appointed you as the Great Guardian and allowed you to guide us in our cultivation of sword principles, you must be very impressive. You must have comprehended the highest level of sword essence manifestation, the leader of the titled ancient gods said respectfully. Sword spirit transfiguration? The ancient sorcerer emperor, Nail Gong, and the other 3 people were shocked, and their hearts trembled. Feng Wuchen had actually comprehended the manifestation of sword intent. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm White Tiger," the leading titled ancient god replied respectfully. "Great Guardian, I'm Huangfu Tian." "Great Guardian, I'm Wan Qianhan." The 18 titled ancient gods introduced themselves. "Thank you, Great Guardian." White Tiger and the rest were extremely excited. Previously, they were still a little doubtful, but they were just trying their luck. Now, they were glad that they had come. However, the appearance of ancient sorcerer emperor and the rest had frightened them. The terrifying alchemist who had shocked Panga Field had called Feng Wuchen senior brother. How weak could Feng Wuchen be? The 38 experts who had rejected Feng Wuchen would definitely regret it when they knew who he was. In just a few days, Dragon Soul had become extremely powerful. The ancient gods of the deep and the rest felt like they were dreaming. Feng Wuchen's 4 junior brothers were all great emperors, and ancient sorcerer emperor was the hall master of ancient alchemy sacred hall. Feng Wuchen was also the great guardian of ancient god pavilion. His status was extraordinary, and he had 18 white titled ancient gods. Dragon Soul's power had skyrocketed. "Qiu Tian, take them down and see how their understanding of sword principle is," Feng Wuchen said to Qiu Tian. "My lord, can I do it? I'm still in the early stage of the ancient realm. How can I give pointers to titled ancient gods?" Qiu Tian was shocked. He was already nervous when facing titled ancient gods, let alone giving pointers. White Tiger and the rest did not dare to speak. They could see that Qiu Tian's cultivation was the weakest in Panga Field. Even though they were worried, they did not dare to say it out loud. If they angered Feng Wuchen, they would lose their chance. "Who said that I can't give pointers if my cultivation is weak? You're much stronger than them in terms of sword principle," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Looking at White Tiger and the rest, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, "Don't think that you're so great just because you're white titled ancient gods. Putting aside power, none of you can beat Qiu Tian in sword techniques. You can try if you don't believe me." "Great Guardian, can we really try?" White Tiger asked softly. He was afraid of angering Feng Wuchen. "Let's try it now." Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "All of you come at me together. You can use any sword will or sword moves, but you can only use the power of the ancient realm." Together? The eyeballs of the 18 titled ancient gods almost popped out of their sockets. Was Qiu Tian really that powerful? "Great Protector, are we really going to attack together?" Wan Qianhan asked uncertainly. After all, they were bullying him with numbers. "That's right. Let's go together." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The great ancient shaman emperor and Nail Gong were also looking forward to it. The ancient gods of the deep, ancient god White Feather, and the others were extremely shocked, and they all held their breaths. "My lord, I don't think that's a good idea." Qiu Tian looked troubled. After all, there were 18 white titled ancient gods. Even if they only used the power of the ancient realm, how could their sword techniques be weak? After all, he was a titled ancient god of Panga realm. His sword moves were definitely powerful. Feng Wuchen patted Qiu Tian's shoulder and said with a smile, "How would you know if you haven't tried? In terms of power, you are indeed no match for them. However, in terms of sword techniques, you will definitely win. Brother Qiu Tian, let's go. I believe in you," Yanhu said excitedly. He could not wait to see Qiu Tian beat up the 18 white titled ancient gods. "Brother Qiu Tian, let them see your sword doctrine realm." Lu Qingyang also laughed excitedly. "All right." Qiu Tian smiled awkwardly and walked out. At the same time, he took out his 9th grade ancient deity sword. "Seniors, sorry for the offense." Qiu Tian cupped his fists politely. Bai Hu and the others looked at each other and shouted, "All right. Let's attack together." The power of the 18 white-titled ancient gods was controlled to the early stage of the ancient realm. Waves of powerful sword essence burst out one after another. The 18 of them shot out without hesitation. Why are their sword essences so weak? Qiu Tian was shocked. Qiu Tian did not think too much about it. His domineering and terrifying sword essence suddenly burst out and swept out like a storm. What? Feeling Qiu Tian's domineering sword essence, the 18 titled ancient gods were shocked. Qiu Tian waved his ancient deity sword and shot out like lightning. Ding! 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 Qiu Tian fought against 18 titled ancient gods alone. His superb and domineering sword technique suppressed the 18 titled ancient gods right from the start. Qiu Tian's sword technique seemed to have a soul. While it was fast and accurate, the profound essence of the sword technique was completely displayed. It gave people a feeling of powerlessness. No matter how powerful the sword techniques of the 18 titled ancient gods were, they were easily defeated by Qiu Tian. In front of Qiu Tian, they were easily neutralized and even forced to retreat. Too domineering. Our sword techniques were forcefully broken by him. Bai Hu was extremely shocked. Huangfu Tian was shocked. The 18 of us could not suppress his sword technique. We could not even see how he attacked. It was too fast. They did not know until they fought. Only after they fought did they realize how terrifying Qiu Tian's sword doctrine realm was. Only after they fought did they realize how trashy they were. In the end, Qiu Tian used his sword essence manifestation and defeated the 18 white-titled ancient gods without any suspense. It took less than a minute from start to finish. The 18 white-titled ancient gods were extremely pathetic. Their pale faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They had lost this battle wholeheartedly. This was the power of the sword doctrine realm. The superb sword technique was filled with the essence of profound meaning. Sword essence manifestation. Bai Hu and the others exclaimed. They were both shocked and excited. This was because they had witnessed the legendary sword essence manifestation, the supreme realm of the sword doctrine realm. It really is sword essence manifestation. Nalan Gong was extremely shocked. Amazing. Amazing. He comprehended sword essence manifestation at the early stage of the ancient extreme realm. Great Emperor Ancient Shaman could not help but exclaim in excitement. Unbelievable. 18 titled ancient gods were unable to fight back. Ancient gods of the deep's eyes were bulging. Qiu Tian suppressed the 18 of them with just one strike. His sword doctrine realm is too powerful. Ancient god White Feather and Defiant Tian Xing were stunned. Qiu Tian could not believe that it was a simple sword technique battle. Those were 18 white-titled ancient gods. He had easily defeated 18 white-titled ancient gods. How is it? Are you convinced? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Yes. Bai Hu and the others replied respectfully and excitedly. 18 people could not defeat Qiu Tian. How could they not be convinced? After this battle, Bai Hu and the others realized how trashy their sword doctrine realm was. Although they had lost to an ancient extreme realm expert, they did not feel ashamed at all. Instead, they were extremely excited. Qiu Tian, take them down. I want to see how much they can improve in a month, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes. My lord. Qiu Tian said respectfully, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Brother Qiu Tian, give us some pointers. Your sword doctrine realm is too powerful. Brother Qiu Tian, I can't wait. We will listen to you. That's right. We will learn seriously and not embarrass the great guardian. We will also make those who rejected us regret it. Bai Hu and the others were so excited that they called Qiu Tian Brother Qiu Tian. They could not wait to comprehend sword essence manifestation. At the alchemy pavilion, the ancient shaman emperor, Duke Nalan, and the other two were full of respect. On the surface, the ancient shaman emperor was Feng Wuchen's junior brother. However, he knew that he was far inferior to Feng Wuchen. They had learned a lot from Feng Wuchen's simple lesson last time. They now knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was in the field of alchemy. However, apart from respect, their eyes were also filled with anticipation and ecstasy. Feng Wuchen was too terrifying in the field of alchemy. Anything that came out of his mouth could be the essence of alchemy. The ancient shaman emperor and the others knew very well that following Feng Wuchen was the right choice to improve their alchemy skills. "Husband, you haven't told us yet," Ling Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. She was about to fall ill from holding back her curiosity. The ancient divine pavilion's master wants to cultivate the manifestation of sword intent. The ancient shaman emperor and the others want to comprehend the heaven-defying samsara. It's that simple, Feng Wuchen explained in a low voice. I see. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. She trusted Feng Wuchen very much. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others knew better than anyone how terrifying Feng Wuchen was in the field of sword Dao and alchemy. Who else but Feng Wuchen could refine something as terrifying as the heaven-defying divine orb? Who else but Feng Wuchen could refine something as terrifying as 10 times the space? No one, even Emperor Peerless couldn't do it. Big brother Feng is the best. They're all great emperors. Lu Qingyang was very excited. Feng Wuchen and the others spoke softly, but the ancient shaman emperor and the others heard them. However, the 4 great emperors didn't react at all. Because their faces were stiff. The words heaven-defying samsara bombarded them like hundreds of bombers. They were so shocked that their souls were in a mess. Their old faces were completely stupefied. Heaven-defying samsara, the legendary existence that controlled life and death and reincarnation. Since Pangu's creation, only Emperor Peerless had comprehended heaven-defying samsara. Countless genius alchemists couldn't comprehend it. One could imagine how harsh the conditions were. But what shocked the 4 great emperors was that Feng Wuchen had also comprehended heaven-defying samsara. Feng Wuchen's terror once again refreshed their imaginations. How terrifying was his talent as an alchemist? Feng Wuchen could be said to be the 2nd Emperor Peerless. Senior brother, the heaven-defying divine pearl you mentioned last time. The great emperor of ancient sorcery asked. Before the ancient shaman great emperor could finish speaking, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I'll teach you how to refine it now. Because it requires a lot of natural treasures, we'll refine the highest grade ancient extreme realm godly pearl first. Heaven-defying divine orb, ancient god Mingyuan and the others were all confused, not knowing what it was. Thank you, senior brother. The ancient shaman great emperor and the other 3 became even more spirited and excited. Although they didn't know what the heaven-defying divine orb was, they had never heard of it before. Moreover, it needed Feng Wuchen to teach it. It must be very powerful. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and took out a large number of heaven-defying treasures. These were the spoils of war he had obtained from the Panga realm expert's storage rings. Bang! With a thought, the worldly purifying soul fire was activated. A purple flame burned in his palm. A domineering and powerful aura spread out. What a powerful flame! This is an ancient treasure. Ancient gods of the deep was shocked. Ancient god White Feather and Defiant Heaven Walker were also shocked. I'll slow down and do it. Watch carefully. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Edge of the world the ancient shaman great emperor and the other 3 suddenly became nervous. They stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. They couldn't miss a single detail or technique. Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of soul power. He waved his hand again and formed a seal with one hand. Then, a miraculous and shocking scene appeared. They saw a large number of heaven-defying treasures being burned by the flame. As if by magic, the spirit chi of all kinds of heaven-defying treasures spread out and reformed. The reformed spirit chi's aura soared at a terrifying speed. The 4 great emperors and the ancient gods of the deep were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The energy of thousands of heaven-defying treasures had been extracted and reformed. What kind of refining method was this? It was unheard of. Even Emperor Peerless didn't know how to use such a powerful and novel refining method. Big brother Feng has scared them, Lu Qingyang chuckled when he saw the 4 great emperors' stunned expressions. He was a little proud. It was as if he was the one who refined it. My husband's alchemist domain is getting stronger and stronger. Ling Xiaoxiao was very proud of Feng Wuchen. This was her man. A few minutes later, an extremely pure and powerful heaven-defying divine orb of the ancient extreme realm was refined. This is the heaven-defying divine orb. It has the powerful effect of increasing one's cultivation without any side effects. Do you see it clearly? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The four great emperors nodded dumbly. I'll refine it again, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and waved his hand. A large number of heaven-defying treasures appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen's speed was even slower this time, including his hand seals. It took him a full 10 minutes to refine the second heaven-defying divine orb. The four great emperors and the ancient gods of the deep were shocked again. Refining a heaven-defying divine orb requires heaven-defying treasures. The more heaven-defying divine orbs and the higher the quality, the higher the grade. Practice well for the next 3 days. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Although Feng Wuchen's refinement looked simple, there were too many things involved. Even a great emperor-level alchemist would have to put in a lot of time and effort to refine a heaven-defying divine orb. Of course, with Feng Wuchen's guidance, it would not take too much time. Thank you, senior brother. The four great emperors thanked him respectfully. They had never been so elated before. Qingyang, Yanhu, take it, Feng Wuchen tossed the two heaven-defying divine orbs to Lu Qingyang and Yanhu. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, brother Feng. The two of them were ecstatic and swallowed the heaven-defying divine orbs in front of everyone. In the next second, the ancient shaman emperor and the rest were even more shocked. Lu Qingyang and Yanhu's cultivation increased at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Almost instantly, their cultivation soared to the peak of the late ancient extreme realm. They were only half a step away from the ancient general realm. Hiss, such a terrifying improvement caused the ancient shaman great emperor and the others to gasp. This time, they were stunned. The effect of the heaven-defying divine orb was too terrifying. It could almost raise one's cultivation by a whole realm. Moreover, it was done in an instant. There was no need to waste time refining it. They had never seen such a terrifying treasure, and this was only the heaven-defying divine orb of the ancient extreme realm. If the heaven-defying divine orbs of the ancient god realm or even the titled ancient god realm were refined, the Panga realm would be in chaos. The heaven-defying godly pearl has its difficulties and needs some time. Don't rush it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. When you succeed, I'll teach you how to make a treasure with 5 times the space. 5 times the space. The ancient shaman emperor and the others' eyes almost popped out. Shocking, beyond shocking, their hearts were in turmoil. Only Emperor Peerless was capable of creating a treasure with 5 times the space of its original owner. In the entire Panga realm, no one had a treasure with 5 times the space. 3 times the space was already unbelievable. And now, Feng Wuchen said he would teach them how to make it. How could the ancient shaman emperor and the others not be shocked? He had comprehended the heaven-defying reincarnation and created the heaven-defying godly pearl. Now, he could make a treasure with 5 times the space. He was simply a monster. Senior brother, are you kidding me? 5 times the space? The ancient shaman emperor could not help but ask. He was so shocked that his scalp went numb. Of course not. It's just a treasure with 5 times the space. But you have to make the heaven-defying godly pearl. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Ask me if you have any questions. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and left the alchemy pavilion with Xianxia's hand. Just a treasure. Feng Wuchen was probably the only person in the entire Panga realm who could say it so casually. Yes, senior brother. The ancient shaman emperor and the others said respectfully. After Feng Wuchen and the others left, the ancient shaman emperor and the others could not calm down for a long time. The shock in their hearts did not decrease but increased. Their senior brother was too terrifying. Even the ancient shaman emperor and the others felt that Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying than Emperor Peerless. After leaving the alchemy pavilion, Feng Wuchen made 3 more heaven-defying godly pearls. 1 for himself, 1 for Ling Xiaoxiao and 1 for Qiu Tian. After absorbing the pearls, his cultivation instantly soared to the peak of the late ancient realm. He only needed to cultivate for a while to break through to the early ancient general realm. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Master, there are people who have ascended from the ancient immortal world. They are Miao Qingqing and Lanyu. There are a few more who will ascend within a month. The messenger reported respectfully. Oh? Qing and Lanyu? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Jianqiu and the Dragon Soul War God didn't ascend, but Miaoqing and Lanyu did. However, Feng Wuchen did not mind. If they wanted to ascend, they could do so at any time. It just depended on whether they wanted to or not. Qing is about to ascend. Haha. That's great. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and he missed her a lot. Look at how happy you are. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed. Big brother Feng, let's go pick up Qing and Lanyu together. Lu Qingyang laughed excitedly. He couldn't wait to see Miaoqing. Swish, Feng Wuchen was just about to agree when a figure suddenly appeared. The person who had come was Yiling Tian, the guardian of the ancient god. Pavilion. Feng Wuchen was very surprised by Yiling Tian's appearance. Great guardian, there are already more than 10 titled ancient gods in the ancient god pavilion waiting for your assessment. Great guardian, please make a trip back to the ancient god pavilion, Yiling Tian said respectfully. Assessment for titled ancient gods? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Fat cat, what's going on? Great guardian, the pavilion master has appointed you as the great guardian. The responsibility of the assessment for titled ancient gods has also been passed to you. Only by passing the assessment of the great guardian will they be able to obtain the corresponding ancient god ring, Yiling Tian said respectfully. I see. You can go back first. I will be there in a while. Feng Wuchen nodded. Yes. Great guardian, Yiling Tian replied respectfully and immediately disappeared. Wife, go with the emissary. I have to make a trip to the ancient god pavilion, Feng Wuchen said with a helpless smile as he looked apologetically at Ling Xiaoxiao. It's okay. Husband, you can go ahead, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Xiaoxiao, Yanhu, let's go, Lu Qingyang said impatiently as he flew away with the emissary. Feng Wuchen also headed toward the ancient god pavilion with the help of the profound clear heavenly emperor. Deep Abyss Pavilion. Lord titled ancient god, we have already found their whereabouts. They are in the former mystic shadow palace, but now it has been changed to Dragon Soul, someone reported respectfully. Dragon Soul? Ancient god Qing Lao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, the ancient gods of the deep and the others are really reckless. They dare to make an enemy of the Paragon main shrine. Do they really think that no one in the first heaven will care about them? Humph. We definitely won't let that brat off. The ancient gods of the deep and the others must die, an ancient god said angrily. His old face was ferocious, and his body was full of murderous intent. Lord titled ancient god, since it's the first heaven, it means that the brat doesn't have any background. Should we attack immediately? An elder asked respectfully. Ancient god Qing Lao said coldly, no hurry. Let's find out the brat's identity first. That brat's strength is not simple. Mystic Shadow Palace? An ancient god said with a frown. The Mystic Shadow Palace offended Heavenly Lord Yi and has already been destroyed. The dragon soul occupying the Mystic Shadow Palace is simply courting death. We don't need to do anything. Lord Ancient God is right. The Dark Shadow Palace will naturally deal with them. Grand Elder nodded. Ancient God Qing Lao's old face was gloomy as he said coldly, that may not be the case. They have probably occupied it for many days. If the Dark Shadow Palace attacked, they would have died long ago. Perhaps the Dark Shadow Palace doesn't know about this. Moreover, how can we let others interfere in this matter? Where will this ancient god put his face? If other forces were to interfere, where would the dignity of the Deep Abyss Pavilion be? Where would the dignity of the ancient god Qing Lao be? Pass down my order. If any force in the first heaven dares to have anything to do with the dragon's soul, kill them without mercy. I want them to have no place to stand. Find out the background of that brat as soon as possible. Ancient god Qing Lao ordered. Yes, Lord. Qing Lao had conferred the title of ancient god because he wanted to isolate the dragon's soul and personally kill Feng Wuchen. As a first heaven controller, he had been severely injured by a junior with one punch. This was a great humiliation. Qing Lao titled ancient god couldn't swallow this resentment. If he did not kill Feng Wuchen, he would not be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Ancient god Qing Lao wanted to let Feng Wuchen and the others know the consequences of becoming enemies with the Paragon main temple. On the other side, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, who were rushing to the gate of the Pengu world, flew while admiring the beautiful scenery of the Pengu world. The Pengu world is indeed different. I never thought that we would be able to ascend to the Pengu world one day, Lu Qingyang said happily. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and said, all of this was given to us by my husband. Without my husband, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to go to the God world. That's right. Without my lord, we wouldn't be able to ascend. I'm afraid we would have died in the hands of the Devil Nightmare clan long ago, Yanhu said with a smile. Just as the few of them were chatting happily, a sarcastic voice was heard. Isn't this the Lord Messenger? I thought I saw wrongly. I heard that the Lord Messenger was imprisoned. Could it be that he escaped? A contemptuous and threatening voice was heard. From a palace below, 6 people were slowly rising into the sky. To actually bump into this bastard at this time. The emissary's expression became even uglier as he clenched his fists tightly. Ancient Emperor Realm and Ancient Lord Realm. Lu Qingyang frowned deeply and said solemnly, this guy is eccentric. He's definitely up to no good. He's not here with good intentions. You'll know once you see it, Yanhu said gloomily. They're here for me. You guys leave first. Quick, the emissary said solemnly. From his tone, one could hear that the emissary was somewhat worried. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were too weak and could not help at all. But just as Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were about to leave, they were blocked by a person. That person sneered and said, without young master's orders, no one is allowed to leave. Chu Outyan, if there's anything, come at me. It has nothing to do with them. The emissary's face was completely gloomy. Chu Outyan glanced at the emissary and said with a cold smile, Lord Emissary, this young master originally thought that there was no chance to resolve the matter between us. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. Do you think this young master will miss this opportunity? Clearly, Chu Outyan and the emissary had a lot of grudges between them. It seemed to be quite deep. Young master, he's no longer the emissary in charge of the temple now. He's just a prisoner, an ancient lord mocked. Yeah, that's right. He's no longer the Lord Emissary. There are many people who want to kill you now. Chu Outyan's face was asking for a beating, making people want to beat him up. Lu Qingyang and Yanhu exploded in anger, wishing that they could slap Chu Outyan a few times. Unfortunately, Chu Outyan was an ancient king. They were no match for him at all. What do you want? The emissary asked coldly. Chu Outyan shrugged and said with a cold smile, don't be anxious. You can't run today. This young master has more important things to do now. As he spoke, Chu Outyan's gaze already looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. Sensing Chu Outyan's gaze, the emissary and Lu Qingyang's expressions changed drastically. The emissary was very clear about what kind of person Chu Outyan was. He had played with countless women. But Chu Outyan actually had ideas about Ling Xiaoxiao. He was simply tired of living. I am Chu Outyan, the young master of the Tianyun Temple. I was attracted by your beauty when I first saw you. Would it be possible for me to invite you to the Tianyun Temple? Chu Outyan was very polite, acting like a gentleman. No need. Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face was extremely cold. Chu Outyan was stunned. Rejected, the young master of the Tianyun Temple, Chu Outyan, had actually been rejected. Chu Outyan couldn't believe it. With his status, as long as he said a word, there would be countless beauties in the first heaven throwing themselves at him. He had never been rejected before. What kind of beauty had he not touched before? When had he ever failed? This was the first time he had been rejected. To Chu Outyan, this was simply a humiliation. What are you trying to do? Yanhu was the first to stand in front of Ling Xiaoxiao, glaring fiercely at Chu Outyan. Lu Qingyang said coldly, you'd better leave immediately, or you'll regret it. Scram. Chu Outyan sneered. He waved his hand lightly, sending Yanhu and Lu Qingyang flying. Just a simple wave of his hand was enough to severely injure Lu Qingyang and Yanhu. Although Chu Outyan was only in the middle stage of the ancient king realm, his strength was much stronger than Yanhu and Lu Qingyang. Look! Brother Yanhu, Qingyang! Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed. 2 ancient realm trash dare to stop me? Chu Outyan sneered disdainfully, his lustful eyes never leaving Ling Xiaoxiao. Chu Outyan. The emissary shouted angrily, if you don't want to die, scram now. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect your Tianyun temple. The emissary immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiaoxiao, glaring fiercely at Chu Outyin. Ling Xiaoxiao could not be harmed. Even if he had to pay with his life, the emissary had to protect Ling Xiaoxiao. What did you say? Chu Outyin was stunned, then laughed loudly, haha. My lord emissary, are you daydreaming? You want to touch the Tianyun temple? What a joke. You don't seem to know your current identity. You're no longer the emissary of the Temple of Control. An ancient lord sneered. If we capture you and bring you back to the Temple of Control, what do you think will happen? Another ancient lord sneered. Lord emissary, since you insist on being the hero saving the damsel in distress, I'll give you this chance. Chu Outyin sneered, then signaled the 5 ancient lords to attack. They did not dare to disobey Chu Outyin's orders. The 5 ancient lords attacked at the same time, bursting forth with terrifying power, showing no mercy at all. 1 against 5, the emissary was no match at all. He did not even have the strength to fight back. In less than a minute, he was heavily injured by the 5. Emissary. Ling Xiaoxiao and the other 2 were extremely panicked. Fairy, why don't you come to the Tianyun temple and I'll let him go for now? Why don't I kill him 10,000 times because of the grudge between us? Chu Outyin smiled like a gentleman, but his words were full of threats. Ling Xiaoxiao was furious, but she had nothing to say. If she really agreed to go back with Chu Outyin, who knew what the consequences would be? Shameless bastard. Lu Qingyang cursed through gritted teeth. Glancing coldly at Lu Qingyang, Chu Outyin said coldly, Brat, if you dare to insult me again, I'll cut off your tongue. Lu Qingyang was completely enraged. Just as he was about to roar, Ling Xiaoxiao stopped him. Fairy, you'd better agree as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long the emissary can last. Chu Outyin sneered, looking as if he had Ling Xiaoxiao in his grasp. Chu Outyin had the complete advantage. Even if Ling Xiaoxiao did not agree, he could forcefully take Ling Xiaoxiao away and kill the emissary, as well as Lu Qingyang and Yanhu. It was impossible for them to escape from the hands of an ancient lord. Chu Outyin did this to show his gentlemanly and magnanimous side. Okay. I promise you. But you have to let them go first. Ling Xiaoxiao agreed. Xiaoxiao, don't agree to him. He'll ruin you. Lu Qingyang shouted. But Ling Xiaoxiao had no other choice now. Not agreeing, she could not escape either. Agreeing, at least there was still someone who could go back and report. As long as Fairy agrees, everything can be discussed. Chu Outyin said with a happy smile. Immediately, he waved his hand, indicating for those 5 ancient lords to stop. The emissary was only left with half his life at this time, his limbs already broken. Fairy, please. Chu Outyin made an inviting gesture, very polite. People who did not know would really think that he was a gentleman. Qingyang, quickly think of a way to find Big Brother Feng, Ling Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice. Damn it. Shameless beast. Watching Ling Xiaoxiao leave with Chu Outyin, Lu Qingyang cursed furiously. Qingyang. I'll treat the emissary's injuries. You quickly go back and report to the ancient gods of the deep. It'll be too late if we're late. Yanhu said anxiously. I'll go back right away. Lu Qingyang desperately returned to the Dragon Soul. Tianyun Temple. Welcome, young master. When Chu Outyin returned with Ling Xiaoxiao, the temple guards and disciples all bowed respectfully. Junior brother Chu, the temple master wants you to go to the main hall. A man appeared in a flash. His expression was cold as he glanced indifferently at Ling Xiaoxiao. He was already used to Chu Outyin bringing women back. Brother Qin, do you know what's going on? Chu Outyin asked. Brother Qin's face was solemn as he said, the temple master is very angry because of you. The temple master is very angry. The temple master? Because of me? Chu Outyin was taken aback. Then he sneered and asked, I wonder which temple master has a death wish? His eyes were full of disdain, as if he didn't care about any of the temple masters. 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Tai Imperial Sect, and 100 Flowers Temple. Brother Qin said indifferently, the disciples of the 3 forces have been humiliated and defiled by junior brother. They have formed an alliance this time. Shameless bastard. Ling Xiaoxiao cursed in a low voice. She didn't expect Chu Outyan to be so shameless. Chu Outyan was indeed a bastard. Some of the female disciples of the three forces were really defiled and humiliated by him. Because the Tianyun temple was powerful, Chu Outyan's arrogant and despotic character was created. The three forces have formed an alliance? Do they really want to die? Chu Outyan couldn't believe it. Didn't they know the strength of the Tianyun temple? Did they really think that they could do anything to the Tianyun temple by forming an alliance? What a joke. Junior brother, don't wash your dirty linen in public. The three forces are determined to kill you. If the temple master objects, they will spread the news, Brother Qin said indifferently. Then let's kill them all. Chu Outyan shrugged and sneered. He didn't care at all. Bring the fairy to my room. I'll be right back, Chu Outyan said with a smile. He glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao and said, the fairy won't wait too long. Shameless bastard. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curse. She really wanted to slap him a few times. On the other side, Lu Qingyang had already returned to the Dragon's Soul Palace. What? The Great Lord's wife has been taken away? Qiu Tian turned pale with fright. His heart was suddenly filled with rage and killing intent. Big brother Qiu Tian, quickly ask the ancient gods of the deep and the others to save them. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. Lu Qingyang said anxiously. When the ancient gods of the deep found out, they were furious. The Tianyun temple was courting death. Of all the people Chu Outyan could have targeted, he just had to target Feng Wuchen's wife. What a good son Chu Yunfei raised. The ancient gods of the deep said angrily, let's go to the Tianyun temple immediately. The ancient gods of the deep, ancient god White Feather, against the heavens, and the others immediately rushed to the Tianyun temple. Qiu Tian immediately found White Tiger and asked him to return to the ancient god pavilion to inform Feng Wuchen. Ancient god pavilion. Why isn't the Yi Ling Tian guardian here yet? I can't wait any longer. Once I pass the test, I'll be a white-titled ancient god. Don't worry. Since the Yi Ling Tian guardian has promised to look for the great guardian, he'll definitely come. I'm looking forward to seeing the great guardian. I want to know what kind of person is qualified to be the great guardian. That's right. I want to know too. I want to see the great guardian so that I don't offend him in the future. In the square, dozens of titled ancient gods were anxious and excited. They were looking forward to seeing the mysterious great guardian. Swish! At that moment, Yi Ling Tian appeared in the sky above the ancient god pavilion. Greetings, great guardian. The titled ancient gods of the ancient god pavilion bowed respectfully. The Yi Ling Tian guardian is back. The dozens of titled ancient gods were overjoyed. The great guardian will be here in a while, Yi Ling Tian said plainly as he descended onto the square. Once Yi Ling Tian said that, the dozens of titled ancient gods were instantly excited. With Yi Ling Tian's words, they were relieved. Not long after, another figure appeared. It was Feng Wuchen. Greetings, great guardian. Yi Ling Tian and the ancient god pavilion guards bowed respectfully. Greetings, great guardian. The dozens of titled ancient gods in the square did not even have time to look at Feng Wuchen before they immediately knelt down. Their expressions were full of respect. Sorry to keep you waiting. Rise. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he appeared on the square. When the dozens of titled ancient gods stood up and looked at Feng Wuchen, they were all stunned. Was this the mysterious great guardian of the ancient god pavilion? Wasn't he too young? To be able to become the great guardian, he had to be a great emperor. However, was this young man in front of them really a great emperor? They were filled with doubts as they did not believe that Feng Wuchen had the cultivation of a great emperor. However, no matter what, they remembered Feng Wuchen's face. The great guardian of the ancient god pavilion was definitely not to be trifled with. Guardian Yi Ling Tian, what is the test method for becoming a titled ancient god? Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Ling Tian and asked. The dozens of titled ancient gods were stunned. As the great guardian who controlled the test for becoming a titled ancient god, he actually did not know the test method. Feng Wuchen indeed did not know the test method. Yi Lingtian said respectfully, Great Guardian, the test for becoming a titled ancient god is based on one's cultivation realm and whether one's power has reached the corresponding realm. Both are indispensable. Feng Wuchen nodded. I see. This was not difficult. How many people want to take the test? Who wants to go first? Feng Wuchen looked at the dozens of people and asked. Great Guardian, I'll go first, a gold-colored titled ancient god said excitedly. His cultivation had already reached the level of a white-colored titled ancient god. However, as he had not taken the test, he was still a gold-colored titled ancient god. Let's begin. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He did not put on the airs of a great guardian. This made the dozens of titled ancient gods heave a sigh of relief. This young great guardian was not as harsh as they had imagined. Buzz buzz. A terrifying aura exploded as the white-colored titled ancient god's cultivation realm was fully displayed. However, in terms of power, it was still somewhat weak. Does this count as passing? Feng Wuchen glanced at Yi Lingtian. When Feng Wuchen asked this question, the dozens of titled ancient gods instantly became nervous. His cultivation has reached the level of a white-colored titled ancient god, but his power has not reached the required level. He cannot pass, Yi Lingtian replied respectfully. Yi Lingtian's words instantly caused the white-colored titled ancient god to fall into the abyss. He felt that the entire world was dark. When one's cultivation had reached such a terrifying realm, it would take a lot of time to raise it even a little. It might not even be possible to raise it in dozens of years or even hundreds of years. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Then you pass. Feng Wuchen's reply stunned them. Then, they cheered excitedly. The Great Guardian had actually allowed him to pass. Thank you, Great Guardian. Thank you, Great Guardian. The white-colored titled ancient god was extremely emotional as he bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. This was the feeling of returning to heaven from hell. Great Guardian, this is the rule of the ancient god pavilion, Yi Lingtian hurriedly said. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Feng Wuchen's actions. Rules are set by people, and they also have to be broken. I'm just a little short. I'll definitely be able to achieve it in the future, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Yi Lingtian did not refute. After all, Feng Wuchen was the Great Guardian now. Feng Wuchen was in charge of the titled ancient god's test. Feng Wuchen had the right to decide whether the examinees passed or not. Yi Lingtian had no right to interfere. The dozens of titled ancient gods were ecstatic. This great protector looked at the problem from their perspective and completely understood their difficulties. In this aspect, he was better than Yi Lingtian. This was simply good news for the titled ancient gods of the Pangu domain. I can understand how difficult it is for a titled ancient god to raise your cultivation level, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. At the same time, I hope that all of you will work hard in your cultivation. The dozens of titled ancient gods became more and more excited. Feng Wuchen's actions not only left a good impression on them, but it also motivated them to cultivate. Looking at the excited titled ancient gods, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Don't be happy too early. Although I am not strict with your tests, I am still in charge of the titled ancient god's test. I respect all of you, but I hope that all of you can respect me as well. Anyone who wants to deceive the test and thinks that they have the ability can try. There were many cases of deceiving the examinees. Don't worry, Great Guardian. We will definitely not deceive the examinees, the dozens of titled ancient gods shouted in unison. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. Lowering the test standards was already the greatest benefit for them. If anyone still wanted to deceive the examinees, Feng Wuchen would not be merciful. Feng Wuchen did not need to tell every titled ancient god. They would naturally spread the news. Swish. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared with a panicked expression. Great Guardian, something has happened, White Tiger reported respectfully with cupped fists. What happened? Feng Wuchen looked at White Tiger and frowned. Great Guardian's wife has been captured, White Tiger replied respectfully. Great Guardian's wife? Yi Lingtian and the dozens of titled ancient gods were shocked. Wife. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed, and a terrifying bloodthirsty murderous aura instantly erupted. He coldly asked, Who did it? The bone-chilling voice and bloodthirsty murderous aura caused the hearts of the titled ancient gods present to tremble. Especially the look in Feng Wuchen's eyes, which made people tremble. What a terrifying bloodthirsty killing intent. The great protector is indeed not simple. Yi Lingtian frowned. Even he was shocked. The young master of the Tianyun temple, Chu Outyen, and the ancient gods of the deep are already on their way. Brother Qiu Tian asked me to report this to the great guardian, White Tiger replied respectfully. Yi Lingtian Dharma protector, you take the test, Feng Wuchen said before disappearing. Nothing was more important than Ling Xiaxia's safety. The White Tiger cupped its fists towards Yi Lingtian and immediately disappeared. Is the great guardian married? Who is so daring to capture the great guardian's wife? They must be tired of living. A titled ancient god's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Someone actually dared to touch the wife of the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. They must be tired of living. I know the young master of the Tianyun temple, Chu Outyen. However, the Tianyun temple is on the first heaven. Why would the great guardian's wife go to the first heaven? How could she be captured? A titled ancient god was puzzled. Could it be that Chu Outyen used some despicable means? Otherwise, how could the great guardian's wife be captured by an ant? Another titled ancient god asked. Why would the wife of the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion be on the first heaven? As the wife of the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, shouldn't her cultivation be terrifying? The other titled ancient gods were also puzzled. Jiao Xian, make a trip to the Tianyun temple on the first heaven. No matter who it is, kill anyone who dares to disrespect the great guardian's wife. Yi Lingtian ordered coldly. Understood. Jiao Xian replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen was the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, and his status was extraordinary. How could the ancient god pavilion sit by and do nothing? This concerned the dignity and honor of the ancient god pavilion. At the same time, the pavilion masters and palace masters of the Myriad Swords Pavilion, Centauria Temple, and Grand Imperial Sect had arrived at the Tianyun Temple. An incomparably powerful aura swept out like a storm. The pavilion masters of the three forces were all ancient lords and were extremely powerful. Many of the elders were ancient emperors. Chu Outyen, get Chu Outyen to come out and die, the Myriad Swords Pavilion master shouted angrily. He was clearly at the end of his patience. Chu Outyen. Get the hell out here. I won't kill you today. I swear I'm not human, the Grand Imperial Sect master shouted angrily. Terrifying killing intent enveloped the Tianyun temple. Chu Outyen, if you don't hand over your son Chu Outyen, don't blame us for spreading the news and making your Tianyun temple go down in history and infamy, the Centauria temple master shouted angrily. The elders of the three forces also shouted angrily, as if they had eaten explosives. Although the three forces were not as strong as the Tianyun temple, they still dared to come. This meant that their patience had reached its limit. Today, even if they had to risk everyone's lives, they had to kill Chu Outyen. Please calm down. Chu Yunfei's faint laughter came from the main hall. Then, the upper echelon of the Tianyun temple walked out of the main hall. My son is not in the Tianyun temple. He has been out for many days and has not returned. Even if I want to hand him over, there is no one to hand him over to, Chu Yunfei said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Outyen is in the Tianyun temple. Do you really think that old man, an ancient emperor realm alchemist, doesn't exist? An elder cursed. We disciples of the Centauria temple just saw Chu Outyen bring back a woman. Chu Yunfei, do you still want to hide it? The Centauria temple master said coldly. The smile on Chu Yunfei's face faded slightly. The Grand Imperial Sect master said gloomily, you have nothing to say? Hand him over or fight to the death. Choose. Chu Yunfei, if you don't hand over Chu Outyen, the three of us will make your Tianyun temple suffer great losses even if we have to fight to the death. Once the matter of Chu Outyen spreads, your Tianyun temple will forever be the joke of the first heaven, the Myriad Swords Pavilion master said viciously, already prepared to fight to the death. Humph. Do you really think my Tianyun temple is easy to bully? If you want to die, go ahead and try, the Tianyun temple grand elder said angrily, his late-stage ancient lord aura erupting. Chu Yunfei, it seems like you really want to protect that bastard son of yours. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death, the myriad swords pavilion master roared, thoroughly enraged. Chu Yunfei's old face was extremely gloomy. His only son, even if a bastard, was still a source of incense. How could Chu Yunfei hand him over? Thwish thwish thwish. Just when the two sides were about to draw their swords, the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather appeared in the air above the Tianyun temple. Ancient gods of the deep? Ancient god White Feather? Chu Yunfei, the leaders of the three factions, and the upper echelon members were all dumbfounded. Weren't these two ancient gods imprisoned? Why had they appeared in the Tianyun temple? What were they up to? Had Chu Outyan gotten into trouble again? Chu Outyan, get out here! Lu Qingyang crazily roared. Boom! Lu Qingyang's furious roar was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the ears of Chu Yunfei and the others. As expected, Chu Outyan had gotten himself into trouble again. This time, he had provoked the ancient gods of the deep. Everyone in the Tianyun temple was dumbfounded. That was an ancient god expert. No matter how powerful the Tianyun temple was, it could not fight against ancient god experts. The leaders and upper echelons of the three forces were also looking at the ancient gods of the deep with fear and confusion. What was going on? Why had the ancient gods of the deep and the others come out? Great, Qingyang and the others are here. In the room, Ling Xiaoxiao was completely relieved. Ling Xiaoxiao had already sensed the auras of the ancient gods of the deep and the others. No matter how powerful the Tianyun temple was, it could not be a match for ancient god experts. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Why are the ancient gods of the deep and the others here? Aren't they imprisoned? Chu Outyan, who was in the divine palace, was extremely terrified. Chu Outyan had already realized that he had gotten himself into big trouble, one that the Tianyun temple could not bear. The appearance of the ancient gods of the deep and ancient god White Feather plunged the Tianyun temple into despair. Swish swish swish. Xiao Tian and the 17 ancient god pavilion titled ancient gods appeared. Titled ancient gods. Chu Yunfei and the others were scared out of their wits. What kind of person did Chu Outyan capture? Who on earth did Chu Outyan offend? 17 titled ancient gods had actually come. They were King courting death, 17 titled ancient gods. The leaders and upper echelons of the three forces were scared out of their wits. They felt as if their souls had left their bodies, and their bodies were no longer under their control. A single titled ancient god could destroy the entire first level of heaven, let alone 17. The Tianyun temple was nothing. I'm sorry for offending you, Lady High Lord. Everyone in the Tianyun temple must die. Xiao Tian said coldly. His bloodthirsty killing intent was terrifying. Madam High Lord, Chu Yunfei and the others' heads were buzzing. Inside the temple, Chu Outyan had long been scared out of his wits. He even lost control of his bowels. The existence of 17 titled ancient gods was beyond his imagination. Chu Outyan was so regretful that his intestines turned green. With such a terrifying background, why were Ling Xiaoxiao and the others so weak? Chu Outyan racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. Chu Outyan, get the hell out here. Against the heavens roared, the aura of a peak late-stage ancient lord surging out. He was even stronger than Chu Yunfei. Swish, just as against the sky roared, Feng Wuchen and the white tiger appeared. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely cold. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao were Feng Wuchen's reverse scales. Whoever touched them would die. Lord Feng. Great Guardian. The titled ancient gods and the ancient gods of the deep bowed respectfully. Boom, seeing how the titled ancient gods addressed Feng Wuchen with such respect, Chu Yunfei and the others almost vomited blood. The upper echelons of the three forces were completely petrified. Their pale faces were filled with endless shock and fear. What kind of terrifying existence had Chu Outyan offended? Today, they didn't even need to do anything. Chu Outyan would definitely die. This was retribution, good had good karma, and evil had evil. It wasn't that retribution wasn't coming, but that it wasn't time yet. Great Guardian? Which force's Great Guardian? 52 Literature. Who was this young man? They suddenly remembered the news from the Panga realm. The ancient god pavilion had appointed a Great Guardian. Moreover, the dozen or so titled ancient gods were all white titled ancient gods. There weren't many forces in the Panga realm that could mobilize so many white titled ancient gods. Was this a coincidence? Definitely not. Just as they thought of this possibility, they were all scared out of their wits. This was too frightening. Chu Outyen had actually captured the wife of the great guardian of the ancient god pavilion. This was simply lawless. My husband is here. Ling Xiaoxia was overjoyed. Who is Chu Outyen? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His bone-chilling voice made everyone tremble in fear. They felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. Even their blood seemed to have frozen. Big brother Feng, that bastard doesn't dare to come out. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily. Quick! Bring that bastard out. Go. The terrified Chu Yunfei couldn't take it anymore. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Chu Yunfei knew very well that Chu Outyen couldn't be saved today. He also knew very well that if they didn't hand him over, the Tianyun temple would disappear completely. Even if they handed him over, the Tianyun temple wouldn't be able to be saved. After a while, a few disciples carried a terrified and desperate Chu Outyen out. He was already scared out of his wits. You're the one who captured my wife? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. He looked at Chu Outyen as if he was looking at a dead man. Chu Outyen was so terrified that he couldn't speak. My lord. It's him. Yanhu gritted his teeth and said angrily. What? Wife. Chu Yunfei was scared out of his wits. The elders and disciples of the Tianyun temple were all scared out of their wits. It was over, it was completely over. Chu Outyen, that bastard, had actually captured someone else's wife. Could the Tianyun temple still be saved? Chu Yunfei wanted to slap Chu Outyen to death. Chu Yunfei stepped forward and slapped him. Where is she? He roared angrily. Temple. Temple Lord, she's in the young master's room, an ancient lord stammered in fear. Hurry up and invite her out. Chu Yunfei roared and glared at him. Slap, Chu Yunfei fiercely slapped him and roared, you bastard. The Tianyun temple is in big trouble because of you. Everyone in the Tianyun temple wanted to cut Chu Outyen into pieces and skin him alive. Whoosh, another figure appeared in the sky above the Tianyun temple. Great Guardian, I'm Jiao Xian. I'm at your command. Jiao Xian said respectfully. A great emperor, the eyes of the experts of the Tianyun temple and the three factions constricted. That kind of fear was indescribable. What was more terrifying was that they all knew where Jiao Xian came from. He was from the ancient god pavilion. Feng Wuchen glanced at him but didn't say anything. Father, save me, quickly save me. A slap woke Chu Outyen up. He cried and begged in panic. Save you? Save your ass. Chu Yunfei roared and was about to kick him. Chu Yunfei was just a puny ancient lord. What qualifications did he have to save him? Did Chu Yunfei have the strength? Didn't he know that there was a great emperor here? Whoosh, White Tiger appeared and blocked Chu Yunfei. Chu Outyen has offended the great guardian's wife. From now on, his life belongs to the great guardian. You don't have the right to touch him. White Tiger said coldly. Just a glance from him frightened Chu Yunfei. Father! Hurry up and save me! Chu Outyen screamed in fear. Save you? Didn't you see clearly? What does he have to save you? Do you know who he is? White Tiger said coldly as he pointed at Feng Wuchen. As soon as the White Tiger said that, Chu Outyen was in complete despair. The great guardian of the ancient god pavilion, these words kept appearing in Chu Outyen's mind. He couldn't imagine what these words meant, nor did he dare to imagine. Chu Outyen even felt that he had left this world. No matter who comes today, they won't be able to save you. White Tiger said coldly. Every word was filled with killing intent. This sentence had already sentenced Chu Outyen to death. Husband. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxia's surprised laughter was heard. Wife, how are you? Did he hurt you? With Ling Xiaoxia's appearance, Feng Wuchen's expression finally changed. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of Ling Xiaoxiao, and directly pulled Ling Xiaoxiao into his arms. Husband, I'm fine. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled softly. As long as Feng Wuchen was here, Ling Xiaoxiao could rest assured. Seeing that Ling Xiaoxiao was fine, Feng Wuchen was relieved. However, Feng Wuchen's anger was not extinguished. No one can bully my wife, not even the supreme main temple. Feng Wuchen was extremely domineering. He didn't take the supreme main temple seriously at all. Sir, please spare my life. I didn't know she was the great guardian's wife. Chu Outyen begged for mercy in fear, and kept kowtowing. Chu Outyen never would have thought that a mere ancient extreme realm woman would cause him to be killed. Chu Outyen was hopeless. Daring to touch Feng Wuchen's wife, he would die without a doubt. White Tiger, kill him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Whoever dared to offend Ling Xiaoxiao, no matter who it was, had to die. Father, save me. Chu Outyen screamed in despair, his whole body trembling violently. Chu Yunfei didn't dare to fart. Everyone in the Tianyun temple couldn't wait for Chu Outyen to die. The square was dead silent. Everyone held their breaths. All eyes fell on the White Tiger. Boom, the White Tiger did not hesitate in the slightest and directly slapped Chu Outyen on the top of his head. The terrifying power shook Chu Outyen into a bloody mist. Reduced to ashes, seeing Chu Outyen being killed with their own eyes, the leaders and upper echelons of the three major forces felt extremely satisfied. Are you Chu Outyen's father? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Yes. Chu Yunfei replied in fear. He had already realized something. You should know very well why the three great powers are here. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without the slightest hint of human emotion. Chu Yunfei closed his eyes in despair, his heart was filled with regret. But it was too late. Boom, the White Tiger's palm blasted out, the terrifying energy blasted Chu Yunfei into powder. Everyone in the Tianyun temple was terrified to the extreme. No one dared to speak. They were like stone statues. Who injured the emissary? Feng Wuchen coldly asked, his icy gaze sweeping over Chu Yunfei and the others. As soon as these words came out, the five ancient lords were scared out of their wits. As expected, he wouldn't let them go. As for the emissary who heard Feng Wuchen's words, he felt a warm current surge in his heart. Do you need me to personally call you out? Lu Qingyang angrily said, his body trembling with rage. The five ancient lords were so frightened that they immediately stepped forward. Chief Protector, spare us. The five of them immediately knelt, kowtowing as they cried for mercy. Kill. Feng Wuchen coldly said, his face expressionless. Boom. Boom. Boom, the White Tiger attacked without hesitation. In just an instant, the five ancient lords were turned into bloody mists. They didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. White Tiger and the others knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. They would never disobey his orders. Moreover, they were already Feng Wuchen's men. What was even more terrifying was that Feng Wuchen was the senior brother of the ancient sorcerer emperor. The ancient sorcerer emperor's identity and status in the Panga realm were not inferior to the great emperors of all ages. Niti and Xing, take over the Tianyun temple. Kill anyone who resists. Feng Wuchen ordered. Resist? With so many titled ancient gods and a great emperor present, who would dare to resist? Yes, sir. Niti and Xing respectfully replied, his blood boiling at this moment. Feng Wuchen's words completely relieved the Tianyun temple. Thank you, Chief Protector, for sparing our lives. The elders and disciples knelt down to express their gratitude. Chu Outyen had offended the wife of the Chief Protector. Such a crime was enough for the Tianyun temple to be destroyed 500 times over. They were extremely grateful that Feng Wuchen did not implicate them. Moreover, it was their honor to be part of the force under the Chief Protector. Feng Wuchen had originally planned to fight his way from the first heaven to the 36th heaven. Since today's incident had happened, he would start with the Tianyun temple. Lu Qingyang and Xiao Tian also became unusually excited. They knew that Feng Wuchen was about to make a move. The strongest forces in the first heaven were the Mingyuan Pavilion and the Control Temple. They were both forces under the Supreme Main Temple. As long as he took down these two forces, the other forces in the first heaven would not dare to oppose him. However, Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry. The Tianyun temple was just the beginning. Let's go to the gate of the Panga realm. Qing Qing and Lan Yu must have been waiting for a long time, Feng Wuchen said lightly. Then, he flew to the gate of the Panga realm with Ling Xiaoxiao. White Tiger and the ancient gods of the deep disappeared in a flash. The leaders and upper echelons of the three forces also left. After picking up Miao Qingqing and Lan Yu, they returned to the Dragon Soul. Ling Xiaoxiao took Miao Qingqing and Lan Yu to cultivate in seclusion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Several people from the ancient immortal world had ascended. Jian Chou, Yi Qingyu, Chu Shitian, Ao Zhu, and Lust Python. With the help of the 5-time space ring and the 1,000 spirits pool water, Feng Wuchen and the rest successfully broke through to the ancient general realm. Miao Qingqing and Lan Yu also reached the advanced stage of the ancient realm with the help of the heaven-defying godly pearl. Jian Chou and the rest were extremely bad. They immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. Junior brother, how is it? How is the refining? Do you have any insights? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. The ancient sorcerer emperor and the other 3 were still working hard. Senior brother, this heaven-defying godly pearl is too difficult. It's too difficult to forcefully integrate it. The ancient sorcerer emperor laughed awkwardly. With his great emperor alchemist realm, he had failed in 3 days. They couldn't even integrate a few hundred heaven and earth treasures, let alone a few thousand. Senior brother, heaven and earth treasures have different attributes. It's not easy to integrate them. Nail and Gong laughed helplessly. Beimei Xian and Wuzhu were the same. They didn't make much progress in 3 days. There's no rush. I'll teach you slowly. Refining the heaven-defying godly pearl is indeed not that easy. You guys go back and prepare. I'll go to the ancient alchemy sacred palace in a while. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The ancient sorcerer emperor was stunned. He then exclaimed, "Oh no, I almost forgot about this." He was so engrossed in the refining that he forgot about the lecture. Senior brother, we'll go back and prepare immediately. The ancient sorcerer emperor hurriedly said. This matter couldn't be neglected. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the ancient alchemy sacred palace were extremely anxious. It was almost time, but the ancient sorcerer emperor and the rest were nowhere to be seen. The ancient sorcerer emperor's invitation for an expert to teach a lecture had alarmed the alchemists of the various forces in the Panga realm. They had all rushed to the ancient alchemy sacred palace. What the hell is ancient shaman emperor doing? Isn't there an expert teaching us? An old man with white hair and a beard said with a hint of anger on his face. Where did this expert come from? Isn't ancient shaman emperor talking about himself? Another old man said unhappily. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. I think ancient shaman emperor just wants to show off his power. He's worried that he'll be outdone, a black-robed old man said coldly. The disciples behind them also began to mock him. The 3 old men were all alchemists from large factions. The white-haired old man was also a great emperor alchemist. He was ancient shaman emperor's greatest opponent. He was also defeated by ancient shaman emperor. However, he was unconvinced. He wouldn't miss a chance to attack ancient shaman emperor. The heavenly Kailan emperor was the only alchemist in the Panga realm who dared to oppose the ancient shaman great emperor. Only heavenly Qilan emperor had the ability to do so. The other alchemists, no matter which faction they belonged to, all wore respectful expressions. Heavenly Qilan emperor, the ancient Pale Sacred Hall didn't invite you. You came here on your own. If you're dissatisfied, you can leave. I don't want to see you either. The Sacred Hall's Grand Elder didn't give them any face. Zhuge Qingtian was famous for his bad temper. As the Sacred Hall's Grand Elder, he wasn't afraid of Heavenly Qilan Emperor. If it weren't for Heavenly Qilan Emperor's status, Zhuge Qingtian would have kicked him out. The Sacred Hall's upper echelons and disciples were also furious. Don't talk too much. Great Elder Zhuge is not happy. Heavenly Qilan Emperor smiled faintly. I'd like to know who the expert ancient shaman emperor is talking about is. The others shut up obediently after Heavenly Qilan Emperor spoke. The reason they came to the ancient alchemy divine temple was none other than to see the ancient shaman great emperor make a fool of himself. Everyone in Panga realm knew that Heavenly Qilan Emperor was the second strongest alchemist after ancient shaman emperor. The expert ancient shaman emperor was talking about didn't exist. Humph. Zhuge Qingtian ignored them. His old eyes flashed with disdain. Others might not know, But Zhuge Qingtian and the others knew that Feng Wuchen was Emperor Peerless' personal disciple. Swish, after the crowd quieted down, the ancient shaman Great Emperor and the other three appeared. Welcome, ancient shaman emperor. Great Emperor Nalan. The people of the ancient Pill Shrine knelt down respectfully to welcome him. Greetings, ancient shaman emperor. Emperor Nalan. The alchemists of the major forces also saluted respectfully. The alchemists from the various factions were very excited. It was their honor to be able to meet the ancient sorcerer emperor. If it wasn't for the news of the lecture, they wouldn't have had the chance to meet the ancient shaman Great Emperor, let alone come to the ancient alchemy divine palace. Ancient shaman emperor, where's the expert you mentioned? This great emperor also wants to see who it is. The heavenly Qilin Great Emperor laughed. The ancient shaman Great Emperor glanced at the Sky Kylan Great Emperor and sneered, I didn't expect an old thing like you to be here. In the entire Panga realm, only ancient shaman emperor dared to call heavenly Kylan Emperor an old thing. The ancient alchemy sacred hall shouldn't have invited you, right? Wuzu glared fiercely at heavenly Qilin Emperor. This great emperor just wanted to take a look. It's that simple. The heavenly Qilin Great Emperor put on a fake smile. Humph. I think you're here to see a joke. Right? But there's no joke for you to see. Beimeng Xian snorted coldly. It's all right. The ancient shaman Great Emperor sneered. It's not a problem to take a look. Old thing, you'd better stand firm when the time comes. The heavenly Qilin Great Emperor frowned slightly. Judging from the ancient shaman Great Emperor and the rest's expressions, it seemed to be true. Could it be that they had really invited an expert? The heavenly Qilin Great Emperor and the rest exchanged glances before looking at Zhuge Qingtian and the other elders. They were shocked to find that Zhuge Qingtian and the other elders were excited and expectant. It seemed that there was an expert here. What kind of expert could make Zhuge Qingtian and the rest so excited? Is there really such an expert in Panga realm? An alchemist even more powerful than the ancient shaman Great Emperor. The heavenly Qilin Great Emperor frowned and thought to himself. The alchemists of the major factions were looking forward to it. Since the ancient shaman Great Emperor had spoken, there must be an expert. The ancient shaman Great Emperor was a person of virtue and prestige. Naturally, he would not lie or shoot himself in the foot. The ancient alchemy sacred hall quieted down. Everyone was waiting for the mysterious expert. Whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the ancient alchemy sacred hall. It was Feng Wuchen. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Feng Wuchen. A young man, is he the expert that the ancient shaman Great Emperor mentioned? Is this a joke, using a junior as an expert? At this moment, the ancient shaman Great Emperor, Nalan Gong, Zhuge Qingtian, and the other elders were full of respect and excitement. The heavenly Qilin Great Emperor only took one look and was instantly enraged. He shouted at the ancient shaman Great Emperor, Ancient shaman Great Emperor, what do you mean by this? Did you bring a junior to humiliate us? Ancient shaman Great Emperor, don't tell us that he's the expert you mentioned. Is he an expert? An elder shouted angrily. Where did this ignorant junior come from? Is this the place where you should come from? Another elder shouted angrily. The disciples of the three alchemists also started to curse. Although the alchemists of the various forces were shocked and felt that it was impossible for Feng Wuchen to be an expert, they did not dare to speak. The ancient shaman Great Emperor, Nalan Gong, and the other elders' faces turned gloomy instantly. Zhuge Qingtian and the other elders even released terrifying killing intent. Mu Yunqi, Mo Ran, and the others also looked at the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor and the rest with ferocious eyes. Feng Wuchen glanced at the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor and the rest indifferently. An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly exploded from the ancient shaman Great Emperor, scaring the disciples behind the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor into shutting their mouths. The ancient shaman Great Emperor looked at the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor with murderous eyes and shouted angrily, Ancient alchemy sacred hall Great Emperor, listen up. Kill them at all costs. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. The ancient shaman Great Emperor was so furious. Moreover, the ancient shaman Great Emperor gave the order to kill because of a few words from the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor. In the past, no matter how arrogant the heavenly Qilin Great Emperor was, the ancient shaman Great Emperor had never been so furious. Now, he had fallen out with the Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor because of a junior. Old man. How dare you? Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? The Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor was furious. He stood up abruptly and released terrifying killing intent. You don't dare? The ancient shaman Great Emperor said coldly, then open your eyes and take a look. Swish. Swish. Swish, more than 10 great emperors, including Zhuge Qingtian, appeared in a flash. The disciples behind the Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor were scared out of their wits. They could not believe that the ancient shaman Great Emperor dared to attack. Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor, you're courting death. You don't know who you've offended. Zhuge Qingtian said fiercely. The ancient alchemy sacred hall Great Guardian was Yiling Tian. The ancient god pavilion Great Guardian was Kuang Feng. He had made a mistake previously and had corrected it. End of chapter. How could Celestial Qilin and the others humiliate Emperor Peerless personal disciple? The sacred hall of pills would never agree to it. Ancient shaman emperor, are you really going to fight me? Celestial Qilin's old face was extremely twisted. He didn't care about Zhuge Qingtian's words at all. Other than the supreme main divine palace, Heavenly Qilin Great Emperor was really not afraid of anyone before. Attack! Ancient Shaman Emperor roared. How could Ancient Shaman Emperor allow someone to humiliate his senior brother? Even Monster Soul Sovereign wouldn't allow it, let alone Celestial Qilin. What's wrong with this old thing? He's willing to shed all pretense of cordiality for a junior. If we really fight, the Sacred Hall of Pills will suffer heavy casualties. An elder gritted his teeth. Is that kid really some kind of expert? Why else would this old thing be so angry? Another elder said darkly, his old eyes sweeping over Feng Wuchen. Celestial Qilin couldn't figure it out either. He didn't believe that a junior could be some kind of expert. At such a young age, it was impossible for him to surpass Ancient Shaman Emperor in the field of alchemy. Yet, Ancient Shaman Emperor had shed all pretense of cordiality for this junior. However, they couldn't see how Feng Wuchen looked like an expert. He wasn't even an alchemist. They couldn't sense Feng Wuchen's soul ripples at all. Kill! Zhuge Qingtian roared. More than a dozen great emperors erupted with terrifying power. Their surging aura was breathtaking. It wasn't difficult for more than a dozen great emperors to surround and kill Celestial Qilin and the other two great emperors. Moreover, Ancient Shaman Emperor, Nailan Gong, and the other two great emperors were also present. They were all stronger than Zhuge Qingtian. Inside the Sacred Hall of Pills, the alchemists of the various factions were scared out of their wits. How did a lecture turn into a battle between great emperors? Stop! Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly rang out. Understood. Zhuge Qingtian and the other great emperors instantly retracted their power and aura. Their expressions were very respectful. The alchemists of the various factions and Celestial Qilin's group were all dumbfounded. Was this an act? Why were they so respectful to this junior? A second ago, they were shouting to kill, but now they were so respectful. Their power and terrifying aura instantly vanished. No, this isn't an act. Celestial Qilin Great Emperor and the others could see that Zhuge Qingtian's eyes were filled with respect. This was definitely not acting. This was true respect. Where did this kid come from? The Heavenly Qilin Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen with a grave expression. The ancient Pill Divine Palace did not invite them, nor did they invite any alchemist from any power. These old things are truly arrogant and arrogant. It's one thing for them to come uninvited, but they still dare to insult senior brother. We can't spare them. The ancient shaman Great Emperor said respectfully. That's right. Nailan Gong gritted his teeth and said angrily. Beimeng Xian spoke furiously in a low voice, Senior brother, that old bastard, the Celestial Qilin Emperor, has always been unwilling to accept his loss to the ancient shaman emperor, and he has been going against us for so many years. We usually tolerate it out of consideration for the fact that we're all alchemists, but they actually dared to insult senior brother today. We absolutely can't let it go. Senior brother, what did they hear? The four powerful alchemists of the ancient shaman Great Emperor had addressed that junior as senior brother. Did I hear wrongly? How could such a thing happen? The alchemists of the various factions were dumbfounded. They stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. The Celestial Qilin Emperor and the others were flabbergasted. This can't be real, right? The ancient shaman great emperor and the others were addressing a junior as senior brother. The ancient Pale Divine Palace's disciples were also dumbfounded. The expert the ancient shaman great emperor and the others were talking about was actually the ancient shaman great emperor's senior brother. Feng Wuchen waved a hand and said carelessly, "It's fine." "What did you just say, ancient shaman great emperor? You called him senior brother?" The celestial Qilin emperor asked in astonishment. He couldn't believe it. Emperor Peerless had no disciples, and the ancient shaman great emperor was only a disciple in name. How could he have a senior brother? Moreover, Emperor Peerless had been dead for millions of years. The young man in front of them couldn't possibly be his disciple. No one had ever said that the ancient shaman great emperor had a senior brother in all these years. What was going on? "That's right, he is my senior brother," the ancient shaman great emperor said coldly. "Haha." An old man laughed. "Ancient shaman great emperor, aren't you afraid that the people of Panga realm will laugh at you for calling a junior your senior brother? Ancient shaman great emperor, you've all lived for millions of years. Don't you have any shame for calling a junior your senior brother?" Another old man mocked. "This kid is younger than me, and you call him your senior brother? You've completely disgraced the ancient Pale Divine Palace. Why don't you call me first senior brother instead?" One of the celestial Qilin emperor's disciples sneered. The alchemists of the various factions were also whispering among themselves. Clearly, they didn't believe that Feng Wuchen was the ancient shaman great emperor's senior brother. That was ridiculous. The ancient shaman great emperor was about to explode in anger, but Feng Wuchen appeared in front of him and stopped him. "Senior brother, they're insulting you." The ancient shaman great emperor suppressed his anger. He wanted nothing more than to kill the celestial Qilin great emperor and the others with his own hands. "Senior brother, they've gone too far," Nailengong said angrily. His old eyes were about to spit fire. "Today's lesson time. There's no need to waste time on them. They won't be arrogant for long," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he would hold grudges. The celestial Qilin great emperor and the others had insulted him in public. Feng Wuchen wouldn't let this matter rest. If it weren't for the fact that he had to guide the disciples of the ancient Pale Divine Palace and the alchemists of the various factions present, Feng Wuchen would definitely teach the celestial Qilin great emperor and the others a lesson. Looking at the alchemists of the various factions, Feng Wuchen continued, "All the alchemists are here for the lesson." Originally, this was only a lesson for the disciples of the ancient Pale Divine Palace. However, since so many alchemists have come, whoever is willing to listen can enter the main hall. With that, Feng Wuchen entered the main hall. "Humph. Consider yourself lucky." The ancient shaman great emperor glared at the celestial Qilin great emperor and followed him into the main hall. "You will soon pay the price for this," Nailengong shouted angrily. "Celestial Qilin great emperor, when you know who you have offended, you will regret it." Zhuge Qingtian sneered gloatingly. All the alchemists and disciples of the ancient Pale Divine Palace entered the main hall. Many alchemists of the various factions also entered, but there were also a portion of alchemists who didn't enter. "Humph. This great emperor wants to see what this brat can say," the celestial Qilin great emperor said angrily and followed in. "Master, this isn't too good, right?" a disciple hurriedly said. He had just mocked Feng Wuchen and now he wanted to follow in. Wasn't this slapping his own face? "Humph. Go in and see what's the harm in talking nonsense?" the celestial Qilin great emperor said angrily. Sensing that the celestial Qilin great emperor and the rest wanted to enter the main hall, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, "Anyone can enter, but not all cats and dogs can enter." When Feng Wuchen said this, everyone turned their heads to look. Heavenly Qilin Emperor and the rest were just about to step into the hall. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, they instantly exploded with anger. Feng Wuchen actually dared to insult them as cats and dogs. "Stinking brat. You've got guts. How dare you insult my master?" A disciple pointed at Feng Wuchen and scolded angrily. Boom! Ancient Shaman Emperor flew into a rage and suddenly waved his hand. A terrifying energy instantly blasted that disciple's body, causing him to spit out blood and fly out. That disciple died on the spot. "You! Heavenly Qilin Emperor exploded with anger. His old face was incomparably ferocious, but he did not dare to flare up. This was the ancient alchemy sacred temple, ancient shaman emperor's territory. Who still wants to try? Ancient shaman emperor said fiercely. Terrifying killing intent locked onto Heavenly Qilin Emperor. He said again, if not for senior brother stopping me, you few old things would have already died just now. What are you still doing here? Why? Do you really think that this great emperor does not dare to kill people? Anyone could see that ancient shaman emperor was on the verge of going berserk. Heavenly Qilin Emperor, the ancient alchemy sacred temple does not welcome you. Hurry up and get lost. Nalan Gong shouted angrily. Hurry up and get lost. The ancient alchemy sacred temple does not welcome you. Zhuge Qing Tian shouted angrily. Many disciples also roared angrily. Heavenly Qilin Emperor and the rest's old faces were incomparably red. They were extremely angry but did not dare to flare up. Humph. Heavenly Qilin Emperor snorted fiercely and immediately turned to leave. Heavenly Qilin Emperor and the rest did not leave but waited in the square. They wanted to see how capable Feng Wuchen was. In the hall, the lecture began. All the alchemists, including ancient shaman emperor, were listening attentively like students. In the beginning, the disciples of the ancient alchemy sacred temple and the alchemists of the various major factions only had the mentality of listening. But as Feng Wuchen's pointers became more and more profound, shock began to appear on their faces, followed by disbelief, and finally, it was filled with worship. After a full 6 hours, the lecture ended. The bottleneck that has trapped me for so many years has loosened, really loosened. I feel that I'm about to break through. Thank you for your guidance. Please accept my bow. Breakthrough. The old man had broken through to the ancient god realm. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Your Excellency is too amazing. It has solved a problem that has troubled me for tens of thousands of years. Inside the Great Hall, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the ancient Pill Divine Hall or the alchemists of the various major factions, they were all extremely excited. Everyone bowed and thanked him gratefully. Feng Wuchen's guidance on the spot actually allowed many alchemists to break through their realms. Especially those alchemists who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, they felt as if they had been reborn. A brand new understanding appeared in their sea of consciousness. They felt enlightened and blessed, allowing them to gain a deeper understanding. Only now did they realize how terrifying Feng Wuchen was in the field of alchemists. That was a 4th-level alchemist. Compared to the great ancient shaman emperor and the others, he was many times more powerful. After the lecture ended, everyone left the main hall. Their faces were filled with ecstasy. Sky Qilin Great Emperor and the rest, as well as those alchemists who didn't enter, were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Did they all take stimulants? 6 hours of teaching was enough to make them so happy? Master, are they crazy? A disciple asked in puzzlement. Sky Qilin Great Emperor frowned deeply and said solemnly, no, their alchemist realms have all increased. 2 of them broke through to the titled Ancient God Realm, and 4 of them broke through to the Ancient God Realm. What on earth happened? How could they have broken through in a short 6 hours? An elder asked in puzzlement. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Elder Mu actually broke through to the titled Ancient God Realm. How is this possible? Elderly also broke through to the titled Ancient God Realm. Oh my god, he has been trapped in the Ancient God Realm for tens of thousands of years. What on earth is going on? Their alchemist realms have all increased by a lot. Those alchemists who didn't enter were all dumbfounded, like stone statues. Elder Huang, it's a pity that you didn't enter. Otherwise, you might have been able to retreat to the titled Ancient God Realm alchemists. It's my honor to be able to receive guidance from the Lord. Elder Mu smiled proudly. That Lord is amazing. You missed the chance, but there won't be a second time. Elderly smiled happily. The alchemists who came out were all smiling. Those alchemists who didn't enter were all dumbfounded. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. What's wrong with you old things? Why aren't you scramming? Ancient Shaman Great Emperor had just come out of the hall and saw that Sky Qilin Great Emperor and the rest were still there. Hurry up and kick these nobodies out. Ancestor Wu shouted angrily. Ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the rest have also improved. Sky Qilin Great Emperor and the rest were shocked, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. What was going on? Was the guidance of a junior really so terrifying? Ancient Shaman Great Emperor and the rest, as well as Zhuge Qingtian and the other elders, Mu Yunqi and Mo Ran, had improved their alchemist realms by a lot. It was too shocking. At this moment, Sky Qilin Great Emperor's heart was filled with regret. Who exactly was that junior? How could he have such a terrifying ability? After a while, Feng Wuchen came out of the hall. The alchemists who followed him out bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen and thanked him. Senior brother, those old things haven't left yet, Ancient Shaman Great Emperor said hurriedly. Let them be. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't even look at them. Feng Wuchen didn't care about Sky Qilin Great Emperor and the rest. Seeing Feng Wuchen come out, dozens of alchemists rushed over. We know that we were wrong. Please give us some pointers, my lord. My lord, it's all our fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. Please give us some pointers. My lord, we know that we were wrong. We shouldn't have listened to Sky Qilin Great Emperor and the rest. Those alchemists who regretted it came forward and knelt down. Even the highly respected titled Ancient God Realm alchemists had to kneel before him. I'm sorry, everyone. I only gave pointers today because of my junior brother. I won't give pointers a second time. I don't have so much time to waste. Feng Wuchen rejected them tactfully. You looked down on me in the past. Now, I'm out of your league. Regret, so much so that his intestines turned green. Whoosh, at this moment, a white-robed old man came over in a flash. He looked anxious. Am I late? The white-robed old man was filled with regret and disappointment. Great Emperor Alchemist? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Senior brother, he's Ancient God Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master, Emperor Danfeng, Ancient Shaman Great Emperor said hurriedly. Greetings, Vice Pavilion Master. Feng Wuchen quickly cupped his fists. So the Great Guardian is here too. Emperor Danfeng descended and asked anxiously, Brother Ancient Shaman, has the pointers ended? Where's your senior brother? The old man was delayed by some matters. That's why he's late. Great Guardian? Everyone present caught the words in Emperor Danfeng's words. End of chapter 3508. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.